So this is the matter. This story about a guy who enters the path of a warrior and begins to study martial arts. He tries with all his might and goes a difficult path from a stupid youth to an incredible master of the sword. In ancient times, there was a giant continent with 4 lands and Middle-earth. The strongest heroes coexisted on them. They fought among themselves for many years until the 5 greatest of them restored the long-forgotten world on the continent. Some of the heroes shared power in the western lands, which consisted of 24 prefectures. The house of the Swan family was located high in the mountains. The eagles were frequent guests here. The prefecture also bore the name Shuan. An elderly mentor with a gray thick beard tiredly coached young fighters. As soon as he finished the exercise, he forced them to squat. On the half-bent legs, future warriors furiously threshed the air with their hands, accompanying each attack with a loud exhalation. The mentor zealously watched that each of the young people train at the limit. The fate of Shuan's house depended on this. Someone said quietly that from the side of training they looked pretty good. Turning, the mentor immediately recognized the man. He barely bowed in a greeting and hit his palm with his fist, expressing deep respect to the young master. All the fighters repeated the movements of the mentor and unanimously welcomed the respected man. The young man said that you can do without formalities. He embarrassedly noted that he was distracted by the elder and barely bowed, saying goodbye to him. The mentor replied that everything was fine. The elder assured the young master that he may not worry. After his visit, the fighters will train even more diligent. Turning in the other direction, the young man asked those present to continue training. All students were respectfully bent. 2 students in a whisper discussed the young master. They really wanted to become at least a little like him. Carried away by the conversation, the young people did not notice that the mentor approached them, and each of them hit hard on the back of the head. The elder said that lazy young men cannot reach the level of the young master. Huge cones grew on their heads. The mentor frowned, recalling the old times, and said that the young master was an invincible hero. The young gentleman himself at that time slowly left the training room. He heard the mentor ordered the students to continue classes. The young master noticed the movement. The young man asked the mysterious stranger who visited the Shuan house to go out and appear in his eyes. He stopped and folded his hands behind his back in anticipation. The unknown guest was disclosed, and he simply must come closer. Behind the young man was heard a strong roar. The mysterious stranger landed on the roof of the guard tower. The young master turned the other way. He shouted irritably that it was time to stop these dirty tricks. The young man was impatiently stamped his foot, raising a column of dust. These strange games with a mysterious guest began to bother. The stranger landed noisily again behind him, in order to soak up and attract the young man behind him. The young master turned his head in displeasure. He has already accumulated too many things. We must finish it quickly. A stranger in a snow-white cloak with a hood flew away. The young man asked where they were going. Without answering anything, the mysterious guest continued its path among the mountains. The young master followed the stranger. Deciding that she found a fairly secluded place for the conversation, the girl went down on the forest path, falling to his knee. The young man landed nearby. The young gentleman came closer and angrily asked the stranger why it was necessary to fly so far to discuss affairs. The girl laughed and reached out to the hood to take it off. Now she could reveal her personality. She reported that her name was Inji. She followed the young master for a long time and would like to fight him. She was very beautiful. She possessed eyes with the color of the bottomless sea. Earrings made of rare green stone hung on ears. The young man said that he did not mind fighting her. He was convinced that the girl is a sectarian, so there is nothing wrong with that. The young master exposed his sword and made several fast circular movements. A bluish glow appeared on the blade. Inji smiled. She noticed that the young master was clearly unfriendly and does not even try to hide his attitude towards her. The young man is tired of this empty chatter. He frowned. It was completely clear that the girl was trying to hide his vigilance. Without waiting for Inji to attack, the young gentleman was the first to rush on the attack. The girl stood on the path, waiting for the moment. The young man with a sword at the ready was so fast that Inji barely managed to evade at the last moment. Even for her, a young gentleman was a very strong fighter. Already his first attack proved this. Inji was very surprised. The young gentleman continued to work miracles. A pile of stones flew from the air with a sword in the air, alone in the air, raising a cloud of dust. Proudly looking around the furrow among the stone breed, the young man said that Inji it was better to leave if she values her life. Inji, in response, smiled smugly and informed the young man that he had dropped his tape. His tape was on her wrist. The girl clamped her between her fingers. The young gentleman took a step back. In his eyes, genuine surprise was reflected. This meant that Inji was not as simple as it seemed. Inji said the time of the games has passed. Long metal claws appeared from her gloves. She spun in the cycle, raising a column of dust. Inji flashed like a whirlwind near a young master. 3 long claws flew before the eyes of the young man. Parling the blows with his blade, the young master admired the power of Inji. Apparently, she also reached the heavenly stage of enlightenment. The girl jumped forward and with an arrow flew towards the opponent, putting her hand with the claws forward. This technique was called 1,000 threads of love. It was more and more difficult to cope with Inji. Each time she performed new deceitful techniques, which were difficult to keep track of. The young gentleman understood that he would lose if he could not turn the combat of battle. He quickly soared up, retreating at some distance. Until this day, he believed that he had reached the divine stage. This Sukub girl, despite her age, seems much stronger than himself. Inji took a careless pose and mockingly suggested that the young man was already too tired, and therefore was ready to come to terms with the defeat. This angered the young master. Through the teeth, the young man angrily replied that there was still too little time to give up. At that very moment, the young gentleman made a powerful energy attack with a sword. This technique was called 9 piercing the heart. The luminous groove was rapidly approaching the girl, breaking stones on its way and turning them into dust. Inji, too late, appreciated the real danger, and the energy ejection found it by surprise. The girl flew back. A swift ice stream completely knocked the girl off his feet. She could not even understand how the young man managed to do this. The powerful emission of energy caught up with Inji and again knocked it down. She could not resist such swift attacks. Suddenly, the young master himself arose not far from the standing girl. He flew right on Inji, intending to finally finish her off. The girl began to quickly rise up. The young man flew up closer to Inji. She grinned. There is very little left. The young man poisoned the girl with a sword. To his surprise, it turned out that this is not a girl at all, but her holographic copy. The young man realized that he had lost this battle. Once at the young man behind her, the girl put his claws to his eyes. The claws of the other hand were unpleasantly chopped by the neck. Inji said that Xuan Hong is known as the strongest warrior on the planet from the House of Xuan. She pulled out pieces of matter from the young man's clothes. Grabbing the master by the chin, the girl contemptuously stated that the one she saw today was more like a 3-year-old child. The young man got angry. He was tired of these games. Xuan Hong asked to go closer to business and stop carrying nonsense. Inji hid the claws and shyly hid her face. She mockingly reported that some began to lose their temper. The girl smiled and touched the chin of the young man. She said that she did not intend to harm him. Inji, intriguing, began to talk about the true cause of her location in this place. She paused. Xuan Hong frowned and asked the girl to shut up. The girl looked at him in surprise. This arrogant young man did not even let her say a word. Through the teeth, the young man explained that their opinions still did not coincide, and he will not be able to accept its point of view. Inji gently ran her hand over his chest and hinted that the young man misses a great opportunity to go to the next level. Xuan Hong could no longer restrain himself from anger. He exclaimed that he was not going to discuss this anymore. The conversation is over. Inji pouted and turned away. Unfortunately, the young man could not understand her true intentions. Turning to him, the girl said resentfully that there would always be those who wanted to do what he himself did not want to do. Soon the path was empty. Inji hid in deep green foliage. Xuan Hong continued to look angrily in the direction where she left. 2 years have passed. One of the surgery of summer days has come. The bright sun was reflected on the brilliant roofs of the Xuan estate. One of the students of the House of Xuan quickly fled along a wide road. A partner fled after him and asked him to wait. Turning around, the young man said that he did not want to be late for sparring. The second suggested that the outcome of the battle is already clear. The first young man ran faster. He told his partner that this sparring would affect who to be a master in the future. During the conversations, the students ran to the red gate to the training room. The young man shouted that they needed to open the gate. The second young man was a little tired and now breathed heavily. The guy who fled first looked at his partner in bewilderment. When the door opened, the eyes of the students appeared a cruel picture. One of the brothers overturned the second ground from a great height. Sparring himself took place in a bright translucent sphere. The audience had to cover their eyes so as not to blind. A huge dent formed inside the sphere on the floor of the arena. The mentor could not endure this and ordered the battle to stop. At that moment, the protective sphere began to disappear, slowly going down to the floor. In her place, a purple column rose. When the dust began to dissipate, all the audience saw the dark silhouette of a man. He stood near the column. The young man said he won in battle. Xuan Hong lay in the hollow, which appeared as a result of his fall. The younger brother put the blade to his throat. The young man looked up at the balcony on which the audience crowded. The elder frowned. He said that he recognizes this sparring invalid. He was indignant. He was interested in knowing what was happening. His silhouette was in a purple aura. The young man waved furiously with his sword. Clutching the blade to the older brother's throat, the young man said that his loss is quite enough. Therefore, the father must fulfill the promise. The elder got angry. They do not want to listen to him at all. He shouted that the young man of too high about himself and did not listen to the elders. He reached the balcony with one leap and landed gracefully in front of the public. He quickly went to his father, demanding an explanation. Instead of answering, the elder quite eloquently hit his son, put on his left cheek. The head of the young man inertia turned to the right. Having narrowed his eyes, the elder said that the young man allowed himself during family sparring to use dark magic. The young man angrily bowed his head down. Xuan Han helped rise. The elder said that for this reason he recognizes sparring invalid. Based on the neck of one of the arrivals of the students, Xuan Han with a groan rose from the ground. The student held the young master from the fall. Near the crater there was only the second son of the elder. He bowed his head and stood while everyone else left the training room. The arena is empty. Only one young man remained. Without raising his head, he began to describe around him circular movements with a sword. The guy giggled nervously. A nervous laugh almost immediately grew into a hysterical laughter. Suddenly a smile gave way to an evil grimace. The dazzlingly bright purple ray of light burst out of the hands of the young man and shot high in heaven. The young man remembered the elder with discontent. He reacted rather cruelly to him, and his son now intended to avenge the same. The morning of the next day seemed the most ordinary. In a secluded place among the green foliage was a house with the first master. Near the sick young man, a girl in a white robe leaned. She wanted to see the master as soon as possible in complete health. Xuan Han assured that everything is fine with him. At this time, a messenger fled along the corridor, hugging the corner and panting from a fast pace. He was in a hurry to inform the master of bad news. The student of An fled so quickly that he did not notice the threshold and caught on him. As a result of the fall, he stretched out by the Mr. bed. Xuan Hong and the girl turned in perplexedly to the sound of the fall. They were very interested in what caused such a rush. Almost crying, the young man said that the second master became the head of the Xuan house. Xuan Hong could not believe it. Unfortunately, the rumors turned out to be true. The elder convened an urgent meeting, which was attended by the whole family of Xuan. In the middle of the large ceremonial hall, family members sat on the sides. The elder sat on the throne. He accused the young man on his knees of treason. The wife of the young man, Yui, was kneeling next to him. She indignantly tried to justify her husband in front of the elder. Xuan Hong turned to his wife and gave her a sign to shut up. The poor woman did not understand that they had already agreed on everything. The girl looked at her wife with pain. She did not see that Xuanji was gloatingly grinning, casually throwing her leg on his knee. The elder said that he was already at old age and decided to transfer the brothers of the reign of Xuanji. Everyone bowed their heads. No one wanted to argue. Han and Yui hugged each other by the shoulders and turned to the exit. Xuan Hong told his wife that it was time for them to go. Xuanji asked where the young man was so in a hurry. The elder brother disappointed him a little. The young man hoped that he would look for justice. Xuan Hong suggested that his brother could accidentally burn himself playing with matches. Xuanji got angry. He felt like a winner. Ignoring Xuan Hong and Yui continued their movement to the exit. The young man continued to scream after them that he was now the ruler. Having gathered her simple belongings, the young couple went to the house of Huan. It was located in a picturesque place among the mountains and Sakur. The estate did not look as rich as Xuan's house, but the atmosphere of home comfort and comfort reigned in it. The young man was worried that the girl's father could have problems due to the fact that Yui brought him to this house. Yui frowned. She replied that she was his wife legally. Therefore, everything is fine. This is his house too. A man came up behind them and laughed. He said that Yui is right. The girl turned around and gladly greeted her father. The head of the house, Huan Yanchen, was a huge growth. He hugged his daughter and smiled at the young man. Yanchen has not seen his son-in-law for a long time. Xuan Hong was respectfully bent and greeted his father-in-law. He tried to show maximum respect for the owner. A slightly unshaven gray-haired man, closing his eyes, cheerfully asked where his beloved granddaughter hid. The head beckoned the boy to him. He was eager to hug his grandson. The 5-year-old Tian joyfully ran to his grandfather to meet. Yanchen caught the boy and grabbed him in his arms, raising him over his head. He hugged his grandson tightly. Tian said that you could suffocate. The first 5 years of life were the best for a little traveler. Both parents and grandfather took care of him. Having served a little, the young man anxiously in his voice began to tell that a terrible trouble had happened to his family. The father-in-law cut him off at a half and asked to tell everything in the house. All big things just do not dare. We need to discuss everything. The guests occupied the chairs he proposed. Yui took her son in her arms. Xuan Hong said that Inji influenced his brother. The head of the house closed his eyes and thought. He said that Inji is a very strong personality and suggested that her goal was Xuan's house. The young man bitterly said that he was hoping for this. Yui drew attention to his voice. Anxiety for the family was transmitted to her. Yan looked with interest. 3 days have passed since the arrival of the four at the Huang house. The lunar night, the reinforced guard went around the family's ownership. They chatted among themselves. Their guard came to an end. It was possible to relax. Having lost his vigilance, the guard did not notice the young man in the hood. One of the guards, suspicious of something was wrong, turned into a suspicion. Unfortunately, it was too late. The blade quickly coped with the guards. The second guard did not even have time to say a word. The killer busily dragged both bodies around the corner, leaving bloodied traces. The night guest jumped onto the roof of one of the buildings and peered out the windows for some time. Around it was quiet, and the killer silently jumped into the bushes. Once at the target, the man in a black suit pulled a green cylinder with explosives from his bosom. As soon as he set fire to the wick, the tube smoked. Throwing the dynamite, the young man took refuge and began to wait. The result exceeded all his expectations. The killer was even surprised that he had done a lot of noise. The explosion smashed all the windows in the buildings. In the sky, burning pieces of wood and stone flew. Somewhere in the distance, the victims shouted. Xuanhong was already on his feet. He ordered Yui to take his son and leave immediately. There was no time. Left alone, Xuanhong frowned. It was too cruel. The young man could not understand why his brother such revenge. The mercenaries, led by the leader, silently stood at a large breakdown in the wall and expected orders. One of them was returning after the sabotage. One of the attackers failed to escape. The head of the house, Juan, knocked over him to the ground with a strong blow and prepared for the fight. He ordered the senior members of the clan to collect their families and leave. The men did not want to leave the head of the house here. The elder closed his eyes and said that the mercenaries were hunting for his son. In law, he should help. Yui and her son on her shoulders made his way to the exit. She quickly ran and did not see that the black shadow of the mercenary hung over her. Little Yan turned around and scaredly warned his mother of danger. The mercenary sword whistled very close to the little pole. He turned back in fright. Yui screamed and closed her son with her body. The sword hit the girl in the side. Blood stained the floor of the corridor. The woman screamed. The forces left her body. Yui threw the child away from herself. Only in this way she could save her son's life. A mercenary in dark clothes and a white mask covering his face slowly went to a young woman. He knew that he had nowhere to hurry. The killer brought a sharp blade above the head of the Yui lying. It is time to deal with this family. Han will pay the bills. The mercenary swung better with a sword. He wanted to do everything beautifully and make the boy suffer. The kid lay on the floor. He really wanted to save his mother. Yan threw some powder into the killer and exclaimed that it was the smoke of death. The killer quickly reacted and bounced away. At first glance, this substance really looked quite dangerous. Seeing that the boy was just joking at him, the mercenary got angry. An ordinary jerk easily deceived an experienced fighter. Little Yan was pleased with his actions. He smiled and thought that his mother should be proud of. He did everything he could. Yui carefully watched what was happening and warned her son about danger. Tian himself realized that he had no time to live long. The mercenary threw a little boy, giving him a rotation around his own axis. The man was ready to kill him. When the man threw the boy into the air, Yan screamed heartily with horror. He could not believe that he would part with life at this age. The mercenary straightened up and sternly said that he could help Maltz die if he was not tolerated to do this. At this time, Xuanhong appeared behind the mercenary. He screamed and used the technique of a sword-piercing heart. The energy flow pierced the body of a man. Exploring from blood, he collapsed to the floor. Han ran to his relatives. He begged Yui to recover. Even Tian looked sadly at his father with his eyes that closed with severe pain. Huan family members were carefully loaded into chariots. Yan opened his eyes. The pain was given in every cell of his body. Xuanhong and Yan Chen sat in a wagon watching the boy. The young man felt guilty for bringing trouble to the house of Huan. He thoughtfully said that the woman was lucky. She escaped with several wounds. Young Yan will no longer be able to fight. Yan Chen could not stand it and cried. Xuanhong frowned. He remembered that his meridians were also not subject to restoration after that battle with Ji. Yan Chen grinked angrily with his fist on board the wagon. He did not want to come to terms with the fact that his grandson could no longer fight. The cry of the messenger was heard from behind. Yan Chen turned his head. Having overtaken the wagon, the breathless young man said that he had bad news. Having frowned, the messenger shouted that an irreparable misfortune happened. The enemies overtook them. On the carts. They cannot go. The head asked the young man to stay near his son and look after him. Han decided that the help would not be superfluous. Thus, only a little Tian remained in the wagon. Father and grandfather went to fight enemies. The boy prayed to heaven to end quickly. Unfortunately, chases and battles between the opposing parties lasted for several years. Running away from the persecution, The Huan family made a huge transition from the western lands to the north, delving into the country. Thus, the family of exiles had to move to the deserted and abandoned lands of the prefecture of Ao. Everything was calm here. Xuan Han was noticeably old. During the battle, he seriously suffered and now could not stand up for himself and his family. In addition, Huan Yan himself suffered due to wounds. Now, in his combat characteristics, he was worse than any fighter. Yui was inseparable with her husband. Her support played a very large role in the family. Han clenched his fists and vowed to find Ji. Several years have passed. Huan Yan is significantly strong and met the dawn of the sun standing on one of the cliffs. He remembered his enemies. Looking a goal, the young man swore to himself that he would find them and force them to pay a price 10 times more than they were worth it. The full moon ominously covered a high pagoda belonging to the Tianzhen clan. The guarded mountain path led to its location. Taking the opportunity, 2 young men chose a deep night for training on swords. On a small mountain venue, no one interfered with them. The young man accepted the combat rack and put the sword forward. An orange glow appeared on the blade. Tian was not inferior to his partner. He successfully retorted all the attacks of the opponent with the help of his sword, which glowed with a pale blue light. Therefore, the young man decided to give up. He tiredly sat down on the stones and sighed heavily. Lin Dan admitted that it was difficult for him to fight with pulling. He laughed and assured the young man that was still ahead. The partner Tiani openly admired his military skills. Tian lazily waved his sword and admitted that he was only defending himself. The moon rose above the mountains higher. The guy offered to go home. Tian refused. He wanted to practice a little more. Lin Dan smiled. This was all his partner, not a minute of peace. And now, having accepted the combat rack, he waved a training sword in the shadow of the rocks. The young man turned and slowly went back along the mountain path. The moon illuminated his path. Tian continued to train, crowing out the names of military technicians. The young man tirelessly waved a training sword. He trained until the 7th sweat without sparing himself. Only a couple of hours later, Tian considered that this was enough and stuck the sword in the ground. And he himself fell to the ground with relief and sighed with bliss. Throwing his hands behind his head, the blue-eyed young man recalled the events of his life. Only thanks to training did he become an experienced fighter. Reaching his hand to the moon, the guy remembered who was to blame for all his hardships. The hand cleared into a fist by itself. He vowed to find enemies and take revenge in full. In the location of the clan lights lit up on a sentinel tower. This meant that midnight had come and soon there would be a night patrol. The moon was shining brighter, illuminating mountainous areas and dense forest. Tian fled the forest path faster than the wind. No one would catch up with him. Having reached the mountain waterfall, the young man stopped. Here he was safe. At a depth, a blue object was unclearly visible. Tian immediately paid attention to him. Moreover, from afar, this item with a blue glow was like a sword. Without thinking twice, the young man jumped a little below. He was very interested in what a strange object could be. The guy stood on the shore and peered into the water for a long time. It was very strange. He came here every day, but he saw the sword for the first time. Yan looked eagerly at the water. At all costs, he must dive and look at the sword. It can be a real treasure. All weapons in Pange are divided into 4 classes and is distinguished by color. Blue weapons belongs to the mythical high class. Apparently, this sword was created by specially trained gunsmiths. They could be recognized from afar on the emblem on clothes. Tian quickly undressed and climbed into the water, calculating material benefits. A lower-level sword could cost about 100,000 gold. Having gained more air into the lungs, the young man dived. He quickly worked with his hands and legs, trying to reach depth more. The cool water of the lake today seemed icy, but for the sake of the sword, the guy was ready to endure any flour. His eyes lit up with a greedy luster. At the depths of the lake, the ancient ruins of the city rested, but the sword itself turned out to be just a bright shadow, and Tian was disappointed. He swam closer and discovered a strange phenomenon. At the very bottom, there was a small, round hollow. That ghostly sword seemed to stick out of it. The young man could not believe his eyes. This sword underwater shone brighter than the moon, and everything around was visible as well as in the afternoon. Tian swam closer. This sword should not glow so brightly. Near him, he had to cover his eyes from blinding light. Suddenly, the image of a mythical sword was gone. Bright rays of light lit up the young man. It seemed that the flash flies directly into it. The dazzling bunch of light was rapidly approaching, illuminating the body of the young man more and more. The guy clearly felt that something penetrated his brain. Soldering with his body, the source of energy began to shimmer with bright golden light. Yan was struck by such a powerful flow of energy. At this time, the young man felt somewhere among the stars. It seemed to him that the source fills his body with spiritual energy. The yellow light penetrated into each cell of his body and filled it from the inside. Tian felt more strongly. The body has become very light. It seemed that a small sun appeared inside the guy, filling it with unearthly energy. His whole body glowed from the inside. Tian closed his eyes for a few seconds. As soon as he opened his eyes again, a golden shine appeared in them. Now he has changed the color of the eyes from blue to bright yellow. Making his way among the ruins, the young man thought it was hallucinations. But his body, enclosed in a golden aura, spoke completely different. Tian has become much stronger. Previously damaged wounds were cured. All this was very strange and made me think that quite by chance the young man managed to find a treasure. Completely forgetting that he was underwater, the young man tried to laugh. He was glad that he became much stronger. Because of his laughter, Tian almost choked. He quickly clamped his mouth with both hands to completely block the water. In addition, the guy had no idea how long he had been underwater. Having clamping his mouth with one hand, he began to float to the surface. Everything was mixed in his mind. Everything that Tian saw in front of him was doubled in his eyes. He saw only blue and red lines. Suddenly, something exploded in his head. The face was illuminated by a bright golden light. The head was just split in pain. The young man's eyes began to close by themselves. He quickly lost his strength, having managed to think at the last moment that everything turned out to be fiction. His body quickly fell down. Hands and legs hung limply along the body. The guy could no longer resist. Closing his eyes, Tian gave his body into the hands of fate and plunged lower and lower, approaching the bottom of the deep lake. A little more, and he will remain forever among the ancient ruins. Already at the bottom of the lake, he seemed to hear through a dream that someone was calling Juan. Lindon was sitting on a chair and with a face skewed with fright, without stopping screaming, and called some Juan. The young man shouted, not sparing the vocal cords. From the tension, veins were swollen on his temples. Jan woke up from the scream of his friend. It turned out that a clear day had come for a long time. Birds circled over the house. Wiping his eyes, Tian barely remembered that Juan Tian was himself. Lindon was immensely happy that Juan came to his senses. Tian barely recognized his friend and asked why he was lying in bed. Lindon was glad to tell that last night the guard of the night patrol found him near the lake of a hidden sword. The guy listened in surprise to his friend. He remembered that the sword in the lake healed him and raised combat skills at once by 2 ranks. Having moved his hand, the young man felt that he had become much stronger, but signs of a shadow sword on his forehead were not visible. The guy sat on the bed and thought about how to call a sword. Lindon understood him incorrectly and decided that he needed to the toilet. Tian turned his head. Lindon was surprised that his friend was angry. Getting out of bed, the young man grabbed the guest by the cheeks and began to stretch them. Lindon cried in pain. Tian demanded to immediately tell where the young man became aware that the lake is called the Lake of a Hidden Sword. Rubbing red cheeks, the offended young man said that on a certain day and hour a shadow sword appears at the bottom of the lake. He heard this from the guard. Closing his eyes, Lindon said that 100 years ago the elders of the clan tried to get this sword, but no one could do it. He thoughtfully said that Juan lost consciousness yesterday from too long underwater due to greed. Tian replied in surprise that he had never been on the lake on the night of August 15th. Perhaps yesterday everything coincided. The young man frowned. The story Lindon was like the truth. It was not clear only why the head of the clan himself could not get this sword for years. Whatever had happened last night, all his wounds were healed. Shocking the air with his fist, Tian vowed to find his enemies and punish them. Even having received the 6th level of combat skills, Tian did not stop training and continued to hone his skills. The guy ran along the forest path so fast that not a single eye could have traced behind him. The guy felt the ease of his movements. The young man cut the air with a sword, continuing to run. From an invisible blow, a thick tree collapsed. Only a stump remained. Tian stopped. In the place where he fled, a deep hollow formed. He actually managed to free the essence of the sword. He was pleased with himself. He went to the hemp and carefully ran his palm along his absolutely smooth cut of 9 rings. Tian peered into a mirror, polished blade, and thought about it. Hiding the sword in the scabbard, he regretted that he could not study even faster. Suddenly, the young man heard a familiar voice and turned around. Lindon found him in the forest and joyfully fled to meet him. A relatively little growth, the guy shouted so loudly that his voice simply cut the ear to others. Tian smiled and affectionately asked his friend what happened. Lindon excitedly said that Wan Xin and Zhang Hu climbed the arena. Tian's face changed immediately. The news was very angry with him. The young man asked to tell you more about this. Young people quickly fled along the forest path. Tian asked why Wan Xin went to this. Turning to Lindon, the young man suggested that Wan Xin had no chance to win. Zhang Hu too rank above him. It turned out that Zhang Hu accused Wan Tian of trying to suicide after losing. Unable to withstand this, Wan Xin decided to sparring with him. Tian frowned. Zhang Hu has long intimidated everyone around his strength. The young man decided he ran faster. The guy rushed like a wind. It was time to put Jung Hoo in place. Lin Dan was left far behind and wished good luck. The highway fighting arena today did not complain about the lack of spectators. Everyone was interested in how the unequal battle would end. Wan Xin barely stood on his feet and breathed heavily. With his left hand, he clamped the wound on the right shoulder. Jung Hoo grinned gloatingly. The young man looked mockingly at the suffering opponent and stated that he had fought with only one hand. Therefore, the whole clan Huan cost nothing. Wan Xin shouted from the last forces that Wan Tian would return and win him. Jung Hoo was very angry. He received a sufficient occasion. Jung Hoo only waited to quickly deal with the Huan clan, which he did not like. He rushed to the enemy. On the move, swinging his sword, Jang Hoo with a distraught face tried to hit his opponent. The young man barely managed to block his blow with his sword. The blades carved sparks about each other. Wan Xin turned pale. He only now realized that his opponent was much stronger. Jang Hoo made a powerful jerk forward. As a result, Wan Xin could not resist his feet and flew back several meters. The young man hit his back on the cement coating of the arena. He needed at least a few minutes to catch his breath. Jang Hoo stepped on his chest with a heel. Wan Xin screamed with severe pain. Jang Hoo sat down nearby and smiled smugly. Wan Xin struggled to push the leg of Jang Hoo from his chest. His whole body trembled with tension, but nothing happened. He quickly calculated that he would not be anything for injuries in the arena. He smiled gloatingly and said that the young man asked. Jang Hoo brought a sword over a young man. In a crazy voice, he said that for a start he would cripple the enemy one of the legs. Wan Xin screamed with horror. Nothing at that moment could save him from severe injuries. Tian demanded to stop the duel. The guy turned his head and looked with one eye. Wan Tian held a sword in his hand like a spear. Jang Hoo turned around displeasedly. The young man released a bunch of energy into his enemy. Jang Hoo only at the last moment realized what was happening. He tried to block the blow with a sword. Seeing a cloud of dust and hearing a roar from the fall of the body in the fighting arena, the audience was delighted. All viewers were animatedly discussing the event. The flow of energy hit Jang Hoo with such force that he dropped his sword. The young man turned his head in and embittered towards the offender. From a strong blow on the hand of Jang Hoo, a large red spot appeared. Rubbing a bruised wrist, the young man realized that Huan Tian became stronger. A sword thrown by a guy was half stuck in the arena. If Jang Hoo did not dodge, he would have received serious injuries. Huan Tian ran to his clan member, examining his wounds. Jang Hoo looked at his opponent with hatred. The guy looked worried. He carefully asked Stone how he feels. The young man was worried that he had serious wounds. Wan Xin was very touched by his friend's attention. He smiled and replied that everything was fine with him. He escaped with several superficial wounds. Tian smiled barely noticeably. He suggested that Stone treat himself a little and at the same time look at the reprisal against his opponent. Wan Xin was seriously afraid for his friend. He knew that the young man's skills would not be enough and did not want to look at a cruel reprisal. Tian affectionately patted him on the head and assured that everything had changed. Stone looked at his friend with a surviving eye. Having frowned, the young man looked right in front of him. He drilled his eyes to Jang Hoo. He was eager to take revenge on his friend. Jang Hoo drew attention to this unkind look. The guy did not really like it. He will find a way to get even with Huan Pul. Tian came closer to Jang Hoo and firmly stated that he was calling him to a duel. The wind rose in the fighting arena. Wan Xin looked incredulously at the young man. At first he thought that he was heard. In their right mind, no one will go to this. She could not believe her happiness. He grinned and recalled that he had already won the guy more than once. Tian stood his ground. He looked completely serious and asked once again if Jang Hoo's challenge was accepting to a duel. The guy smiled. He admitted that the blow of the young man was not bad, but this is still not enough. Tian once again asked Jang Hoo about a duel. He could not miss the opportunity to cripple two at once and happily agreed to sparring. He raised his sword from the arena. Jang Hoo smiled and said, shaking his sword, that Wan Xin could not defeat him. He expressed the hope that it would be more interesting with the young man. Having scratched his neck, Tian smiled at the opponent. He promised that he could easily arrange an interesting fight for him. Having accepted the combat rack, Tian beckoned Jang Hoo to him, allowing him to attack himself. He looked confident. Jang Hoo was surprised. Tian stood unarmed. Jang Hoo asked the young man not to hesitate and quickly get his sword. Tian smiled at the enemy and said that Jang Hoo could defeat without weapons. Moreover, he can do this with one hand. The young man's statement caused a revival among the public. For a long time, sparring in the arena rarely had to see a good show. One of the spectators said incredulously to the interlocutor with purple hair and gold earrings that to fight without a sword too boldly. The young man stared into the distance. He replied that Huan Tian could win the battle only while at the peak of a 6th level. At this time, preparations for the battle began in the arena. Zhang Hu took out his sword and suspiciously moved to his opponent. He was haunted by too high self-esteem Huan Tian. Zhang Hu dreamed of effectively defeating his enemy. The young man thought about what he had to do, and therefore did not immediately pay attention to the fact that Zhang Hu changed his tactics. Zhang Hu Ranis rushed to the opponent. He hoped for the effect of surprise. Smiling gloatingly, he made plans for his revenge. Turning away from the surface of the arena, the fighter soared high into the sky. When he was in the air, his sword acquired a bright yellow color. Huan Tian seemed to see a ghostly golden lion. He could list combat skills and equipment used by Zhang Hu. Bright golden light fell upon the young man's eyes. He was surprised to understand that a ghostly sword helps him see everything he needed. The guy could predict any movement of his enemy. He easily found several shortcomings in his technique and accepted the combat rack. Having folded together the middle and index fingers, Huan Tian felt a surge of energy. He knew that with one hand, he would overcome the armed enemy. Quickly leaving his hand down, the guy forced the sword in the opponent's hands to obey him. The young man was surprised to lower his hand with a weapon down. As soon as Zhang Hu wanted to hit the young man with a blade, Huan Tian barely noticeably touched the sword. The deadly weapon deviated to the side. Zhang Hu could not understand what was happening at all and why the opponent was still standing on his feet. Because of this, he was angry even more. Moreover, Huan Tian quickly made an elusive movement, and Zhang Hu lost his sword. He himself could not explain how the sword flew out of his hands. The young man's sword flew to the side and pierced the arena. The whole and unharmed Huan Tian continued to step on the opponent. Zhang Hu got angry. He began to shower the young man with curses, not noticing that the opponent was unfolding for the next blow. The blow to the jaw was simply crushing. Zhang Hu lost one tooth and lost consciousness. In addition, a powerful impetus of Huan Tian sent his enemy on flight. From a great height, Zhang Hu fell his back into the arena. Having come to his senses, Zhang Hu tried to stand under the enthusiastic cries of the public. The young man calmly watched the enemy. Now that guy from the crowd has changed his mind and admitted that Huan Tian is very strong. The interlocutor, with the eyes of an expert, appreciated the actions of the young man. Zhang Hu barely breathed. From severe pain and his insults inflicted on him, his eyes were watery. A solid bump jumped out on the cheek. The hand lay limply in the arena. A thin stream of blood oozed from the nose. In a quiet, barely audible voice, Zhang Hu called his opponent. Huan Tian stood nearby and calmly watched his sufferings. Zhang Hu asked how he managed to win this battle. He lost his patience and cried out in his voice. After all, Huan Tian was the most ordinary insignificance before and could not stand up for himself. The young man did not have time to finish the phrase. Huan Tian hit him in the face. Zhang Hu wrapped herself. He lost a few more teeth. Huan Tian looked at his opponent and sternly told him that it was revenge for Huan Xin. He quickly bent down and grabbed the offender by the leg. Quickly retreating back, the winner dragged the young man on his back behind him. Zhang Hu screamed heartily. His whole body hurt after the battle. Huan Tian frowned and looked the enemy in the eye. He suggested Zhang Hu to talk about who should not be called a discharge. Huan Tian dealt his offender in the middle of the fighting arena and began to turn his leg. Zhang Hu begged him to let him go. Blood continued from his broken nose. At least as a result of the battle, Zhang Hu lost 4 teeth. Huan Tian smiled barely noticeably. He was pleased that Zhang Hu recognized himself as a discharge and intercepted the enemy's leg comfortably. With a light movement of his hand, Huan Tian raised his opponent by the leg and threw the young man away, previously promoting him. Zhang Hu took off high into the sky and shouted that he recognized his defeat. He was very scared. The young man prayed that everything ended faster. A few seconds passed, and the large body of Zhang Hu was again in the solid arena. This time the young man fell face down. All viewers were dumbfounded. No one could believe that he would see the defeat of a high-ranking fighter. Huan Xin laughed joyfully. Everyone silently looked at the arena. More recently, Huan Tian was very weak, but today he beat the leader of the Zhang family. The winner still could not subside and demanded to answer the question of who is useless in this arena. Zhang Hu screamed that there was no need to beat him anymore. Raising his 5 up, the young man publicly said loudly that he recognized his defeat, but there was no need to beat him. Huan Tian frowned and stated that it was only a small lesson as a revenge for a cousin. The next time it will be much worse. Turning contemptuously, the young man walked away. The thunderstorm of the arena, Zhang Hu sat in the arena and wiped his face with a resentment. The audience watched what was happening in surprise. Only a guy with gold earrings was closely watching both opponents. His interlocutor excitedly said that Huan Tian quickly reached skill and will soon be able to become the first student. A man with earrings said that there was nothing to envy here. Zhang San will take revenge for his brother. The young man noticed that Huan Tian could not enter into a duel. A young man with blonde hair entered the conversation and asked his younger brother to keep his mouth. Zhang Long could hear him. Since the younger brother did not see the connection, the young man explained that Zhang Long is in the top 3 of the best students and would easily deal with him. Only now the surprised young man realized why, until then, no one touched Zhang Hu. He bowed and thanked the elder for the instruction. At this time, Huan Tian jumped from the fence of the arena and faced his friends. They were glad to see him again. They joyfully discussed the combat skills of Tian. The audience involuntarily turned to them and looked with interest at the new fighter. Tian hastened to transfer the conversation in a different direction and asked Stone how to heal his wounds. The young man replied that everything was fine. The guy smiled slyly and invited his friends to walk a little through the fresh air. They have something to talk about. As soon as he heard that his older friend passed the 6th level of development, Danzi screamed so loudly that the bird flew off the tree, losing feathers along the way. The kid was tired and fell asleep with questions. Huan Tian and the satellite immediately shut their ears. Tian smiled. He was glad to tell his friends that his skills were growing. Therefore, he needs to increase his level. Stone asked in surprise what happened to the meridians. He knew very well that the young men were damaged in childhood. The young man admitted that his lake healed from all injuries. Stone expressed the hope that in the future Tian will become an internal student. Lindan informed his older friend that Zhang Long would take revenge on his brother. He heard this from conversations near the arena. Tian smiled barely noticeably and said that he should not worry. He will be able to cope with everyone who decides to attack. He gently clicked Danzi on the tip of his nose, and the young man wrinkled displeasedly. Tian said that he needed martial arts in the pavilion. Saying goodbye to friends, Tian rushed about his business with quick jumps. Lindan sat and cried with resentment. Lindan was very worried about Tian. He was heard about the excessive cruelty of Zhang Long and therefore asked if he had to help him. Stone reassured the young man. He knew that Tian would not boast of just like that. This difficult guy knows what he is doing. At this time, Tian fled to the martial arts pavilion. It was necessary to do a lot. Seeing a complex of large buildings, the young man stopped. It was exactly the place where he was so eager to get. The enormous building also served as a bridge over the gorge. At the entrance to the library, Huan Tian ran into little difficulties. All space behind the steps was closed by a shield. The young man raised his head up and examined the library with interest. He had never been here and hoped to find many new knowledge. Thinking, Huan Tian slowly rose higher. From this state, he was led by a loud shout of the minister. The gray-haired elder with a long mustache, looking at the young man, asked for what purpose he came to the library. Bowing respectfully, the guy replied that he had recently reached a 6th level and wants to study other martial arts techniques. The elder incredulously checked his jade identifier of the personality and returned him back, putting a little chi into him. Closing his eyes, the elder said that he gave 6 hours to study the technician. Huan Tian politely thanked him and bowed. Immediately after this, the elder seemed to evaporate in the air. The surprised young man was difficult to assume how strong the man was. Huan Tian came closer to the blue shield and carefully examined it. He completely blocked the path inside. Turning to the coating, the young man decided that it was a combat shield. Putting his identifier, Tian passed through the shield. The young man walked along a long corridor. Many lamps lit his path. Despite the fact that the corridor seemed empty, danger lurked in it. The next corridor was much larger. The arched arches were richly decorated with gold and red metal. Near the stairs leading to the library itself, Huan Tian stopped. The racks were very high until the ceiling. Books flew in the air. Tian frowned. Unfortunately, in childhood, they carefully followed him, and the young man could not afford to come here. Going down the stairs, he remembered that he could not afford to study family fighting techniques, as he risks opening his own personality. The young man stood with his eyes closed, and his whole life flew in front of him. Raising his head, he suspected that the bookshelves were high. In addition, training books flew everywhere, and it was completely impossible to keep up with them and read at least one of them. Preparing to jump behind the book, Tian heard a quiet voice. In front of him stood a low young man with glasses. He folded his hands behind him. The guy was waist deep, and I pulled him to sit down to talk to him and ask for advice on how to get a book. The senior minister carefully looked at the young man. He said that in this library, books are selected with the help of the mind. The young man pointed to a jade identifier built into the table. The identifier should be attached to this table. Having concentrated energy in him, the minister held out his hand towards the bookshelves. One of the books flew into his hands. Huan Tian saw this for the first time. He could not believe that this is generally possible without the use of special magic. Having turned the book, the young man immediately began to study it and turned in the other direction. Tian thanked him for his help. The young man went to the table. There was a green circle on the pedestal. Following the instructions, Tian touched him. The jade circle was immediately illuminated. He took his identifier from his pocket, concentrating on it. Tian felt like a grain of sand in an endless star space. His digital personality seemed to be rushed through hyperspace. There was only an endless blue ocean ahead, In the middle of blue space, various books flew randomly. Huan Tian was here in the golden sphere. His silhouette was also golden. The library was just a huge choice of books, and the young man just scattered his eyes. He could not choose where to start. The digital image of the guy was in an endless blue space. A lot of books flew around him. After thinking a little, Huan Tian decided that first it was necessary to study the techniques themselves and leave martial arts for later. His eyes of the golden digital image caught fire. It was time to start familiarization with new techniques. Tempering his hand up and extending his palm to the bookshelves, Huan Tian began to wait until the desired book came to him. Having impatiently looking at the top, the young man was stupefied. Whole dozens of books flew right in his direction. Tian did not expect them to be so many. Each of the books strove to get a young man in the head. He screamed after every hit. When the dust scattered, everyone saw Tian with a mountain of books. Everyone who was nearby laughed at the newcomer. Not knowing what he really needs, the young man even took the holy scriptures of Tun Tian. Having covered with books from all sides, Huan Tian fluently studied each of them, choosing the one that suits him the most. One of the selected books was called The Technique of Pure Jan, and it could be interesting. According to the description, the young man realized that this was a strong technique. It turned out that there is one small condition. This technique demanded to keep the body virgin and suppress desire. As soon as he learned about this, Huan Tian wrinkled displeasedly and abandoned the book behind his back to hundreds of the same books unnecessary to him. A little tired of long searches, the young man lay down on the floor and thought. He hoped to find the equipment he needed much faster. There was only one option. It was possible to choose the technique of winding the wind. Suddenly a minister appeared behind him. Having looked at the mountains of books that Huan Tian chose disapprovingly, the minister in glasses threw another book to him. The young man looked at the book in surprise. Judging by the cover, the book spoke about the abilities of Van Chunjan. The senior minister stared at the young man through glasses. Huan Tian smiled and asked what this book is about. The minister straightened his glasses. He realized that the young man wanted to study the strongest equipment. This book is better than others, but it is difficult to study. Huan Tian opened the book and looked through it with interest. He asked if she was strong enough to resist other techniques. The minister spoke in detail about the steps that can be mastered thanks to this book using martial arts. The description of the book was quite suitable for the young man. Huan Tian joyfully exclaimed that he likes the book. He would study it. The minister was very surprised. He was sure that the guy came to the library just to read. Tian opened the book and admitted that it was not bad. The minister came closer and asked to be more accurate with the equipment. For 1,000 years, only 3 people were able to get this skill. The young man smiled and thanked for the advice. He has already made a decision and will study this particular technique. The minister folded his hands on his chest and offered to start with simpler techniques. You can practice the technique of pure Jan. Huan Tian grimaced. Seeing his reluctance, the minister spoke about the holy scriptures. The young man flatly abandoned these books. Drying a little, the guy decided to go straight. He asked the minister to approach him better. The young man raised his head perplexedly and looked carefully at the visitor. He asked if he knew the guest what he needed. Leaning toward the minister closer, Huan Tian asked him in a whisper if there are books in the library that describe a stronger technique. The minister thought for a while and held out his hand. From the very top shelf, the book in the blue cover has moved to his hand. The cover of the book was all in dust. In addition, there was no name on it. The young man wondered what kind of book it is. Having gained air, the minister brought the book closer and blew a long layer of dust from the cover. All the dust flew onto the young man, clutching his head and shoulders. Tian lay on the floor, jerking off the dust. It turned out that the book is called The Shadow Technique of the Sword. Having dealt with dust, Huan Tian looked in surprise at the minister and asked what step the sword technique was. Looking to the side, the minister handed the young man a book with yellowed pages. He stated that the technique meets the high level of Xuan. Tian could not believe such a coincidence. Turning the book in his hands, he asked why no one had previously been interested in this book. Turning away to the side and straightening his glasses, the young man replied that the shadow technique of the sword was only at a high level earlier. The minister said that 100 years ago this technique belonged to the Sheng Tao dynasty and was used along with mental technology. But the years went, and the minister clan could not get mental technique. And without it, the technique of the shadow sword costs nothing. Huan Tian smiled triumphantly. It was exactly what he needed. He informed the surprised minister that he was choosing this book. The minister tried to dissuade this decision. Huan Tian smiled and said that he had reasons for choosing this technique. The minister got angry and turned around. He went about his business. Huan Tian respectfully bowed to the minister. Without turning around, the minister advised choosing the technique of the shadow leopard. This will be the best option. Huan Tian was surprised and thanked the man for a valuable remark. The minister's advice could be useful in his training. This gentleman was funny. Only when the man was already far away, the young man remembered that he did not ask what his name was. Conveniently settling on the floor, Huan Tian opened the book. He will be able to find out the name of this man. Now it is more important. Having frowned, the young man carefully read the book and comprehended the new technique. An image of a shadow sword appeared on the forehead. Having reached the last page, Huan Tian slammed the book. He read it completely and now considered the read. It was most surprising that the young man only read her once and already remembered her content. Huan Tian looked at the cover of the book. He was eager to see how good the technique of the swan stage is. On one page, the young man came across a quote from which it followed that any military equipment could be opposed. Opening the book, Huan Tian carefully studied the styles of the technique of the shadow sword. Unfortunately, mental technique was not mentioned here. One of the turns of the book was especially interested in him. Warriors depicted in illustrations looked like living people. Unfortunately, the last page was completely empty. This upset the young man a little. There could be valuable material. Huan Tian read the last lines. It followed from them that each student himself should choose the path of studying technology. Suddenly, everything has changed. Large hieroglyphs from the book turned into golden warriors demonstrating techniques. Huan Tian himself, surrounded by a blue glow, was again in the endless space of galaxies and foggy. The clusters of stars and foggy formed in front of him something like a long tunnel, in the depths of which something shone brightly. Overcoming the distance through the hyperspace, the shadow sword was at the face of the young man. From his radiance, the young man covered his eyes with his hands. Moreover, the light was so blinding that Huan Tian involuntarily tilted his head. It was impossible to look at the bright light. The shadow sword swept past, and the young man could straighten up. Looking at the removing point in space, Tian appreciated the speed of the sword. Provided by the elder 6 hours to study the techniques expired. Having crossed the bridge, the young man sighed in relief. The evening has come. The sun went beyond the horizon. Yawning, Huan Tian began to stretch. The time has come for classes. Closing one eye, the young man remembered that low master from the library. The book that he provided was good. Remembering the written, Huan Tian took the rack exactly as the author of the book advised. He felt a slight breath of wind. Having accumulated enough energy, the young man rushed to run along the forest path. He felt that he was moving faster than before. This was the technique of the shadow leopard. Only a real predator could catch up with the guy during his forest run. Huan Tian rushed until he was in front of a small platform. Having slowed down too quickly, the young man was in a cloud of dust. In general, the young man was pleased. He managed to master 78% of the technique of the shadow leopard. The site was not empty. Raising his head, Huan Tian saw several ill-wishers who managed to find him here. The recently beaten in the arena Zhang Hu brought a help in the form of a young man named Niu and his team. He could not cope with everyone. Zhang Hu yelled delightedly, pointing to the Niu to his offender. Niu carefully looked at Huan Tian. Huan Tian, looking at the young man, also recognized him without difficulty. It was Niu Jigao from a fairly famous family. Squinting his eyes, Huan Tian asked how the 7th-level combat practitioner could be interested in his person. Ni Jigao stepped forward a little and looked at him appraisingly. Zhang Hu stomped on the spot. He wanted to take revenge on the young man. Jigao squinted his eyes and said Tiana that he had heard about combat successes and would like to get some tips from him as a master. Huan Tian contemptuously replied that Jigao could simply call him to a duel. Moreover, a little practice will not hurt. Jigao smiled and noticed that Huan Tian was too high about himself. He does not even imagine who he contacted. Without turning to his people, Niu ordered them to leave. Zhang Hu looked at the young man. Revenge was close. In less than a second, 3 fighters from the support group ran in different directions and disappeared into thick green foliage. They raced in different directions and simultaneously invited everyone to look at the battle between Jinin's students. Zhang Hu rejoiced. Finally, he waited for this minute. Zhang Hu strangled through his teeth, which is over for Tian. Huan Tian scratched his neck and smiled. He hinted at Zhang Hu that the senior Niu will soon become a laughingstock for the whole crowd. Niu frowned. He did not like this conversation. Zhang Hu shouted that Huan Tian could not even survive the first attack. Jigao raised his head to the sky and told the young man that this is all an empty chatter. In the arena, he himself will beg for mercy. The sun fell lower. Fighters in the training arena worked out combat techniques on mannequins. Out of breath, one of the messengers of the NIU ran to the arena and loudly proclaimed that the battle between the students of Jinin would take place now. 2 fighters who worked out the blows in sparring a few minutes ago turned in surprise to the run. Up, young man. The guy, like a madman, ran around the arena and invited all the fighters to go with him and look at the duel between Jinin's students. One of the rapidly running to look at the show in the forest of the guys saw one of the elders in front of him. It turned out that he also wants to look at sparring. Everything was explained by the fact that usually few saw such fighters in the face. Such fights have always been of great interest. When one of the sent messengers arrived at the place, hundreds of fighters gathered near the small forest site. The young man who arrived among the latter could not believe his eyes. There were no more people on duels for a long time. The senior young man who was in such a hurry to see the battle now stood, contemptuously folding his arms over his chest. Some young man demanded to miss him better. The foreman was sure that the battle would take place very quickly. The young man nearby asked what that student was like. He replied that the guy's name is Huan Tian. Until recently, he was not interesting, but now the young man has reached the 6th level. Having learned the necessary information about the opponent, the young man turned to another neighbor and asked Tian's chances for success. Jianhu suggested that after the last victory, Huan Tian became proud, but today he would definitely be put in place. Niu Jigao stood in the fighting arena and looked at the enemy in bewilderment. Until the last, he did not believe that Huan Tian would come. Jigao smiled. The victory was in his pocket. He exclaimed that the young man would pay for his arrogance. Huan Tian did not mind. He removed the sword. His deadly steel flashed in the rays of the setting sun. The young man promised to play with pulling in full force. The guy accepted the combat rack and deviated back for the run. He quickly waved his sword and remained satisfied with the speed of movements. Pushing himself from the surface of the arena, Niu Jigao rushed to the enemy, waving his sword. Huan Tian remained standing still. Jianhu was forced to admit that Jigao was moving very quickly. All the rest and all eyes stared at the arena. Huan Tian began to get a sword from behind. He still had time to meet his opponent and repulse him. Carefully watching the enemy, Huan Tian estimated that the speed of movement is comparable to the speed of Juwin. There is still a long way ahead. At that moment, when Niu jumped forward, the young man bent down and waved his sword up, applying the shadow division of the body. It happened completely unexpected. Niu Jigao grabbed the damaged hand, grimacing with severe pain. Huan Tian grunted contemptuously. For him, this meant nothing. The young man simply punished the outline, that's all. At the very moment when Jigao was supposed to strike a crushing blow, the guy ahead of him and hit his sword from the bottom up. Grabbing the damaged shoulder, Jigao tried to stop the blood. Tian stood his back to him and admired the sunset. It was just incredible. The audience screamed indignantly. The young man, almost late for the show, was surprised the most. A murmur was heard in all the stands. Everything happened too fast, and most did not have time to notice anything. The guy who was between the senior students turned uneasily to one or the other. He did not understand how this happened. One of the elders turned pale. Closing his eyes, he informed the persistent student that the whole thing was the speed of the fighter. Huan Tian was faster. He made a meaningful pause and frowned. There was one important difference between the masters of the 6th and 7th level. Huan Tian exclaimed that he could not defeat him without the spirit of the sword, and therefore he lost to the NIU. Even on the knees, Jigao did not recognize the defeat. He grabbed a sword with lightning speed, which immediately took a crimson hue. Niu shouted that he could not lose such insignificance. Having flashed fiercely with his sword, Jigao rushed to the enemy, shouting along the way that Huan Tian will never lose. Spectators enthusiastically watched the actions of the senior NIU. Huan Tian realized that his opponent used the spirit of the sword. The young man accepted the combat rack, preparing to repel the new attack of the enemy. There was no shadow of fear on his face. He confidently looked forward, waving his blade, leaving a beautiful blue light. Huan Tian shouted to Niu, who also knows how to use the essence of the sword. Two entities of the sword encountered at great speed. The red spirit of the sword cracked in half and scattered into the fragments. Only now Niu Jigao began to understand who he was dealing with. He turned pale and was not in earnest, being fired for himself that it was impossible. The blue essence of the sword was approaching closer to the NRU, illuminating his face. The young man gasped muffledly, realizing that he was the end. A few seconds later, there was a terrible roar. A high column of dust rose, from which the senior NIU flew out with a cry. The explosive wave was so strong that Niu Jigao flew over the fencing of the arena and fell to the ground, bleeding. Zhang Hu was indignant most of all. He remained unexpected. One of the minions of the NIU was lamented due to his defeat and wounds. Spectators lively began to discuss the situation of the NRU. Most of all, it was surprised that Huan Tian could do it. The battle was completed. Huan Tian sighed in relief, and with a victorious look asked his enemies if there were still questions to him. Huan Tian jumped over the arena. One of the viewers enthusiastically stated that the elder Huan was very strong, since he was able to defeat the NRU. A fair-haired man was surprised. He noticed that immediately after the victory, the young man began to call Tian the senior Huan. Having frowned, he suggested that this is the technique of the Huan Tian clan, or the result of the technique of pure yang. The young man exclaimed enthusiastically that he also wanted to practice this technique. John Hu invited him to study the scripture of Tun Tian to start. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard in the crowd. Some man demanded to free him and pushed the young man like a gun. Despite the fact that the impetus was non-reliable, the untrained young man lost his balance and fell on his back. Sitting to the ground, the young man felt his face and groaned. He indignantly asked who dared to do this with him. The audience screamed enthusiastically when they saw a tall, red-haired young man. Senior John Luan was known for entering the best 3 students. John Luan shouted Wan Tian that he had performed pretty well. The young man grunted contemptuously. He understood what all this is. Turning to the young man, Wan Tian smiled and suggested that the elder John Luan wanted to challenge him. John Luan fed off his opponent and said that Wan Tian was not strong enough for a battle with him. The young man was not very upset. He expected to hear this, but hoped that thanks to the shadow sword he would quickly strengthen his skills. Shocking with a sword in the scabbard, Wan Tian smiled and exclaimed that he called him to a duel 3 months later at the tournament between the students. Spectators rustled excitedly. It was unheard of. Wan Tian dared to challenge one of the strongest students. John Luan smiled condescendingly. He understood that the young man simply wore a delay for 3 months so that no one would touch him. Jan Luan agreed to wait 3 months. Turning to his friends, he led them along. Zhang Hu laughed merrily. Having folded his arms over his chest, 2 elders gloomily discussed the position of the young man. John Hu said that Wan Tian simply became a hostage to circumstances. The fair-haired young man thoughtfully replied that John Luan had reached the 10th level and only one person could resist him. Remembering Tian's military skills, he noticed that the young man would not last long in the arena during this fight. The evening has come. Wan Tian thought for a long time about the upcoming tournament, shorting the way home, and finally reached the Huang estate. The young man opened the door. The last sun's rays broke into the room. Tian asked how Wan Shu feels. Smiling barely noticeably, some unfamiliar man turned to Tian. He assured that he examined the young man. Nothing threatens him. Suzing, Lin Dan introduced a man sitting in a chair. It was the senior Wu Lao. The man said that he already knew about John Luan. Wan Tian smiled barely noticeably, and said that Wu Lao understood everything a little wrong. They have a small conflict, nothing more. Wu Lao looked at him seriously and said that the young man may not be afraid. He is here on behalf of Feng Yana. Of course, the name of the elder John was well known in the district, and Wan Tian was a little surprised. He was one of the best in the district. Squinting his eyes, Wu Lao said that he has a good business offer. Of course, the young man will give time to think. For the miserable 300 silver coins, the senior Yang guarantees protection, and no one can even touch it with a finger. Wan Tian did not think for a minute. He proudly told Wu Lao that the offer is absolutely not interested in him. He does not need protection. Wu Lao squinted his eyes. He could not believe that someone dared to dry the elder John and rejects his proposal. Smiling cunningly, Wu Lao folded his arms over his chest and bent closer to the young man. He confidentially said that Tian simply had no other choice. Wan Tian continued to stand his ground and stated that he did not need support from anyone. He could deal with everything on his own. Wu Lao flared up. He promised that very little time would pass, and the young man would regret that he refused. Wan Tian dryly said goodbye to the guest, making it clear that the visit was completed. Wu Lao at the door itself stated that Wan Tian would still come to him. The front door slammed shut with a roar. Wan Tian thought about his guest. He could not afford to be proper. Lin Dan made some inarticulate sounds, holding his head. Wan Tian sympathetically asked what was happening to him. It turned out that Lin Dan was worried about his older friend. He did not want trouble and was ready to help with money. The young man looked displeased at his younger friend. Lin Dan simply did not understand that 3 silver coins were not so few. Wan Tan leaned toward the young man and affectionately patted his hair. He explained that the warrior's path requires very large costs. For example, now its budget is 500 silver coins, and there's not even enough money for the necessary tablets to increase skills. Lin Dan began to bend his fingers concentrated. Wan Tan lightly clicked him on his ear and said that he could not save on training. He told his younger friend that there was enough money for his 2nd level, but in the future it was necessary to earn more. Lin Dan asked how to solve the issue with the elder John. Wan Tian smiled and said that you should not worry about it. A month later, 3 friends walked along a mountain trail. One of the guys said that John Hu had excellent potential, he can achieve perfection. Zhang Hu told friends that he had been training intensely, unlike Wan Tian, who simply found an artifact. During the conversations, 3 young people quickly came to a large ceremonial hall. Not everyone was allowed here. Suddenly, one of the young men saw a very familiar face and suggested Zhang Hu too look at the guy upstairs. One of the terraces was a young man slowly. In his gait and appearance, he was very similar to Wan Tian. The young man with a shaved nape could not understand why Wan Tian came to the hall today. Zhang Hu had a bad foreboding. He added a step and ordered his friends to follow him. It was necessary to find out what was really happening. 3 young men, out of breath, reached the entrance to the terrace. Zhang Hu called his enemy with a formidable voice. Huan Tian stood his back to them. Having recognized the voice of Zhang Hu, the young man turned his head slightly and grinned to his enemies. An unpleasant surprise awaited them. Huan Tian stood at the rack of issuing awards. The girl at the counter read out a list of the received awards for reaching the 7th level. The administrator smiled and wished him good luck. The young man took the bag and smiled from the girl from the heart in response. The girl behind the persistent squeezed out with embarrassment and covered her mouth with her hand. The young man turned the other way and saw his enemies in the corner. Rescue did not give Zhang Hu rest. He was then covered and timidly suggested that Huan Tian received the following level. The young man smiled indulgently. He admitted that thanks to training reached the 7th rank. Zhang Hu got angry. He vowed that Huan Tian would still surpass and destroy him in front of the whole public. Huan Tian smiled barely noticeably. The young man got angry even more. Huan Tian offered Zhang Hu to attack him if there was enough strength. The opponent did not expect such a turn of events and began to back away. Having stumbled, he fell on his back. Huan Tian silently looked at him. Zhang Hu caught his breath. He could not clench himself. The partners immediately ran up to him and began to lift it from the floor. The young man walked along the forest path and calculated his medical reserves received for the level. It's not so easy to be strong. After some time, Huan Tian found himself at a low oblong building. It was a merit hall in which you can choose a mission. The young man looked around. Seeing a tall girl, Huan Tian decided that she could be asked for advice. He called out his older sister. A slender girl with light green hair and a white brooch in the form of a lotus immediately turned around with interest. Huan Tian could not say a word in surprise. Being confused, he exclaimed that the girl was very pretty. Hearing a compliment, the girl was blushing. She grinned. It seemed completely incredible that the stranger so simply called her a beauty. Having arched back, the girl emphasized her chiseled figure. She put her leg forward in long boots with golden inserts. Huan Tian realized his oversight. Smiling, he introduced himself and asked how to get a mission. The face of the stranger immediately changed. She looked thoughtfully at the young man and repeated his name as if she knew it. Huan Tian looked at the girl. The guy was not aware of where she knew his name, because he was here for the first time. The girl smiled. Many talked about the upcoming battle of 2 external students. Tian said that he did not want such fame. The stranger frowned and suggested that he was afraid to lose publicly. The young man explained that his glory does not combine with his style. The girl laughed and coquettishly turned her head to the side. Huan Tian impatiently asked what about his mission. The beauty smiled. In her eyes, genuine interest shone. Everything was explained by the fact that few decided to speak with her. The girl talked about various missions. Unfortunately, only external students were resolved only assignments for the murder of animals and the search for herbs. It was important to find out how to get the points of merits in this mission. In addition, they could be exchanged for silver coins. After listening to all the information provided, Huan Tian realized that the whole mission was reduced to hunting and selling production for profit. The girl said that she needed to go and said goodbye to the young man. Huan Tian cordially thanked her for the advice. The guy smiled. He really liked the girl and he hoped to make friends with her a little later. Leaving the territory with training complexes, Huan Tian sighed in relief. Finally, he can prove himself and show himself a hunter. He stood at a fork in full equipment with a backpack and a loincloth. For the mission, he was given a map of the area. Huan Tian began to slowly turn the card. Based on the details of the mission, the closest place for hunting was the Yinyan Ridge. The guy took a rack from the technique of the shadow leopard. Huan Tian smiled, counting the not-earned gold coins and wire glasses yet. The young man shouted to the world that he was following his awards. He fled so quickly that the observer from the outside could not keep track of him. In the area of the mission, there was another person. Wu Lao, hiding behind a tree, stealthily watched a cloud of dust on the trail. The path of the young man lay along the quick mountain river. Having reached the cliff on the edge of which the tree grew, Huan Tian jumped below. Training his body, the guy ran faster. To achieve the indicated place as early as possible, he moved with long jumps. Despite the fact that behind Tian there was a heavy backpack, this did not prevent him from moving quickly and silently. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Huan Tian found that someone was hiding in the bushes. He immediately stopped, raising a column of dust in front of him. Huan Tian stepped another step and loudly demanded that the man who hid and followed him if there was enough courage. Smiling at the whole mouth, a young man with light brown hair came out of the thicket. The stranger admitted that Huan Tian is good enough. Squinting his eyes, the stranger on his outstretched hand held his sword, showing his readiness for battle if you need to use force. He smiled barely noticeably and ordered to follow him. According to him, the senior Yang ordered to do so. Huan Tian raised his eyebrows in surprise. He answered the stranger that he was not at all interested in the senior Yang, and the young man is better to leave. Taking out the sword from the scabbard, the stranger said that Tian could detain Tian for a while, and there the senior Yang will come. Huan Tian laughed. Removing a backpack from his shoulders, he told the young man that he was trying to delay his simply meaningless venture. Having rummaged in a backpack, Huan Tian took out a sword and threw a backpack to the ground. An explosive wave was torn off a whole layer of land. The young man rushed forward and waved his sword in front of the stranger. Unfortunately, his blow did not reach the goal. The man went back in time and put the sword in front of him, blocking the blow. He frowned and stated that the opponent was too slow. Huan Tian grinned and asked if the young man was sure of his words. The stranger with horror noticed some ghostly movement of his sword. Only at the last moment did he realize that it was Huan Tian. Bending, the young man rushed at his enemy. Having jumped forward, Huan Tian in the air took a horizontal position and tried to cut the young man in half on the fly. The deadly blade of the blade whistled very close. The stranger frowned angrily and clasped his teeth. It was a difficult blow. The guy rushed forward and lunged. The stranger was already ready for this. He left the attack, twisting his body like a tornado funnel. Huan Tian frowned. He realized that the enemy was specifically dragging time. His opponent laughed. At such a distance, it could not be reached. The deadly funnel of the hurricane was getting closer. To the surprise of the young man, Huan Tian disappeared somewhere without a trace. The young man at this time flew to the top of tornado. After all, every student knows that the weakest place of the funnel is its center. Raising his head up, the stranger was horrified by Huan Tian, flying at the speed of the cheetah directly to him. Having slapping the opponent's right shoulder with his sword, Huan Tian landed on his knee. He promised to release the bleeding young man. Not far away, there was a loud voice, and the guy immediately turned around. He was accused of wounding a Sokoplan, a senior rank. Based on the sword, Huan Tian was waiting for the development of events. Some man rushed past the young man who was crumbling from the wound. Wu Lao was furious. Having clenched his fists, this time he intended to teach a presumptuous jerk in the punishment hall. Having quickly stood on his feet, Huan Tian straightened his backpack. He smiled and stated that only idiots were usually waiting. He does not consider himself that. Applying the technique of the shadow leopard, the young man quickly rushed along the mountain trail. The enraged Wu Lao ordered him to stop immediately. With surprise for himself, the guy found that he was running faster. Wu Lao did not understand this. He was sure that he would calmly catch up with the young man. Suddenly, Wu Lao noticed that the silhouette of the guy in front of him was getting less and more with every second. Realizing that the pursuit was becoming useless, Wu Lao stopped. He could not understand how the young man managed to tear himself away. Meanwhile, Huan Tian fled faster, increasing the pace. Turning back, the young man realized that Wu Lao would no longer catch up with him. Stopping at the halt, he took out a map. The young man understood that it was better to go around. They could be ambushed in front of him. 4 hours later, Huan Tian was already near a small building. For 200 silver coins, the young man acquired a red griffin. In front of him lay a long path. At the same time, the young man overcame only a small section of the track. As luck would have it, he came across an unusually lazy griffin. Unfortunately, the young man was deceived on the farm. The red-haired animal was so lazy that it did not want to fly and moved only on the ground. Huan Tian smiled. He knew that even at such a speed it would easily leave the pursuers if he was not grabbed soon. Having discovered the intersection with signs, the guy was very surprised. The young man did not think that he was able to get to the city of pure water in a short time. The decision came quickly. He will spend it and sell his animal tomorrow and then continue his journey. The market trader was well versed in animals and therefore did not want to overpay for the purchase. Huan Tasi had to take what they were given. He hoped to sell Griffin at least 200 gold, but he had to give in 170. Running from the city, Huan Tian sighed heavily and told himself that now he had to earn even more money. Here in open areas, he developed an unprecedented speed. The young man wanted to arrive at the place as soon as possible. Having reached the mountains of the evil wind, the guy stopped. In addition to mountains and trees, nothing was visible. Huan Tian checked with the card. Apparently the monsters of the second and third levels should live here. The technique of the shadow leopard will help him. A sudden ferocious roar echoed in the mountains. The young man turned his head in surprise towards the sound. As far as he understood, it was a howl of a metal-toothed wolf. Apparently people could be in his side. The guy ran to the sound and pushed off the cliff. He jumped down and quickly ran down the forest path, moving with jumps from time to time. The dense forest ended, but still nothing was visible through the foliage. Jumping out of the bushes, Huan Tian saw the monster with surprise. The enormous wolf had bright green eyes and mouth, as if something was shining from the inside. The young man realized that he was not mistaken. This is really a metal-toothed wolf. The monster growled angrily and slowly moved to the opponent. The guy threw off his backpack and promised the beast that he would not allow himself to eat. Pulling the sword from the scabbard, Huan Tian smiled and stated that he would destroy the annoying animal for his intentions. The guy took the fighting rack and slightly tilted his knee. The wolf bowed his head and grinned, as if I realized that the battle would be difficult. The energy of his body was transmitted to the paws. Now, as if from the inside, they glowed green. The wolf aggressively tore the earth with claws under him. At that very moment, a huge animal made a jump. Huan Tian was ready for this in advance and applied the style that cuts the body. Brushed blood monster with a howl slipped over the guy's head. Having evading the blow, the young man cut the body of the wolf. He reproached himself for frivolity. He could lose his life. At least he had experience points. Huan Tian sat over the body of a defeated enemy and began to sort out the insides that could bring the most benefit. Apparently, the pink artifact in his hand was the heart of a wolf. The system store rated it at 15 points. The guy quickly cut the killed animal and decided to leave himself only his skin and teeth. Few points were awarded for the rest. After some time, Huan Tian took his head and realized that after a fight with a low-level monster, he was very tired. In half a day, he earned only 28 points. It was an insignificantly small indicator, and it was necessary to look for rivals stronger. Not far from the path, the young man saw a tall tree with thick foliage. It was exactly what was needed. He jumped higher. Of many books, the guy knew that the blood of other animals could serve as an excellent bait. The danger was only that a strong monster could come. Reflecting his past battle, Huan Tian began to better understand the military equipment and was ready to use it more efficiently. The young man lay down comfortably on a large bitch, hoping to relax a bit. He hoped that at least a couple of monsters would appear here. Huan Tian at that time was on a high tree and tried to track his prey. Suddenly the bushes stirred, and a gray wolf with fangs came out from there. He went around the body of his fellow, completely covered with blood. Huan Tian was very surprised when he saw him because it was the spirit of a second-level wolf that specializes in disguise and wondered what he does in open areas. However, immediately after that, he jumped from the same branch down to grab his sword. The guy decided to finish this matter so that he did not scare anyone else. Late, noticing the approach of the protagonist, the wolf opened his mouth and began to howl. His eyes at the same time lit up with red light. However, Huan Tian did not at all accept this attention and killed the wolf with one clear blow. After that, the guy laughed and realized that this wolf would give him 28 points so that there was a very good result. A couple of hours later, Huan Tian held many remains of spirits in his hand. The protagonist was happy because he was able to defeat 29 monsters of the second level already. That it means that in his piggy bank, there were more than 800 experience points. The guy thought that if he went on, he would certainly become rich. However, after that, he looked at a bunch of monsters' remains and realized that there was so much catch that his old friends of monsters could draw at night. Suddenly, Huan Tian heard suspicious sounds while still on the branches. He squinted and began to listen. As it turned out, a storm tortoise, which was at the 3rd level, came out below. The guy realized that his method was successful, but incredibly dangerous, and after all, blood and meat attracted 3rd level demons, and he was too careless. Grabbing his bag, the guy decided that he was time to dump. Nevertheless, Huan Tian did not calculate at all that he would break a small branch, which attracted the attention of the monster. An unexpected turtle revealed her mouth, and Huan Tian realized that this would not lead to anything good. Suddenly, Huan Tian recalled that these creatures were attacking from afar, that it was extremely unpleasant for a guy. A huge amount of energy was concentrated in the mouth of the monster, which was about to strive to break out. Immediately after this, the lizard launched several energy blades that instantly cut the tree trunk. You understand that he does not have much exit. Huan Tian immediately activated his technique of the shadow leopard. With the help of this technique, he easily ended up on Earth. The guy exhaled as he realized that he was still quite fast. However, this turned out to be not at all the end that the guy expected. He sharply turned his head and was surprised from what he saw. Just behind him was the same tortoise that did not stop shooting the blades of energy. In addition, she rushed very quickly. Understanding that the usual techniques of the shadow leopard will clearly not have enough, Huan Tian shouted an enhanced technique. Only then and after a few hours, Huan Tian could come off her. Once again, Huan Tian tried to catch his breath on the tree branch. It was late at night, and Huan Tian was clearly tired, parallel to calling the monster. The guy closed his eyes, understood that the bag for him was too heavy, especially after the chase. He decided that he needed to hide all the skins, and then sell them more expensive. The next day, Huan Tian continued to train his techniques on unfortunate monsters. The guy smiled and realized that he had done the 2nd level monsters for today. Looking at the corpses of the wolves, the guy considered that they became a wonderful bait for everyone else. Very soon in this way, almost a month passed, and Huan Tian alternated his hunt for monsters and earnings. Very soon, 30 days of such training went. The guy stuck the blade in his likeness pit for burial. Having caught his breath and overturning on his back, the guy wiped his sweat and finally felt safe after the burial of the remains of monsters. Immediately after that, the guy smiled because he realized that the profit this month was simply amazing him. Of course, Huantian noticed some strange feathers and looked around. Immediately after that, the guy realized that these are the very feathers of the bird of morning, which are rumored to fail. Suddenly, under the main character, she shook as if from an earthquake. Huantian could not keep himself on his feet or wondered what was happening. After some time, it was trembling quietly and Huantian began to look around. However, these were extremely early conclusions because, as it turned out, the very reason for the problem moved directly towards the protagonist. As it turned out, an armored rhino of the 3rd level flew at him at a frantic speed, which was clearly not the best news for the guy. With all his might, trying to escape from the monster, Huantian, who was pursuing him, could still not calm down that such a monster was chasing him for no reason. I naturally used the main characters to use the reinforced technique of the leopard, and decided to maneuver between the stones. He thought that even despite the fact that he was big and fast, but this clearly makes him clumsy, which would allow the guy to escape. With all his might, the guy concentrated all his energy in his legs and began to maneuver between the stones. Huantian laughed loudly because he realized that that monster would now definitely not catch him. However, the assumptions of the guys were too naive because literally behind him was the same rhino. As it turned out, instead of maneuvering between the stones, he simply pierced them with rough power. Seeing such an action, Huantian could not help but open his eyes wide. However, without reducing the guy, he understood that for him it would be the end if he just dies here. However, unexpectedly, the sock overtook the protagonist and moved as if for him it did not matter at all. Raising huge dust clubs, the monster rode away while the guy stood in the middle of all this dust in bewilderment. Suddenly, the guy realized that the monster was not at all behind him, and most likely he was running towards his love. However, suddenly he opened his eyes wide and thought about what would happen if he was still going there for another reason. Looking around, Huantian immediately realized that the spiritual aura of this area was rushing from side to side. Looking at the direction, he realized that in exactly the same direction the rhino fled. The guy realized that most likely such phenomena could cause only ripened spiritual grass. Huantian so that it would not be decided to go there and at least look. Very soon, Huantian got to the scene. Hiding behind the stone and covering himself with a twig, he began to look around. As it turned out, the same rhino opposed a 2-headed striped snake of the 3rd level. They looked tensely at each other and did not move, because they understood that someone was the first to attack, whose fate would lose or win in this battle. The guy squinted and realized that, but in the cave, what it means that the mysterious grass is there. Huantian understood that wealth and honor came along with dangers. Having reduced his breathing, Huantian realized that he needed to find the right moment as possible to slip between them. The 2-headed snake waved its tail and hit the rhino, which it would seem did not feel absolutely no damage. Immediately after that, she began to charge her 2 energy shots, 1 each on each head. However, the rhino was clearly not going to just stand still and take blows. Having activated the shield, he valiantly repelled all the attacks of the enemy. Huantian, who watched this battle, realized that his moment had just come. Slipping between the cliffs, Huantian very soon ended up in a cave. Looking back, he only grinned because he realized that such things are easier for him. Huantian turned back and told the monsters that they can continue to fight outside while he takes this grass. Looking at the energy flows of Huantian realized that in the cave it was so dark that he would have to use divine energy in order to see at least something. The guy said that the divine energy here is much stronger and accordingly the grass should be somewhere nearby. Suddenly the guy widely opened his eyes with bewilderment. As it turned out, at the end of the cave, there really was the same grass that was in sight of shining with blue light. Huantian went to the incredible flower and sat down in front of him. The guy instantly realized that this was a firewood of yellow branch. While he thought that he could get rich thanks to this plant, a couple of red eyes awaited him in the corner of the cave. When the guy pulled his hands and tried to disrupt this mysterious grass, this creature began his attack. However, Huantian managed to turn his head back in time and see the enemy. The guy instantly applied the technique on the shadow leopard, and escaping the blow at the last moment. Once on his back and backing back, Huantian tried to make out among the dust clubs of his enemy. He realized that there are some more here. In front of the main character was the same 2-headed red linen snake, which was just behind the entrance to the cave. When the snake began to slowly approach the main character, and Huantian was very scared to hisses. The guy realized that he was very unlucky because this is a monster of the 3rd level, and he could not cope with him alone. Gathering to run, Huantian turned. Nevertheless, his enemy instantly noticed this and rushed at him with a swift attack. Huantian barely managed to evade the first blow and realized that the snake was too fast. While the enemy hit his tail, Huantian hastily activated the technique of the shadow leopard avoiding the blow. However, on this the series did not end so, because the snake released its poisonous language, which all sought to grab the guy's leg. Since he ran not quickly enough, his tongue successfully did it. When the protagonist was raised into the air, he instantly understood all the consequences. While the snake was playing with her victim and threw in different directions of the unfortunate guy, he could only cry out of pain until he was in the air again. Very soon, the enemy still played enough with the guy and lowered him down to the ground. As soon as the guy stopped in one place, instantly pushed him with blood. The snake said angrily and rushed to the protagonist, going to kill him. While he was sitting on the floor, he still could not make his body move. Once again, using the technique of the shadow leopard, Huan Tian again escaped the blow. Nevertheless, this attack was not as obvious as it seemed at first glance. Take It sharply changed his direction and hit the protagonist. The guy was sharply thrown into the wall where he formed a small crater during landing. The guy did not open his eyes too and understood that it was possible the last time he was in danger. Nevertheless, he still had thoughts about how ridiculous and embarrassed to be thrown into the wall. While his eyes were slowly closing, Huan Tian understood that this time he was a dead man, and the game was over for him. The snake made a sharp conclusion to its enemy, while Huan Tian abruptly jumped up. A mysterious symbol appeared on the guy's forehead. Suddenly, I heard a quick blow by a blade. He sharply opened his eyes from an unexpected sound and saw a snake-torn head in front of him. He could not believe what happened. Bright light blinded the eyes of the protagonist so much that he could hardly open them. The guy was perplexed from what happened. When he was finally able to get into such a bright light, he saw in front of him an unknown small creature with wings. The very creature shouted in irritably to him, really does not know who he was. However, Huan Tian looked in a stupor at this creature, because he could not believe that it had just spoke. The creature tried to say that it was, but she did not notice how the same python attacked him at this very second. Huan Tian already held out his hand and shouted to him to be careful how unexpectedly the creature squinted. She was extremely annoyed and could not believe that such an ant dared to attack him. Immediately after this, the creature waved its miniature sword. After this wave, an incomprehensible projection of the blow remained, which did not stop on the snake. A moment later, the snake, along with the walls from the back, was cut. Huan Tian hardly managed to say the word as he fell into a stupor of such a blow. The guy looked at the creature with distrust and asked for permission to ask who he was. The creature laughed loudly and said that since the guy asked so politely, otherwise he would look and tell him. It said that it was the spirit of the sword that was in his body. However, with a surprise for himself, he could not remember his own name. The creature realized that his strong energy was exhausted. Coughing again, it said that attacks greatly deplete him. After that, he turned to the guy and said that he could help him find his fragmented pieces. The guy was about to ask about what he had in mind, how the ephemeral creature flew up to the main character and said that he could no longer endure his strength at the end. The creature said that he needed rest and merged with the forehead of the protagonist. Despite her attempts to stop the unknown creature, the guy could not do anything. With bewilderment, he put his hand on his forehead and asked if he really went into his brain. He still could not put up with this and said that he still had a sea of questions towards him. The guy understood that he first of all had no idea where this eccentric came from. Nevertheless, he understood that he saved his life today, and he must be grateful to him to appear again. Huan Tian looked at the remaining crater from the blow, and realized that the awakening of the heavenly sword was a very strong technique. The guy went to the snake's head and said that he did not know when the other two monsters will go here, so he should take the divine grass and quickly escape from there. Jumping back, he began to look around with suspicion whether other monsters were in the corners. Looking around, Huan Tian pulled the grass and said that he would become invincible with this grass. Suddenly, the guy noticed someone else's presence and turned around. A group of people entered the cave. One of them stood in a relaxed pose with an axe and said that there was no snakes here, and he in vain spent a lot of effort and time on a trap. Suddenly, these same flatterers noticed that in the middle of the cave was Huan Tian. They instantly realized that someone came to the cave to them. Immediately after that, one of the flatterers shouted to his master that the divine grass disappeared. The big boss called him the Six's turn to the main character and said that this divine grass was found by Fuwei Gang, so he told him to be tactful and put it. However, Huan Tian asked how someone so low-level shift challenged the Tianzhan clan. Hearing this name of the Six noticed that his clothes are really similar to this, and they could not afford to insult him. However, Fuwei Gang shouted to everyone to be quieter. The man extended his hand forward and pointed to the protagonist. The man also said that due to the fact that they are in the cave, his signaling missile does not work. Bolshoi pissed at us, smiled and asked, "Is it a rare phenomenon that the students of large clans die every year because it is a common thing to die from the monster?" The Six instantly understood the plan of their boss and began to assent. Huan Tian lowered his head and said that he looks like he is convincing his brain of something. After that, he raised his head and squinted. The guy said that from this, he became even more angry and will find his rage on them. Fuwei Gang said that Huan Tian is shameless tale and told his brothers to attack. The whole frisky crowd instantly headed for the main character, supported by loud cries. The guy squinted and realized that in the appearance of their AUR, the strongest of them are a master of martial arts of the 9th level, and all the others at best, the 8th or 7th. The main character became in the pose and ordered everyone to attack. The guy instantly activated his Shadow Fist skill. At the same time, the crowd finally approached the guy and swung at him countless blades. Huan Tian could only retreat from such non-stopping blows. However, it was not for long because the guy soon concentrated the energy in his fists and told her to open. People did not understand how Huan Tian stopped the aura of the sword with his bare hands. Nevertheless, they did not stop and wave to the protagonist again. One of the attackers again swung at the protagonist with a blade of flying sparrow from which the guy successfully dodged. However, immediately after that, he translated the situation into his favor and quickly struck. The guy activated his punching style and hit him in the stomach. Immediately after this, the attacker was at the other end of the cave and naturally letting go of his weapon. Other attackers could not believe that the guy dealt with their colleague so quickly. Suddenly, Huan Tian noticed the sword of his enemy, which he released from his hands. The guy raised this blade and said that his sword was not bad and asked for permission to lend him, as if it had some kind of meaning. However, while Huan Tian hesitated with the sword of other thugs, which again swung with smiles on their faces. However, the guy was also not a mistake and immediately activated the technique of a shadow blade. Having cut them into pieces, Huan Tian did not stop and instantly made a break, out forward. Fu Wei Gang was surprised that the guy was able to deal with 3 in a moment, and he had such a quick blade that even the man himself could not clearly see him. As it turned out, Huan Tian made a way to Fu Wei Gang and said that his turn had come. The man smiled and called the hungry hero a shameless boost. The man picked up the hammer and said that he would give him a taste and his truly metal hammer. Huan Tian smiled and asked if it was so. After that, she swung at the man and offered to check. Fu Wei Gang waved a hammer and shouted the technique of the truth of a metallic punching blow. 2 strokes went on each other and leveled the interaction. Huan Tian said that the man has some abilities while Fu Wei Gang only laughed and told the guy to die. Fu Wei Gang waved to the guy and shouted the technique of true metal shock. With the help of this technique, he hit the floor with which he created a huge wave. Fu Wei Gang laughed and said to look at his absolute. The man claimed that no technique works here. However, the voice of the protagonist was suddenly heard, who said that the man really did not lie. The guy came out of the puffs of smoke with a smile on his face and a bright sword. And he really asked them in truth that his strength more than him then swung at the man. Fu Wei Gangu also smiled and said that he was sure of this. While the man used the technique of true metal, heavenly shock, Huan Tian used the congenital power of the 4th level. Subsequently, it was Fu Wei Gang who threw back to the other end of the cave. Huan Tian smiled and looked at those puffs of smoke that formed from this blow. The guy asked how it happened. Suddenly, the enemy silhouette more and more manifested itself, while the man himself laughed loudly. The guy picked up the hammer and asked, is it all that Huan Tian is capable of? After that, Fu Wei Gang turned to his 6 and said that he was already on the verge of his vitality. He also said that if they finish him together, he will share the divine grass with them. The whole company decided and began to flee in the direction of the protagonist in order to kill him. However, Huan Tian did not give a thought of fear, and only smiled. He also rushed to the crowd and told them to approach if they loved the battle so much. At the same time, Fu Wei Gang was still in his hands, the hammer was trembling. With then on his face, he did not understand how this spawn had so much power, because he looked like a wall that he tried to break. The man abruptly realized that he should be washed off first. At the same time, Huan Tian torn his head and his opponents over and over again. Very soon, only corpses lay near him. The guy turned back and said that now his turn. Huan Tian was about to turn to him as noticed that he was no longer anywhere. He closed his eyes and realized that he was too careless, because he should not try to catch up with him. He understood that it was still useless. The guy looked at the mountain and decided that he had an incomplete business until he leaves the cave. He understood that in the cave, no one settled in a kindergarten on him, and the monsters would not return here either. Having run out of the cave, the guy said that it is not surprising that people say that both stolen people are better than a murdered monster. He understood that now, there was a little more than a month before the competition. Very soon, Huan Tian went to some tree and said that this place was suitable. Having climbed into his hole, the guy realized that this place is located in the area of the 3rd level monster's activity, so he needs to gently hide. Very soon, Huan Tian got a set in the lotus pose and began to meditate. An unexpected guy opened his eyes and realized that his physical strength is now in his prime. After that, he took out the same plant from the flask and thought that the innate kingdom of eating a sheet from the plant world, GG, would significantly increase the likelihood of a transition. The guy picked up a leaf and he felt sorry that he was effective only when it was used for the first time. Having a leaflet into his mouth, the guy understood that if Dad could get better, they would stop mocking you and your family. Graving this plant, Huan Tian unexpectedly opened his eyes wide. He was breathing heavily and could not believe who such an amount of energy is in his body. The guy understood that he was full of energy and decided to check where divine energy was going. Having concentrated the power in his hands, Huan Tian applied the congenital power of the 4th level. A few days have passed very soon. Huan Tian was still in the lotus position. The guy advanced to the 5th level of the congenital power of the 13th cycle. After some time, he opened his eyes. Huan Tian looked at his hands and was glad that he finally broke into the 8th level. Inserting his knees, he looked out and realized that there was something else. The guy understood that he was still not enough, and if he wants to be a champion among other students, then he should be at least 9th level. Looking into the distance, the guy realized that he had another month. 20 days later, the main character continued to wave his sword. With a sharp movement of his hand, he cut the head of a snake crocodile, which was the lord of the monsters of the 2nd level. The guy was delighted that even the lord of the monsters of the 2nd level is now in any way. Having clenched his fist, the guy understood that his technique of the shadow of the leopard was already at the peak, and if we take into account the innate force of this level, then he was so strong that he did not even expect it. Suddenly, Huan Tian heard an unknown voice who laughed at the guy and asked him to be angry and behind the mystical stage of the sword technique. The guy instantly asked who it was. Inspecting all the surroundings, he still could not understand who it was. Who said the very voice to stop looking around, because this is the spirit of his sword, which was locked in his mind. The creature said that it really does not possess it, but the soul of the sword and the shadow of the sword in his mind is 10 times stronger than the shadow sword technique, and the guy himself is simply short-sighted. Only the guy did not believe him and said that he knew that the shadow of the sword is really like a look, and they cannot visualize it as they like. The voice asked him to allow him to plunge in a deep dream, while Huan Tian could not believe that he spent time such a meaningless conversation. The guy shouted from discontent that he did not tell him anything at all. Nevertheless, his voice did not hear him, and the guy only had to recognize his departure. I heard an unknown sound and looked up. As it turned out, a signal rocket was in the sky. He instantly realized that this was a distress signal of his clan, and most likely he needs to go. Very soon, Huan Tian finally ran to the scene. Suddenly, the guy raised his head and noticed something unusual. In the midst of incredible rocks and gorges, Huan Tian stopped because he did not understand how something strange could happen in this valley. However, immediately after the whistle of the wings was heard, a huge bee headed for the main character. He immediately looked at his enemy and killed the bee with one simple blow. The guy did not understand how the 1st-level monster dared to challenge him. Huan Tian understood that something was wrong here, because the bees of Gigantosigles usually hold in groups, and only then even the 3rd-level monsters are forced to run. The guy understood that he had a very bad foreboding and became much more careful. After some time, Huan Tian went through these rocks to the very center of the incident. Looking behind the rock, he could not believe what he saw. A huge flock of bees gathered around 2 people, and so big that the guy could not but be surprised. A certain girl with green hair uttered the technique of a sword of the fallen sheet. Having cut in her opponents, she asked if everything was in order with her friend. At the same time, Huan Tian only admired because this is so beautiful sister that he met some time ago. A girl with pink hair reported that everything is fine with her, and so far she could hold on. Looking at the bees surrounding her, she made a sharp wave and killed her opponents. Beilin said that there are too many bees here, and it seems to her that they will not be able to fight them for too long. Lin Shiji said that she had already sent the call sign, and Chu Feng and the rest should be here soon. At the same time, Huan Tian was still behind the rock and thought about whether it was worth helping or not. The guy understood that by logic he could not do anything with such a huge number of bees. But a beautiful sister and her friend even sent a signal missile. The girl shouted the next equipment and cut a dozen more bees. Their bodies fell down. However, apparently due to fatigue, the girl could not even in a month that at the same moment many bees flew on her. Finally noticing the deadly rapid attack, the girl only opened her eyes widely. However, unexpectedly, Xiji stood up for Lin Huantian, who told her to be careful. With a sharp wave of his sword, he cut the very bees that threatened the girl's life. The main character made a sharp attack, along with random blows, and asked for permission to assist them. Lin Shiji said that now is not the time, and the main character cannot be approaching. However, the guy said that the eldest was already late since he had already begun to move towards them. Applying the technique of the shadow leopard, the guy accelerated her, but he could not notice all the attacks. Very soon, one of the bees wounded him in the shoulder. Lin Shiji cut the nearest bees and shouted to the main character so that he would approach them. The guy made a desperate jerk and was able to reach 2 girls. Very soon, the battle with a flock of bees continued. Lin Shiji asked if everything was good with the main character. Huan Tian made another blow and said that he was all right and thanked for anxiety. Nevertheless, it was clear from the guy that sweat poured from his forehead with a stream. Beilin made an horizontal and killed the next group of monsters. She was extremely unhappy that Huantian turned out to be here because it seemed to her that Chu Feng came, and this was just an external student. She asked whether Huantian is looking for death here, because he still will not help here. The guy blushed and bit his lip. He understood that even despite the fact that the youngest is very rude, but he could not object to her, and by the time he had returned his composure, he was already accused. And Lin Shiji said from your girlfriend not to be so strict because the guy saved her life. When he heard such support from the girl, he blushed. And Lin Shiji said that the youngest came to their aid, not taking care of his own security, and she really had to pay tribute to him for such courage. The guy could not find a place for his awkwardness, because he would be much easier for him if the older sister simply continued to insult him. Huantian realized that every time he kills Giant in what was followed by a huge return, and even an innate expert could not resist this after a while. Huantian understood that moreover, intentionally or unconsciously, but both older sisters help him reflect most of the attacks, and for this reason he could hold out to this moment. The guy clenched his teeth and realized that despite the fact that he wanted to help, but as a result, it helps him. He could not come to terms with the fact that he was really so weak. At the same time, outside the mountain valley, two men quickly got to the scene. Deng Fei told his friend that he heard that right in front of him was the valley of a giant peak, and most likely Sister Lin Shiji collided with a group of bees. Chu Feng said to stop chatting and getting as soon as possible, because it will be very bad if something happens to the girl. Very soon all three were exhausted. He built with streams from his foreheads, and they only breathed heavily. Despite the fact that our company was already in the middle of the corpses of bees, they realized that they seemed to be never-ending in sensations. Huantian understood that the exhaustion of his internal forces is serious, and his sword was becoming slower and slower. It's a matter of the next waves, and having killed many more bees, the guy understood that the territory that the older sister was defended is also declining, and the pressure on his side was growing. Beilin also waved her sword and killed a nearby bee. Sitting on the floor from exhaustion, she shouted why Chu Feng was still not here. She barely holds. Hearing this name, Huantian asked the question, is that the same #1 student? Suddenly, Lin Shiji warned the protagonist to be careful. As it turned out, the guy did not even notice the danger approaching him. The main character was surrounded by 6 bees, and most likely they broke through the defensive territory of the older sister. Huantian applied the technique of crushing the body, but she touched only 3 of the 6 bees. The guy understood that the speed of his ball was still slow, but he could not stop right now. Beilin also noticed that Huantian was in danger and told him to take care of himself. However, at the same moment, the 3 bees approached the main character time as if it had stopped. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes wide. As it turned out, he was in some water surface in an empty space. The guy began to look around and wondered what kind of place it was. Suddenly, an unknown voice said that this place is inside its sea of thoughts, and it is also a mental island where the shadow sword lies. But the main character did not expect that the one who answered him was the same spirit of the sword and asked why he was here again. However, immediately after this ignorant question, the creature gave him a slap in the face, which he called the divine. The guy did not understand why such a strange attitude towards him. Angry, the guy asked why he hit him. The creature exulted over the main character and asked how to ask about it. The spirit of the sword sarcastically thanked the protagonist for his sincere desire to die and said that he would actually die with him. The guy said that he knew that at that moment his desire to save the young lady in trouble could transfer him to death. Nevertheless, the creature said that the salvation of a person is a good deed. He said that if he had not helped her, he would be considered a monster until the end of his life. The guy was taken aback by such a twofold. The spirit of the sword said that the sword that personifies directly that sharpness and resistance bravely rushes forward, and therefore the swordsman must have good mental abilities. Huantian said that from the moment he got this advantage, he still could not use it, and asked why the spirit did not help him. Because if Huantian dies, then he will suffer too. The spirit of the sword said that he could not understand the deep meaning of the technique of the shadow sword since his strength was divided. Huantian asked that since this is what he needs to do for this. The creature pointed a finger at a certain place and said to look there. The guy looked in this direction and said that there were only clouds. Nevertheless, the creature was not satisfied with such an answer and said to take a closer look. Suddenly, the main character seemed to dawn. A huge sword was visible in the distance. The spirit of the sword said to concentrate his spirit and energy and gently pour into his consciousness into a giant sword. She also said to meditate and think about the movements of technology. Huantian squinted, and a mysterious sign appeared on his forehead as soon as he began to make instructions. Suddenly, the eyes of the main character closed again. The guy, being spirit again in some ephemeral space where the universe was visible, the guy was surprised that he was again in this place. Suddenly, his eyes rushed into a gigantic outbreak of light, and he realized that this was the spirit of the sword. Huantian made a quick jerk in his direction, and said that this time he could not escape from him. An incredible glow blinded his eyes. Nevertheless, He understood with his mind that he was studying all the styles of the shadow sword technique. Very soon, Huan Tian came to the moment when he finally understood the essence of the technique. At the same time, in the real world, a huge tattoo appeared on the face of the protagonist, and his eyes lit up with a golden radiance. Immediately after that, the guy made a few exactly strikes and cut the remaining opponents. Bei Lin and Lin Shiji could not believe that they saw because it seemed to them that the guy evaporated. After that, not many bees were flying from his exact and swift blows. But the protagonist activated the modified technique of a shadow sword advanced by him. 6 outbreaks. When Bei Lin saw Huan Tian dealt with many bees even on her territory, she precipitated. Bei Lin could not believe that Huan Tian was able to develop such a huge speed. Suddenly, for all of its, the defense area has grown very much. Deng Fei turned to his friend and said that he was already hearing the buzz of bees from here. The guy immediately noticed that there are a lot of them by sound. Very soon they arrived at the place of what was happening. Nevertheless, the eldest did not expect that among the 2 girls there was still some kind of guy. Chu Feng only tied in irritation because he could not allow the guy himself to spoil his chances of playing the role of the hero in front of these 2 girls. Nevertheless, in order not to seem strange to Chu Feng and said that so far the younger ones are in order, there is no difference who he is. Immediately after that, he shouted to the girls what is here to help them. All 3 instantly noticed those who came and turned in their direction. Bei Lin was extremely glad to see reinforcement. Hearing the words of the praise of Chu Feng only made a sharp attack forward and laughed. Immediately after that, he lowered his sword down and began the pronunciation of technology, raising the sword upstairs by the unknown energy, which flew into the sky with a pillar. She activated the phase of the mystical sword, namely the technique of the Twilight Milky Way, the fall of the starlight. After such a powerful attack, all the bees were instantly destroyed. The protagonist only was frozen up because he understood that this technique is very strong, because even one blow is able to destroy thousands of such bees. Bei Lin shouted that all the other bees that could not be found after such a mass attack began to fly away. Putting her hand on her forehead, she exhaled heavily. The girl was glad that they were still able to hold out to the end. After that, the girl looked at the protagonist and said that they were finally safe. The guy was also immeasurably glad about what was happening, but did not even have time to finish the proposal, as unable to restrain himself on his feet on the floor. Lin Shiji was worried about the guy, but he said that he was just exhausted. The girl went to the main character and asked if he was in order. Huan Tian said that he was fine and said that this is just a small lack of energy. After that, the guy apologized for looking like a laughing stock. Lin Shiji said that they were also depleted, and his effectiveness as a third-party student completely changed her opinion about him. After that, the girl extended her hand to the guy help him to become. Hearing such a praise, Huan Tian held out his hand in the hope. At the same time, Bei Lin only ran happily to Chu Feng and asked why they came so late. The guy said that they were detained by 2 third-level monsters, and Deng Fei said that Chu Feng was very worried because he saw their distress signal and they instantly rushed to them. At the same time, Chu Feng asked what kind of guy this is next to them. The girl said that this was the external student of their clan, and as it seemed to her, the name was Huan Tian. Well, finally instantly closed his eyes and laughed because he realized that this was just outwardly a student. Immediately after that, Lin Shiji shouted to the newly coming lifeguard. Approaching them, she thanked them for coming to the rescue. The girl decided to present to the main character of all the most 2 guys, Chu Feng and Deng Fei, and also called their own names. The guy leaned and saluted his colleagues. After that, Lin Xiji came across to imagine an embarrassed protagonist, but she was interrupted by half. Chu Feng said that he was not interested in external students. Hearing such a remark, Huan Tian could not help but get angry. Lin Shiji said not to look at him high because if not for his help, then most likely they would not have managed. The girl said that despite the fact that the youngest and Huan Tian and third-party student, she admires his courage and spirit. At the same time, Chu Feng only got angry and grinned quietly. All this time, Chu Feng was only silent with irritation on his face. Deng Fei understood that it was very unpleasant to realize that despite the fact that Chu Feng fled to Lin Shiji, she only wants to present this guy's boyfriend's boyfriend. Older, he said that he was fast only this time and how it can be compared with its technique of the mystical sword of the shooting range, and the technique of Twilight and the Milky Way. Chu Feng was only poking. The guy said that he was sorry for the technique of the Twilight Milky Way only at the initial level, and if it were higher, then not a single bee would have slipped away. Bei Lin said that Chu Feng rightfully one of the best internal students, and he achieved such a success to increase the level of the mystical phase to the intermediate region. Nevertheless, the girl squinted. She went to the main character and pressed her whole body. With a gloomy expression on her face, she said that the technique, the sword that Huan Tian used, looks like a shadow technique and it would be very strong. The girl squinted and asked him really had a complete shadow sword technique. Hearing such an assumption, all the other members of the clan tensed and could not believe it. The guy was stunned by such an assumption because he realized that the shadow sword technique is so popular in the clan that they had seen it before. But he understood that he should not say anything about it. Huan Tian said that finding himself in a situation between life and death directly, as he now did not know where. But unexpectedly for him, he studied the first 6 movements. The girl grabbed the protagonist by the collar and looked him directly in the eye. Immediately after that, she began to shake him in all directions while Huan Tian begged to stop. Lin Shiji extended her hand trying to stop her friend and said not to strangle him, because Huan Tian had already used a sufficient amount of her inner energy. However, Beilin was indignant at this and said that she could not believe that she lost to some young outer guy. At the same time, the spirit of the protagonist said that he really had the opportunity to understand the technique of a shadow sword only when he was on the edge of death. The girl poked her fingers on the forehead of the protagonist and said that if she had not been able to understand this all dangerous circumstances, then she would not be killed by the bees that she herself did not want. Nevertheless, Deng Fei smiled and said that Huan Tian is right, because the understanding that comes during a dangerous situation is what you can strive to learn. Lin Shiji said that this is very sorry that everything is the case, but she said that since Huan Tian is so smart, she believes that he could reach the Born area and become the same as them. Huan Tian scratched his head and laughed while he exhaled in his soul from the relief that everything passed by. After that, Chu Feng turned to the main character and he asked what was. The man said that he wanted the guy to be convinced of something. He said that based on his quick wits, he should not only be a martial artist of the 8th level, and this should be due to his insufficient preparation. Deng Fei said that it was obvious because Chu Feng reached the congenital region at the age of 13, and he was at the 3rd stage of congenital forces, becoming better than a master. Beilin exhaled and said that it was true for Chu Feng is rare talent in their clan, and the main character is not even able to remember the technique of the sword, so its norm is much lower than the eldest. Everyone began to assent that the difference was as great as the distance from the sky to the ground, while Huan Tian looked gloomily at the floor. The guy again turned to the main character and asked whether he remembered it. At the same time, Huan Tian could only be silent. Lin Shiji was already trying to stop the guy, but Huan Tian gritted his teeth and said he was right. With irritation on his face, he said that he would remember this. After that, Chu Feng turned and grunted. The guy said he knows this now. He said that the teacher sent them to training, so she no longer has time and they should kill more than the 3rd level monsters as soon as possible. The eldest turned to the main character and said that they would go to the mountains where the demonic monsters of the 3rd level live. Lin Shiji approached the main character, who was clearly in the spirit. The guy left the tour raised his head. At the same time, Lin Shiji said with a sympathetic look that Chu Feng's straight and he should not take it all in mind. The girl took the hand of the protagonist and thanked him for risking his life and came to their aid. She waved to the main character goodbye and said that they had already seen in the clan. At the same time, her friend called the girl. Turning in the opposite direction, the girl said that she was already running and left the guy alone. Huan Tian looked at his hand and thought that he should not worry about it because even if she did not say this aloud, the guy also wants to become stronger. Huan Tian walked along the road and realized that he was in a huge rage because he did not even offend Chu Feng, and still they simply trampled him together with the others. Nevertheless, the guy laughed angrily because he decided that in the future, when they catch up with him, he would necessarily squeeze her breasts as punishment. He said that he was close to breaking through to the 9th level, and hunting for demonic monsters of the 2nd level did not bring any special improvements. The guy took the bag in his hand and said that it would be the last bag, and he did not even think that he would collect so many demonic nuclei in 2 months. Huan Tian smiled and asked himself whether this could be considered a successful trip. The guy decided to return to the city of pure water at the beginning, and he was interested in whether there was still Pippi left there. Nevertheless, having arrived in the city of pure water, it turned out that there was not a single Pippi bird. The seller said that he was very sorry that all the birds were leased. However, the protagonist did not suit this answer, and he asked him really wants Huan Tian to run to sex. Having saddled the animal similar to the llama, he wondered whether his name is Animal after all. It does not look very fast. After that, the guy thought about whether this creature as an alpacas looks. He remembered how the seller said that Anim is a riding creature that their transplanted stations are trying to popularize. An unexpected guy remembered how he forgot something. He climbed into his backpack and took out a small carrot. The guy clutched her on a twig, creating a kind of fishing rod. The guy wondered if this trick would work because he always believed that it was a joke. However, as soon as the same carrot appeared in the face of Alpaki, something in her gaze changed. Immediately after this, the animal began to rush at a crazy speed. At the same time, the observing how Huan Tian leaves, they could consider that the guy is a wretch, and they should catch him. Very soon the animal calmed down and Huan Tian only breathed heavily on the saddle. The guy considered that this creature should not be called Anima, but Crazy 9. However, immediately after that, the guy heard the clatter of birds. He turned and noticed that a flock of riders was chasing him. One of the men, apparently, the head of the gang, laughed because Huantian stopped of his own free will and saved them from the need to pursue him. Huantian asked what they needed from him. The man said that he would come immediately to business and demanded a spiritual plant because then he would not complicate his life. However, Huantian replied that this was troublesome, but since such a thing, he would look and give it to them. Rummaging at Huantian's bag, smiled and said that he had found him. However, unexpectedly for everyone, the guy took out the clan icon and a signal rocket, and whether it asked. Apparently, the man clearly did not expect that Huantian would turn out to be a student of the Tianjin clan and was very surprised. His colleague said that it was not good because he even got a signal missile. After listening to his subordinates, the man apologized for not recognizing him and told everyone to retreat. A moment later, the group disappeared from the eye of the protagonist. The guy sank down from alpaki and turned as if air. He said that someone had not surrendered and said to stop hiding. The unknown samurai laughed as it was discovered. Huantian asked if the man accidentally saw his token. Samurai said that if he is a student of Lana, then he is obliged to experience his luck and fight him. The man said that he was stuck at the 10th level for 20 years, and if he could not risk one day, he could never increase his level again. Huantian said that he was just a loser, and all this time he had long lost his clarity of movements as a swordsman. The man told the main character that for the 8th level he was too arrogant, and the man wanted to save his life, but now he changed his mind. Huantian gradually took out the sword from the scabbard and said that he was chatting too much and said that he did not have time for this. The guy squinted and said that he would give him the opportunity to feel the taste of his new technique of the shadow sword. After that, the guy made an unexpected exit to the side of a man who could not even make out his actions. The man realized that Huantian rushed right at him while the guy activated a double flash. The opponent realized that he had changed the movement a little, and this is still a trifle because he could allow him to feel the technique of an ice sword. The man shouted the name of the technique of a frozen sword and thus broke the protagonist of the protagonist for 2. The guy clearly did not expect such an outcome of events and opened his eyes wide. The man said that countless swords were cut by an ice sword and Huantian just an ignoramus, which has no subsequent moves. After that, the man swung again and told the main character to die. However, unexpectedly for him, Huantian literally evaporated before his eyes. Before he had time to say, and the word was torn by blood, and Huantian who passed him said that he had lost. As it turned out, the main character's sword was stuck in a man who could not believe what kind of technique it was when he was struck. The guy replied that it was a shadow sword technique while a man knelt from powerless. Huantian said that his sword really was very ochre. One account got up too much to hope for him, and lost his grip of swordsman. Therefore his progress came to an end. After the soul of a man, that world of Huantian went to his knees and took his sword. The guy realized that this is a really beautiful sword and he should be made of special ice ore, because it is, after all, the stage of Xuan. Having put his new scabbard, Huantian smiled, because he realized that his chance to look for the winner in the competition had grown again. After that, the guy shouted his alpaca that time to advance and said that they should go back to the clan. Very soon, the main character's company arrived at the clan's luxurious building. He went to the library. He heard joyful exclamations that were praised by a certain young Dean Jew. When the guy heard this name, he was surprised that he had so many demons, and thought that this was an incredible coincidence. The girl at the rack calculated all the stones of which exceeded 500 pieces. Huantian was very surprised because too many people gathered to watch what was happening. In the end, the girl calculated that young Dinju has about 9,000 points of advantages. The surprised crowd could not believe that he needed 2 months in order to clean up more than 600 monsters. The girl read the total points of the man, who exceeded 100,000 points. The girl said that he has the right to choose any technique of Xuan and learn her. After that, all the observers bent before the guy and congratulated him because he would not take much time to learn the equipment and become one of the best fighters. Suddenly, some kind of uncertain voice apologized and said that he needed to pass the nuclei of the monsters. The surprised crowd instantly realized that this very person was Huantian. Young Dinju asked was he really Huantian. The man looked at the protagonist and asked Li Huantian's name. At the same time, the guy looked at his observer and asked if he was young Dinju. The man asked for the main character. No one taught the manners and how he could call his elders a complete name. However, Huantian was not a mistake, because he could not know about that elder that young or the youngest. Squinting, young Dinju said that he was carrying a very large bag. Ironizing, young Dinju said that it looks like Huantian brought a decent crop. The encouraging audience said that he was too modest because not so, and just kill the monsters, and this is his first training. However, the guy still insisted on his own and asked if they could give way to his way to rush to training. Young Dinju smiled and asked for permission to see because but talent brought samples. Huantian put the bag on the table and said that he was here again and should bother her so that she would count it again. The girl grinned and asked, Really, all this bag was stuffed with nuclei of demons. The guy smiled and said that this is almost the case and now he will get everything. After that, Huantian took out a small, weighty bag. The crowd decided that it was in this small bag that the entire mining of the protagonist received is located. However, the general surprise Huantian only silently took out the second bag. Young Dinju tensed while Huantian did not stop getting his bags. The guy held out the remaining bag and thanked the girl for everything. The administrator said that the guy has a really good harvest because there are 10 bags. Many of the crowd doubted that they were all real. However, Huantian only slyly said that in fact there is not so much, and however, when compared with some, they can really be considered a large number. Hearing the mockery in his direction, young Dinju only shouted what he was talking about. One of the crowd stepped forward and said to the elder is not angry because, according to his assumption, he followed the group and he was given to him low-grade nuclei of the monsters, and to begin with how many of them he had. After that, a detailed calculation of all nuclei began. The crowd was born that it was really possible, and there are a lot of them, and, moreover, there are many demonic nuclei from the overlords of monsters of the second level. The girl calculated that, among other things, he has 169 low-grade second-level nuclei. The whole crowd was incredibly surprised that such a huge number of nuclei turned out to be in the hands of the protagonist in just 2 months because many such results could not achieve even in a whole year. The crowd began to stagger all in fact. He collected more than 100 pieces of demonic nuclei of second-level overlords, and most likely he is better than young Dinju. People crept in a stable opinion that most likely he would soon reach young Dinju, that obviously Yang Dinju was not happy. The administrator said that Huantian was very strong, and as a result, gathered 145 demonic nuclei. Suddenly for everyone, Huantian asked to exchange it all for money. The girl was surprised because she asked for really whether he did not want to get a loan in order to study the skill, because it is the skill that will help him significantly. Huantian thanked the girl for anxiety, but said that he had already decided the issue of skills. The girl did not ask unnecessary questions and handed him a gold ticket. She said that he could go to the bank and take the money, after which he thanked her. Huantian waved his hand and said that he was leaving and meeting her when he is free. However, unexpectedly the guy was stopped by young Dinju himself, who looked at him with a gloomy face. He still could not believe that Huantian took so many demonic nuclei on his own, and demanded that he answer for what insidious methods he used. Young Dinju still could not come to terms with this, and shouted that Huantian should tell him the truth. However, Huantian ironically asked what he said, and really he said that no one had the right to be better than him. An angry man told him to repeat this again. However, Huantian only waved a goodbye with his hand and said that he was in a hurry, so they would still see himself. Nevertheless, the angry young Dinju could not accept such a farewell, because for the sake of the technique of pure yang, he castrated himself to strengthen his willpower. The man was clearly angry after all. He understood that he was always those who surpass others, and no one dares to surpass him. Young Dinju waved with his own hands and shouted that since he said the wrong word, he couldn't just leave. Huantian noticed this attack quite late, and his eyes opened widely. Without thinking with a moment, Huantian also concentrated the energy in his hand and asked how he dared to do it. Very soon, 2 impressive blows and flow of energy collided with each other. Their clash was so vast that those who watched could only lean back in the other direction. A moment later, the protagonist threw back to the door. He was barely able to slow down his fall thanks to the floor. Huantian squinted and understood that the cleaning technique of the pure yang is commensurate with a high-level technique, and it requires huge external power. The standing, as if nothing had happened, young Dean dedicated to his hands and asked if he was still resisting. Smiling broadly, he asked him to react to the next blow. However, unexpectedly, the unknown intervened in the battle. He said that these are the advantages and how young Dinju allows himself to lead so wildly. The guy frowned and said only to wait and see what gift he would receive during the competition. After that, young Dinju grunted and headed for the exit from the hall. Huantian only tensed because he realized that he was going to complicate his life, and he was waiting for the battle. He considered that this would be a good decision to return home and check his younger ones. Very soon, Huantian was at home. 2 of his brothers were extremely happy with the arrival of his elder. At that time they trained on swords, but barely hearing the guy through what they did. Huantian went to his brothers and asked how they lived without him and whether they missed him. One of the brothers said that they had just found out that Huantian was accepting the battle with young Dinju, and asked him really not painful from the enemy's blow. Soon the guy was in his room. Huantian realized that even though he was not for several months, but there was nothing better at home. The elder brother said that he heard that she was not on the second line in the ranking, and his strength is so great that he was even afraid and could not resist the 9th level. The guy scratched his nose and said that it would be incredible. However, unfortunately, he is at the peak of the 8th level. The brother said that he was too strong because he overcame 2 levels in just 2 months, and now he could compete with Yang Dinju himself. The guy scratched his chin and asked him really he is so strong and soon he will reach the level of Chu Feng. The brother said that he really heard something about him. But Huan Tian scratched his head and said that there was nothing wrong with that. His second brother said that he should stop fussing around the protagonist, because he needs to relax. Suddenly, the small one extended his hand forward and said that his brother Stone forgot that the haircut was his strong side, and said to put this mission on him. However, Huan Tian made the face of unbelief, and said that he would never allow him to do this. The guy could not believe that his brother did not believe him, and asked why this is. Huan Tian said that the last time they trusted him, then they both could not leave the house for a month. The kid said that it was a long time ago, and now he has become better. He stood in a pathos pose, and said that now he should not worry, because he raised his skills and has become a middle level. Huan Tian said that he always trained blindly. Nevertheless, he sighed and said that this time he would trust him and go for devices now. The youngest laughed and said that they would disappoint him. Huan Tian addressed immediately after that to his older brother, and said that he needed to say something. Stone asked his brother what good materials he says to what Huan Tian laughed. After that, he pulled the very mysterious divine grass and said to look at her. Stone could not believe that Huan Tian took out yellow fork grass and asked if Huan Tian told him to be quieter. The brother said that each leaf of yellow fork grass can be sold for 10,000 silver. However, the guy said that hundreds of thousands can easily cost, and the leaves of this yellow grass will not be enough for this. Stone and came true that she looked at his extended or drain and could not still get rid of the feeling that it would be better to sell it. Huan Tian said that every year their family supplies at least 20,000 coins in order to continue them in further training. Stone said that this was due to the fact that they are the future of this family. Huan Tian was glad that he knew about it, and this is what makes the most appropriate the current choice. However, immediately after that, a younger brother burst at the door, who laughed and said that he was already here. The guy did not even notice how he fell ill with his brother and realized that he had gotten into. Huan Tian was about to leave the room with the words that he did not take his reward, healing pills. After that, piercing cries were heard from the house of the protagonist. 20 days have passed very soon, and the day of competition has come between external students. Many people were in a hurry because they understood that if they could not get good places, if they were late. The arena looked very impressive nevertheless. The attention of the participants was not aimed at it. Many greeted each other and discussed the news. One of the men said that this year about 1,000 people participate in a total. After that, someone asked him what are the rules for the competition. The man said that in order to prevent the clash of the two strongest at the very beginning, they first put them against weaker opponents. However, he was interrupted and said that Yang Dinju, Bei Zanhe, and Zhang Long are here. They were all instantly surprised because these are the older brothers of the 10th level. The guy asked his friend whether the number 1 will be among these 32 people and somehow think of who has the most chance. He said that it is obvious that who has reached a 6th place and is stably an external student number 1 is Bei Zanhe currently. Nevertheless, another man said that he could not agree with this because Young Dinju had only the 7th level last year. A friend said that despite the fact that he is strong, but Zhang Long is quite seriously comparing with the older brother Bei and older brother Young. After that, a friend said that he remembered something about Zhang Long, because he made a deal with the main character for 3 months. Immediately after this, the guys were attracted by the draw. The elder said that he was responsible for supervision in this competition, and now the first issue is starting a draw. Bei Zanhe smiled, and said that he would begin the first to be interested in which of the younger ones he would fall out. The guy grinned and took out 799th number. The judge said that at the number 1, Bei Chain fights against 799th numbers, Huan Yan. At the same time, the name of the one whom one was called screamed because he understood that he was too unlucky, and in the first round face his older brother Bei. Young Dinju pulled 468th number to his enemy was Cao Pu. The name of the one whom they called only from despair laughed while his friend laughed joyfully, because he just a moment ago he told him nasty things. Very soon all the elders were distributed by numbers. After that, the turn of the protagonist came, who at that time was at the 467th number. The guy said that he was finally turning. While he got to the judge, many recognized him, because they remembered that he was the same person who entered into a 3-month agreement with Zhang Long. Huan Tian pulled out 955th number under which Xianan was located. The enemy of the protagonist was very surprised that he is opposed to him. The guy frowned. After all, he understood that Huan Tian recently became very famous. But despite all this, he was still an 8th level, and most likely he still has a chance. As soon as the crowd heard that Huan Tian was fighting, and they became interested in how capable Huan Tian was capable of, who concluded a 3-month agreement. At the same time, the younger brother of the protagonist only shouted to the whole arena and wished good luck to his brother. There she said that he would kill his opponent from one call and tell him not to give him a chance of resistance. The same group of the observers considered that Huan Tian is really very popular. Asker, the protagonist, named his name and asked to share advice with him. However, he noticed something strange. As it turned out, Huan Tian did not even get his sword out of the scabbard. Huan Tian extended his hand and said not to pay attention and spun everything he has against him. Nevertheless, this clearly insulted his enemy, who only gritted his teeth and said, "Stop looking down at him from top to bottom." After that, he used the technique of the shadow leopard already familiar to us and rushed at the protagonist. He pronounced the technique of the cloud charge and waved in the direction of the protagonist. The counterweight to Huan Tian used the same technique of the shadow leopard and completely escaped the trajectory of the blow. Nevertheless, his opponent did not immediately notice this, and early rejoiced that he hit him. Huan Tian put his hand on his younger shoulder and said that it was not bad, and told him to continue to work hard. The guy instantly realized that he had lost. He released his sword to the floor and said that he had lost. The main character's brothers were incredibly glad that Huan Tian won, and said that he worked well. The loser folded his hands in front of the main character and expressed his respect for the advice. At the same time, the leaders of the 5 halls of external students watched the battle. However, the head of the second hall said that he was behaving very readily, because Bei Sanhei and Lin Win, on his part, seemed to be a wonderful foundation. The head of the 5th hall said that he was very sorry that all these young talents are not as good as the Chufeng wretch, and he had already reached a born level at the age of 13. After that, the man turned to the head of the 4th hall and asked why he was pity. He said that Huan Tian seems quite interesting because he was not only able to achieve a great skill in technology and the shadow leopard, and was even able to improve it. That was an elegant move. The head of the 3rd hall said that Huan Tian really has an excellent perception, and he is a curious little broken. The head of the 2nd hall was surprised that, according to the head of the 3rd hall, Huan Tian has a high opinion about his own student. The man asked what rank he reads he will reach. The head of the 3rd hall said that the ranking depends on good luck. Nevertheless, the head of the 1st hall said that the man was too confident in this student. The head of the 4th hall argued on the flask of a cold Zhuan wine, and the head of the 5th hall said that he puts a piece of diamond wood for not being able to win. The head of the 3rd hall said that their accidental proposal to make a bet looks too planned. At the same time, Huan Tian left the ring and said that until tomorrow he needs to wait for the next competition and continue to train. But at the moment when he was going to go out, he noticed a familiar face. There stood Sang Long, whom Huan Tian instantly noticed, like the man himself. As soon as Sang Long saw the protagonist and instantly turned and looked at him as an enemy, Huan Tian asked really something wrong. The guy retorted that he heard that he won today not to make a single movement. Zhang Long asked if he was satisfied. Hearing such a sarcastic question, Huan Tian answered indifferently that he did not care. Immediately after that, Zhang Long approached the guy and laughed. The guy said that over the past couple of days, when he had been a mistake by almost all students of the 7th level, they were eliminated. Nevertheless, the guy squinted and said that he did not expect that he would dare to angry Yang Dinju. However, Huan Tian said not to worry because he did not lose, and he will definitely meet him and teach him a good lesson. Hearing such an impudent answer of the protagonist, Sang Long only gritted his teeth and called him. Immediately after that, he smiled and said that only time would show it, and very soon his family would be driven out of the server district. Hearing this, Huan Tian instantly strained and with an angry expression on his face asked what he said. The guy then did not realize this, but a mysterious sign appeared on his forehead. Sang Long asked whether Huan Tian tensed and said that he was just left to wait, after which he laughed. The spirit of the sword spoke with the main character because he felt a very strong intention to kill someone that Huan Tian did not even hide. With difficulty unclenching his tense fist, Huan Tian said that the spirit is right and be strong in priority. Having put his hands in the pockets of Huan Tian said that she just wants to hone her fencing skills. In the spirit, he said that his future is very promising. Leaving the ring into some kind of wasteland, Huan Tian today ceased to train his fencing skills. As a result, Huan Tian finished the wind of 4 corners. This attack had a huge area of position. He understood that after the technique of persecution of the wind is transformed through the shadow of the sword of its initially complex movements, will finally be reduced to 9 moves. The spirit of the sword said that the protagonist had excellent opportunities and asked if he raised the technique of his sword only to the yellow phase. The guy said that for the use of the technique of the sword, the persecution of the wind, he needs to move with the wind to create the greatest power. Very soon the second round of rating competitions began. One of the observers said that today there were about 7-10 level students of the competition besides 9 level and 8 levels. When his friends asked he really was interested in the main character, he replied that he couldn't do anything about it because they all know about a 3-month agreement and apparently Huan Tian, Yang Dinju. His friends were surprised that he did not hear about such things at all. The other observer asked if he does not know that the guy is a well-known personal connecting system of Din. When the guy heard this news, he was only perplexed. The observer said that Wan Tian did not injure after a skirmish with young Din. Nevertheless, it seemed to him that young Din simply fought in full force, so there was nothing surprising in this. A new draw began very soon. Liao stepped forward and pulled out his token. Nevertheless, when he saw him, he was very surprised. As it turned out, he pulled out 467th number, or rather the number of the protagonist. The guy said that heaven even helps him. The examiner announced that Liao and Huan Tian would converge against each other. Huan Tian looked at his opponent while Liao only laughed. Liao laughed because he considered that Huan Tian did not expect such a development of events. He said that he could not even believe that he was so lucky that he immediately pulled out his number. Huan Tian smiled and said that in the future he would also look after young Din in the future. Nevertheless, the man was extremely angry from such a careless statement and took out his sword. Liao instantly got into the rack and said to follow his technique of a normalizing sword. After that, he jumped up and was above the head of the protagonist. Everyone was surprised that he jumped so high, while the man himself with a wide smile on his face said to feel how much he was. After that, he completed the technique of normalizing sword, 5 ordered balls. The head of the third department corrected his glasses and said that the student of the second hall has an impressive technique of a normalizing sword. The head of the second hall said that the man stops inserting cynical remarks because they can only say that he is at an average level. Huan Tian grinned and asked, "Is he going to attack from above?" The guy said that if he could not change his position in the air, he will become his target. Huan Tian took out the ball from the scabbard and said that he uses it as a laboratory rat for his new technology. The protagonist used the tornado technique 9 goals, the ceremony of wind raising. The head of the second hall was surprised and closed his eyes. The man did not understand what kind of technique this was. The head of the third hall said that he had the feeling that this technique of persecution of winds. Nevertheless, the head of the second hall could not believe it, because the technique when persecuting the wind is only at the yellow level of the average rank. The head of the fifth hall said that this looks more like the technique of the sword of divine wind, but it is not quite like that. The man said that the technique of divine winds use the speed to win while its technique is used by the wind. Immediately after that, in the hands of the protagonist, it turned out to be a small whirlwind, and Huan Tian activated the 9th style of the storm and the style of driving in the wind. His opponent was surprised at such a movement from the guy because he did not expect him. Liao sharply realized that he would just demolish him right now. Nevertheless, he could no longer do anything, and the whirlwind simply demolished him from the arena. At the same time, the rest of the audience, to whom the enemy's carcass was heading greatly scared and began to run away from there. Huan Tian folded his scabbard with his sword and said that he was very bored. At the same time, the leaders of the 5 halls sat in silence. The head of the second hall said that his technique is so delightful that his level most likely reached the mythical phase of the lower level. At the same time, the head of the first hall with "then" on his face asked the head of the third hall whether they can change their bets. However, the man said that they are those people who do not take their words back. The man said that if he wants to bet, then they can discuss what they will argue about. However, the head of the 4th hall said not to worry to the head of the first hall, while the head of the first hall went to choose whose party. As a result of the right, the head of the 3rd hall understood that this guy was really impressive. Very soon, Huan Tian, along with his brothers, celebrated the victory. Huan Tian easily defeated the 3rd, 4th, and so sequentially to the 5th round. It was announced that Huan Tian reached 1/16th finals. At the same time, the head of the first hall laughed loudly. The man said that the main character was lucky not to encounter a dude at the 10th level during 1/16th. The leader of the 3rd hall smiled broadly and said that this guy surpassed all his expectations. However, unexpectedly, the man noticed something unusual. With a light movement of his hand, he grabbed a leaf. Everyone instantly realized that this letter came from the founder. The head of the 3rd hall frowned and opened it. In the leaflets it was written that the rules of round 32 would be changed. The head of the 5th hall understood that the internal council never particularly paid attention to the students of the students, and thought what happened to the founder this time. At the same time, the head of the 4th hall wondered, is it really because he noticed the protagonist? At the same time, Lin Shiji stood on the sacred mountain of the clan who thanked her grandfather. As it turned out, the founder was her grandfather. The girl thanked him and said that this is the only opportunity to demonstrate her strength to the main character. Lin Yanin said that the girl was owed to him and had to pay him for a good attitude. The elder looked into the distance and said that the final result would only depend on him. Lin Shiji said that Huan Tian was very strong and smiled broadly. The next day, 1/8 competition among external students began. Well, the main character suddenly called someone. The guy looked back at his opponents. There were 3 men at the head of which Yang Dinju was. And he did not say that he did not expect that the main character would be lucky to reach 1/16th final. Young Dinju said that he was very sorry that he could not teach him a good lesson, nevertheless allowed Beizani to do this. Passing by the protagonist, young Dinju laughed loudly. The judge said that the rules of the draw will be changed. The weak will compete with the strong. After that, he called the protagonist and told him the lot. Many were interested in such a strange solution. Nevertheless, they considered that the drawing format does not play an important role. By the same time, Yang Dinju and Zhang Long both thought then that it would be great if they were pulled out by Huan Tian. Huan Tian thought he was very sorry that he could not overcome young Dinju, who was alone under the number. The guy stretched out the 7th issue, and the guy instantly remembered who was under this token. The judge said that Huan Tian would fight against Lian Zhang. The hall was instantly inspired as Huan Tian pulled out one of the dozens of the best. Young Dinju laughed loudly and said that even fortune was on his side. The man squinted and said that heaven helps him, after which he asked whether the opponent of the protagonist knew what was required of him. A large man stepped forward and said that he was calm. Lian Zhang said to leave the protagonist. Huan Tian was very surprised at such a huge size of his opponent. He asked at the same time with young Dinju, to which he replied that Huan Tian guessed. At the same time, when his opponent passed him by, Huan Tian only laughed. The guy said that in any case he would feel even better. Lian Zhang asked why Huan Tian rejoices. The guy said that he could strike without warning and would not worry that he would be destroyed if he is too carried away. Soon, Lian Zhang and Huan Tian were in the ring. Huan Tian held out his sword forward and said that he really wanted to compete with him. Lian Zhang pulled out a huge two-handed sword from behind and laughed. Lian Zhang said he would allow him to hit the first. When he finally took out this sword, he told the main character he begins. His blade was indeed impressive sizes. Huan Tian squinted and said that he would not be too polite with him. Energy concentrated in the hands of the protagonist, and he began to read out the technique. He made a jerk forward and said that he would be interested in whether he could withstand at least one to withstand the blow. The guy concentrated even more energy around his sword and shouted the name of the technique. Huan Tian activated 9 stormy swords, the style of a hurricane. Lian Zhang squinted and asked, he was really going to fight so recklessly. After that, the man laughed and said that he simply begs for his own death. After that, he waved his sword in a swing. The man activated the technique of the sword, landslide, and she ran into 9 stormy swords. Both rivals shouted loudly, and great power collided with each other. After that, they had a long clash of Huan Tian. They were pushed into the air. He bounced a little further from the place of collision and stopped. The guy realized that the power of his opponent was incredibly great, and doubted that he could suppress him right now. The crowd understood that the glory of the heavyweight was taken no just like that, because Huan Tian was sent into the air immediately after the first blow. The brothers of the protagonist also watched this, and could only cheer the protagonist. At the same time, Lian Zhang only laughed. He extended his hand and pointed to the protagonist. The man said that Huan Tian was weak like a crumb of a chip, and a man just hit him slightly, and he had already soared into heaven. Huan Tian said that such a dumbass as he was damn strong, but he believed that he would quickly destroy him. Nevertheless, the guy admitted that he should make even more efforts to win. Hearing such a sharp speech by Lian Zhang was angry and asked what he said. The man said that his height can be large, but he is not stupid and he will finish him. After that, the man activated the technique of a hidden hill, the power of landslide. Immediately after that, at a lightning speed, he was near the protagonist. Nevertheless, Huan Tian only laughed in his soul, because he could not believe who he was so easily used to the banal provocation. The man activated the equipment of the Crusher of Stone Storms. At the same time, Huan Tian activated the style of a windbreaker. The guy easily evaded such an obvious attack by his opponent. However, it was so strong that it broke around the entire perimeter of the arena. Nevertheless, due to the successful evasion, Huan Tian immediately aimed at the opponent's face. Lian Zhang a moment later was wounded and shouted loudly. After such a short blow, the main character's legs were again on the ground. The man slowly looked at his wound on his cheek while Huan Tian only smiled. A moment later, he got angry to such an extent that he called the protagonist and jumped up to make another attack. After that, the whole arena was covered with dust from a blow that could not go unnoticed. Even the crowd barely held in the field, although it was far enough from the events. After such a strong blow on the ground, not a very small crater remained. Nevertheless, the main character was completely not visible there. Lian Zhang only thought where he was. Suddenly, the silhouette of the protagonist at the top was envied. The brothers were extremely happy to see their brother at the top of the sound. Huan Tian laughed and said that he was the first to mock him the first. Very soon, Huan Tian was near the man when he only turned his head. With a slight movement of his leg, he gave him a slap in the face, and so much that someone was on the other side of the ring. Huan Tian ironically said that he had crossed the line. In Lian, Zhang was hardly able to stop his blow with the help of the ball and his own legs, which left a huge trace in the arena. The man was furious, because he did not understand how such arrogant dared to play with him. After that, he took out his huge sword and with rage in his eyes said that he was too smug. The man's eyes were filled with blood, and he said that he would go well along him, she said with a calm expression on her face to approach him, specially distorting his name. The man waved his sword and said that this is an incredible rudeness of his name, Lianzhong. Huan Tian, when he watched an approaching blow, only grunted. The sword passed literally a few centimeters from the throat of the protagonist when he successfully dodged. Immediately after this, the sword changed his direction, but even the guy avoided even such an unexpected blow. This was repeated several times. Very soon, Lianzhong was out of breath and was already breathing heavily. He understood that this rogue was dodging his attacks like the wind. At the same time, Huan Tian still surrounded his body with energy but did not attack hastily. And young Dean Ju, who watched this contest, only squinted and did not say anything. Huan Tian deliberately yawned and said that he was too boring and said as soon as possible to finish. Lianzhong squinted and realized that this was just an ideal opportunity. He waved his sword and told him to go to hell. Nevertheless, unexpectedly for everyone, the guy easily escaped this obvious attack. After that, in the air, the main character waved his sword covered with aura and said to count how he wants. Suddenly, the men's eyes opened widely. Huge puffs of smoke spread throughout the arena from such a fight. Very soon the sword fell out of the hands of its owner. Lianzhong, as if in a state of shock, knelt while Huan Tian said that he had a great game, again calling his opponent incorrectly. Immediately after that, it was announced that Huan Tian won. The leaders of all 5 halls were surprised to look at the duel of the protagonist. The head of the 5th hall finally understood the full potential of the protagonist and said that he was really incredible. At the same time, at the peak of the Holy Mountain, 2 more were watching the fight. Lin Shiji glowed with happiness and asked his grandfather whether he won, while Lin Yaichen only thought deeply. After the duel ended, Huan Tian folded his sword and looked at the observer. This observer was the same young Dean Ju, who, with an angry expression on his face, looked at the protagonist. Young Dean Ju, with a smile on his face, thought that it would be just fine if he wins in this game. At the same time, the brothers are the main hero who watched all this only rejoiced for the success of his relative. The observers understood that the performance of the protagonist was like stunning, and his next enemy was Li Ikanes and his devilish sword. Standing and watching this, Ichan only stood silently in place. The guy understood that in order to win Lianzhong, he put a lot of efforts, and the next step he would check how many rounds he could bear against his devilish sword. Li Yichan went to the main character, and Huan Tian instantly realized that he had a strong spirit of the sword. Li Yichan smiled and congratulated the protagonist on the exit in 1/8 finals. Huan Tian thanked for such a congratulation and asked if he was Yichan. He said that this was really true, and he came here to make sure that Huan Tian was fine. Huan Tian thanked once again for the anxiety, and said that he was absolutely. Li Yichan asked him not to understand him impatiently, because he simply would not want someone to begin with a success that he had attacked the wounded and thus won dishonestly. Huan Tian said that he was too much and told him to use all his strength. Li Yichan turned around and said that Huan Tian made his choice, and he would prove to him the true power of the devilish sword. Huan Tian sarcastically asked if he could quickly put himself with Zhang Long or young Dean Ju, what the guy grinned at. With an irritated expression on his face, he said that they would see the battlefield. Huan Tian instantly sat in the lotus pose and was angry, because he could not believe that only 5th place in the ranking dared to tell him such things. Nevertheless, the guy calmed down after all. He understood that all he needed was the 1st place. At the same time, all the other fights also continued. However, the whole crowd already managed to get bored, because against the background of the protagonist, they were too boring. The judge said that the 7th round begins where Huan Tian is opposed to the Ichan. Supervised by such tedious battles, the whole crowd joyfully greeted another interesting sight. 2 guys went to the ring, and Huan Tian said that he was very interested. They stared at each other in silence for some time. Li Yichan said that as far as he knows him, they distinguish him from the rest and said that he could assume that his reserves were exhausted. Nevertheless, Huan Tian said that he did not want to upset him, but he feels that he would upset him. Hearing such a statement by his opponent notably tensed. Huan Tian said that he christened himself in the devilish sword in honor of his technology used, and this is quite predictable. He said that the reason why he would fight him this reluctance to prove whose technique is better, but simply in order to defeat him what brought his opponent into the stupor. Li Yichan did not understand Huan Tian used his devilish techniques when he fought with Lianzhong and asked what he had in mind. The guy took out his sword from the scabbard and said that he plans to use speed as the main weapon against the devil. Li Yichan instantly squinted, his eyes widened in surprise. Huan Tian instantly applied the technique of the shadow leopard and jerked to his opponent. However, unlike all the other time, several goals of the protagonist turned out to be around him at once. The man activated his equipment and realized that the high speed increases the power of the sword and connects with the incomprehensible techniques of the sword. At the same time, the brothers of the protagonist could only encourage his relative. The phantoms of the protagonist danced around his opponent, trying to confuse him. Nevertheless, these were far from phantoms, but only residual images since Huan Tian was incredibly fast that even the human eye could not notice him. Li Yichan also difficult to see anything, and even more so to catch the protagonist. Suddenly behind Li Yichan, a deadly threat appeared. Many swords were aimed at a guy who almost could defend himself with the help of his own. The man instantly activated the rotating destruction and desire. Considering that their brother had already lost, his brothers were busy to have both a little more, and Huan Tian was close to victory. At the same time, Zhang Long also watched this fight. The guy squinted and smiled. He understood that most likely Huan Tian became stronger again. At the same time, the observers only fascinatedly looked at the unfolding actions. Huan Tian soared up and told his opponent to take a blow. Li Yichan also was not going to give up so easily and said that it was easier than a simple one. The guy understood that he wanted the protagonist to tear 1,000 parts from his attack. The man waved his sword horizontally and grinned too early. Suddenly he opened his eyes because he understood that he had let go of sight. Looking around, he could not find the protagonist in any way. After that, he lifted his head into the air and wondered he was really there again. Nevertheless, the unexpected voice of the protagonist was behind him, who said to stop looking for him. Huan Tian said that despite the fact that he put the speed of his sword technique, the technique of pursuit of the wind, his speed is still incomparable. Li Yichan took out his sword while Huan Tian also sharply became more serious. Li Yichan activated his technique for the inconstancy of the devilish sword and she rushed to the main character. In return, Huan Tian activated the persecution of the wind, a shadow suggestion. Two powerful forces collided with each other and did not give each other a slack. He used the technique of the shadow leopard, namely the technique of shadow suggestion. The opponent immediately realized what this was fraught to him. Two forces in a collision exploded with each other. Absolutely no one expected such an outcome of events. The guy was behind Li Yichan. Huan Tian said that the technique of the devilish sword is really worthy of its name. Li, who was barely holding on his feet, said that the protagonist also has good sword techniques. However, very soon the guy was on the floor in exhaustion. The judge announced the victory of the protagonist, and the whole tribune repeated his name. Very soon other competitions began in other competitions. The fights of Young Dinju and Zhang Long. Obviously all of the listed people, including Bei Chanhe along with Lin, won over and over again. Very soon, Young Dinju was near the protagonist and started a conversation with him. He congratulated the protagonist on getting into the top 8. Passing by him, he said that he hopes that he would not disappoint him in the upcoming competitions. Huan Tian smiled and said that he would also match him. At the same time, his brothers approached the main character. They began to literally dance with happiness and say that Huan Tian will definitely become the first, because he is so strong. Nevertheless, Huan Tian said that it would be not easy, and you need to just be yourself. Nevertheless, his brother definitely noticed that Huan Tian laid out to the full. Tsang grunting the main character. Long grunted and realized that he had really underestimated him. Very soon the deep night came and Huan Tian was still in the lotus pose, but already in his room. The guy understood that he had already mastered the technique of persecution of winds to the highest level. He needed to thoroughly master everything that he taught before the upcoming competitions. The younger brother went to the main character and said that today the results of other battles were published. The guy asked his brother to tell him the results for what he said that the rest of the students who got into the 8 is Ma Tao, Judan, and Guyan, respectively. Huan Tian understood that he really counted on it and should not be taken into account. Our brother said that in the end he is the best and everyone is talking about him. The next day of the competition began very soon. People understood that today, the last day of the competition of external students, and they really were wondering where Huan Tian would go. Very soon the battles were announced between the remaining participants. Young Dinju folded his hands and realized that only 2 people left who did not participate in arrangement, Zhu Dan and Huan Tian. The guy took out a token and already previously thought that it was Huan Tian, but it turned out that he had pulled out the 10th number. The judge said that Young Dinju would fight against Zhu Dan, and Huan Tian will fight against Lin Win. Very soon the couples of competing were decided. Lin Win asked the protagonist was not proud of his speed, and said that he wants everyone to know that the name of the high-speed sword belongs to him only to him. The main character's brothers supported him in every possible way. The fights began very soon. The girl who was the opponent of Zhang Long apologized to him if she suddenly hurts him and took out her sword. In response, Zhang Long only grinned. The girl concentrated her energy and waved in the direction of the guy. The girl intensively fought while the guy only dodged. After a series of strokes, Zhang Long landed, a little further with him a single scratch. The girl asked why he was not attacking. Zhang Long said that she is a girl, so he will allow him to attack him 3 times. She thanked her opponent for such a courtesy and asked to enlighten her again. The guy took out his sword from the scabbard and apologized for any grievances. An incredible aura appeared around the guy instantly. The girl was amazed at such a powerful essence of the sword. The guy only slightly waved in the direction of the girl, but even such a simple blow, she could hardly defend herself. Immediately after that, her opponent was behind the girl's back while she could not even react. Handering around, the guy activated another equipment while the girl only inexorably tried to reflect her. She understood that very soon, and she would drive out of the ring trite due to retreats. Immediately after this, a huge explosion occurred and the arena was shrouded in dust. The guy folded his scabbard into his sword while the judge announced the victory of Songlong. As it turned out, the girl literally fell out of the ring. The guy with a gloomy expression on his face looked at the girl while she admired his power. At the same time, the observer made bets on how much more Matao will last. Beit Sanhei said that he could simply recognize the defeat, and then he can still keep his face. However, the man was clearly not going to do this and said to stop carrying nonsense. The man attacked his opponent, but he only evaded easily. Immediately after in the series, Bei Zanhe turned out to be from behind his opponent and crawled him lightly. The enemy Young Dinju apologized to him for the fact that she would touch him and the man gave his permission. The girl held out her sword forward and made a blow to tell him to accept it. Suddenly, from the fingers of Young Dinju, sharp claws appeared. Literally with his bare hand, he was able to stop such a blow, or rather with his claws. The guy with a smile on his face said that she was too weak while the girl could not believe that he blocked her most powerful trick without even resorting to weapons. The man squeezed this sword literally a few fingers and grabbed it from the girl's hands. He visually told her that this is a good sword and he was very sorry that he's in the hands of such a weak owner. Soon this sword was on the ground and the girl recognized her defeat. And the judge announced the victory. Young Dinju. Many shouted in support of Young Dinju in the stands awaiting his victory. The guy looked at Young Dinju in deep thought. Huantian understood that Young Dinju really is very strong. The man grunted, looking at the protagonist, and said that the next one who would tolerate his defeat would be exactly he, while Huantian squinted and said that he would not lose. At the same time, Lin Wen looked at the protagonist and watched his actions. Very soon the 9th round began between the main character and Lin Wen. Observers believed that both of them are proud of their speed, as by force, and especially this, Lin Wen is standing out, because none of the external students can defeat him. However, the brothers of the main character, regardless of the situation, encouraged him from the stands. Very soon the judge announced the beginning of the battle. Nevertheless, unlike the first appearance, many people supported the protagonist. Lin Shiji also said that in her opinion, Huantian will be the first, while Lin Yevchen said that he only wants to know how far this child can go. Students of the 10th level understood that Lin Wen is much stronger than Li Yichan and no one could withstand his speed sword. The 10th student agreed to the doubt of his enemy, because the probability of the prodigy of the protagonist over Lin Wen is not even 30%. His friend said that the technique of persecution of the wind is faced with the technique of the sword of the divine wind, and one of them is the yellow level of the average rank. Nevertheless, they were convinced that they were so bad for the protagonist to lose Lin Wen. At the same time, the enemy from his belt is an unusual bending sword. When Huantian saw him, he immediately realized how long he was. Nevertheless, the guy closed his eyes and took out the ball out of the knife and asked to enlighten it. The gloomy pair said that he used the devil in order to tame a heavy sword and used the speed to be a devil and how he wants to crush his speed. Nevertheless, Huantian smiled and said that he could do it. Lin Wen grinned and asked what he was using to break his high-speed sword while Huantian said that she would ask a heavy sword in order to break the speed. He asked he was really going to do this because it sounds too simple, and even Liang Zhang did not dare. However, Huantian raised his sword and said not to forget. Liang Zhang was defeated by his hands. At the same moment, Huantian noticed the bending of his opponent for the last second. The guy instantly realized that he really could not just block him. As a result, this blow tore his clothes, and Huantian only clenched his teeth. He squinted after all. He understood that the high-speed sword really deserves his name. Huantian understood that Lin Wen is not at the same level as Liang Zhang, Li Yichan, and everyone else. While the blood flowed from the shoulder of the protagonist, he realized that he was too careless, because the speed of the Linen Uan was definitely not lower. While Huantian analyzed one blow, Lin Wen at a great speed headed for the main character. At the last moment, Huantian was able to block the blow of his opponent. Lin Wen said that this was not so, and just block his sword while Huantian grinned, and said that he would put him from 10 blows. He also smiled and said that it was incredibly arrogantly and proudly and said that he would look at the same 10 blows. When Huantian directed his sword towards Lin Wen, a huge amount of energy gathered around him. The guy crouched and began to charge his own sword. In a moment, Lin Wen launched his high-speed sword and said to take his blow while Huantian was again amazed at the speed of his opponent. Nevertheless, this time he too did not stand a pillar and jumped away from the place of defeat of the attack while the rest of the observers was very surprised. Huantian stepped back and said that his opponent has a good sword technique. Lin Wen was very surprised at the time that the rest of the observers in the stands did not believe his eyes that Huantian blocked the sword Lin Wen. As a result, the man became in the rack and said that now his turn to take a blow. The high-speed sword went to the main character, and he successfully reflected him with his own. Nevertheless, even despite the fact that the guy repelled the attack, she changed her direction and again headed for the main character. Huan Tian jumped away from the rest of the attacks and suddenly noticed something wrong. Those same shots that, like Huan Tian, he reflected, and they disappeared underground and built in the protagonist while he was in the air. Huan Tian swore loudly and realized that he needed to solve something with this situation. Nevertheless, the guy smiled and said that he would start his first blow. After that, he waved his sword and repelled all the attacks that were aimed at the protagonist. Lin Wen looked at what was happening and did not say a word. Very soon, Huan Tian was on the ground and was preparing for the next attack of his enemy. The man realized that his hand began to tremble and the protagonist had a really huge amount of strength. He squeezed his lips because he realized that this amount is incomparable with Li Aichan. At the same time, the main character's brothers realized that if Huan Tian wins, he would enter the top 4. Very soon, Huan Tian smiled and said that he was starting a second blow. Lin Uyin instantly strained. Energy concentrated in the hands of the protagonist, and he said to accept his blow. Lin Wen opened his eyes wide and realized that he was very fast. At the last moment, he was able to defend himself from the protagonist. Nevertheless, such a strong blow still could not help but move him back. The man realized that this was an incredible speed, and she cannot even be compared with Lian Zhang. After that, Huan Tian shouted that he was doing the third blow and brought his hands to his head, jumping high. Lin Wen shouted loudly that he would look at his abilities. At that time, Huan Tian said to take his blow. Huan Tian and Lin Wen collided face-to-face with their energies that provoked a huge explosion. The explosion was so large that some could not even remain in their places, and many covered their face with their hands. After this short battle, Huan Tian jumped away from Lin Wen. Lin Wen was really thinking about Huan Tian crazy and wants to fight him face-to-face. The guy understood that Lin Wen was supposed to attack from the middle distance, and thus he could use a wide range of skills. He waved his sword and said that he was making a fourth blow. Successfully repelled the attack, Lin Wen squeezed his teeth because he understood that some 8th level was simply playing with him. Lin Wen made a horizontal wave of a sword and reflected this way with the protagonist. Nevertheless, Huan Tian did not stop and rising up infused the 5th blow by a whirlwind. This very vortex very soon took out a Lin of the Uyin that was only perplexed. Suddenly for everyone, this very whirlwind simply missed the guy that the brothers of the protagonist noticed. Nevertheless, Stone instantly noticed that it was all not easy and told the younger to take a closer look. As it turned out, this whirlwind had the goal of turning around Lin Wen and go behind him. Lin Wen turned and said that it was just in childishness. He raised his hand with a sword and ordered him to break. At the same time, a huge amount of energy spread around his body. Immediately after the protagonist, the phantoms that surrounded their opponent had come out of the body. Huan Tian instantly used 4 blows. Lin Wen grinned and realized that he really underestimated him. But his defeat was already a foregone conclusion, because most likely Huan Tian thought that he could not know anything else. However, Lin Wen raised his sword over himself and used the technique of cutting the sword, after which a huge number of blades enveloped the guy. Huan Tian realized that all his attacks were blocked. Lin Wen strangled after all. He realized that this technique was originally stored for young Dean Ju, and he was lucky this time to see her. The observers realized that this protection really does not have a single drawback. Nevertheless, young Dean Ju understood that the enemy was going to lose. Zhang Long, who watched this competition, turned and began to leave. Lin Wen activated the spinning ball of the shadow and attacked the protagonist. Many attacks immediately rushed to the guy will not give him a chance to rest. Students of the 10th level understood that this technique is really fierce, and this did not bode the main character of anything good, because the guy's sword is practically falling apart. Lin Wen wondered whether the protagonist's sword can get out of hands with a subsequent attack. At the same time, Huan Tian understood that his opponent was definitely going to lose. Huan Tian sharply raised his hand up, which was unusual in her, not even a sword. A huge amount of energy was immediately concentrated around the protagonist. Suddenly, the floor under the wedding guy lit up with a bright light. The guy realized that Huan Tian was going to do, but it was too late to react. The huge pillar of energy struck the enemy of the protagonist, and he screamed in pain. After that, his sword fell out of his hands and fell to the ground. At the same time, Huan Tian grabbed his sword into his own hands. The judge announced that Huan Tian had won. Despite everything, Huan Tian understood that even considering that Lin Wen lost due to underestimation, but Huan Tian still would not lose to him. The main character's brothers joyfully celebrated the victory. At the same time, young Dean Ju only strained and named his name. Zhang Long smiled too, and said that he was waiting for the protagonist. The judge announced that the 4 are the best who were able to get to the 9th round. This is Bei Chan, Zhang Long, young Dean Ju, and Huan Tian respectively. The observers understood that Huan Tian really very strong. The leaders of the 5 halls held the same opinion. Many supported the protagonist who still could not get used to his popularity. Nevertheless, he also had haters, including young Dean Ju, Bei Zhanghe, and Zhang Long. Very soon, Huan Tian finally came out to all the rest of the remaining participants. Young Dinju congratulated the protagonist and asked him in order of his wounds, while Huan Tian thanked for the anxiety and said that everything was in order. He closed his eyes and said that he did not want to mock a wounded man. Huan Tian gritterly asked if it was humiliating to be a defeated wounded man. The guy said that those few people were too weak, but he could not underestimate and ignored young Dinju, while Zhang Long only closed his tongue. Zhang Long smiled and said that Huan Tian wishes to fight him. After that, Huan Tian approached his brothers, who praised him. The judge thought and realized that Huan Tian this time arranged a really impressive performance, and this child of a genius whom he did not meet at 10, if not 100 years. Huan Tian sat on the pillow and thought, the guy understands that these scratches are just a nonsense, they need to relax a bit when there will be real battles. Bei Zanhe and young Dinju collided with each other, while Huan Tian became the opponent of Zhang Long. 2 hours later, the judge announced the battle for the 9th round. The battle between young Dinju and Bei Zana began. They both began to exchange attacks. Young Dinju blocked the attack by Bei Zanhe with his own finger without even using weapons. As if a wild beast, he attacked his opponent, which led to a huge explosion. Huan Tian understood that these two are really the best students in the 10th stage. Bei Zanhe looked gloomily at his opponent. A stream of blood flowed from his hands, which slowly sank down his sword. Young Dinju said that he learned ordinary attacks to such an amazing degree, and most likely his ability to harm his hair worthy of praise. Bei Zanhe understood that young Dinju really worthy of his name, and this guy could not even exhale in such a period of time. Young Dinju smiled and opened his eyes wide. The man considered it that this was a very interesting battle. At the same time, Bei Zana formed a lot of energy near himself and applied technology. Consistently, young Dinju used his technique. The technique of the scream of the crane, as if Bei Zanhe enveloped the shield that only repelled the attacks. Students of the 10th level understood that Bei Zanhe is impregnable, and he could, like an impregnable fortress, block all the attacks of the elder young Dinju. The giver understood that Bei Zanhe not just combine a person and a sword, and he felt a desire to fight him that there was pity. Huan Tian understood that young Dinju was really very talented, and he is comparable to Bei Chan, not even using his sword, so much more, he increases his superiority. At the same time, the brothers of the protagonist only covered their ears from a nasty sound. Huan Tian was then covered as he realized that Bei Che very quickly waving his sword, and thus he creates a protective membrane around him. At the same time, young Dinju only gradually let himself out of a state of calm. Nevertheless, unexpectedly for himself, he realized that his own attacks were directed against himself. Huan Tian was very surprised that the attacks of young Dinju were reflected. However, young Dinju could not defend himself from his own attacks, and his hands were covered with small of which the blood began to flow. Suddenly after that, the guy shouted at full force and activated his equipment, provoking a huge explosion. As a result, the man looked at his opponent. His eyes lit up with red and he seemed to enter the state of the berserker. The guy at a lightning speed inflicted a blow and approached his enemy, who clearly did not expect this. Nevertheless, not only he was embarrassed because not Huan Tian not Zhang Long did not expect this. Such a strong blow instantly smashed the entire arena. Bei Zana hardly left the wall of the arena and said that this bastard was too strong, after which the judge was declared the victory, young Dinju. Many in the arena rejoiced in the victory, young Dinju. The winner passed by the protagonist and looked at him. The guy said that he was waiting for him and said not to disappoint him. Huan Tian smiled and said that he would naturally do it. Immediately after this, the second round began between the main character and Zhang Long. After all, the observer was surprised at the beginning. Everyone believed that the contract, which was drawn up 3 months ago, was just a joke, and no one expected to see this. Many people in the stands were supported by Zhang Long, then the main character who clearly enraged young Dinju. Zhang Long laughed and said that Huan Tian really did not disappoint him, and after such a languid expectation, he was finally in his hands. The guy said that, as he said earlier, he would control his fate and asked to allow him to lead him to his death. Huan Tian closed his eyes and said that he was very sorry to upset him. After that, he tensed and said that he was going to death. Zhang Long gritted his teeth and said that he would completely destroy him and his entire remaining family. After that, he waved his sword and asked how such self-confident nonsense sounded from his mouth. Huan Tian said that in this case he would look at his abilities. Crossing the swords of Zhang Long said that all family members in the northern district will be exterminated, and such as they will have nowhere to go, because he sings the protagonist as a homeless dog. From such a powerful young Huan Tian jumped back. Zhang Long squinted and asked, "Is it all that Huan Tian could?" The guy tensed or looked down deeply. But Huan Tian understood that he had to end this, and he used full strength to defeat the Zhang Long. Huan Tian activated the technique. Zhang Long said that this is a good speaker, but this is not enough to fight further. However, young Dinju instantly realized that Huan Tian was trying to make and opened his eyes wide. All the leaders of the halls intensely watched the main character while the head of the 5th hall laughed loudly. Huan Tian pronounced the technique of the style of persecution of the wind. The guy sharply jerked at Zhang Long. Only then, Zhang Long finally strained, because he realized that his sword had an incredible essence and wondered what kind of technique it was. Nevertheless, he did not have time to ponder all these actions, and he prepared to reflect the technique of the protagonist. The guy waved his best and tried to dissolve her. At the same time, all those who observed the battle literally exposed themselves to risk because they could be corny. Such an amount of energy simply could not but lead to a small explosion. When the dust was settled, Asking did not grit his teeth because he realized that Huan Tian was able to throw him 5 steps back. Huan Tian squinted and said that he was repeating this attack again. Zhang Long opened his eyes wide and said that this was exactly what he longed for, a good battle. Huan Tian raised his sword and uttered the technique of a hurricane. A huge tornado headed for the enemy who did not even lead an eyebrow. The guy said that the means that he used to defeat all the Dolyaks is useless against him. The guy activated the energy of his sword and ordered the techniques to open. Thus, he blocked the technique of the protagonist. The guy has already begun to rejoice, but this was a temporary solution. As it turned out, this hurricane bifurcated and went behind the guy's back. There was a huge explosion that covered the entire arena. The brothers of the main character prematurely rejoiced for him and wondered if he had won. The judge understood that even though it seems that the sword of persecution of the wind of the protagonist only of the yellow level of the average rank, but his strength in his hands can be comparable to the yellow level of the highest rank. Lin Yanhen understood that his technique of persecution of wind reached perfect skill, and while at the stage of returned perfection, he returns to the essence of purity. Nevertheless, the crowd was extremely glad to see another reel on the feet of the enemy, all the same as he was obliged to block such a blow. However, Zhang Long has already completely lost his temper and said that he wants to kill him. Suddenly, a red dragon appeared from his body, which he would have formed a huge amount of energy in himself. Huan Tian opened his eyes wide and asked the question, "Is it really the real ability of Zhang Long?" And he did not look up and realized that something interesting was planned. The judge opened his mouth widely because he realized that Zhang Long is a genius who has not met in 10 years. Half of the enemy's body as his sword were covered with a mysterious black haze. After that, the man made his sword, and a huge amount of energy concentrated in it. It seemed as if behind his sword was the dragon himself, who formed a huge amount of energy in his mouth. Huan Tian squinted and said that today he wants to kill him. The guy closed his eyes and said that he would trample him with his own legs. After that, his body was covered with an incredible aura, and he prepared for technology. The guy waved his sword and many volleys of energy headed for the enemy. This energy concentrated primarily on the dragon, and tried to break through it. All the observers were extremely surprised because it was really interesting and exciting battle. Zhang Long was then covered as he understood that such a powerful attack and directly deserves its owner. Many blades pierced the imaginary dragon, and he seemed to shout in pain. The guy shouted that Zhang Long took his blow. Zhang Long clearly strained because he could hardly fight off the protagonist. A moment later, another explosion struck the arena. Young Dean Ju opened his eyes widely because he did not expect this. The head of the second hall laughed and said that he is now even more patient with patience, the main character's competition with young Dean Ju. Zhang Long shouted the name of the protagonist. His whole body was covered as if mysterious with a haze. His eyes became empty and black. The guy said that he would kill him even if he violates the law. Huan Tian grinned that he was just standing opposite him and should be strong enough to get him. The judge closed his eyes and said that his rage is so great that it would be very difficult for him to reach the heights that it is very sorry. Suddenly, Zhang Long's eyes lit up with bright red light, and he said that they all in the family of the protagonist should die. At the same time, the brothers of the protagonist noticed that a mysterious dragon appeared on the enemy's hand. All the observers realized that Zhang Long's breathing is very threatening, because most likely the main character has a well-thought-out plan. Zhang Long looked at the protagonist and understood that he only wanted to keep the victory over his pomp and destroy his self-confidence. The guy picked up a dissolved sword and said that he himself was looking for this. The same dragon, as if stopping, shouted even louder and even more energy concentrated in his mouth. Everyone around me understood that this was an ideal combination of a person and a sword. Lin Win understood that in comparison with him, this is a really perfect combination of man and sword. Suddenly, for all the main characters, he folded his sword in a scabbard. Zhang Long asked, really, he was scared, and he would give his sword and recognize his defeat. However, Huan Tian smugly said that he would need only his hands in order to defeat him. Angry from the next conclusion of the guide, Zhang Long sent the dragon to the main character and told him to go to hell. The phantom dragon headed for the guy with incredible speed. Nevertheless, a large amount of energy was concentrated in the hands of the protagonist, and he said that he would make him completely lose without any reputation. The guy held out his hand forward and ran face to face with the dragon. After that, he squeezed his palm, and a phantom dragon seemed to dissolve in his palm. Immediately after this, the enemy was vomited with blood, and he lost the opportunity to fight. The guy knelt down, although he still could not get out of his position. He looked at the protagonist with disbelief since he could not understand how Huan Tian could be so strong. Nevertheless, Huan Tian did not stop there. A huge amount of energy through the floor went to the enemy, who realized that for him, this is the end. And Sang Long, along with his sword, was behind the arena. The observers were extremely surprised that Sang Long, well, is not the word from such an attack. At the same time, young Dean Ju's sorry for his teeth because he understood that Huan Tian achieved all this only using his hands. He understood that the better Huan Tian became, the more the guy wants to destroy him. After this blow, Sang Long began to fall down. However, the one that no one expected that the other hand was waiting below him. She gave another slap in the face and so already defeated. After that, the blow dizzy near the guy, intending to attack him again. At the same time, Zhang Long said that he forced him to do this. The guy shouted loudly, and a huge amount of demonic energy spread throughout the arena. Huan Tian also stared at what was happening with disbelief. In Zhang Long seemed to take the air and became a celestial. The man said that he was forced to use this technique. Suddenly the same sign appeared on the forehead of the protagonist, and he said that this is already something interesting. Huan Tian smiled and said that he would lose anyway. At the same time, all the other observers could not believe that this is still a competition of external students. And while his body was covered with a mysterious aura in the middle of him, a huge dragon appeared. Huan Tian looked at him, only laughed, and called him weak. The guy held out his hand forward and told the main character to prepare for death. A moment later, the mysterious dragon headed for the main character. The guy opened his eyes wide because he understood everything seriously. With double hands, he wrapped around the dragon's mouth, stopped her at the last moment. Both guys were very tense trying to win. The whole tribune supported the protagonist. After some time, Huan Tian used the next equipment and tore the dragon. The judge considered that most likely it was the most powerful hitting hit by Sang Long. The energy of the head hero clashed with a mysterious dragon and seemed tore him into pieces. Immediately after this, the enemy also torn with blood, and he screamed loudly. He again fell to his knees and spat out the blood. He could not believe what was happening and looked at the protagonist with distrust. At the same time, young Dean Ju thought that he had done if the hit of Sang Long would come to him. Do not say that the tribune was delighted. Huan Tian slowly approached Sang Long and stopped right at his feet. He looked at the guy from top to bottom and asked if he was taking that defeat. With distrust in his eyes, he's with the protagonist what kind of logic is. Immediately after that, the guy slapped him a delicious slap in the face and he spat out even more blood. Huan Tian asked if he was asking and knelt down in front of him. Zhang Long again repeated that he was not even going to give up to the main character. Accordingly, he received another slap in the face. The judge realized that despite the fact that the outcome was clear, the opponent still does not recognize the defeat. He wondered if they should end the battle. The main character's brothers, looking at all this beating, only looked in a stupor. The whole tribune began to shout that he could no longer but accept the defeat. Young Dean Ju turned around and grunted loud. Going to the exit from the arena, he only repeated the name of the protagonist. Zhang Long at the same time directed his fist on the hero's head and said that he was overdoing. And Huan Tian, as if nothing had happened, said that he was hungry, but he no longer has time to play with them. As a result, Huan Tian threw his enemy with his foot, and that again pushed out with blood. Obviously, Zhang Long was behind the fence that testified to his defeat. However, Zhang Long did not even have the strength to stop his fall and tumbled until he was on continuous land, and only then the judge declared the victory of the protagonist. The stand screamed again from such an incredible sight. Students of the 10th level said that they could not even imagine that such a strong person as Sang Long could be so beaten by the main character. Very soon, his friends approached Sang Long and took him on their shoulders. The guys asked if he was in order. However, Sang Long still could not get rid of the sensation of distrust, because he still could not understand how Huan Tian was so serious. At the same time, Huan Tian understood that it was very close. The guy understood that if it were not for his spirit, a sword who increased his strength at the last moment, he would be dead from the sword Sang Long. The guy was a fist and looked into the distance. Huan Tian only thought about what would happen if he masters the last step of shadow technology. The judge closed his eyes and realized that it was very sad for the enemy because he mentally injured after the competition with the main character. At the same time, Lin Shiji at the peak of the holy mountain looked at Lin Yanhen, waiting for the result. The girl smiled and asked what he was thinking about the main character. Lin Yanhen said that he was quite good. The girl was immediately glad because this is a very strong success to get a recognition from her grandfather. Lin Yanhen squinted and realized that in fact he was very excited about the upcoming final battle. The judge announced that the final match would begin in 2 hours and told everyone to rest. At the same time, conversations in the stands did not subside. Many did not believe that Zhang Long so simply suffered a crushing defeat. At the same time, Huan Tian was at home as his younger brother called him. He handed the head of the paper to the main character and said that this was a note from Nu Jigao. The protagonist did not expect to hear this name right now, but dutifully took a note. Turning it around, he realized that the whole letter was filled with threats. Having read it, Huan Tian squeezed a knot of paper from anger. The younger brother asked the main thing according to the hero what happened to what the guy said, that the family was faced with a problem. The younger brother asked the protagonist what to do in this case. Huan Tian put his hand on his brother's shoulder and said that they should not panic because after he became the first among external students, he would return home. The guy said that he would buy a little medicine for a reward from the clan, and as soon as his father, uncle, or grandfather will recover, everything will become much easier. Brother said it was really so. Huan Tian said not to worry about the yellow forking grass has a potent effect. The guy said that he was sure that he would reach a good rank in competitions next year, and only then they will be able to return home under universal admiration. At the same time, the stands were divided into two opposite sides, one of which was supported by young Dinju, while the other is the main character. Very soon, young Dinju and Huan Tian agreed on the same arena. Young Dinju laughed and said that he would see how long he could remain as arrogant. He immediately activated his technique and, with the help of a fast cheek, headed for the main character. The guy clearly did not expect such a speed and was dumbfounded. Huan Tian dodged the first attack of his opponent, even despite the fact that the king's ointment of the protagonist literally cut the floor behind him. Huan Tian looked at the cracks and realized that he had a huge destructive force. However, the guy did not have time to react how the opponent's claws were right in front of the main character. There was a huge explosion of energy that spread throughout the arena. Huan Tian was forced to go back. Nevertheless, the guy squinted and told him to try again. Young Dinju smiled and said that he really did not disappoint him. A huge amount of energy was concentrated in the hands of the participants. Young Dinju rushed to the main character while the guy made a vertical wave of a sword. Two huge forces collided on one battlefield and created another explosion. And Huan Tian and young Dinju were forced and shaking a few steps. No one was glad of this outcome of events and only clenched their teeth because they understood that neither one had an obvious advantage. Huan Tian crouched and made a quick jerk to his enemy. After that, he made a wave, a sword that went straight to young Dinju. Young Dinju was clearly dumbfounded by such a speed of the protagonist. A huge explosion spread throughout the arena and pushed both participants a little back. Young Dinju was clearly dissatisfied with this situation and viciously looked at the protagonist. However, the guy did not give up and said to repeat them again. The observers of this battle understood that Huan Tian provokes his opponent. Young Dinju concentrated a huge amount of energy in his hands and began to plan his next attack. Students of the 10th level have already begun to bet on who would win. After that, they decided to conclude a bet. The person who put on the protagonist said that if Huan Tian wins, he buys 2 and reimburses one of them, as if young Dinju wins, he compensates for 2. The head of the first hall got up and his place and said that this is a decisive duel, which he had been waiting for so long. Young Dinju's hand headed for the main character and he shouted loudly. Huan Tian clenched his teeth and realized that he had felt an incredible tension. Huan Tian blocked his opponent's claws with his own sword, but suddenly he realized something strange. Immediately after that, he waved his sword horizontally, which made his enemy move back. As a result, Yang Dinju was behind the protagonist. So far, he was not yet able to react. It attacked the protagonist, who at the last moment dodged and already made an attack from the air. Young Dinju covered himself with his hand and said that he would take his blow. He squeezed the attack of the protagonist in his hand and realized that even though he would be a weak blow, but had the power of the yellow level of the highest rank, which was amazing. Having blocked the attack of the protagonist and blood poured from the enemy's fingers. As it turned out, the power of the protagonist was enough to completely destroy the claws of his enemy. The man looked at his opponent and concentrated energy in his hand. The illusory hand seemed to go to the protagonist, but he did not flinch and made 2 waves. Thus, his energy seemed to clash with the illusory hand of the enemy. Huan Tian understood that it was too close. Young Dinju also understood what was all fraught with and stepped back. The stands were torn from screams, because it was an unthinkable sight. Young Dinju was forced to retreat a few steps while Huan Tian did not move not by an inch. The stands began to applaud the main character and cheer him up. At the same time, the guy understood that this was far from the best situation because his right hand was still numb from such a fierce blow. At the same time, from the hand of young Dinju, blood poured, and he looked at the protagonist with disbelief. The man wondered what other abilities of Huan Tian hid from them. Huan Tian squinted and realized that he needed to get the moment when young Dinju still hesitates and defeat him. The guy activated the storm style and a huge amount of energy concentrated in his sword. The huge tornado headed for his enemy, who barely oriented himself. The man understood that it was a very fast attack. In the end, the man did what no one expected from him, and took out 2 daggers for the first time in the arena for the first time in his sleeves. His body was covered with incredible energy, and he told the technique to open. Huan Tian clearly did not expect such an outcome of events and looked at his enemy with disbelief. Huan Tian looked at the blades in the hands of young Dinju and was very surprised. Young Dinju crossed these films and prepared for the next attack of the protagonist. At the same time, everyone else was also surprised for the first time to see the guy's blades that Huan Tian did not expect. The guy instantly realized that right now completely different vibrations are leaving the enemy. Lin Wen asked Bei Zane what technique was studied by Huan Tian, while the guy said that he was studying the birth. He did not believe in this answer because, while at the 8th stage of a master of martial arts, one cannot just cultivate an innate force. Bei Zane also said that this was all true and looked at the protagonist with distrust. Lin Wen said that he only reached the 5th level and is not an opponent for the enemy, while young Dinju is already at the 7th level of his technology, which understood that it was still very difficult to say which of these two talented students would eventually win. The leaders carefully watched the outcome of the fight. Young Dinju said that Huan Tian was the first to force him to use the blade, and he is a lucky one. Huan Tian held out his sword forward and said that he was flattered, but said that in any case, the guy could not win him. Young Dinju did not wave his blades for long and inflicted 2 consistent blows to the main character. Watching this attack, Huan Tian excessively stood in place, and the will took a serious appearance, and he used the style of inclined wind. 3 blows collided in front of them and opposed each other. While young Dinju is still a bag of, Huan Tian made a quick jerk towards the enemy. He waved his sword and used the style of destructive wind. Young Dinju clearly did not expect this attack and at the last moment blocked it with his 2 blades. From such a clash, Huan Tian was forced to retreat. The guy clearly did not expect that his young Dinju would be so strong when he would take the blades. Young Dinju laughed intensely and squinted. He asked, "Is it really all that the protagonist has?" Huan Tian sank to the ground and began to carefully examine his opponent. He told him to demonstrate all the styles that he has. At the same time, Huan Tian understood that his hand was still aching after that exhausting blow, and young Dinju is clearly insanely strong. At the same time, the brothers of the protagonist encouraged their relative. Young Dinju slowly went to the main character and began to twirl his daggers in his hands. Huan Tian smiled broadly and said that he had already reached the top of the 8th level of a martial artist, and if he is on his own, he will need time to break the barrier. Huan Tian understood that the technique of young Dinju is a pure yang that is already at the 7th level. Young Dinju at the same time concentrated the energy in his hands and said to carefully observe the attack. After that, the energy and from the daggers headed for the main character. The guy clenched his teeth and realized that this was a very impressive attack, making a horizontal wave and fighting off it. After such a clash of forces, a huge explosion occurred, which covered the entire arena. Young Dinju looked at the protagonist and said that he would look, and how much he could hold out for a long time. Huan Tian understood that his enemy had a huge about those active power. Nevertheless, the guy did not give up and concentrated even more energy in his hands. Huan Tian and young Dinju still did not stop the battle, but Huan Tian simply reflected fights. Young Dinju again swung at Huan Tian, who already reflected them with weight. Having swung once again with a pleased expression on his face, he again hit the sword of the protagonist. Nevertheless, the guy continued to say that he was not enough for him. Young Dinju again waved his sword and sent the protagonist to flight. Watching this battle considered that this attack was really frightening, which understood that young Dinju is really exceptional, and most likely none of the 8th level students could match him. Huan Tian very soon found himself at the fence. The guy understood that it was very close. Huan Tian understood that the 8th level barrier was already starting to crack. He just needed a large external force that will help him break through. Young Dinju watched the main character and said that since he was closing his eyes, he really reconciled with his fate. Nevertheless, Huan Tian said that this was not the end and again took a lunge in the direction of the enemy. The guy waved his sword, and the attack headed for young Dinju. Nevertheless, he only laughed and said that this was a very delusional attack. He easily reflected it with his blade, but Huan Tian did not even think of stopping. He went upstairs and said that he needed to do this again. However, young Dinju only smiled broadly and said that he was too naive. Immediately after that, he inflicted a vertical blow to his enemy, which caused profuse bleeding from the protagonist. The protagonist literally pulled out with blood, but he still held on his feet and said that this was still not enough. Young Dinju fulfilled his enemy and made a breakthrough to his opponent. He inflicted the 36th blow, which was still insufficient for the protagonist. From such long attacks, all the guests of the stands were forced to open their face with their hands so as not to fall under a random fire. Students of the 10th level understood that Huan Tian forces himself to go against young Dinju. Huan Tian was no longer in his best shape and only kept on his feet. Young Dinju once after time struck, the number of which had already exceeded 80. Young Dinju smiled broadly because he believed that Huan Tian was just crazy and he was just wondering how much he would last. Suddenly, Huan Tian realized that he was on the verge of a breakthrough of the 8th level. Huan Tian said that this was still not enough and swung on his enemy. Young Dinju said that even just looking at his ugly face, he wants to kill him. His eyes were covered with red light and he made another blow towards the protagonist. Huan Tian also varied this blow with his own energy, which led to a small explosion. Huan Tian over and over again evaded a huge number of attacks by young Dinju. The guy went upstairs and inflicted a vertical blow down that was already 107th. Young Dinju squinted and said to stop doing useless protection because they will finish everything here and now. The guy inflicted those 2 blows in front of the main character again, and he shouted loudly. He said that this was a very good blow and retorted him with his sword. The brothers of the protagonist, as soon as they saw a huge explosion, were very worried. Nevertheless, sometime later it was clear that Huan Tian was unharmed. Under it, there was a huge amount of energy, which indicated that Huan Tian rose to the 6th level of congenital power. Young Dinju, while the rest of the rostrum was surprised by the fact that the protagonist had such powerful vibrations. After such a significant breakthrough, Huan Tian said that he had to end with him. Young Dinju was still in a state of shock, but his eyes were sharply filled with blood. His body was covered with energy, and he gripped his teeth only repeated the name of the protagonist. He swung again with his blade and told him to go to hell while Huan Tian calmly applied the storm style. A huge tornado appeared right in the place of the enemy, and that did not even have the opportunity to dodge. Young Dinju had no choice but to go upstairs and be a sucked corpse. In the middle of this journey, he had already managed to tear him out with blood. The whole tribune looked at what was happening with a share of unbelief. Very soon, asking for not on earth and no longer had the strength to keep both blades. He was breathing heavily and did not have the opportunity to rise and stand on his feet. Huan Tian slowly turned back, believes that the fight is already over. Nevertheless, young Dinju moved himself and told the protagonist to wait a breath. As soon as standing on his feet, he said that he had not finished. Nevertheless, Lin Wen could not believe that young Dinju simply lost. Nevertheless, he admitted that Huan Tian is no longer at the level that they were. Bei Zane also reluctantly admitted this and only stared at his rivals. Huan Tian turned and asked young Dinju, "Is it not better for him to lie down and recognize the defeat in order to prevent further attempts?" However, dying Dinju picked up his blade. Suddenly, for all the second blade, he dissolved sharply in the air. The remaining dagger turned into a full-fledged sword from energy. At the same time, huge wings of energy appeared behind the enemy. Huan Tian looked at his enemy and realized that he was wondering what would happen when he would break all the feathers from him to the single one. With reddened eyes, young Dinju said that he would kill the protagonist while the guy told him to stop engaging in useless protection. A huge amount of energy headed towards the protagonist at the same moment. Nevertheless, the guy never flinched and said that he had already said that this was a useless action. He sharply with the movement of his hand. He easily chopped that huge ball of energy into which even Yang Dinju himself did not believe. Immediately after this, another explosion swept the arena. Young Dinju, even despite the fact that he was still breathing heavily, kept on his feet. Despite everything, even with his hands covered with blood, he was able to restrain the blow of the protagonist, and the guy said that he deserves praise for it. Suddenly, Huan Tian closed his eyes and a huge amount of energy concentrated in his hands. The guy activated the style of the divine wind. Suddenly, for everyone, that very energy concentrated in the second hand of the protagonist as if the second ephemeral sword. The whole tribune was shocked by such a technique. At the same time, Lin Wen was wondering how the speed of the protagonist could be so high. Bei Zane also admitted that he completely does not see the ball at the time of his blow. Huan Tian held out his hand forward and said goodbye to his opponent. Immediately after this, the waves of energy swept over young Dinju, and he went into flight. After a short flight, he found himself behind the ring of the ring and shouted loudly. The judge announced that Huan Tian won and defeated young Dinju that put him in first place. The elder noticed that Huan had an amazing technique. The granddaughter said that she believed in the victory of the young master. All present masters and spectators were shocked by the victory of Tian. Bei noted the incredible perseverance of the protagonist thanks to which he achieved such results. Lin, in turn, could not understand how Huan achieved such success in the shortest possible time. Lin Yanan was curious from where he had such a powerful technique that did not belong to their clan. The granddaughter noticed that Tian may have the technique of his family. Elder Lin replied that such technology does not exist throughout the world. The girl suggested that he himself created her Yiken thought. Then he said that he had a technique for collecting wind and spirit of the shadow blade of which he owns well. Knowledge in shadow technique was struck by the elder. After all, being at the 9th level, he understood the spirit of the shadow sword, and in the future, the young man will necessarily surpass Chu Feng. The girl noted that the hairdryer at the 3rd level of innate abilities, and no one in the clan went so far. Lin said that Chu genius, but there are a huge number of masters on 6 continents, compared to which the hairdryer, and even he himself, is nothing. The granddaughter understood that she should work more diligent to become great. Meanwhile, the protagonist was hastened to reward for the victory in the tournament. These were genuine pills of condensation, which was a rather valuable gift. This capsule could be obtained only by a pharmacist of the mythical stage. There were 3 such masters, and they were elders in external clans. Tian understood that this was a great opportunity to break through to the next level. Such a pill cost at least 2 million silver coins. Juan decided to leave it for later. Young, who took the second place, received 50,000 loans of the Bay 20 clan. The rest also did not remain without gifts. After that, competitions among external students were closed. Johnny Lin and the rest were naturally dissatisfied with the results of the tournament. The kids in turn hastened to congratulate the young master on the victory. Now the main character needed to recover and break into the next step. Tian immediately went to his room where he began to cultivate. The next day, having come to school, everyone began to discuss his victory, admiring Juan. However, there were also those who were not to the liking of the popularity of the young man. Having entered the library, the protagonist wanted to find the 7th style of the Shadow Sword, in order to withdraw it to the next level of development. Getting one of the books, the young master began to read it, which spoke about the steps of the spitting dragon of the yellow stage of the highest rank. Tian concluded that this technique clearly would not be superfluous and began to study it. After reading the treatise, Juan realized that this is a really useful book. Having carefully examined the bookshelves, the young man still found the technique of a shadow sword. Opening it, the main character suddenly found himself in a different dimension, where he stood on the water and clouds carefully floated around him, after which the guy began to cultivate to finally know the 7th style. In addition, he could also use other styles with his will. Meanwhile, Chu and Sister Lin walked around the library. Noticing their students began to discuss the incredible power of these masters. They, in turn, went down the stairs when the student ran up to them, who was extremely respectful about Fenya and kindly asked him to pass with him. Tian continued to cultivate without paying attention to them. People began to recognize in the young man of the very winner in the Juan tournament. At that moment, he was asked to give the great Chu and Sister Bei to go. However, the young master didn't hear them since he was immersed in the study of the technique of the Shadow Blade. The Have noticed that it was extremely not respectful on his part. The servant said that Chu's father was the elder of the Tianzhan clan, second after the founder. The inner student was furious, deciding to violate the rules about fights, in connection with which he hastened to strike the main character. However, after a moment, Tian sharply bounced to the side. All students were at a loss, not understanding how the guy dodged. Sister Lin noted that Juan was just a fighter of the Tao stage, and was able to evade the shock of the hairdryer. The young master was at ease of the conversation, asking him how he ended up here. The angry Chu wanted to beat such a self-confident guy. Eyewitnesses began to say that Tian really strong. The hairdryer, in turn, hurried to strike by applying skills. The Sister Bei understood that he was angry, and now she would not leave Juan alone. The young master noticed that the inner student had extremely quick attacks. In this connection, he hastened with a response blow using his abilities. As a result, there was a loud explosion in the library. Most books flew off the shelves in different directions. The main character was absolutely unharmed and stood opposite Chu. The hairdryer could not understand how the young man had survived, because usually this technique was enough to neutralize the enemy. Eyewitnesses also were at a loss, closely watching what was happening. Tian realized what power the inner student possesses. Juan was literally ignited by a magic flame. Everyone understood that the guy really intends to fight Chu. The young master could not control the desire to punish such a self-confident student. The main character suddenly stated that he was too arrogant. Those present were shocked by such an arrogant young man. Feng asked who he so allows himself to talk to him so. Sister Bei suggested that Tian would soon suffer. Juan noticed that his power increased significantly in this regard. He wanted to kill Chu. The angry servant menacingly stated that he would destroy him. Lin tried to reassure him by saying that he did not need to prove his strength, adding that an unexpressed young man simply asks for forgiveness and they will finish on it. The girl turned to the guy and asked him to apologize to the hairdryer. However, the main character made it clear that he would not do this. Moreover, he intends to measure his strength with him. What the students shocked around those who were shocked that the guy was crazy. Chu stated that death had come for him and no one could help him. In response, the young master said that if he is really a man, he would fight him. Sister Bei called on to shut up him immediately and not to provoke a hairdryer, but Tian said that he would not apologize to those who attacked him first. Chu smiled at whom the little girl was better than him, adding that behind him the years of zealous training and the enemies defeated by him. While Juan was just at the 9th level of Tao, the young master in turn again called him to fight in an honest duel. The self-confident halter accepted the challenge that even if he was punished for violation of the rules, he would kill the youth. Pupils began to say that this is a pavilion of martial arts, and here it is impossible to hold fights. But Tian could no longer control his anger. At that moment, Chu hastened to strike a generated sword. However, his attack was suddenly interrupted by the elder Genzin. The servants were shocked by the unexpected appearance of old Wu, which immediately took the blade from the inner student, by stating that this weapon is not intended for the murder of his fellow practitioners, and no one gave him the right to create atrocities in the pavilion of martial arts. Feng understood that this was not good. He angered the elder Wu, because his power is much higher even by Yacheni. Pupils noted that for the first time they see the founder of the pavilion. Old man Genzin scattered a chew blade in the blink of an eye. The guy hurried with an apology, saying that Tian provoked him so impulsive behavior. The elder understood that Juan had great potential. Wu said that for the first time he forgives him, and, as a punishment, ordered him to train additionally. The hairdryer, in turn, thanked the old man for understanding and condescension. However, he did not want to leave this, and wanted to take revenge. At that moment, the young master called out of an unlucky student, having said that their issue has not yet been resolved, and later they will definitely find out the relationship. The servants were dumbfounded by the impudence of the protagonist, because despite their power, the difference was obvious in favor. The hairdryer naturally agreed to later resolve the issue of misunderstanding. Tian was the best external student, and Chu was the strongest inner pupil, but it seemed impossible to compare them. Juan turned to the elder Wu and thanked him. Realizing that Zhenzen wanted to help him at all, how much to protect his pavilion, the old man went to the girl who asked how everything went. Wu replied that the have attacked the young master, but the guy easily coped with his attacks. At the same time, the protagonist said that he intends to fight the internal pupil. The girl, in turn, asked Zhenzen's opinions on this score. The old man thought, after which he said that there was nothing impossible in the world. The granddaughter of the head of the Tianjian clan noted that Chu, in theory, should be stronger than Tian. Wu suggested that not everything is so simple and the young man has incredible power. Meanwhile, Juan went to walk around the local market, where there was a huge number of people, thereby created vanity. Most of them were fighters of the innate stage. The young master dreamed of the day when it is equal to them in strength. The guy was looking for special medicines and asked the sellers about them, but no one traded them. Among the large number of trading shops, there were no healers trading in therapeutic pills. It seemed quite strange, although he understood that it was a special product. However, suddenly the main character stumbled upon a capsule of dragon fat of the mythical stage that cost 2 million silver. This pill was ideally suited to restore broken life threads. Next to her lay a scroll. At this moment, the spirit of the sword caught fire at the young man on the forehead of Tian, realized that it was because of an unknown fragment, by suggesting that this scroll can be quite a valuable card. Having looked closely, Juan found that its cost was only 300,000 silver coins. But the description of the goods said the opposite, indicated that the card is incomplete, and it was unlikely that anyone would buy this. The seller, in turn, asked that the guy wants to purchase, but the main character wanted to exchange and not buy. The merchant asked what exactly he wanted to exchange. Tian replied that he could exchange genuine pills of condensation to increase the rank. The seller was shocked by hearing about the capsules of improvement. People in the market began to turn around, recognizing in the young man of Juan the winner in the competition. The townspeople did not understand how such a precious thing the guy was ready to exchange for something. The merchant asked for seriously. The young master now talks about exchanging. The protagonist confirmed his intentions. Understanding that herbs are much more valuable for him, since after studying the innate techniques, he will be able to create an essence. Others became extremely curious for what teen wants to exchange a capsule. Juan said that he was collecting various treasure cards and asked him to sell this fragment. The seller began to praise the scroll, saying that he allowed many clashes to his fellow practitioners. The young man wanted to exchange a pill for a fragment of the card about which, and asked the merchant. The guy understood that the capsule costs about 2 million silver and he did not have that kind of money. In this connection, he suggested that the main character choose something else. The young master naturally agreed to this solution to the issue. However, the rest of the goods were not so exciting, and Tian hastened to leave, but the seller called him out by saying that he still has valuable things. Having offered a young man a pill of dragon fat of the mythical stage, Juan replied that at the moment there is no need for such a price. The merchant did not give up by offering a capsule and a map of the treasures for a condensation pill, realizing perfectly that the implementation of this transaction will be in his favor. But the protagonist considered that it was quite profitable, agreeing to the cunning conditions of the indefatigable seller. After all, the spirit of the sword was extremely interested in this fragment. Opening the treasure map, Tian discovered that its majority was spoiled. The only one was known to the treasure in the Shen Tao dynasty. Juan, in turn, hurried to go on a distant path for treasures. But first it was necessary to purchase a good horse, so the guy went to the stable. In just 2,000 silver coins, he bought a quick and hardy horse. Then he galloped to meet fate, but it was very far from the North Mo, and the road was powered by snow. In this connection, the young master decided to spend the night in one of the estates. The next morning, heavy snowfall began and our hero rushed to the treasures. The young man understood that due to weather conditions he would return home a little later. At that moment, mountain nomads appeared on the horizon. Having got out closer, one of them found out in the guy Wan Tian about what he informed his brothers. The other noticed that this little one costs 1 million gold. The third bandit said that the guy from the Tianjian clan is not so difficult to chop off his head. The leader said that usually such warriors are not afraid of gangs of thugs. One of the criminals asked for permission from Mr. In to kill the student from such a large clan. The leader of the nomads said that to kill the pupil of the authoritative clan is much more interesting than an ordinary person. Tian said that they are bandits from the Puvi sect who committed many crimes, and today they are waiting for death. The nomad noted that he should talk more respectfully differently to answer for words. Juan said that he would do this only after him, then he laughed. The guy did not endure and instantly rushed to the attack. The young master said that he did it in vain because he himself entered into death. The bandit tried to strike, however, the protagonist easily dodged, by answering with its crushing blow using the technique of a shadow blade. The nomad clearly underestimated the malts in connection with which he paid. The guy in turn tried to dodge the Tian attack, but in the end, he was torn to pieces of the thugs, was taken aback. The leader of the gang did not understand how this could happen. Then he called on his accomplices to immediately kill the malts. Several nomads revealed their swords and rushed towards Juan. Confident main character also began to destroy the criminal group. Subsequently, the guy chopped off the head of another bandit. The thugs were bewildered, realizing that the young man was extremely dangerous. In literally distraught, and ordered his people not to be afraid to eliminate the student of the heavenly sword, having stated that they are obliged to take revenge on their brother. However, Tian, using the technique of the shadow blade, easily dealt with them. Killing one by one, the robbers were horrified, not knowing how to confront him. A moment later, embittered nomads surrounded Juan. The young master immediately applied the storm. As a result, most bandits ended up in the epicenter of a huge whirlwind, who scattered them in different directions, thereby by inflicting deadly damage. The dumbfounded nomads realized that this student could not be affected, in connection with which they decided to leave the battlefield. But the main character did not provide them with such an opportunity. Having caught up with their young man, ruthlessly killed the frightened bandits. However, there was one brave man who called on the rest, is not afraid of malts, saying that there are many of them, and he is alone, adding that they do not have the right to escape without taking revenge on their brothers and masters, which in turn instilled confidence and morale in the nomads, but not for long, because Tian rushed again to attack the short-sighted robbers, using one of his most powerful tricks. Subsequently, there was a huge explosion that destroyed almost all thugs. On the snowy land, only a crater and corpses of bandits remained. Juan saw one survivor who begged to spare him by saying that he would give all the money. The young master sighed heavily because he killed not for fun, but from the hopelessness that the current world imposed on him. The protagonist, with pleasure, devastated their pockets, collecting in a total amount of about $5 million. Horse bandits also had tablets necessary for cultivation, which cost about 300,000 silver coins. The guy continued to strictly ask Tian for mercy. Juan, in turn, asked why he should not kill him. The bandit, stuttering with fear, said that his teacher is a well-known master of martial arts of the congenital region. The young warrior realized that this man was not from the clan of Pavais Gan, and asked who he was, and what his name was the mentor. The young man called Yin Izuncho said that his teacher was famous in the Shentao dynasty, whose thundering swordsman is called. The protagonist ordered him to take him to the camp of the Puez gang. The guy willingly agreed, by adding that he has nothing to do with it and simply perform the tasks. Tian asked who specifically gave him orders. The young man sadly said that it was actually a nude family from the northern district of the Moscow region. Juan asked if he had something to know about. The guy immediately replied that he knows nothing more. Then he pulled out a certain wooden box from him, and he hastened to open it. Inside was a beautiful shining object similar to a flower. The young master did not count on such luck because it was nephritis of Linji. Then they headed to the camp of the robbers from the Puvevgan clan. After some time, the guy said they were on the way. Pointing to the valley, he said that their base is located right along the road. The main character hurried him to enter the territory of the thugs. Approaching the camp, they were noticed by one of the bandits who notified everyone about the danger. The robbers, in turn, hastened to release arrows in Tian. However, Juan cut down all the arrows with a lightning movement. Then he loudly burst into their camp, actively using his abilities. The thugs, in a panic, rushed to the attack, intending to kill the young master. In response, the young man also desperately rushed into a mortal battle. As a result, a few minutes later, all the bandits were eliminated. In the distance, the protagonist saw the only survivor who managed to escape. Thinking that he could not do anything, Tian decided to let him go. Then he went to clean the destroyed camp of bandits. Suddenly, a female voice called to him, asking him to free them. As it turned out, not a small number of young girls were forced to a certain type of work. The girls were sincerely grateful to Juan. He, in turn, urged them to return to their families. Entering the room of the senior master of the clan Pavais, the guy found only a couple of cheap paintings. The young master was surprised to pull the picture. He saw a cache behind her, in which there was a box clogged with gold leaves, and under them were unknown notes. The main character began to read them. Getting one of the papers, Tian found that this is a fragment of the card, having attached its part of the card to this passage, a full-fledged picture. However, even at the same time, it was not known where the treasures were. The only thing the young man knew for sure, the treasure was in the northern district of Mo. By the time he arrived there, he hoped to get several more fragments along the way. In total, Juan was able to collect good for 300,000 silver coins. Then he burned the destroyed camp and hit the road to the northern district. After a certain time, the young master reached the city of Yellow Cypress, who willingly traded with his family Juan than with the clans Nu Chen and Zhang. since his family offered reasonable conditions. Thus, the Huan clan gradually seized the market, which only annoyed the enemy sects. Meanwhile, three families discussed the arrival of Huan in the northern district of the Moscow region. The heads of the families Zhang and Chen informed Genishu that the clan Fuwei fell at Tian's hands and he could find out about everything. Niu said that there is nothing wrong with this because everyone knows about the disagreements of their families. Zhang noticed that earlier a big brother did not intervene because of the masters of the congenital region. Chen added that the failure of his brother Nude in an attempt to break into the next level only on the hand of the Huan family. Yenshen confidently stated that he would not forgive this to their clan. Zhang noted that at the moment there is no need to worry about because they have not reached the fourth step. And soon the Huan clan will decline if there is no strong cultivator among their descendants. At that moment, Chen suddenly interrupted the conversation saying that he had a plan, which consisted in creating a tournament and inviting an enemy family to take part. And the reward will be their business in one of the villages, of course. They will not refuse such a proposal. Zhang added that their death would be easier to explain precisely in the competition. Zhen Shani liked the idea of Chen, but if they lose, then the losses will be colossal. The head of the sect Zhang volunteered to personally organize competitions. Zhen prematurely anticipated his victory over the Huan clan. At this time, the main character finally returned home where the whole family met him. The joyful master jumped from his horse and rushed to his relatives. Mom immediately began to ask how he got away, noting that they received his message. Uncle saw a heavy bag on Tian's shoulder and suggested that these were gifts for them. The father said that Huan did not just grow up, but had matured. Shan noticed that the main character over the years has achieved not small successes, adding that they were also heard about his achievements in the tournament where he took first place. Xuanhong praised his son, saying that he had done a huge job. A confident young master said that this was only the beginning. And in the future, he will become a recognized warrior, after which he will return and save his grandfather. Father was really proud of his son, saying that he would succeed. Tian said that he would soon get healing herbs to restore his health. In response, Xuan only sighed heavily, but he believed in his son. Yui urged everyone to return home and discuss everything in warmth. After a short period of time they got home. Uncle Shan asked if everything was good at Stone. Huan replied that Kuzen Shi will soon become a master of martial arts and reach the 7th level. In addition, next year, Sha will be able to take first place in competitions among external students. Uncle asked how he and Shi were able to improve so quickly for this year. Hun added that since they were enrolled in the Tianjin clan, there were no significant improvements. The protagonist replied that before that, due to illness, he slowly developed but then bathed in a certain pond, where he lost consciousness. The guard pulled him out, and after that, the disease left and it became easier to improve. Taiyan was in no hurry to talk about the spirit of sword, leaving this topic for conversation for a more suitable case. After that, Huan told the story of how he went to the mountains of the evil wind where he found yellow fork grass. He took only one stalk, leaving the other 3 for the students of their family. Mother noticed that the gods showed mercy to their clan. Father suddenly asked his son to check the condition of his pulse. Then he stated that this pond is really a magical because its physical form has become the corresponding level. Uncle noted that his internal force is more stable than that of the majority, and comparable to the masters of the congenital region, adding that a great future awaits him, and he may well become the greatest fighter. Kun said that with such an incredible power of Tian, they will be able to repulse the enemy clans. At that moment, Grandfather Yanshen Huan entered the room rejoiced at this meeting. Xuan said that he did not bother him because the servant said that he was resting. The old man replied that he was waiting for the return of his grandson, but fell asleep, having noticed that the main character has grown noticeably and became more serious. The young master drew attention that grandfather was aged over these 4 years, and if 4 years ago Yanshen did not save him, then Tian could not survive. The old man hoped that in the future the Huan family was recognized in the northern district, and would no longer oppress them. At that moment the Shan brothers appeared on the threshold of the house, saving that a guy at the age of 15 was able to achieve such incredible results. Jai said that his son Wei entered the innate area and was enrolled in the Lin Yuan sect, and he would return today. At this time, the servant ran into the house and said that representatives of the families Nu Chen and Zhang came to them. He was nervous, saying that they clearly came with good intentions. Yanshen in turn hastened to receive uninvited guests. The head of the clan Huan asked what brought them here. Jen replied that they arrived to give them an invitation. Yue said that competitions are held in the northern district and a good reward is due for the victory. Ji asked why they had not previously called them to take part. Jen began to say that the tournaments were not serious before. In addition, the Huan family has grown significantly in a couple of years. Shan confidently stated that they were accepting their call. After that, Yue with his people left their house. He read the award for the victory and the invitation, and was shocked, since the reward was the whole city, because before that they collaborated only with Yellow Cypress. And now there is an opportunity to declare itself in the northern district of Emo, however. It looked quite suspicious. Yanshin said that Wei had reached the innate area and remains only to train it with secret techniques. Qi noticed that if they understand, all their families will be at risk. But Ji said that they could not win in this competition. The main character could not miss such a chance and declared his candidacy. Jia, in turn, urged him not to intervene with his level of development, since he would only aggravate the situation. The reaction of the head of the family was not long in coming, and Yanshin gave a slap in the face of him, extremely convincingly urging him not to talk with pulling in this tone. Everyone instantly began to calm the nervous old man. Shan Qi said that the Wan Det has a debt to his brother Honu, who literally saved their clan. It is worth noting that at that moment Swan and Yui fell in love with each other, even his family was against. At this time, a servant with bad news burst into the house again, starting stuttering that Wei arrived from the Yellow Cypress. Ji was already nervous, calling him to inform him faster what happened. The excited guy sadly said that the bloodied Wei was seriously wounded and was in a deep coma. Shan Ge was literally shocked by this information. Tian understood that the enemy clans were probably involved in this matter. What Qi Yanshenu suggested in turn, he urged Wei to immediately visit. Ji instantly rushed to his wounded son. The head of the family asked Qi to take his older brother to relax and bring the doctor. After some time, Jian returned home, which was also seriously wounded, by saying that he was in wait for him on the way home. Yanshin was furious because enemy clans were already crossing all the boundaries. A few months later, Xuan returned home. Qi asked if she was in order, whether she answered that she was tired, and otherwise everything was fine. Shan hurried to tell her about what happened. Juan was shocked by asking what really happened. Father said that this was a long story and sent it to his grandfather, who understood that she was at the 9th level and she was lucky to return to the hole and unharmed. After that, Yanshin gathered a family to discuss what happened, because now Wei will not be able to practice the tournament, in connection with which he asked who would replace it and how to continue to be. The protagonist naturally volunteered to take on his shoulders participation in competitions. However, Jian also showed the initiative and proposed his candidacy. Ji was categorically against, saying that Jian should go to the competition. Hong, in turn, began to defend his son, saying that Jian did not recover from injuries, adding that Tian won in a recent tournament, but Qi noted its small level of development. Ji proposed the only way out of this situation to hold a duel between them. What the head of the family supported him, saying that the next morning they would find out who would represent their clan in the tournament. The next day in the early morning, the youth began to find out which of them is stronger. Jun decided to attack the first protagonist with an oncoming attack. As a result, Shan flew away a few meters back from a painful blow, while the young master was left to stand still without any damage. Yanshin was not surprised by saying that Tian rightfully won the first place in the competitions of the Tianjin clan, adding that it is he who will represent their family in the upcoming competitions. What the young man was immensely happy, and from now on the reputation of the clan in his hands. Late at night, Huan opened the box and looked at the jade of Linji, realizing that his absorption would take about 20 days. And if you break through to the 10th level, he will be able to defeat the fighter of the first innate stage. At that moment, his father called to him, who wanted to discuss something with his son. Seeing Jade, Hong noted that his absorption would take about a month. Tian replied that he knows about it, but he needs to break into the next level. Xuan said that he could not lose in the tournament, because this would directly determine the fate of the family. A confident young master said that he would definitely win in the competition. Han hastened to show the Malza of the technology of the mythical phase of the martial arts that he studied in his youth, adding that 2 of them are definitely suitable for him. The main character noted that in the Tianjin sect requires hundreds of thousands of inexperience to get such techniques. The first was the secret improvement of energy in his body, transforming it into spiritual thus, so it will become stronger. The second was necessary to elude opponents below the 4th level of the congenital region. Father taught Huan to his technicians, and the young man cultivated all night. After a huge amount of time, the young man opened his eyes and found that the morning had already come and his father left. The main character believed that with these 2 techniques he would become much stronger. Meanwhile, Yanshin asked Swan whether he was sure if his son Hong replied that Tian would win. The old man was really worried about his beloved grandson. Huan continued to improve and tried the jade of Linji. Since there was little time, the guy used the technique of energy condensation in order to quickly master the jade. 2 weeks later, the results were impressive. The innate power of the master became cleaner. It remained quite a bit to break into the 10th level, and Linji was practically absorbed. Then the young man will be able to convert the strength of the body into congenital power. This time in the competition, 4 families interceded. The main character seriously intended to make his clan great. Opening the door, Tian saw the Shan brothers, who asked if he was ready. Huan, in turn, confidently stated that he was ready. Meanwhile, the stands at the competition began to fill. Spectators began to discuss the sudden appearance of the Huan clan in the tournament, saying that for them, this is the only opportunity to strengthen their business. Adding that the intentions of 3 families are obvious. They want to take everything from the Huan family. In addition, the representative of their clan should win absolutely all the fights without exception. People were sorry to realize that the only honest family would soon lose everything. The judge in this competition was declared by Wenxian. Everyone began to say that the family is on the side of 3 clans. Wen hastened to announce the names of the participants of the tournament: Nujitian Chen Izinfeng Jiang Zetao and Huan Tian. Then he announced the rules, where there were 3 rounds of 7 battles for the victory. 1 point was given a losing ball. With these conditions, there were quite a lot of disagreements, thus forcing the protagonist to fight 3 times in a row. Qi began to say that this is dishonest, however. Tian declared his confidence by calling the rivals with dogs. Xuan called the young master to respect his opponents. Wanxian announced the beginning of the tournament, where Huan and Zhang Jitao will fight in the first match, explaining that they should not intentionally kill each other, and if one of them recognizes the defeat, the battle is over. A self-confident young man said that he would win in this battle, but Zetao did not agree with this, saying that he had never heard of his family before. Some warriors could not understand how a guy of the level of martial arts master could be compared with a person of the congenital region. At that moment, Tian deliberately provoked Zhang, saying that he was only at the first stage. Jitao, in turn, flared up, saying that he was only at the 9th level of martial arts. Then he rushed to the attack, but the young master quite naturally repulsed his blow. Zhang was bewilderment from how easy the guy crawled his energy of the sword. The audience was also shocked by the inexplicable power of the young man. The head of the clan Zhang understood that Long would most likely lose. But Zetao was sure of the opposite, praising of Tian. He began to show him his power of the congenital region. Zhang immediately rushed to the attack, but Huan managed to activate the protective barrier. Spectators noted the entertainment of this fight. Long began to doubt that the guy at the 9th level, after all, he created a sewing sword subject to innate masters. Even if the young man was in the first stage of the congenital region, to use this skill quite difficult. Yenshun in turn was also surprised by the skill of a young guy. The whole Huan family actively supported the protagonist. Meanwhile, the main character hastened to apply a vortex blow. Jitao was dumbfounded by the aura of the board of the young man, not understanding how he succeeded. A moment later, Tornado caused a crushing damage to Zhang. The heads of 3 criminal families were at a loss. The Huan family opposite was aware of the power of their heir. Surprised spectators also did not expect Tian to win. The head of Zhang nervously ordered to take away the body of Zetao. Some considered that the young master exceeded the authority. Wenxian asked why Huan intentionally damaged the tournament participant. The guy said that swords do not see where they are going, so there will be unforeseen situations. With such an answer, the young man amused the audience and angered the heads of the 3 clans. Zhang could not resist and spoke out sharply, quite sharply, to Tian. The main character suddenly answered him in the same vein. The head of Chen called on his fighter Jin Feng to kill an upstart. The inner student of the dynasty Xin Tao of the innate region hurried to execute the order. As a result, he pounced on a young master with lightning speed. Huan noted his speed that was at a high level. Emergency Jin called on the fighter to follow his blade. However, Tian easily dodged his attack. Feng announced his advantage in the form of a high level. After demanding that the main character ask for forgiveness from his family and recognize the defeat, but the young master naturally did not do this by naming all 3 clans with discharges. After that, naive Jin prepared for the next attack. This time, Tian was ahead of the opponent, having struck the first. Feng, in turn, with great difficulty, repulsed the attack of a young man. He was literally amazed at Huan's power, not understanding how this is possible. Jin began to realize that he could not restrain his strength for a long time, in connection with which he shouted loudly that he recognized the defeat. The heads of 3 families were at a perplexity, angry with the guy. Yanshin in response smiled at seeing the reaction of Nuchani and Zhang. Spectators began to shout that Feng at the congenital stage, and as a result, Malza was lying. Jin himself did not understand where this boy got such an aura of a sword. Xuan knew that his son was waiting for a great future, and he was on the way to knowing the legendary spirit of the blade. The young master called for the last participant to go to the arena. Jensen's eyes twitched, because he understood that the guy was really strong. At that moment, the extremely confident Jitian came out. Having stated that he would avenge him for his brother, Tian began to provoke him in every possible way. Jitian was the first junior pupil in the Northern District. Then they finally converged in a deadly duel. After several minutes, the audience noticed that the fighters are approximately equal. The main character said that he underestimated his power. The student of the Northern District of the MO also felt the excessive power of the malts. The cultivator began to actively apply his best abilities. Tian in turn also hurried with his skills. After a couple of seconds, the soldiers came together in a lightning attack. Subsequently, Huan was able to inflict significant damage to him by Yixin's indignant about this. The student of the Heavenly Sword grinning called him to show what he was capable of. Qishan, like the whole family of Huan, supported the young master. Yenshan understood that business and the reputation of all 3 clans depend on Nude. Jichin immediately began the next attack, having brought down on the protagonist of a ferocious fiery bear. Xuan, in turn, was nervous, calling on his son to be careful. However, for Tian, this was not a problem. The guy disappeared at the moment. Nu was looking forward to his victory, naively believing that the young man would not be able to survive after such a blow. But contrary to his expectations, Juan was behind him, and immediately struck the powerful blow. Jitian did not have time to evade the attack. As a result, he lost his left hand that he did not expect. An inspired viewer rejoiced that Tian won all 3 rounds, and only Yenshin came in a fury of understanding that he had lost. Wanxian accused the protagonist of deliberately causing harm. The master replied that he apparently forgot about the established rules. At that moment, Juan hastened to attack the embittered Niu. However, Qi instantly began to protect the nephew, applying the return magical technique. Subsequently, the explosion occurred. At the same time, Shan did not understand why the good boy who was always Tian decided to cut off his hand to Jitian. Genshin demanded an explanation for the acts of a self-confident guy. Zhang supported his patron, urging the young man to apologize. The head of the Chen added that otherwise he was waiting for a disqualification from the competition. The main character showed a sheet that said that the NIU will pay 1,000,000 silver gang puvets for the head of Tian. People around did not understand what was being discussed by asking the guy to read the contents of the letter. Genshin realized that this was the end, and now everyone will recognize the truth. Qi volunteered to get acquainted with this letter. Tian handed him a piece of paper. Shan read that the head of the NIU proposed a monetary reward for the death of Juan. Uncle was furious, saying that the criminal family was able to kill their children. Those present townspeople were shocked by realizing that the clan's nude despised people. The furious Genzan urged not to get his hands dirty with blood. The main character said that he specially cut off his hand to Jitian as a sign of warning to those who intend to cross his family. The leader of the nude clan stated that he would keep his promise about the award for the victory in the tournament. Then he hastened to take her leave, but Tian stopped him, saying that 500,000 silver was also due for victory. Niu was outraged by answering that he cut off his son's hand, and he had enough arrogance to ask for a reward. As a payment, Genshin gave him a fragment of a treasure card, having said that this valuable scroll is much more expensive. It turned out to be the 3rd fragment of the same treasure map, which the head of the nude for some reason considered garbage time, so simply said goodbye to him. In fact, this scroll was in his family for many years, but no one could use it. Qi asked why he gave the card if he could not find the treasure. Tian reassured his uncle, saying that these fragments were valid enough. Yanshin, in turn, hurried to congratulate the young master on the victory. The townspeople also exhaled with relief, realizing that from now on the criminal clans would cease to terrorize them. Returning home, Hong stated that his son became the legend of the northern district, and rumors about him reached the Shentao dynasty. Having noticed, Tian should not forget that all over the world is full of cultivators that are stronger than him. In addition, criminal clans will not miss the possibilities to deliver a response. Once they will be able to find out the location of the Xuan family, and Khan will have to use secret techniques. The protagonist said that he would soon switch to the 10th level as he mastered the Jade of Linji, after which he decided to show the family his 3 fragments. Father was shocked by noting that these are 3 treasures. Surprised, Xuan asked where he had 2 more parts of the Tian card. He answered that he was lucky to find them. Han noticed that if they find these treasures, then the authority of their family will increase. Comparing fragments, the father found out that the treasure is located in the mountains of monsters in the far north, where there is a lot of demons. Xuan said that only those who have reached the innate stage can go there. But Juan insisted that these treasures are extremely important for them. Mother tried to dissuade her son, saying that in the abandoned mountains of monsters it was very dangerous, but the stubborn young master assured her that everything would be in order with him. Hong said that in those mountains there are monsters corresponding to the warriors of the 8th level of the celestial stage. Father called on the protagonist to immediately run away when meeting with such a demon. The mother, in turn, did not find a place for herself. Experiencing Xuan in every possible way tried to calm her down. Late at night, Tian was diligently cultivated to break into the 10th level. Meanwhile, Yanshan was indignant about what had happened. 3 families were disgraced in connection with which they wished retaliation. The head of Zhang asked the NIU whether they will give the clan Huan keys from 3 cities. Genshin menacingly stated that they would not give them the opportunity to calmly develop, adding that having given them 3 cities, their forces will be distributed, in accordance with the corresponding way. At the same time, they will become more vulnerable to Zhang, noted that they would destroy them separately. At this time, in the house of the Huan clan, the young master successfully switched to the next level. Having received the 10th level of Tian's ability, they were comparable to the 2nd level of the congenital stage. However, the guy could not resist the stronger monsters, therefore it was necessary to practice the steps of the tiger and the dragon. But the time for this will take a lot, in connection with which the young man began to train. After a few days of persistent training, Xuan approached him, thanking his son for a pill of dragon fat, which helped him cure meridians. Moreover, Han reached the 1st level of innate area. Joyful Tian asked how to help him completely recover. The father replied that the capsules of the Earth stage were initially necessary, and then the heavenly pill. adding that the complexity consists in finding capsules of the celestial area since they are produced only in the first clan of constellations. Juan confidently stated that heavenly pills would definitely get for him. Then they will have to help grandfather together. Swan once again became proud of his extremely talented and brave offspring. Then Han began to show the young man the mysterious stage of technology steps of the tiger and the dragon. The protagonist was happy to watch the demonstration of his father's ability. At a certain moment, Tian did not keep track of his movements as Hong was behind him. Having said that the technique of martial arts at the preliminary stage is only the basis after which it is necessary to focus on the moment, Juan began to repeat after his father Juan urged him to follow steps and allow his soul and mind to merge together. Han was well aware that in the future the son would certainly surpass him. A few days later, the young master successfully completed the practice of the dragon and tiger steps. Then he notified his family that he would go to a distant and dangerous path. At that moment, Yenzhen was reported that Tian went to the abandoned monster mountains. Niu could not understand why Juan did not return to the Tianjin clan. The servant said that Tian went to the mountains to conduct training in difficult conditions. Zhenshan asked if there was news from families of Chen and Zhang. Zhen Yue replied that they received the same information, and the eldest son of Wu Vincent went hunting for pulling, adding what he will do so that no one understands exactly how Juan died. Niu asked Yue will go with John and Chen to the mountains to help Wu kill Tian. Meanwhile, in the forest, the main character found a second-level monster and hastened to deal with him. Behind Juan was Vincent, who came across his tracks. At this time, the young master found a lunar lynx that was at the second level. Tian understood that the beast was equated with a 10th-level fighter in force, and was not much different from the 3rd-level demon. The wild lynx growled menacingly on Hana, not understanding what was waiting for her. For the protagonist, she was a gift, and he did not lose time. Instantly using the technique of the shadow sword, Tian cut the head of the monster. The lunar lynx in turn did not have time to do anything. Juan discovered that after the 10th level, he began to better realize the spirit of the blade, in connection with which he hurried to meet the ferocious monsters. Vincent continued to follow the unsuspecting master, naively believing that he could kill the protagonist. So far, Tian mercilessly destroyed all the monsters in his path. He easily and naturally dealt with them with the help of his sword. Thus, Juan gathered a considerable number of demon nuclei. Suddenly, he drew attention to breathing. It did not come from the monster. Turning sharply, the young master saw Wu in front of him. Vincent urged the protagonist to stop asking where he was heading. Tian realized that 3 families had spies. Wu noticed that Juan was too arrogant in competitions, after which he began to generate some magic in his hands, saying that no one will help the young master. The main character understood that Vincent is stronger than previous rivals. Wu suddenly attacked Tian, managed to evade the blow. What surprised him because the Minister of Despicable Families underestimated Juan. The young man was going to apply the Eagle Kohage technique during the next attack. The guy was waiting for the moment when the distraught Vincent would attack again. What did not have to wait long because Wu instantly rushed into the attack. Tian said that he overestimated his capabilities and he could not win. And only if Vincent smiles good luck, he will be able to win. Then he inflicted a series of his crushing blows. Wu suddenly backed away, realizing that Juan was extremely strong. The master, on the contrary, noted his weakness, although he was at the 2nd level of the innate stage. Even more triggered by the angry Vincent, he applied the technique of Claws of the God of Heaven with lightning speed. What swept in the direction of self, confident Tian. However, at that moment, the main character was behind the back of such a not-free Wu. As a result, after a moment, a servant of 3 families lost his hand. Realizing that he could not cope with Juan, Vincent hurried to hide, intending to tell the chapters about the incredible power of malts. But the young master did not provide him with such an opportunity. After some time, an unknown person discovered the cut body of Wu. He recognized him and was extremely surprised by this fact. The heads of families completely came to the rage of learning that Vincent was dead. They suggested that Tian could not deal with him alone. However, the previously received information spoke the opposite. Zhenzan refused to believe that Juan himself could overcome Wu himself. Meanwhile, the servant of the NRU interrupted their discussions by saying that a certain swordsman Grumovets arrived at them. Yenshen smiled mysteriously and asked to let him in. Niu said that God himself on his side sends them such an ally, assuming that the greatest swordsman wants to take revenge on pulling for his students. The thief who hated him had to do everything alone. 3 families were looking forward to this moment. At this time, Juan overcame more than 800 miles and the location of the treasures was already close. Understanding that at night the monsters wanted to have time much more actively before the dark, Yue, in the company of Suna and Yuan, were already in the forest. Heading for the mountains behind a young master, they hoped that demons would be killed. Tian in turn found a place for an overnight stay hiding in the hollow of a tree. The fierce roars of demonic animals in the night forest were heard. The next morning, the protagonist was getting on the road because he had only 200 miles to the treasure. Actively moving along the branches of the trees, Juan overcame long distances and remained inaccessible to the monsters. A few minutes later, he met a huge dinosaur and decided to go around it. Approaching the treasures, another 100 miles, Tian noticed that there was no monsters nearby. The young master understood that they were much less during the day, but a bad foreboding did not leave him. After all, if there are fewer demons, then there may be a den of an extremely strong monster nearby. And since in these mountains the demons could have caught up with an unprecedented power to hurry, the protagonist looked around to just find the treasure and calmly leave. Juan saw a huge snake on a neighboring tree on the next branch. The black-legged snake suddenly rushed towards Tian. The young master understood that it was better for him to avoid battle with such a strong opponent. After a moment, a snake into his powerful tail brought a branch on which a young man was sitting. The main character understood that it would be extremely difficult for him to escape from the king of the snakes. The black-breasted literally did not allow Juan to catch his breath. He again attacked him, breaking another branch on the tree. Running away from the bloodthirsty monster, Tian still injured his hand. Then he hid behind one of the trees and watched the strange behavior of the snake, which for some reason no longer attacked him. At that moment, a small tiger knock passed next to the wounded master. Juan suggested that this is why the snake stopped smelling the tiger. Suddenly, the little man from the Koshachi family sharply rushed towards the protagonist. However, the next second, the tiger Ronka headed for the snake. And after a moment, the tiger, with a lightning-fast movement of the claws, outplayed the eye of the monster. Tian realized that they actually hunted each other. Surprisingly, the extremely clever tigerin was stronger than the snake. Exploring his attacks, a ferocious cat with verified movements inflicted tactically correct blows, depriving the snake to see, after which he began to apply torn blows to him. The snake could not contrast anything with such tiny but superior in the strength of the tiger. The main character watched the brutal battle of angry animals, realizing that he will not be able to calmly leave this dangerous forest. Meanwhile, the blind monster continued to desperately rush into attacks. The kid in turn jumped on the branch, wildly growling on the snake. The next attack of a ferocious monster did not reach its goal, since the tiger again evaded her, jumping on the tail of the demon. I was pretty exhausted, and Aranding the snake cat again jumped onto the branch. The young master noted the extreme power of the fluffy beast, assuming that tiger is a monster above the rank than snakes. Thus, he was stronger than the 5th level of the congenital stage. Suddenly, the beast again attacked the mutilated monster. Hiding behind a tree, Tian was waiting for the right moment. He abruptly stood on his feet and rushed to run forward. However, the snake sensed Juan, in connection with which he followed him. Tigrenog took advantage of the chance and struck the blow with his claws, cutting off the tongue of the demon. The serpent tried to answer but could not get along such a grinding beast. After that, the cat demon again rushed to attack the wounded monster. The tiger chopped the snake with lightning attacks of his sharp claws. The main character was shocked by the results of the fight and the power of the cat. The serpent literally backed back, realizing that he could not overcome the Tigurka. The cat beast in turn hastened to finish the driven sacrifice. A moment later, the monster fell in a deadly battle. The cat climbed onto the defeated monster and began to scratch the scales. Juan realized that he needed the magical core of the black-legged king of snakes. The Tigrenog deftly found the core and swallowed it just as quickly. After a second, his chest shone with magic light. Tian was at a perplexity, realizing that the whole spiritual power rushed to the beast. The cat at the moment increased in size and headed for the main character, which drew attention to the fact that spiritual power contributes to cultivation, and the instant absorption of the energy of the tiger was much faster than the human. The beast, meanwhile, neatly approached the surprised master. Juan noticed that his improvement is at the highest level. Tian wanted to do cultivation and slowly sat down on the ground. However, at this moment, all the spiritual energy evaporated, and the cat began to come closer, the main character nervous, realizing that the tiger at any moment could attack him because his power rose to about the 3rd level. But the beast from the cat's family began to behave quite strange. He seemed to call him Juan, decided to follow the tiger on. Sounding a little in the munged monster, the cat gave Tian a snake gallbladder. The young master was in complete bewilderment, suggested that the beast wants him to eat him. The demonic tiger looked approvingly at the protagonist. A moment later, the guy still ate a disgusting bubble. But suddenly, Juan felt a surge of strength and healing of the wounds. The fluffy friend grumbled loudly as if he was calling somewhere again. Going to the trail behind the beast, he brought him to the same snake. Tian was shocked when he realized that the cat wanted him to drink the blood of the monster. At that moment, a distant roar of cat demons sounded. The tiger growled in response. The young man realized that he was most likely called by his relatives, because the cat immediately rushed to the call and disappeared into the forest more often. But in any case, the main character was grateful to the beast for the salvation of his life, after which he began to drink the blood of the snake, taste like human. Having drunk a sufficiently large amount of blood, Juan felt the strength. His physical capabilities have increased several times like spiritual energy. The young master decided to take several scales of the huge monster with him. Getting a treasure map, Tian saw that he was in 40 miles from the right place. A few minutes later, the main character came to an unusually beautiful waterfall. Having checked on the map, Juan suggested that the treasure was behind the waterfall. Then the young man immediately went to reveal the secret of mysterious treasures. Having made his way through the water, the young master was in a cave. Starting carefully examining the sides of Tian noticed a star sign on the wall. The device resembled a mechanism for opening secret doors. However, it was impossible to move the characteristic stones. Juan thought that he made a mistake in reading the card. Having reviewed its contents once again, the main character came to the conclusion that he needed to get to the bottom of the lake. He immediately rushed into cold water. At that time behind him, something quickly swam. Turning around, the guy did not find anyone and decided to quickly check the bottom of the lake and get out of the water. Submitted below, Tian drew attention to the same stones as in a cave. Moreover, they were located in a completely different order. The young master began to reflect as stones are interconnected. Starting alternately trying to move them from a place, one sign began to succumb. Suddenly, Juan shifted the stone to the side to a characteristic click. However, behind him at that moment, a monstrous snake appeared. The water monster instantly attacked the protagonist, who understood that despite the low level of the snake, she is able to inflict not small damage. In addition, underwater, the monster had more chances. Juan tried to apply his magical abilities, but as it turned out in the water, he could not reveal the entire potential of the skills. The cunning predator hurried to limit Tian in actions, and do not give him the opportunity to resort to magical techniques. He clasped the hand of the young master in which there was a spiritual blade. Thus, destroying the sword, Juan did not expect such agility from the snake. After which the demon gradually began to wrap the body of the protagonist. After a second, he completely immobilized Tian by squeezing it with his tail. The guy tried to get out, but the monster's grip was extremely strong. If he had not drank black-legged blood, it would have died here and now. But in this case, Juan was able to release his true power to the will. The snake immediately weakened the grip, thereby missing the young man, who hurried to strike the monster with a mortal blow, literally piercing the monster's head with a magic blade. Having overcome the water snake, Tian received his demonic core. Then he hastened to return to the stones to solve their secret. Twisting one of them in a characteristic way, suddenly occurred vibration. The young hero's small sword also began to react to what is happening above. Climbing back to the cave, Juan found a secret room in the wall. The young master suggested that this was an entrance to the treasury. Then he immediately headed to go inside. Having passed a few meters forward, the stone wall behind him suddenly closed the passage. Tian realized that he would have to look for a way out of the treasury on his own, and he went deep into the cave. The further he walked, the colder and became darker. Juan was glad that no one had attacked him so far and did not endanger him. Having passed a few more meters in the distance, a muffled light was visible. The young man hurried to him, suggesting that this was the entrance to the treasury. A moment later, the protagonist was in front of a large stone door and a sword stuck into the ground. He could not understand why the blade was in this position. Carefully looking around, the guy thought that there were treasures outside the door. Tian went to the stone door and found a text on it, where a certain blacksmith wrote that the one who pulls out his sword will receive the abilities of a master of weapons of the earth's level. Juan understood that this profession is one of the rarest in the world. Despite the rarity of the pharmacist, there is one heavenly level in the constellation sect. But in fact, the masters of the earth's level is a small amount, not to mention the fact that only rumors went about the heavenly step. Masters of weapons are able to create a precious blade that can have great force. Also, blacksmiths could create swords of a mystical level that is comparable to heavenly weapons. Less than half of the masters of martial arts of the congenital region have mystical blades. The young master rejoiced that 3 fragments of the treasure map were true. Tian looked at the blade that stuck out of the ground, realizing that he weighs 128 kin and in order to pull it out to possess a power of 1,000 kin. However, after Juan drank the blood of the king of snakes, he became much stronger. In this connection, I assumed that this would not be such a difficult task. The main character went to the blade and grabbed the handle, tried to pull it out, but the sword did not succumb and even did not budge an inch. Realizing that he had no other choice, the young master again tried to get the blade. Applying the maximum effort, the sword began to move. A moment later, Tian was still able to get a mystical weapon. The blade, in turn, was incredibly heavy. At that moment, the stone doors behind Juan opened. The guy thought that such a door even a master of the 6th stage of the innate area could not unlock. The main character decided to experience a precious blade. Striving a blow to the stone wall, the young master left a deep mark on it from the blade. What was extremely surprised because the sword really turned out to be an incredibly powerful tool. His only disadvantage was precisely the weight. He definitely lacked flexibility. Despite the fact that the blade was not very suitable under the ability of Tian, such a thing could not be taken with you. Then Juan went further deep into the cave. Having passed a few tens of meters, he ended up in the next room. Having carefully examined the sides, the young master drew attention to the inscription on the wall, where it was written that this mystical sword of the blacksmith of the 9th Dana gives the one who made his way to his tomb. The main character became curious who this blacksmith of the 9th Dana was because he never heard about him. Tian decided to look around to find something more valuable. Having passed a few steps, Juan suddenly stopped. The young man drew attention to the skeleton in a torn green mantle. The young master suggested that this is the blacksmith of the 9th Dana. The ring sparkled on the index finger of the emerald color, And again, a certain text of Tian began to read on the wall, where the blacksmith told the story of the betrayal of student Duan Zhanghe who caused his family death and left to die here. Huan could not even think that the end of the Master of Weapons is so tragic. It was also indicated that if the traveler wants to take possession of the ring with knowledge, then he needs to take an oath and kill Zhanghe. The main character understood that Duan was most likely enough. Further, it was described in exactly what kind of entering the tomb it is necessary to take an oath on the knees in order to inherit his knowledge. Tian understood that he needed to get out of the cave, which means he would have to take an oath. In addition, the cult of bloody sacrifices. Although he lost in the war, the Constellation clan could not be underestimated. However, only a small number of masters have such a spatial ring. Huan understood that Duan was now an old man, but he was still strong. Many years ago, most masters died in that war, and Jiang He could also be dead. But if he is still alive, then it definitely occupies a high status in the clan of bloody sacrifices. The young master decided to take an oath on his knees to inherit the knowledge of the weapon master and get out of the cave. Then he said that he was honored to appear in front of the tomb of the old blacksmith of the 9th Dana. Having promised to kill the Duan and, in case of violation of the oath, is ready to be punished in the form of death. Then the protagonist bowed lowly by the remains of the blacksmith. At that moment, a certain door suddenly opened in the ground, behind which was a wooden box of Tian surprised, since the blacksmith wrote that all knowledge is contained in his ring, and then a crook is a crook. Xuan Huan took a pebble and threw it into a chest to make sure that there were no traps. Then he carefully took the box, and burning with curiosity, opened it. Inside was a kind of bundle. Turning it around, the young master discovered the same ring as on the blacksmith's finger. A certain text was also written on the svirtka. The main character hasted to get acquainted with its contents, where it was indicated that if he removed the ring from his hand, then he would have made him the company without leaving the tomb. Tian realized that he was very close to failure and took possession of the real ring of the blacksmith, inside which the technique of the 9th is given, and upon reaching the 4th level, it will destroy the wall and get to the surface. In addition, in the body of a weapon master should be fiery and gold elements, and an induction stone will help him in this. The spatial ring also contains a bonus set of materials. Huan could not understand how to get inside the ring. The young master could not open the ring even with the help of internal power. He has such a treasure in his hands and he cannot touch him. It was a trap. Suddenly the main character lit up. He decided to use his mental power. Surviving on the ground in the pose of Lotus Tian began to cultivate. A few seconds later, Xuan Huan was in the blacksmith's room. What was pleasantly surprised and drew attention to the books lying on the table, thinking that this is the technique of 9 given. And in addition, it turned out to be books about the creation of fundamental mystical yellow and earth guns. Turning around, the young master drew attention to 2 induction stones of a strange shape. Thus, a huge amount of necessary resources turned out to be in the spatial ring, and various guns from the yellow level to the mystical. And even materials for the manufacture of weapons are true mainly of average quality. Tian wanted to take with him a book about the secret guide for the development of technology of 9 given. At that moment, he was transferred back to the cave. Huan realized that his thoughts were teleported with the desired things from the ring. After that, crouching to earth, began to study mystical equipment, because in order to leave the tomb, he needs to develop this technique to the 4th level, where the first step was directly in the creation of weapons. The main character could only use the power of his body in creating equipment. Therefore, the requirements for physique were high. The first 3 are given for cultivators of the level of masters, the following 3 reaching the congenital region, and the latter for the earthly level. And if the young master perfectly masters the technique of all 9 given, then he will become incredibly powerful. Initially, Tiami was required to reach the innate area in order to go to the 4th level after moving. However, this will need about a month to convert internal energy into an innate entity. And even if there are tablets of true essence, he will not be able to get them because he will linger here for a long time. Huan remembered that there was a bonus set in the spatial ring. Entering the young man's room again, the young man began to look around. Intending to find some other useful things, he drew attention to the tiny box on the table and decided to take it with him. Realizing that there are definitely some materials in it, the young master threw her to the ground and began to beat her with a sword. But he was able to leave only a trace of it from a powerful blade, while the earth was literally broken under the box. At that moment, a certain stone suddenly flew out of the box. Tian realized that this was the innate grain of which his father spoke to him. This core contributed to a breakthrough into a congenital rank, and is created by cultivators of at least the 7th level. It really was a chic gift from a blacksmith. The protagonist could not understand where this is the seed from the blacksmith. If only he did not dig him, because the remains of the master spoke of this. Huan was sincerely happy with such a find and wanted to pay the blacksmith with the death of Jiang He. Since now the young master will be able to break into the next level of development much faster. Tian put on the ring and began to improve immediately, noting that a spatial ring is a really useful thing. Initially, It was necessary to check the properties of your body for this. It was worth using induction stones. When touched to the stone, from 1 to 5 stars will appear where 1 star is a common physique, 5 meant an ideal body. Most people have the properties of the 5 elements in this case. A lot of energy is spent on a less developed element. Pill experts belong to the elements of fire and wood, and should ideally own them a few true masters. And the blacksmiths are obliged to own fire and metal at the highest level, which significantly complicates the task. Since the main character with a sword owns well the element of metal is developed, Tian put his hand to the yellow stone to find out what the level of ownership of the metal he had. The crystal showed 3.5 stars, which was a good enough result. Then Juan touched the red stone with the elements of fire. This time the result was more than unexpected. Reuben showed all 5 stars that could not but rejoice. The young master could not even think that his possession of fire was higher than metal. To have an excellent level of one of the elements is the destiny of true talents. The most important thing is that Tian perfectly owned the elements of the flame, as fire was used for the manufacture of pills and weapons. Then the protagonist decided to test the pre-consumer seed, and immediately began to cultivate, transforming internal energy into an innate force. By this moment, Xuan reached the pre-consumer level that facilitated the task. Thus, the master could become incredibly strong and can cope even with 2 fighters of the first stage. Meanwhile, Zhen Yue and the company of warriors opposed the dinosaur. The monstrous and huge monster opened his mouth and shouted loudly, which in turn was at the 3rd level and was extremely dangerous. Yu understood that it would not be so simple to cope with the dinosaur.
At that moment, the monster suddenly distracted his eyes on the thick of the forest.
Zhen could not understand what kind of creature could scare such a strong demon. A moment later, dinosaurs of Yue even for a moment realized that it was a bad thing. In this connection, Suna and Yuanu ordered to immediately leave with people. He himself went to the monsters to detain them. However, the next second, one of the monsters attacked Zhenya with a certain ray of light from his mouth. As a result, Yue flew to the side of receiving significant damage. Everyone panicked and immediately rushed to run away into the forest. But the dinosaur again attacked them later by an explosion that injured several people. Zhen called the rest of the fighters in no case to lean out from behind the trees. Yue himself stood at the cliff of the monsters came closer. After some time, Gu Sun and Yuan came up to Genishan. They informed him of the current situation, adding that in the end they lost touch with his brother Zhenyu. Niu was shocked by such news and thought that his brother died, realizing that this is all because of the Huan family that he intended to destroy. A few days later, the wounded by Zhen suddenly came to his senses. He himself could not believe that he would be alive. His head was terribly painful and the whole body rose. Ju saw the entrance to the cave in front of him, and he hastened to go inside, where he found an incredible find. Taking a closer look, he realized that these were flowers of bloody stone. They had a stronger effect than a white jasper, and could raise the level of a fighter above the awarded to the 4th step. Zhenyue began to carefully look around, understanding what strong monsters can protect such a treasure. After making sure that in the cave there was nobody, Yue tore off 2 flowers. A couple of days later, the good news was reported to Jezenhani that his brother returned. The NRU in turn was extremely surprised and glad to such a fact. Entering the room of Zhen showed his brother bloodstones. Yenshin asked where he got them and how he got. Soon Yue told him the story of his survival, after which his brother asked him to follow him in the basement, where he said that the families of Zhang and Chen should not find out about flowers, because he wanted to use 1 flower to increase his level, and the second for his brother to exterminate the Wan family. 2 more days, the main character continued to know the new facets of skill. Soon, Tian still broke into the pre-human level. Its internal power transformed into the true pre-consumer essence of the power, and the body improved many times. In addition to everything else, the young master began to better understand everything existing. And the most important possession of a mystical sword has also increased. The snowblade seemed to become one with Huan, in connection with which the ease of movements was felt. The young man decided to try his sword in business and struck the wall. As a result, she cut her trace from the blade was very deep, so Chi-blade has become at the highest level. Thus, the destructive power of the weapon exceeded the inner strength of the body.
And his aura is what absolutely every swordsman dreams of.
Understanding the aura of the sword of the protagonist was much higher than that of the rest, and in just a day he will be able to master this skill. Since ordinary warriors can understand the aura only after reaching the pre-consumer level of the 7th step. Having struck a buried sword into the wall, Tian cut a huge hole in her. He remembered that Chu Fen at the 3rd step understood the aura. Juan will be able to do this at the 10th stage of the level of a combat Tao, realizing that he is no longer so good for him. Indeed, with his current force, the young master can defeat any warfare fighter at the 3rd stage of development. At the moment, his power in each hand exceeded 1,000 kilograms, which means it was worth developing further. The paramount task was the development of the method of 9 Dilines to return to Baimo as soon as possible. The cultivators of the method of 9 given have a completely different body and are stronger than the rest, of which it was worth striving. Also, Having drunk the blood of the black-striped king of the snakes, the body Tian is significantly strong and it has grown. The usual method of hardening the body does not require much time, but at the same time the main character will not be able to defeat Chen Isenfen. However, the Huan body corresponded only to the third Dan, and the only difference was that the impurities had not yet come out. It was also indicated in the book that you can forge your body with the help of a hammer. The body may not withstand, but if you use the method of the ninth given, then the impurities will come out with internal energy. The young master suggested that a hammer for forging should be in a spatial ring. At that moment, as if 3 huge hammers collapsed from the ceiling to the ground, Tian from surprise backed back after reading the following. One hammer weighed 50 kilograms, and is intended for the first 3 given for the average 3, weighing 500 kilograms. The third hammer weighed as many as 5 tons, respectively, for the last 3 given. In this connection, Juan picked up the easiest hammer intending to begin to for Ripple the body. The main character began to knock with a hammer through his body, taking no significant pain without any damage, but the method was really strange. About an hour passed and the strength of the young master doubled, then it was necessary to resolve his breath. After that, Tian successfully received the first data, realizing that it would be more difficult further. Juan immediately began to improve to the second dana. After some time, the exhausted young man literally collapsed to the ground. He could not even think that the next 2 was given would be so difficult and expensive in time. Having received the third dan, the main character significantly strengthened the body, and the strength of each hand reached 2.5 tons. The young master realized that to obtain the 4th given, it would also be necessary for the hardening of muscles and time more. 9 days later, Tian successfully raised his characteristics. Then he hurried to start the second hardening. Although the power in his hands reached 3.5 tons to wave so heavy hammer, having hit Juan literally sampled a couple of meters on the ground. Noting that the 4th dun was radically different from the previous ones, however, the master felt his power. From this hardening from the ceiling of the tomb, stones began to fall, the whole cave shuddered. It is worth noting that the improvement of the body took place much better than before. Having received the 4th dan, the results were impressive. The power in one hand reached 4.5 tons. At the end, the protagonist could achieve the strength of about 5 tons. To wave a 500-kilogram hammer became easier. Suddenly, Tian remembered his family. He had a bad foreboding, realizing that he had already spent a lot of time improving in the tomb. In connection with which thanking, he took apart the remains of the blacksmith, and he went to the stone wall to break through the passage in it. Having inflicted a crushing blow with a hammer, Juan was able to free himself from the cave. In addition, now a mysterious sword that weighs 64 kilograms was a gun for a young master. The ring was also a treasure after all. It was possible to store materials and various things in it. The main character put a spatial ring on the rope and hung it on the neck. Then he hurried to leave this location. Meanwhile, Genshin dreamed about how his family will soon become the rulers of Baimos County. After all, he could not imagine that he could break into the 4th step of the pre-human level. Zhenyue was sincerely glad since he could also improve to the 3rd stage. In this connection, the brothers naively believed that they could deal with the Huan family. Enya Yu said that Yue made a huge contribution to their future Baimo government and myriad wealth, adding that they will take possession of the affairs of the families Zhang and Chen, then by secret methods of the mysterious level and exalt the nude family. Jin, in turn, was like such a plan of his brother. Yenshin wanted to take everyone to rule himself in the city. Then he asked Yue to inform the families of Zhang and Chen to engage in the extermination of the people of Huan. At this time, unknown bandits found quite expensive ingredients. After all, each blade of grass found costs at least 2 million silver, and they were lucky that the animals left this place. This path was extremely dangerous, but the prophet could not but seduce. His adherents implicitly agreed with him and followed their mentor. At that moment, they suddenly heard an incomprehensible sound of the earth shuddered. The thugs suggested that not all monsters left the forest. The leader urged them to immediately find out what happened. His minions immediately followed him. At this time, the main character finally got out of the deep cave. What was incredibly glad, he eagerly swallowed fresh air, feeling freedom. The bandits lurked behind the stones. They were surprised that it was just a boy. The leader of the gang noticed that the clothes on the guy of the member of the sect of the Heavenly Sword. One of them suggested that the young man probably had a lot of different artifacts because he left the cave. Another noted his blade, saying that he was rather not simple. In the end, they came to a common consensus to grab him. The leader urged immediately to attack the young master. At the same hour, a bloodthirsty thugs appeared before pulling. The main character asked what brought them here. The bandits stated that they came for his sword and treasures, and if he resisted, they would kill him. Juan grinned, after which he urged them to try to take away his things. The young master struck a lightning punch of their main robber. As a result, he broke his sword, leaving a deep trace on the ground. All other robbers were shocked by the power of Maltz. They immediately rushed to his aid, asking him how he feels. Chen, in turn, noticed that he clearly overestimated his strength. What provoked his leader ordered them to kill the guy, The bandits instantly attacked Juan from all sides. In response, the main character said that he did not want to kill them. One of the thugs stated that the youth was waiting for death, and he has nowhere to run. Only 4 clans ruled the dynasty Shen Tao school of the Divine Sword of the sect of the Heavenly Blade Fist of Tyran and Enlisted Clouds. The leader understood that the guy was not simple, but this time 3 warriors attacked him at the same time. He was in anticipation of the moment the bandits hurried to apply their skills. The young master said that when nature arranges a disaster, there is a chance to survive, but when a person comes to death. Then he began to beat short. Term robbers. The leader of the gang was dumbfounded by the power and speed of the movements of the young guy. A moment later, all Wo gangstones were defeated and lay on the ground. Tian handed his blade towards the leader of the robbers and said that now his turn has come. The bandit was puzzled because it is higher by 2 steps of the youth. He tensed but still decided to enter into a duel with Juan, having said that if a student of the sect of the Heavenly Sword wants to die, then he will help him in this. The main character smiled and called him to demonstrate his abilities. The leader understood that the guy was really strong because he was able to deal with 3 opponents. Having stated that in the sect of the Heavenly Sword there is already a strong warrior of Chu Fen, and all the rest are only garbage. By adding that in the future he can pose a threat to his clan and therefore should be killed. The young master called him to action instead of idle talk, asking what kind of stick it was in his hands. Tian invited him to fight off from 3 attacks, and then he would spare him. A self-confident thugs agreed and called on Maltz to attack, saying that even the first internal student Dan Fei does not dare to talk to him like that. Juan wondered, if Fei is an internal pupil, then Chu Fenya is a central student who is already at the 4th step. The main character suddenly changed his mind, calling him to attack the first to say that he would not withstand 3 blows. The bandit did not argue and hurried to rush into the attack. The confident Tian was looking forward to his blow. Having stuck his blade into the ground later, a certain magic shield appeared. Then Juan looked at the surprised face of the robber and called him to attack again. The embittered thug was at a loss because the young man easily beat off his blow. Having said that, he underestimated the Maltz, which apparently was stronger than Dan. Then he hastened to deliver his next blow to the fiery stick. The protagonist noted good equipment, however. There were cracks on his guns. As a result, the young master in response released a magic wave, which with lightning speed broke the weapon of a sluggish robber. The leader of the robbers sharply flew back and painfully landed. At the same time, having received significant damage to which he clearly did not expect the earth before him, literally parted. The bloodied bandit realized that he could not defeat this fight. Tian noticed that 3 blows for him were too much because he was just 1. The defeated thug in turn could not understand how to resist this guy. The young master hastened to finish off clumsy robbers. The leader of the leader urged him to immediately run away. However, the self-confident leader of the gang saw a different way out of the situation. He grabbed his student and sharply pulled him. A moment later, Juan cut off their heads with a lightning stroke of the sword. The robber's mentor managed to understand for a second that the young man was more than all he met. Thus, the main character successfully dealt with the robbers. Suddenly, he was lit up because they were robbers, which means they should have a lot of looting good. Searching the bodies of the murdered bandits, Tian found useful herbs to restore blood circulation, which will be extremely useful to his family, especially grandfather and uncle. In addition, the young man found about 20 pills of true energy of a lower grade. 2 capsules cost about 30,000, and selling everything could earn 700,000. Also, with them were wallets. The young master took the sticks of the defeated leader. Then he hurried to escape from the scene. On the way back, Juan did not meet a single monster that seemed strange to him. Moving the trees, the main character noticed several cultivators. As it turned out, he was followed by 2 more that were behind him. Qian, in the blink of an eye, then got off with them, then went downstairs, where he hastened to eliminate the rest of the ill-wishers. Going to Beimos County, the young master felt anxiety. At that moment, the earth suddenly shook under his feet, after which an explosion occurred. Han instantly bounced back a huge sword literally from the ground. The protagonist noted his deadly energy that was felt in several tens of meters. Near the blade, there was an unknown cultivator in a straw casa. The young master realized that he was at the peak of the 3rd step of the pre-human level. Meanwhile, the unknown warrior already urged the young man to leave this place. At this time, literally getting out of the bushes, the wounded minister ran to him, having stated that this guy is Huan Koan who killed Guy Tu by naming a man in Casa Pili. After that, the frightened student asked to leave once he found the guilty of death. Pai said that he was dead and sprinkled the earth with his blood, and therefore he would follow him. The guy in turn began to strictly pray for the mercy of the master, but Li was unshakable in his decision and calmly killed him. The main character realized that he was the teacher of that killer from the community of the Thunder, and he exterminated a huge number of people. At that moment, the thunder struck and the pouring rain went. Tian wanted to return home faster, because he did not know that his family was with his family, and someone forever hinders him. Pai wanted to avenge Guy's death and kill the guy about what Wan informed him that he was from a sect of Heavenly Sword. Li answered that he had destroyed a lot of warriors like him during his life, and even stronger than him. The young master said that he was honored to fight with such a strong opponent. Meanwhile, the families gathered in the Zenshan house congratulating on a breakthrough to the 4th step and Yuya on the acquisition of the 3rd level. NEU reported that he called them because the issue with his family Huan is still not resolved. Jen supported his brother, saying that they were not long left. Sun naively believed that despite the acquired power, the Nude family would be reckoned with them. Noticing the excessive arrogance from Yu, who also broke through and became more powerful. Zhang, in turn, was interested in how the Nude family suddenly improved. Chen was well aware that the Nude family is now much stronger than them, but he was hoping for the prudence of Zenshin. Yu, however, received a true pleasure from the fact that he was now on the same time with the heads of families. Niu repeated the purpose of their collection, namely, the complete liquidation of the Huanbo Zhenya clan. Zhen again intervened in the conversation by saying that they were really necessary to exterminate. Zhang asked when specifically they needed help. Genshin grinned and replied that they were going to attack them tonight. The heads of families were at a loss and did not understand why he was in a hurry. They did not know that he actually conceived a bloodthirsty NIU who wanted to destroy everyone and personally rule in Baimo. At this time, Li fought with the main character actively using his abilities. Tian understood that this technique is the technique of the mysterious level of the lower stage, but it should not be underestimated. Moreover, thunder and lightning contributed to the attacks of Pai in connection with which Huan hurried with the oncoming blow. After a few seconds, they collided, subsequently a powerful explosion. Li was at a loss, realizing that the guy was not so simple and extremely dangerous. Car on his head literally parted. Pai was furious. Throwing his hat to an embittered warrior, instantly rushed to the attack. Huan, in turn, also felt all the power of the pre-consumer level of Li, who could not understand how the young man in ordinary attacks caused such significant damage. Paying attention to his blade in the chips, he was stunned. Looking at the absolutely whole and unharmed sword of Maltz Pai, he noticed that this is a weapon of the mysterious level. The young master replied that he was apparently well versed in this. A surprised mentor said that he was unheard of lucky to buy such a blade, adding that his personality is quite mysterious, offering him to simply give his sword. The protagonist urged him to try to take away the gun. Confident Li said that he would undoubtedly do this. Tian began to make fun of him, saying that he would rather break his sword. Then the smiling Pai raised his blade. Huan was surprised because he absorbed the zipper, thereby becoming stronger. Then the angry warrior of the awarded level rushed to attack the Maltz. Lightning, in turn, also headed towards the young master. He understood that it was now stronger than ever before. Without hesitation, the main character used one of his strongest abilities. As a result, Crimson Lightning met with magic arrows. Self-confident Pai naively believed that he could defeat the young man. The warrior applied a tenfold strengthening of his skill by saying that now the guy will die. Tian replied that he should first check before he was asserted. What only provoked him, Li struck a lightning punch. However, Huan easily could block his attack. The dumbfounded fighter of the posterity stage could not believe his eyes. After that, the young master smiled and hurried to deliver a response. Subsequently, which was finally defeated, the young man immediately began to search the murdered warrior. But from his things, he turned out to be only one unknown envelope. The main character decided to put the envelope in a spatial ring and later examine it. Then he dug a hole for the body Li and humanly buried it. Having finally hurried home after some time, Tian reached the village of Huangbo. Looking around, the guy noticed that in the village quietly. He thought about how he would soon return to a family with precious artifacts. At this time, in the house of the Wan family, the head of the clan informed everyone that the families Nuzhang and Chen are preparing an attack. In addition, Zhenzun broke into the 4th step of the pre-human level and Yu at the 3rd stage. Xuan said to protect the clan must use their methods without issuing their location. Yanshin said that nothing terrible will happen if he died. Meanwhile, the young master discovered that the guard is everywhere, in connection with which he decided to move around the roofs of houses. A few minutes later, the main character was at home, which was enthusiastically about, and informed his relatives. Everyone sincerely rejoiced at Tian's long return. Huan's mother said that she sent 4 fighters for him, but they did not find any traces of thinking that he was dead. The father said that it is impossible to act as he pleases because relatives worried about him. The young man assured his parents that he was all right, and in one of the caves he collected many useful things. Then he took out a sneak with grass of restoring blood circulation. Yanshin was pleasantly surprised by the find of the grandson and thanked him. Yui asked her father what to do with the grass. The old man understood that with her help it was possible to cure a person in 5 days. Hong sadly said that many people from their family are injured, and the grass could act in 5 days. The shocked Tian asked what happened because the village was surrounded by security. Father explained that Genshin and Zhen raised their power and united with the families of Zhang and Chen to attack them, adding that they have a lot of fighters of a poster, off rank, and they will not be able to withstand such an onslaught. Having a little reflection, the protagonist suddenly stated that he would protect them. The worried Han urged him not to be so self-confident. Yanshin asked what exactly the young man was going to do. because a whole army of warriors was against them. However, Tian confidently said that he has a plan, having said that he will kill one of the highest-ranking masters, then the second, after which they will be panicked, and taking advantage of the turmoil to strike them by killing a Yenzan. Uncle stated that he defeated the veins of Sion, but Nujong and Chen is much stronger than cultivators. The guy asked if they knew about a member of the lightning knife community. This is the thief of the ruling Shandao dynasty, and at least 4 sects are looking for him, and he in turn is stronger than Chen Yuanu, adding that he was able to kill him literally with 2 blows. Naturally, no one could believe this. Yanchen asked him. Tian proudly replied that he buried his corpse 100 kilometers from the village. The old man thought was really his grandson to defeat such a strong opponent, although he noticed that in his hands Tiani is a divine blade of a mysterious level that undoubtedly adds strength. Uncle did not believe Yun's, saying that because of his mistakes they could suffer. A self-confident guy said that this can always be checked. In response, the relative smiled and said that if a little one withstand his blow, he would believe him. The young man called on his uncle to inflict his most powerful blow to finally make sure of his strength. The relative agreed and prepared to attack the nephew. Han demanded to immediately stop his son so self-confident. The master of Geishan was the strongest in the Wan family. The main character put his hand and stated that he was ready. Shan immediately inflicted his crushing blow, as a result of which flew back several meters. All those present were dumbfounded by the power of the young man. Ji agreed that the guy has incredible force. The nephew said that he actually used not all his power, which in turn shocked even more the whole family. The old man said that with his gift they really can repulse the enemies. Mother urged him to be extremely careful and not to climb into the wolf. Han understood that at such a young age his son would have to go through a test of war. Tian was already looking forward to the victory over the families of Niu Chen and Zhang. The head of the clan, Huan, urged everyone to hide, and the main character will block the road to enemies, by adding that this battle can become a collapse for them, or improving the current position. After all, having destroyed enemy clans, they will finally put things in order in Baimo. In this case, large funds will be at their disposal to purchase medicines and recover. Shan noticed that families cooperate with the Dan clan from the southern county of Nanya, and can take revenge on a loss. Yan Chen assured that after the extermination of Nu Chen and Zhang, it would only work with them, asking to give the grass to the Shan brothers to recover. Ji called on the old man to use the grass, arguing that they can already repulse the bandits. However, he refused to say that his wounds will heal for too long, having proposed after the final restoration to convince Dan to cooperate with them. Tian was in solidarity with Yananhen, saying that he says everything correctly and soon a normal life awaits them. The young master arrived at the place in anticipation of the families Nu Zhang and Chen,
who had already rushed on horseback. Jen said that Wan returned home.
A moment later, they saw the protagonist Genshin notice that he had not died on Mount Shouwan. Tian said that he was quite lucky, therefore he was able to survive. Niu asked why he was alone, suggesting that the others were sick. The confident young man said that he himself would cope with such insignificance. Yenshan admired the courage of Maltz, saying that he would die today. Jen decided to fight such a self-confident guy. The protagonist, in turn, said that he would easily get off with them. Yu instantly rushed to the attack using his abilities. Tian immediately headed for him with an oncoming blow. Faced with the power of Huan, the brother of Genishan was surprised to say that he had underestimated him, adding that now he will show the true power of the 3rd stage. The young master did not wait for his attack and attacked the first. Yu tried to defend himself, however. He did not have enough power to recapture the guy's blow. Thus, the main character was able to injure Jenny. The NIU, in turn, was nervous, realizing that the baby was not so weak. Tian understood that Yu for him was not an opponent, because he used his strength only half. The furious brother Yenshin said that he would destroy the Maltz and his whole family. Meanwhile, the family watched what was happening. His father understood that he intentionally gave in to confusing them, so that they thought that he was weak. Yancheni noted the huge potential of his grandson. The head of the clan urged everyone to be on the watchman, and in which case helped. At this time, Zhen intended to kill the young man and take his mysterious sword from him. The main character, in turn, continued to play with him. The bandits naively believed that Yue would soon end the boy. At that moment, the brother of Genshin again attacked Tian, who easily repelled his blow. Zhen was at a loss because he used all his strength. Niu was nervous, realizing that the guy was strong enough. Zhang also realized that everything was not as simple as it could seem. Chen began to think why the Huan family suddenly put Maltz against them. Genshin underestimated the young master and wanted to see what else he is capable of. The angry Yue rushed into another attack, however, Tian slipped away again. Zhen asked for a long time he would run from him. The young man specially lured him, creating the illusion of a weak fighter to kill after killing. Brother Niu held a lightning attack with the help of his abilities, but the protagonist managed to apply the step of the dragon. Thus he was behind the back of the self-confident Jew. Liu Zhen said that it was children's fun and hastened to attack again. However, Tian instantly weakened. His thug was at a loss, not understanding why there is no strength in his hands and he cannot do anything. After a couple of seconds, the young master finished with the non-prudent Yue. The bandits literally took a speechless person in their evil views, stared at the guy, which in turn proudly stood at Jenny's decapitated body. The Huan family sincerely rejoiced at the magnificent victory of the young man. Genshin lost his temper menacingly, saying that he would kill him. The head of Chen said that this bastard would pay for the death of his brother. The NEI instantly attacked the protagonist, but the attempt to kill him did not end with success, because a magical blow fell into a concrete wall. The young master noticed that this power is much more powerful than that of Zhenya. The heads of families hastened to reassure Genshin, saying that they themselves would deal with the malts. At the same time, Chung and Zhang called the young man to fight with them, adding that this time, he will have to say goodbye to life. Then they simultaneously attacked Tian from different sides. Actively applying his beyond his abilities, the guy was ready for this. As a result, it easily blocked their attacks. The heads of clans were shocked by the incredible power of such a young rival. The protagonist was hurrying to strike a response blow to the navel. At that moment, Zhang tried to attack him from the back, which was also unsuccessful since Tian instantly found himself behind him. The bandit did not expect such a turn of events, marking the powerful aura of his sword. He immediately activated the protective barrier. However, this did not help. The young master easily destroyed him. Subsequently, the guy pierced the body of Zhang with his powerful attacks. Thus, Tian eliminated 2 chapters of the families. Genshin was furious, realizing that the Malay is a worthy opponent. The minions of the thugs were at a loss, not understanding how the guy was able to kill their mentors. The main character menacingly stated that those who want to destroy his family are waiting for death. Niu said that he was only 14 years old and his strength and plans are far from children. Having thrown off his hood, he added that today the Huan family will die. Tian was well aware that Genshan is the strongest of those whom he had to fight. The young man smiled and called him to action instead of an empty chatter. The head of the Nude family realized that the bastard originally drove them by the nose. The young master believed if he kills the last leader, then the rest would scatter. The main character said that Genshin will die today after the heads of families Zhang and Chen, and the rest will be spared if they leave this place now. Niu caught himself thinking that this guy is extremely impudent. The frightened adherents of enemy families thought. Then they began to say that it is not worth it and will return to the family better. The furious Genshan shouted nervously that if they try to leave, then he would kill them with his family Wan. The warriors did not know what to do and what to do correctly.
The head of the Nude clan, in turn, hurried to attack the malts.
Tien was waiting for this moment, because he wanted to test his power on such a strong opponent. A moment later, they agreed in a deadly duel. The fighters noted the power of Genishan, suggesting that the guy would die now. The young master hastened to convince them to the opposite blow to the self-confident lord. However, Niu instantly beat off his attack, blurring in a malicious smile. The thug said that the Malza could not compare with him in strength. Tien knew that the head of the Nude family has incredible power. At that moment, Genshin activated his strongest skill to seal the conclusion of the mountain. As a result, magical barriers grew around the protagonist. After a second, they sharply closed. Everyone was shocked. Genshin could not believe that his grandson really died. The minions of the NIU measured, observed what was happening. The leader, in turn, naively believed that it was all over. But Tien was much stronger than he could have imagined, and suddenly flew out of the barrier by stroke. But Genshin again recaptured his attack, saying that he was an insect for him. The young master again tried to attack a naive bandit. Niu again resorted to his reception. From the ground grew black, conical stones like spikes. The protagonist said that in such a way he could not overcome him. Magic spikes closed in an instant, but Tien got out again with the help of his sword. However, he did not pay attention that another stone behind him. Huan jumped up on him and stated that he was too fast for Genishan. Then he repulsed the next attack of the naive head of the Nude clan. Seeing that he rushed in his direction, the young man destroyed the magic spike right in front of the NIU's nose. The thug noted that Malds had too many skills for a fighter of the pre-human level of the first step. At that moment, the warriors of enemy families began to look at each other. One of them urged the others to kill Tien and his entire clan. Suddenly, the door in the house of Huan and Yanshin opened on the threshold, shouting loudly, urging everyone to remain in their places. Following the old man, the whole family, the head ordered everyone to kill. What significantly complicated the task of Genzhen. Numb family people hurried to attack them in response. Yanshin, despite his years, quite skillfully dealt with enemies. The young master noticed that they had timely arrived in time for help. At that moment, the NIU tried to strike in the back. The main character instantly bounced to the side of dodging magic spikes. Meanwhile, 2 masters with the second step of the pre-human level tried to attack Tien. The guy in turn decapitated them in seconds. Then he called on Genishan to show everything that he is capable of. The NIU noticed that he felt his limit, and the little man may not show off, adding that he did not reveal the entire potential of his rank. What he bent over the head of the Nude clan, saying that in 10 attacks he will kill him. Tian raised his blade. Suddenly appeared an aura of a sword. Genshin could not believe that the little man knew the spiritual energy of his weapon. The Huan family was also impressed by such a fact. The bandits panicked in different directions. Niu said if they run away now, he will kill their families. Then he said that he was extremely curious to look at the true power of the guy. The young master noticed that today all 3 families will go to the next world. Bypassing all the magic spikes, the main character hastened to hold the first attack, which destroyed several stones of self-confident Genzan. Then the second attack also followed the clots of dark magic. The third attack pierced the last cone-shaped barrier. Everything happened incredibly quickly to the NIU was at a loss. Teen noted that the fourth step is much stronger than the old man, respectively, does not know how to use it. The thugs were distracted by seeing how the young man played with their leader. Han, in turn, took advantage of the moment and pierced them with his blade. Yanshin also did not lose time and dealt with several warriors. One by one, adherents of criminal families died. The bandits standing aside understood what awaited them. Xuan urged his Soklins to continue to put pressure on them. The robbers, in turn, rushed to run away, leaving their leader. NIU drew attention to the crowd of Tiens scattering in different directions, hastened to hold a fourth blow. However, Genshin managed to turn around and recapture his attack. The young master instantly bounced aside. The angry head of the nude family began to activate the octagonal stamp of the mountains. Around the protagonist, a huge number of black stones grew again. But this did not scare this. But opposite the young man perked up. Huan instantly chopped off all the stones and got out of the trap. Then he stated that there were only 3 attacks left. Genshin instantly set several more magic barriers. But the crushing attack of the young master again destroyed them. The wounded NIU began to understand how strong the Malay turned out to be. The main character proudly stated that there were only 2 attacks left. The bandits among themselves began to discuss the disadvantage of their head. Xuan was proud of his son, because he is the only hope of saving their family. Meanwhile, Master Tian held his 9th attack. Genshin in vain tried to recapture her with magic stones. As a result, a loud explosion occurred a moment later, which cut off the head of the naive head of the nude family. The guy smiling noted that he eliminated him in just 9 blows. All thugs were shocked by the incredible power of the malts. One of them fell to his knees in front of Huan, begging to spare him. However, the main character said that it was too late. The guy in turn literally sobbed, asking not to do this. Yanshin said that all the enemies of the Huan family are waiting for death. Taiyan deprived the thug of life with a lightning stroke. The rest of the bandits began to say that they are not from the clans of Zhang Chen or Nude. The head of Huan asked how the warriors could reinforce their words. After a second, the guards pierced the adherents of Genishan, having said that they killed those who were on the side of the NIU. Yanshin agreed to spare bandits by saying that he would look at their sincere thoughts. Qi reported to the head of Huan that 4 people died, and about 10 were injured, and the highest cultivators are all alive. The old man ordered Shan to pay compensation to the families of the dead and pay to those who took part in the battle. Then he turned to the rest who was in collusion with criminal clans, urging them to destroy the remnants of enemies. The soldiers, in turn, were sincerely grateful to him for such condescension. After which, Yanshin praised his grandson for the work done, adding that it was too early to relax as it was necessary to deal with Dan's family. Tian noted that 3 cultivators who took the medicine will soon recover, and with their help they will agree with the Dan clan. The old man urged the young man to go and rest well. Families of Chennu and Zhang monopolized the entire production of Beimo, giving part to the profit of Dan to the clan. The chain of the benefits of the imperial court, Shentao, goes to 4 schools returning to the Dan family, and they, in turn, pay tribute to a stronger clan. To this system no one can withstand except the ruler Bayu, which is not inferior to the strongest of the school's Prince of the Sword. Tian told his parents that all the shops were closed and he cannot buy materials for improvement, therefore will go in search of them. Mother noticed that they could get everything necessary. The young man replied that he himself can solve this issue. Han said that the fate of their family depends on him. The protagonist assured them that they could rely on him. Meanwhile, Qi told the head that they collected from all families about 9 million silver and 60,000 gold. Yanshin was shocked by the loot of good clans. The young master, in turn, went to the blacksmith to improve his equipment. If not the pill of true energy, Tian could not have improved so quickly. Initially, the young man wanted to finish with the method of the 9th Dan, and then return to the school of a heavenly sword, understanding how much he has already become stronger. But progress, as you know, there is no limit. Moreover, there were a large number of powerful cultivators. The guy remembered Chu Feini, who was the first inner student of the school of heavenly sword. However, now Fino has reached the 4th step and has become a central student. The protagonist wanted to surpass Chu in strength in a year, and he still had time. A huge number of days Tien continued to cultivate. At the same time, improving their skills in creating and improving weapons. Huan's body gradually became stronger, becoming not an ordinary fighter. Moreover, the master per day took 3 pills of spiritual energy, while ordinary fighters could only eat it every 3 days. Thus, the young cultivator absorbed capsules faster than warriors of the 3rd stage. Thus, the main character could quickly raise his level. And by increasing his characteristics, he will be able to take a higher quality pill. However, Tiani had to learn the mysterious level method differently. Absorption of capsules will become meaningless. He also needed to study the basics to create a yellow rank weapon, and in the future, he will be able to create precious swords of the mysterious level. After that, the young master began to study the treatises of the blacksmith. After 2 days, the protagonist not only learned the basics, but also packed the weapon. It was a long blade of yellow rank but low grade. Accordingly, he became a low-grade blacksmith. Pleased, Tien twisted his first creation in his hands. The level of the weapon master went in parallel with the rank of the sword created by him. The only thing he lacked was practice. The guy began to lit up. And after a week of stubborn efforts, Tien created the same blade. Only this time, the average grade was infinitely happy. Meanwhile, the Shan brothers discussed effective herbs that contributed to a breakthrough to the next level, hoping that their brother Kun will soon restore his strength and break through to the stage above. Yanshin understood that they were in a rather advantageous position with the help of funds and resources. At this moment, Qi reported to him that the main forces of 3 families were destroyed, and a small number of people escaped. The head of Huan suggested that the next step would take the Dan clan. Special students of 3 families were in no hurry to interfere in the affairs of the opposing clans. At this time, the head of Den reported that the clans Chen Yu and Zhang were liquidated by the Huan family. The old man, in turn, was shocked by such news, in connection with which he sent Chanya to figure out this situation, with giving him the opportunity to act at his discretion. Den Chan supported this initiative, agreeing to hit the road. The guy immediately gathered several people and headed towards Beimo County. In the end, the elder of the 6th degree of the pre-consumer level with his students was sent to the clan of the Huan. The male pigeon flew to Yanshenya. After reading the letter, the head of the Huan realized that it would not be easy. Shan asked his father what happened. The old man answered them from the Den family. The son was at a loss, saying that they take too much on themselves. Yanshin has noticed that now the wrong time, and they should be more careful in relations with the rest of the clans, adding that this is far away, but in some areas there is an order to arrest Hong. In addition, the person who arrived from afar could identify Zhuan. Shan noted that a pre-person level fighter does not have the right to leave the country. The old man said, starting from the earthly level, warriors can travel outside the country, and if they find themselves here, this will become a problem, calling his son to obey him so as not to do anything by negligence. Meanwhile, the fighters from the Den clan reached the possessions of the Huan Chan's family, that the village was quite quiet in the village. Fan suggested that they most likely knew about their arrival. Standing closer, they met the family. Huan Yanshin asked who they were and why they granted. Chan was at a loss when the old man began the conversation so sharply. One of the fighters menacingly stated that Fan Chuan from the Den clan, and they arrived in front of him to make fair punishment. The head of the family began to sarcastically say that Chan himself came to them. The warrior urged him not to be so impudent and his knees, and perhaps they merge over his relatives. Yanshin said that they, without an invitation, profit on their lands and dare to talk like that. Fan urged the old man to immediately kneel before him. The head asked the uninvited guests to behave humanly and with respect. People from the Den clan began to say that for the old man, he is too self-confident. At that moment, Chan ordered his soldiers to kill the Huan family. The cultivator, in turn, instantly attacked them. However, Shan struck him a response that turned out to be fatal. The bloody body of the fighter collapsed at the feet of Chuan Fanya, from which the senior Den frenzy, realizing that he was not a simple guard. He was a warrior of the 6th stage of the pre-human level. Shan quite convincingly asked them not to attend Huan's Earth. Chan did not understand where they got the cultivator of such a high rank. At this time, Yanshin ordered Kun to destroy the fighter's Fanya. The senior Den was shocked by the appearance of another guard of the same level. Kun Shan instantly figured out the 3 fighters of Den. Chan, from hopelessness, urged him to stop, understanding that he would not defeat them. The adherents of the Den clan were shocked by the power of the Huan family, after which everyone began to whisper among themselves in doubt in their own abilities. Chan said that he did not expect to see 2 high-ranking warriors. Yanshin said that they have a master of the 7th step of the pre-human level. What literally shocked all Fan could not understand how this is possible. The guards of the Den clan realized that the Huan family is at the 8th level and their power is large enough. Chanya had no choice but to close his eyes to all the actions of the old man. by adding that every month they must pay them tax. Yanshin confidently said that he would pay no more than 20%. The elder Den replied that this was too little, offering 30%. However, the head of Huan noticed that 20 is the maximum, or he would pay directly to the city of Baichan, which was not beneficial to the clan. Den Fan perfectly understood this. In this connection, he nevertheless agreed to a little thought to the conditions of the old man, intending to report on everything to your chapter as soon as possible. After that, Chan said goodbye to them, and with a bitter sense of defeat hurried home. Sons noted a good deal of his father with the Den clan. Half a month later, the protagonist corpsed over the creation of weapons, and he managed this Taian shot down a long sword of the highest stage of the yellow level. Thus, he became the highest blacksmith. However, he had a long way to the main master of craft, so it is necessary to make maximum efforts and works further. Meanwhile, Yanshin was thinking about how they could compare in strength to once powerful clans. But at the same time, you need to regularly cultivate in order not to stop in development. The young master continued to increase his level, and with the help of Azure already packed the initial form of the blade. A mysterious weapon is made from this rare metal. After a few more days, Huan successfully completed work to create a new sword. This time he managed to forge a precious blade. Then Tian wanted to improve him to the mysterious, and decided to give him a name. And since the protagonist created it from lazurite, he called the weapon of Chulan. He was eager to experience the true power of a longsword. Having stuck in the land of the yellow rank, the young master began to test the closet. A moment later, Huang cut off all the guns with a lazulic sword blow. The guy also wanted to create a scabbard from this rare metal, of which was a huge amount in the spatial ring. At the same time, it was possible to make a scabbard for a burdened Chunyue blade. A few days later, Tian from Ferberite poured a scabbard that hid the aura of the sword. In the Sheng Tao dynasty, there are many those who could steal the penetrating aura of weapons, so it is better to hide it. But the most precious gun was a closet, and it was worth being on the watchman so that no one stole it. After which the main character again began to cultivate. About a month, Huan was carefully improved. As a result, he was able to fix at the peak of the pre-human level. However, he needed a special method of fiery self-improvement of the school of the inverted sky. Because his body has the fiery properties of the highest degree, the young master cultivated for a long time and completely forgot about one thing. He decided to see what was inside the box that was a member of the Thunder. Having devastated the Tian box, it was pleasantly surprised to find a secret method of owning a sword. This treatise had a mysterious level of the middle level, and consisted of 3 volumes, the initial, average, and last. Huan began to study the first volume, because the skill of the Rage of Thunder was much stronger than his ability. In addition, in the future, it could be developed, and if you combine it with other exercises, it was possible to strengthen the skill several times. This volume taught the control of the forces of thunder, which was quite easy for the young man. The main character drew attention to the fact that there was another book in the box. What was the personal records of the member of the Thunder, where the cultivator wrote that he killed several people from the clan of the Heavenly Sword, as well as a huge number of different families and schools, but not a single member of the sect of Exalted Clouds. The young master realized that the towering clouds entered into a conspiracy with them, in connection with which he became furious and threw a crumpled book on the ground. However, he noticed that a certain card with records was drawn in it, where it was said that the member of the sect found the first volume of the Sword of Thunder in the tomb of the mountain chain of Lytine, and in the future he intended to educate the student so that he would find the second and third volume of this treatise. Tian realized that the central method of Thunderstrike is in the treasury. What was a real surprise and luck for the guy. The Leighton mountain chain is located northeast of the border of the Xin Yu and Xiao dynasty. Huan wanted to find the rest of the treatises to not only study them, but also raise their level. But initially, the main character was required to achieve the 3rd stage of the pre-human level. And then, he will go in search of a treasure by closing the diary. He saw a sheet of paper sticking out of the book. Having examined her, Tian realized that this is a map of the treasures of the mountain chain Leighton. What was immensely happy and went home to the family. Then he gathered on the road to the school of a heavenly sword, notifying his relatives about it. Having jumped on a horse to the city of Huan, stopped in one of the bars, asking to give him 2 portions of their best dishes and tea. Visitors in the tavern drew attention to the young master, noting that he has a pre-human level while he was only about 15 years old. One of them wanted to marry his daughter, the other laughed, saying that this guy would not even look at her. The young master suddenly felt the approach of the warrior of the pre-human level. At that moment, unknown fighters drove up to the Korcham, who were looking for a certain illusionist laughing. Her brother assured the sister that they would certainly find him. The rude girl replied that he, in turn, was too naive. The second brother said that they will definitely catch him soon, and only patience needed. The indefatigable Zhao said that Guy Yin committed terrible crimes and it is difficult to catch him. Korchmar asked the young lady what she wants. Gon rudely replied that she would still give her. Then she and the brothers headed to sit down at the table. Visitors were surprised to see 3 more high-ranking fighters. At that moment, Qian went to the table where the main character was sitting. They looked at the JOU, noticed that the clothes of a heavenly sword were on him. Tien got up and greeted them by the external student of the School of the Heavenly Blade, adding that he is from the Huan family who is in Baimo. Jiyu noticed that he did not have a distinctive sign, and besides, he does not look like a warrior of the pre-human level. Sun said that this is the same Huan Tian winner of the competition between external students, adding that in just 3 months, he was able to break into the pre-consumer stage. Fenya enthusiastically confirmed his brother's words that he is the first among external students, after which they kindly greeted each other naming their names. People from the bar were at a loss hearing about increasing the level in just 3 months. The young master urged them to sit down by saying that he was treating. Fenya smiled and replied that in this case they pay the next time, having asked the Korchmar to give them all the best and drink. Tien asked what they were doing in the Waima forgotten town. As always, a serious Zhou said that they were chasing Gui Yinem. The main character asked what happened to him. Sun said that this villain appeared 6 months ago, while the master of the sword of the second stage and is extremely dangerous. Fenya added that the offender dressed in their clothes killed 3 women and needs to be eliminated. Huan, in turn, volunteered to help them say that this is a dangerous business. Tsu replied that this was not necessary because they are cultivators of the second stage. Moreover, they already fought with him and he is not so strong. Fenya urged the young man to be careful because Guy is somewhere in the vicinity. Then they said goodbye to the young master, wished him a successful road. Piaya was interested in meeting this swordsman on his path. Sign noted that in this city they also did not find aim. Sun suggested that he was hiding and was afraid of them because he knows about the hunt for him. However, the JOU expected to see him in this secluded place because no one came from the north. Tsu spoke most likely Guy mixed with the crowd and leaned south in the same direction as the guy. Realizing that his brother Huan is in danger, they rushed to his aid. Meanwhile, the young master decided to turn off the road to try to find the NY. Passing the forest, Sun discovered traces of the protagonist. Xian realized that he turned off the main road and galloped in a short way. Johu called her brothers to immediately go on his trail. At this time, Tien was actively looking for an elusive swordsman. A few minutes later, Huan still met that very guy, which, in turn, a rather confident step went to the young man. The arrogant criminal came closer to him, saying that he was a rather bold guy. The young master asked if his name is Guy Yin. The bandit tensed by answering that he was extremely unlucky to meet him. Tien smiled and said that he had problems more serious than some kind of killer. Therefore, he was insanely glad of their meeting by Huan threateningly looked at Joni. Guy, in turn, noticed that the guy is risky than he is, adding that he even sorry to kill such a daring young man. In response, the protagonist said that he was not aware of whom he contacted. The offender said that in the first, he meets so strong in terms of the human psyche in the vicinity of Shentao. But even 3 warriors who are chasing him will not be able to help him, since by the time they arrive here a daring Guy will be dead. Tien stated that he knew how Guy was following him from the very town of Ima. The surprised Yin noticed that the youth is quite smart. Then he explained why he wanted to kill him because the School of the Heavenly Sword ruined his life. Then the killer instantly rushed towards Huan. A second later, Guy tried to attack him. However, the young master beat off the blow. At the same time, the protagonist noticed that the speed of the NY was at an incredible level. Tien thought that the criminal would be a victim for his blue sword. The killer also realized that the melee is not as simple as it seems, because he easily evades his attacks. Guy said that Huan has a good sword that he would take himself. The young master replied that he needs to kill him first. Then they agreed in a deadly duel. Yin felt the power of the guy and realized that he was studying the method of hardening the body. In response, the main character said that he used only half of his power. The killer was at a loss, because even the fighters of the pre-consumer level of the second stage could not boast of the same. However, the criminal did not even think to give up that he was faster than the male. Then he immediately used the bifurcation technique. Thus, Tian was surrounded by 3 warriors at an incredible speed. Huan realized that it was worth acting more carefully. Self-confident Guy said that the guy would die soon. Yin noticed that the young man closed his eyes and means he prepared for death. In this connection, the bandit hastened to deliver a crushing blow. However, despite the fact that he had his clones, he could not get along the master, which in turn deftly evaded attacks, intending to catch among the copies of the real killer. At this moment, the main character suddenly recognized the true Guy, and he hurried to strike with the help of his abilities. A certain fog enveloped so naive he did not understand what happened. after which there was a loud explosion that injured the bandit. The offender said that he did not want to show his true power, but the little mother forced him. Tien only laughed at the unlucky killer, thereby provoking him. Then the villain said that the guy is now learning all the power of his intoxicating, illusory technology. Many of his copies attacked a guy from different sides. He did not think that there would be so many of them. Most likely they are only a trick for the removal of the eyes. In addition, they were strong enough and looked like fighters of the Middle Kingdom of the first step. Then he decided to simply get rid of them, and by force of magic scattered them to the sides. The villain was surprised and said that he expected the hero to deal with everyone so quickly. Then he got angry and shouted that he was taking off the seal. The guy realized that from the very beginning, the villain was at the peak of the third stage of the Middle Kingdom. The enemy said that he is the first person who forced him to go to such radical measures, especially considering the fact that the guy was only at the first stage of the pre-human level. He could really be proud of himself. Then he decided that he would act more decisively and use the third level of stupefying illusion. There were only 4 copies, but each of them had the second stage of the Middle Kingdom. Therefore, he so easily dealt with his brother Fen. Our hero clarified whether this is the last trump card of the enemy. He also noted that even a strong fighter would hardly have overcome him, but he met Huan. The enemy smiled and said that after a moment the arrogance of the opponent would subside, and his arrogance would be in the grave with him. At that moment, the guy began to use the power of his magic, which shocked the villain. In a moment, he scattered all the copies as if by clicking his finger. The villain could not believe that this is possible, because the enemy is only at the first stage of the pre-human level. He asked who his opponent really is. He only replied with a grin that he was the one who easily defeated him. Such a cut like him are not worthy to find out the real name of the hero. After the battle ended, the scoundrel threw his sword and rushed into the run. He drank magic pills to at least slightly restore his strength. Gai Yin did not understand how this guy could be so strong that he won him in 2 accounts. He also thought about how a guy could move so quickly and repel all his attacks. But he probably will not be able to catch up with him. After these words, Huan rushed after his enemy in pursuit. His step in the dragon and tiger was at the stage of great completeness. In addition, he studied the method of 9 Danes and could increase his strength. This will help him catch up with the villain. When the guy was equal to Gai Yin, it shocked it. He thought about how great the power of this testimony is. For his age, he has incredible abilities, and shouted to the enemy to stop immediately and continue the battle. Finally, when he caught up with him, he simply printed him to the ground, which caused an incredible noise in the district. These sounds were heard by the guys who were looking for the brother of Huan. They realized that the battle was taking place there, and they should hurry to help. Suddenly in the clearing, they saw a lying sword that belonged to Gai Yin. The girl said that she knows the owner of this weapon. The guy realized that the enemy was wounded and fled from here. Who managed to force him to throw his sword and go on the run? Further, the guys noticed the track of the chase and realized that they should follow them in order to catch up with their brother. The girl understood that her brother was only at the first stage of the pre-human level, so she certainly could not cope with Gui Yin. Who then frightened him so much? The enemy of the guy was sitting on a tree and asking him, is he really going to kill him? In this case, his father and divine teaching will definitely find him. Then he drank even more magic pills, because he could not die here just like that. The hero was adamant. He said that Guy did too many troubles, so he cannot save his life. After that, he used a new attack technique called disclosure. The villain's body was permeated by the acute pain that the attack was causing. He could not believe that now he would have to die. He came here to just have fun, and have fun, he does not want to die now. Our hero thought about what the divine teaching is, which Gai Yin previously spoke. The hero noticed that the guy looks a little over 20 years old, and he has a third step of the pre-human level. It is a pity that he had done so much evil and brought himself to the grave. Suddenly he saw in his hands some kind of vessel filled with strange pills. He wondered what it was, and he lifted it from the ground. Finally, he realized that it was a pill of true low-grade AI. This was very interested in the young man. He thought that Gai Yin could have many more interesting artifacts with him. Having searched it, he also found 2 books of secret technology, which was also very useful. Such pills of the restoration of the beginning of the mysterious level were much better than usual, and cost many times more. Therefore, the guy decided that he would take them with him. The book of the technique of moving the swordsman Gai Yin was signed, but the second had no identification marks. In the book of technique, there were 6 divisions into the subcarves. The first 2 belonged to a low grade, the third and fourth, to the middle, and finally the last 2 to the highest. The book described the third thought. On the third subservience, one could create 8 of your copies. However, the enemy created 10. so he is definitely incredibly talented. With the help of the book, one could master the speed of the middle grade of the mysterious level. This is much cooler than the technique of steps of the dragon and the tiger. Then the guy took out the second book. He was very interested in what was there. Opening it, he saw the inscription. The scripture was the technique of printing silence. It was the enemy who used it during the battle. With its help, you can hide your real abilities and strength. Grandfather was an earthly master. Due to the injury, his skills were sealed, so he had to move to such a wilderness as Baimo. The guy understood that the book was able to help grandfather and others to recover in society. The hero decided to place the obtained artifacts in the ring and return to school, because he needs to continue to cultivate. Suddenly, he saw his sister was approaching him. She asked what he was doing here. The guy with a smile replied that he had some business in this district. Then his friends noticed the body of the dead swordsman Gai Yin. They were shocked. One of the brothers asked, was he really able to defeat this strong enemy? It's very cool. The boy understood that he could not give out his abilities, so he said that he was simply incredibly lucky. Another student noted that the guy's abilities are even more than many inner students, so soon he can easily bypass them. The sister thought that they were incredibly lucky to learn about the skills of brother much earlier than the elders. She clarified whether he had yet submitted an application to Ishanga to become an internal student, but the hero only said that he was incredibly lucky to meet his friends in this God's forgotten place. And to himself, I thought that one should be friends with internal students. Such connections could be useful in the future. Then he told the guys that they were the persecution of the villain, so they themselves must be taken to school. The students said they could not do this, because this guy killed him. He must bring prey to school. Juan noted that he is still an external student, so none of the elders will believe that he was filling this villain. Moreover, he clearly had his patrons. The boy would not want them to come after him. One of the students said that the hero had nothing to fear, because Gai Yin was a villain, and he was deservedly punished by death. The girl agreed with the hero's opinion, and said that they would not refuse and take this business. Upon returning to school, the guy wanted to report about everything Wei Fenya. After that, their paths were supposed to disperse. The student hastened to thank the guy for the assistant's head. She said that he could turn to them for help at any time. The hero smiled joyfully, agreed, and hastened to say goodbye. One of the students noted the incredible talent of Juan. He thought that in the future he would become a support for the school. Another noticed that both he and the brother of Chu are very gifted. But Juan is also incredibly sociable and not arrogant, unlike Chu. The girl said that brother Chu since childhood took possession of the aura of the sword. Due to this, he became the central student of the school. Juan's experience was simpler, but he is also an outstanding guy. The student noticed that Juan observes all the rules of decency and behaves humanly. However, one of the guys noted that the hero is afraid to admit that he defeated the villain because he is worried that they would come for him. And he asked, did everyone forget about the existence of Zhang? Before becoming an internal student, you need to go through a test. Here, Juan can show his abilities. After receiving the pre-human level, everyone must undergo a test. The elders and internal students at the end of it decide whether the student can become internal. There are 7 floors in Jiang. The test of internal students takes place on the lower 4. The rest to undergo a task of central students and elders. One of the students who were preparing to go through the task noted that they were all 4 of them not to be equal to the level of skills with Huan Tain. The other noted that the guy easily became the main external student, because he has incredible talent. Jan Jinjun was determined to take revenge on the hero for the fact that the last time he won. This time, he will not have such an opportunity. His aura intensified very much. Although it has a pre-consumer level of the second stage, its strength can be compared with the second step. Juan met his old acquaintances and noted that they all made their way to the pre-human level. The guys saw him and were surprised that the hero was able to reach the first stage of the pre-human level. One of them noted that he did not see the guy for 3 months and glad that he also reached such skills. Then the guy asked his brother Jan how to do him. He replied that he was fine, that the boy did not disappoint him. But he noted that his technique of 9 revolutions of the Black Sun is already at the second level. Therefore his opponent will not be able to defeat him this time. Juan only smiled and congratulated the fellow practitioner on such an achievement. Jan Jin promised that on the test he would definitely show what he was capable of. Another student could not believe that the guys had reached such heights, and he just got to the celestial service, applying inhuman forces. The elder appeared in front of the students and introduced herself to Hui Minem, an assistant to the head of Jiang and personnel. He said that from this day all the guys are considered internal students and they need to sign up with the dwelling of the personnel. Juan saw a magnificent beautiful building and realized that he had finally hit Jiang. The hero thought that the person in whose honor this building was named was outstanding. Surely he possessed the strongest aura of the sword. Suddenly, figures without a face appeared in front of him, which surprised him very much. The elder hastened to explain that these puppets have swords made of ferrous metal. Their strength is comparable to the master of the pre-consumer level of the first stage. All these puppets are located 10 meters from each other. They will attack if the student comes closer than 3 meters, so you should be more accurate. The procedure for the test is established from a high level to a lower. Therefore, John Dean will be the first to go, and Juan will be the last. Jan invited the opponent to take a dispute test, but he refused, saying that he was not interested. The enemy smiled and suggested that the guy was just afraid. Another student said that Jan Dean will probably surpass his brother in talent and become the head of their family. A great future awaits them. Juan thought and decided to agree to the opponent's offer. Jan said that the one who could rise above in Jiang will win. The winner will be able to charge the opponent in the face in the square in front of the tower, and the elders will witness this. The guys were surprised at Juan's courage. Despite the fact that he easily became the main external student, it was reckless to enter into a dispute. The enemy of our hero went to undergo the test first and easily defeated all the puppets. After that, he told the guy that it would be better for him not to disappoint him, because he is waiting for the result. Juan only said that he should not worry. Soon they will meet in the square where he can fill his face. The next task was to complete Bai Zhanghai. The guy with incredible ease was tested at the expense of his skills. Without difficulty, he went through one mannequin first, then immediately another. Unlike the previous student, he chose not the tactics of attack, but the tactics of obstruction of the prevention. Other students watched the battle and noted that Bai was moving very quickly and easily. It was thanks to this skill that Bai Zhang quickly broke through all the obstacles and successfully completed the test. Juan noted that the guy chose excellent tactics. He did not attack the puppets in the face, but quickly went around them. Due to this, he won. The elder also said that it was quite good and called for Lin to pass in, Johnny. The guy entered into a fight and tried to use the same tactics, but I realized that it is not so easy to dodge. When only one enemy remained, the guy waved his sword at him, but he stopped him. In the back of the guy, 2 more embittered enemy flew, which could lead to sad consequences, but he was able to stop them in time and won this difficult fight. After that, the elder ordered to start the Ma Tao task. The student was decisively configured and threatened that it was better to miss him to enemies, otherwise he would be ruthless. Having entered the battle, he immediately felt the severity of fighting. It depends on the ease of the other students to test, he thought, to cope the same way. But I did not expect the puppets so fast and strong. The guy tried several times to attack and defend himself from the enemy, but in the end, the forces were not equal and the student lost. The elder regretfully said that this guy did not pass his exam. The boy was incredibly upset and could not believe that this path did not go. The master told him to train more diligently, and after a couple of months he would introduce another chance. Finally, the turn came to Huan Tian. The elder called him to battle. The guy with absolute calm entered the fight, without doubt that he would win. As soon as the puppets began to attack him, he applied the power of his magic and quickly destroyed opponents. Neither the students nor the elder could believe their eyes. They believed that this was simply impossible. One could only squeeze out a few words. He said that it was incredibly fast. Juan only smiled back and told John Dinya that it was time for them to move to the next floor. He said through his teeth that the guy was just lucky to go through the dolls so quickly. But at the second level, the task will be more difficult. It will not be able to get out. The hero said that until they try, they will not be able to find out what is really there. The elder thought that all fighters this time have excellent skills, but only a person with outstanding talent could completely study the technique of movement of the mysterious level. Then he told the disciples that the second floor is much more complicated. Only one student of their level in 10 years was able to go through him with a victory. There were only 3 puppets in front of the students, but they had a second-level power, so they were much more dangerous. After that, the master announced the start of the test and traditionally called Yandinia to be the first to experience his luck. The guy went on a mission and informed Juan that he was waiting for him on the other side. One of the puppets swung at the student, but he, in an instant, intercepted the sword and crushed him in his hand. After that, he entered into a direct battle with incredible ease and tore his head to the enemy. After Jan Din destroyed the first enemy, the second immediately rushed at him. He was much faster than the previous one, and the guy was quite difficult to repel his attacks. Then he had to use the power of his magic. She helped him tear the enemy into pieces. Finally, in front of him stood the last mannequin, which he needed to cope with. He waved his sword. The elder watched this battle and noted that the guy was fighting well. He has excellent tactics. The students watched puppets and understood how strong opponents await them. Juan thought that if on the second floor dolls have a second level, then on the third, they are even stronger. The Battle of Jandinya has long been going on for a long time. He alternately repelled the attacks and tried to attack himself. He admitted that he did not expect that the dolls would be so strong. Then he decided to collect all his power of magic and released it into the wild. With his gaze, he sawed the last enemy in half. After that, his test was completed, he won. The elder went to the student and said that he was the first after Chu Fenya, who was able to go through the test of the second floor. A great future awaits him. The guy thanked the master and promised to train even more stubbornly. The master nodded rather, and called for the task of Beizhang Hai. This young man tried his best to fight off and pass through the barriers. But in the end, the first rival won over him. The mentor was only able to state defeat and ordered the Maltsa not to be upset. He said that his indicator is already good enough. He just needs to continue to train hard. The next contender for the passage of the second floor was the line of Yin. His rivals won even faster and he, exhausted, lay on the cold floor. Finally, the turn of Huantiana came. His opponent ordered him not to disappoint him. In just a few tricks, the hero tore on pieces of all puppets. The opponent did not understand how the young man manages to pass all the trials with such ease. Other students, of course, admired the talent of Jandinya, but Juan could surprise them even more. The elder was incredibly happy that on this day the school had as many as 2 students who passed both floors. This has not happened for more than 20 years. Jandin could not believe that the guy had passed too. He understood that now they had a draw, and he was disgraced. Juan said that he was not interested in fighting puppets. Now, if there were real second-level fighters, he would have given them a battle. Further, the mentor ordered the students who did not go to leave, but be sure to train further. The 2 remaining he proposed to follow him to the 3rd floor. On this floor, the walls were painted by the names of the best students of the school, and one of them was the name of Chu Fen. The elder explained that the names of the most outstanding students were written here, and if one of them can go through this level, his name will also remain in his memory. Jandin looked at the walls with determination and was sure that soon all school students would remember his name forever, and our hero thought that since Chu Fenya left his mark here, then he must do it. Further, the mentor explained to Jandinya that the dolls on this floor possess the power of the pre-consumer level of the 3rd step. He should be extremely neat. When the guy joined the battle, he tried to conduct several attacks, but all of them were inconclusive. Moreover, he barely fought off the enemy attacks. He understood that the mannequins at this level really have great power, and decided to apply the mysterious method of 9 luminaries. But even this did not help him conduct an enemy's effective attack. At that moment, when 2 enemies flew to the guy at once, he realized that he had come to an end. Suddenly, next to him was an elder who, with his own strength, removed the puppets from the way. He told the guy that he had made maximum efforts, but could not go through the test. Jandin could not believe that he had failed the test. He was preparing so well. Further, the mentor ordered Wantayu also to try his hand, but warned that it should be more attentive. The enemy of the hero thought that if he was not able to go through this exam, then the guy probably could not cope. Juan understood that on this floor, there are really very dangerous rivals, and he could not relax at all. Having entered the battle, the hero held only one attack, and struck the opponent with the blow of his sword. Jandin could not believe his eyes. Just one blow and Puppet lies defeated. The sage thought that finally, 3 years later, another great genius appeared at school. The enemy of the guy could not understand how he managed to destroy one doll, which has the 3rd level of abilities. Juan began to fight with the second puppet, and began to notice that it was really difficult to fight with them. They are very strong. If he falls under one direct blow, he will end. Suddenly, the other joined one doll, and the battle became even more tense. At some point, the guy managed to distract the attention of the opponents, and he realized that this was his chance. He used one of the techniques that he had studied earlier, the decapitation technique. After a second, the heads of the dolls hit the floor. The elder could only admit that Wan Tian successfully completed the passage of the test. Jan Din thought to himself that this result was simply impossible. After that, from the main tower, everyone around them heard a ringing. By the fact that the bell of Jiang rang, the students realized that someone was able to go through the 3rd floor. They concluded that it was Jan Din, and noted that he was an incredibly steep fighter. The elder hastened to congratulate the guy on the fact that he is the 13th student in 1,000 years who was able to pass the test. Now his name will be captured on the walls of the building. The hero was very happy and mentally turned to his father and mother, said that he did everything, and also reminded his opponent that he would have to fulfill the conditions of the bet. The mentor noted that the name of Chun Fenya appeared on the walls 60 years after the previous hero, and he did not expect that just 3 years after this event a new hero would appear. Apparently, the school reached prosperity and will soon be able to become one of the strongest in this world. Huan Tian promised that he would be hard to engage in to advance school level at even higher. Jan Din did not understand how a guy who was only at the 9th level of Wushu's level of the USU level, he was able to achieve such results today. The elder told both students that they are the key to the success of this school, because they are incredibly talented. The master also said that the school of elevating clouds strive to overtake them in the championship. Therefore, hope is only for the young generation. Jan Din said that he understood the master and will do everything possible to save the reputation. And our hero noted that there are no such talents in that school, and he will not allow her to win the championship. Finally, the elder and students left the main tower. Pupils looked at the Trinity with impatience. Everyone was incredibly interested in who won the dispute. Everyone around them was surprised how 2 students at once were able to go through the 2nd level. So the other was able to win at the 3rd stage. The elder invited everyone together to go to the wall, where all the names of the best students are captured. The master explained that in front of them is the wall on which all the internal students of the school are placed. In total, there are 4 lines on it, and the first of them, the highest level. On the first line are students who have the 3rd and 2nd steps. On the 2nd, those who went through the 2nd floor. On the 3rd, those who in an honest duel defeated the 1st level fighters. And on the latter, those who went through the 1st floor. Having taken out 4 new signs, the mentor said that he would now hang them in its place. The names of 2 students at once were on the 3rd line of the table. One of the guys said that the 1st floor had been with difficulty, but he will train hard to go around his rivals and rise above. Finally, the matter came to the last 2 tablets and the names of eternal rivals. The name John Dinia Master placed on the 2nd line. Другие ученики не могли поверить своим глазам. Неужели он занял всего 2-е место? So the first went. On the first line proudly appeared the name Huan Tian. No one could have thought that the decisive result would be like that. Just a few months ago, this guy had only the 9th level of the Middle Kingdom. Как он мог так быстро развить свои навыки? It turned out that the guy has incredible power. Consequently, Jan Ding lost in a dispute. One of the students suggested that Huan could not achieve such a result, which means that somewhere he was clouded. Его можно будет легко победить в будущем. Suddenly, the guy heard a familiar voice that congratulated him on the victory. Turning, he saw his friends and was very surprised that they were here. They vied with vying, began to congratulate him, and were delighted that they met him again. Other guys began to discuss the appearance of Fen Buji, Sun and Su, and Gu Zianzhao. They were very surprised that Huan was friends with them. Friends said that they came to go through Jiang trials, and at the same time to congratulate the young man. He was incredibly inspired and said that he was very pleased to see them here. They smiled at the guy and said that they were not entirely confident in their abilities, unlike him. He pleasantly surprised the guys with his result. Huan noticed that his opponent began to leave and stopped him. John Din thought that the hero should not hurt him now, because he is very angry. The next moment, he flew into the air and applied the technique of string the tiger and dragon. The young man was not at a loss and also soared into the air. He calmly informed the enemy that he had lost the dispute. The voices of the students came from everywhere. They were surprised that John Din and Huan made a dispute among themselves. From this moment on, all the attention of the public was riveted to them. Since Yang was already a student of the school, he definitely needed to restrain his word. He lost, which means that he must honestly accept his defeat. Huan told the enemy that if he is a man, he should humbly accept this slap in the face. There was a lot of doubts in the guy's head. He thought that such a shame would not survive, but he realized that he had to go for it because it would be a man. As a result, he stated that he was ready for consequences. After a second, Huan used all his strength and struck the face of the enemy. He threw back several meters. He did not understand where there was so much power in the guy. The students whispered among themselves that the blow was incredible and perhaps Jean Dinya needed some help. Everyone rushed to the guy and asked how to help him. Huan thought that he had only 20% of his strength. He did not think that this would do such harm. Finally, the opponent was able to stand up. His friends said that he was normal. Jan said that he would remember this day forever. Our hero replied that the guy will have to remember that one should not specifically look for conflicts and find fault with others. After that, the guy turned to the elder and said that he should go to the Hall of Methods. After that, they said goodbye. Taking out a bottle from his pocket, he gave it to one of the students and ordered Yang Dinya. He examined the vessel, was very surprised, but agreed. He also decided to say goodbye to his brother Fenem, Sun, and Sister Gu. He said that he was glad to see them, but he still has business. The guys replied that they were happy to meet and wished good luck. Before their eyes, the guy moved with lightning speed. The sister thought about what excellent movement technique he had. In the future, he will certainly become a support for the School of Heavenly Sword. Moving through the forest, the guy thought that thanks to his skills and technitions, he has the power of a fighter of the fourth step. Но этого все равно недостаточно, чтобы обойти по силе Чуфеня. По этой причине он и прибыл в зал методов. He needed to hone his skills. Ученик доложил старейшине Ма, что к нему с визитом прибыл господин Линь. He replied that he would work soon. One of the founders is Mr. Lin. More than half a century ago, the third floor passed, having only the first level. He is still considered the strongest at school. Apparently, he was interested in Huan Tian. The hero looked at the building of the Hall of Methods and understood that he was no longer interested in the first floor. He had to go to the second. On the second floor, there were methods of the mysterious level of low grade. They are much weaker than yellow level methods. Suddenly, the guy called a girl's voice. When he turned around, the girl was surprised and could not believe that he was really in front of her. All the guys in the district were very tense, watching this picture. Huan smiled and greeted Bai's sister. The girl asked him, "Did the elder did not tell him what needs to be done when you get into this building?" Он переспросил, что же ему необходимо сделать. She told him to follow her. She brought him to the room where there were induction stones. They were divided into stones of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, darkness, moon, and sun. The guy was very happy and noted that this collection is much larger than the old man 9 Danes. The guy examined an incredible collection and decided that he needed to try to work with these stones. Aside, other students whispered among themselves that they should teach a snot a lesson until Chu Fenya returned. But how is it possible while the Bai Lin is located in the building? In its strength, she is not inferior to the brother of Chu. Her father is the main external elder. Guys can't just attack Huan if he has friendship with Bai. They thought that the hero is incredibly smart, since he has such friends. The girl watched how the young man examines the stones and thought what the data of Huan Tian possessed. Every time she was surprised at his abilities. He quickly made his way to the first middle king, once saved them with his sister. He seemed very friendly to her. Suddenly she was struck by bright light and blinded for a while. The girl noted that the guy perfectly owns the elements of metal, few can boast of such skills. Но парень заявил, что совершенно не владеет стихией дерева. Bai ordered not to be upset because you cannot have all the elements at once. She offered to try other stones. The results began to appear alternately. The guy ideally owned the elements of fire, good at the elements of the earth, and usually the elements of water. The girl could not believe that only the element of a tree had not yet submitted to him. Only an incredibly strong fighter could have such abilities. Other students were horrified by what they saw. They could not believe that they had such a strong hero. Bai ordered to try the rest of the stones. Huan agreed. He thought about how special elements he could possess. When interacting with the stone of the element of lightning, a sign caught fire, that the skill is perfect. Observers' guys believed that such a result was impossible. Even the great Chu Fian does not have this level of skills. One of the guys noted that Huan and the main elements possesses at an unreal level, but also special at his ideal level. The girl admired the skills of Huan Tian and considered him incredibly gifted. Having tried to interact with other stones, the guy noticed that none of them were glowing anymore. Then he wondered why this is happening. It should not. But the present was only upset by the fact that he could not master the method based on the elements of the tree. In childhood, his talent was superior to many, but due to the injury, he was harder to improve him than ordinary people. Since the element of lightning was at his perfect level, it was not worth spending time on it. The hero decided to visit Mount Lighten. The girl told Huan that he was incredibly cool. Since his element of fire is at an ideal level, his methods will be much stronger than the rest. At their school, the methods of fire were divided into 3 groups. Bai decided to show each of them. The guy was very happy and was incredibly grateful to her. Bai brought a young man to a large hall where all the practices were placed. He was surprised at how many of them. There were 3 types of fire technique in total. The method of the flames of black fire, the mysterious method of true fire, and the exciting method of Earth's flame. Huan said that the technician themselves is not many, but their names are very cool. The method of flame languages has 12 levels. After studying each 4th level, the master is added in 1 language of flame. If you study the method completely, you can release 9 at once. Black flame of the initial level is equal in strength to the pre-consumer true flame of the middle stage. Our hero understood that if he learned such a method, then with his ideal possession of the elements, he would be incredibly powerful. There are 12 levels of mysterious clean fire, but ordinary warriors are incredibly difficult to hone them. They are twice as complicated than other skills. There are also 9 levels of fire dominance. At the 9th level, you can learn to control lava. This is a very cool ability. The 9th mysterious fire is a special element. It is much stronger than others, but in many places it is forbidden to use. But the guy was from the brave and chose the 9th mysterious fire. Bai noticed that it would be cool if he is compatible with the hero's sword. Then he would add to his strength. At the moment when you learn a fiery element, you can use 80% of the influence of other elements of fire. Picking up 2 books, the guy noted that they are well combined with each other. With their help, you can increase your strength. The girl offered Juan to bring ink and paper, but he politely refused and said that he was not worth it. After that, he completely plunged into the study of the scriptures. Quickly absorbed the information, the guy decided that he would save her in his mind, and later would begin to study the techniques received. After that, he smiled and said that he remembered them. Bai could not believe, and asked again, did he really remember 2 techniques at once? She thought she clearly underestimated the guy. He has incredible power. Juan only noticed that he was not enough for these skills. After that, he took another book with the skill of a fiery sword. He has many states. Besides, the book was less than the rest. He was surprised that there is compatibility between this skill and the 9th fire. The students who observed what was happening did not cease to be surprised at the level of the hero's abilities. They noted that skills are much better than that of the brother of Chu Fenya. One of them said that Chu was younger than him when he got into the dimension, and there is no more expert on wind elements than he is. They thought that Chu Fenya would be very angry when he returned. Surely it is worth teaching a lesson to this arrogance. They understood that the guy's abilities were incredible, but do not reach those that Chu possesses. It was necessary to send the guys from the clan so that they would deal with Juan. Bai asked the guy about whether he was for the first time on the 2nd floor. He answered in the affirmative. She said that this floor is divided into 3 zones, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels. To get above the 1st level, you need to get the approval of the sect. If they can earn 100 points, then they will get to the 2nd level and get the skill. And if they want to get 2 skills, then you need another 100 points for each. Juan said that getting 100 points is easy. To do this, you can simply train your body without reaching the work of the mind. From that moment on, he had the skill of fiery dominance and burning heaven. He should not worry about skills until the 3rd level received. Suddenly they met one of the elders and greeted him. He ordered Juan to follow him. He humbly agreed and bowed to the master. The guys said that even with the support of the elder, the guy would not help the guy. If Juan tries to interfere with Chu Fenya, he will suffer a lot. Juan saw 2 doors. One of them leads to the next level, but why is the 2nd needed? After these thoughts, the guy entered the doorbell, but did not understand where he was. There were 2 men in front of him. One of them was sitting. Even the head of the sect was simply humbly standing next to him. It turned out that this person was the head of Lin. They reported to him that Tian Huan had arrived. Our hero was incredibly surprised, because in front of him was Lin and Chen himself, the leader of the Tian Xiana clan. The guy said that for him it is a great honor to post the head of the sect. He replied that Huan never disappointed him. Then the hero thought that the leader always watched him. Otherwise he would not have said so. The elder said that Xin Yue, upon returning from the mountain after the battle with insects, told him about the guy and how he spoke well at the students of the students. For 3 months the young man was able to achieve incredible heights and pass the 3rd floor on the 1st attempt. Surely he is more talented than the so-called Chu Fenya. The father of Chu and the elder of the clan were incredibly stunned by these words. Huan only replied that the praise of the head of Lin for him means a lot, and he is very grateful to him. The chapter also said that the guy's abilities were probably opened after he fell into the lakes on August 15th. Most likely, he comprehended the secret of the shadow of the sword. The guy was very embarrassed after these words, but the head said that he would not worry. He would not ask him about what happened that night. This sword began to appear about 10 years ago. Many gathered by the river to look at him, and the elder was one of them. But the sword chose Huan, which means that was his fate. The guy replied that after the light was beckoning to him, he did not think that it would turn so seriously. But now, everything has become in its place. The head said that all details are not important. He is now a student of their clan, and he is incredibly talented. And this will not hurt the clan at all. The hero said that he is very pleased that such a person believes in him, and he will never disappoint him. The leader said that they have hopes for his account, but he should not wait for a special attitude. Huan realized that the leader wants to train him, but then he asked what about Chu Fenya. The elder replied that Chu was not so talented, so he handed him to the guy's father. It has become very arrogant, so soon it will lose itself as a person. Once the leader was the same arrogant and confident. This led to the fact that he lost his hand when he went into the world. Huan thought he had already heard about this story. The head said that he would not want the guy to repeat his fate and become a miserable impudent. The fate of Huan was to become very strong and surpass everyone. The hero thought that he really wanted to become strong and return everything that he lost. Then the elder asked if the guy knew why he refused all the teachers who wanted to take Huan on bail. He replied that he could only rely on himself. The leader replied that this is one of the reasons, and the other, because they are not so strong as to train him. He also admitted that even he does not have such a force. He told the young man that he had done a lot of troubles in his youth, but now he has a lot of life experience to see a lot, and he knows everything about the guy. Huan was a dragon who was locked in a small clan so far. Once he will be able to regain freedom and fly away from everyone. As for the ancestors, the future of the guy is the future of all China. Our hero thought over this information and said that for a start, he needs to defeat Chu Fenya. Huan promised to do everything possible so as not to disappoint the master. He said that if the guy encounters difficulties, he can always seek help from the elders. After that, the head ordered Wendao to spend the boy. It turned out that all this time they were eavesdropped on by other students. They heard that the guy got to the 3rd floor of the tower. The elder spent the guy and reminded him that he would not forget about his swords. Huan thanked him and said goodbye. He realized that his sister had already left and he should go to the hall in order to hone a new skill. Suddenly other students appeared in front of the hero. He thought that many wanted to meet him today. One of them stated that the fact that Huan became a close student does nothing yet mean. He should still respect the elders. Others also picked up this wave and began to shout that the guy should know his place, otherwise they would teach him a lesson. He only smiled and said that it seems to him that they did not deserve his respect. After that, they asked Shun to teach this guy that the elders should be respected. He agreed with pleasure. Sai said that he knew that Huan got to the 3rd floor. Is it really daring to challenge him after that? Our hero said that the guy should not take this risk, otherwise he would have to collect his teeth. This was even more angry with the guy. He stated that the opponent would be a lid. Other students were surprised at Huan's courage. Didn't he know that she is at the 2nd level? After that, Sa fell into the guy, applying his strong blow. The hero was not frightened for a moment and simply stopped his fist in the air. He struck his blow in response and saw how the opponent flies away at an incredible speed and falls to the floor. The guy thought that next time, he should use no more than 20% of his strength, because he went too far. All students were surprised at how incredible the blow was, and did not understand how he did it. One of them ordered the guy not to be conceived, because Chu Fenya passed the 2nd level and never lost to the 1st. After that, another student introduced himself to Yang Wei and offered to fight him. He began to use the skill of mysterious ice, which was considered very strong. But the hero was not at a loss and decided that he would respond with fiery ability and see who would win. As expected, the opponent simply fell to the ground without strength. Huan thought that he used only 20% of his strength. Was the enemy so weak? The school students were dumbfounded by the fact that the guy was so easily able to defeat 2 2nd-level fighters at once, although he himself is at the 1st. Surely, he passed the 3rd floor of the tower well. Suddenly, Janvi attacked him with incredible aggression and insults. Our hero only replied that he did not have time for this, and threw back his opponent with his foot. Then the students were even more surprised, because the guy's power has from 100 to 170 points. No one could have imagined that Huan would so easily overcome him. Suddenly, another student appeared, who stated that his rank is 88th in the sect, and he was not the 2nd level. He stated that he wanted to fight a young man, but he only replied that he was enough for today and ordered him to get lost. He was indignant and stated that the guy was running away from him like a coward, but unexpectedly he saw a strange glow and thought what kind of hero was the hero. The students sighed disappointedly because they expected to see the battle. The rival thought that he was considered one of the 100 best students, but even he could not contrast Huan. After that, our hero found himself in the Pilial Hall, where he was going to get his award. A sweet girl greeted him and smiled. She gave him a bag and said that there were 30 low-level Pilas Chi. For 3 months, the guy will not be able to get any support from the sect. For completing tasks, it will also receive pills. But the Pilial Hall is not responsible for their effect. The guy thought that if he had as much pill, he could easily be at the 2nd level. He had too much gold, so he decided to spend it to buy more. He told the girl that he would like to buy more, but she replied that this was contrary to the rules. Then he remembered that Tiansani has only 3 sources, so pills are produced in limited quantities. Then he will buy next month. All students who went through the third floor received their own room, where they could cultivate. This is what our hero took up. Under his room, students gathered and wanted to call for battle, but they could not bother the guy for no particular reason by the rules. After spending the whole day in cultivation, Juan reached the first level of the 9th mysterious fire. The guy did not leave his room for a long time. 3 days had passed, and other students thought that he was simply afraid to fight with them. In fact, Juan has improved his knowledge all this time. Finally, he reached the second stage of 9 mysterious lights. He understood that true Ki had a rank. After 1 day, it became cleaner and better than usual. He decided to see what will happen next. 15 days have passed since the guy did not leave his room and stubbornly cultivated. Finally, he was able to reach the 3rd level in the skill of the 9th fire. In addition, his Kui became even cleaner and better. He realized that he was ready to make a jerk to the 2nd level of the innate kingdom. When he was able to do this, a bright light leading right into the sky made his way from his house. The students were stunned that during such a short period of time, the guy was able to reach the 2nd level of the innate kingdom. Juan noticed that Qi inside him flare up, and the strength of the 9th mysterious fire is much more powerful than ordinary fire. He thought that he would take more time, but at the moment he knew everything about the fiery element. The hero decided to take this chance to develop his secret skills. When he demonstrates his skills, this will scare away many opponents. He will be ready to meet anyone and will win him quickly. Other students began to think that he not only reached the 2nd level, but also became much stronger. One of them suggested that he had deceived rivals because he was afraid to fight with them. Juan could not get enough of his new skill. It seemed to him that he had reached the final stage of the innate kingdom. He understood that he had reached the result very quickly. With the force that he now possessed, he can compare with people at the 4th level. If he can improve his 9th fire skills and other fiery abilities, then he will be able to compete even with those who are at the 5th level. During this time he used only 33 pills, and he was a pair of steps from the next level of the skill of a fiery sword, because he understood its essence. In addition, he pumped the level of processing skills, so the strength of his weapon was 1,000 kilograms. The guy understood that in order to advance to a higher level, he needed to get even more tablets. There were a few more days left before the next extradition, and he could not buy more than 70 pills. What to do? He understood that in order to get pills for fulfilling the missions, he would have to take difficult tasks. A lot of time will take their implementation. How to get them differently? After long thoughts, the guy finally found a solution. He left his room. Other students were waiting for him in the courtyard. One of them invited the hero to fight him. Juan quickly agreed, but on one condition. He suggested putting his tablets on the end. All students were happy that Juan finally left his room. One of them said that he had heard that the guy did not respect the elders and decided to teach him a lesson. Then the hero said that he agreed to the duel, but only if they put his pills on the end. The enemy agreed. Juan noticed that this opponent is stronger than John Wei, and his strength at least 100. He also has a 2nd level. The battle promised to be interesting. In addition, he thought that he should not win too quickly. Otherwise, everyone would think that he would be invincible, and he would not receive more tablets. The opponent understood that the guy was very strong, because units among students of the 1st level can block his sword. After that, the guy applied a special technique of the Sword of Clean Fire. Then the hero decided to use the technique of Heavenly Fiery Sword. After that, he gave the opponent the opportunity to show his strength and did not particularly resist. For a few moments he even believed that he could win over Juan. However, our hero used the technique of a shadow swell. After a moment, the enemy was defeated, and did not understand what kind of incredible power the guy had. Juan looked at him and ordered him to give him his pills. Others could not believe that he defeated a 2nd-level student who was included in the best of the best. The defeated young man said that he was not satisfied and demands a revenge. But Juan Tian only replied that he would not fight with one person twice a day. The opponent gave him 1 tablet and stated that he would come tomorrow. Juan thought that he had to control his strength so as not to kill the enemy. This helped him earn 1 pill. Another student stood in front of the hero and stated that the previous one simply succumbed to him. He said that he is a 2nd-level student and wants to fight too. The guy noticed that the rank of this opponent is even lower. Does he really want to risk his pills? But he only grinned and offered to cross his swords as soon as possible. A minute later, the enemy was defeated. Juan ordered him not to be upset and give him a reward as soon as possible. Suddenly, from all sides, the guy heard suggestions about crossing the swords. He did not expect that so many people wanted to fight him, but accepted all their challenges. This will help him get a lot of pills without making special efforts for this. After a short period of time, 3 more students were beaten and whined about how painful they were. Juan thought that he managed to earn even more tablets for cultivation so easily. After that, 4 rivals appeared in front of the guy who wanted to fight the guy. All of them had the second level of power and did not doubt their victory. The hero agreed to accept all the challenges, but he had an idea how to make this massacre even more interesting. He suggested that the first fighter put 1 pill on the song, double the second, and so on. The guys did not think long and agreed to such strange conditions. The first enemy flew at him and tried to win. Others noticed that Juan's power is really incredible. The hero understood that if he could beat the strongest of them, they will lose faith in themselves, but will still attack. He used the technique of the shadow of the leopard and gained incredible speed. The opponent could not understand what kind of tricks the guy used. Having deceived the enemy with a cunning trick, Huan Tian struck a crushing blow. After a second, the next guy was in a hurry to compete with the hero. He managed to fulfill several tricks, but this did not help him avoid the blow of our hero. Huan Tian easily coped with any attacks of the enemy and attacked himself. The students could not understand how Xiaoming could not block a single attack, even the simplest. The next guy has decided to try his hand and fight Juan, but once again, it was not difficult for our hero to easily beat off all the attacks. The opponent thought about how the guy manages to be so strong. He should be careful with him. After a second, Juan performed his powerful blow and defeated the enemy. Another student entered into a fight. He thought that he had a great chance to win, because Juan was tired after so many battles. He performed his unique attack and thought that he had defeated the guy. But after a second, he noticed that the enemy was behind him and was preparing to take a blow in the back. The guys noticed that Juan's power became much more than before, and a simple student Shukai is not able to cope with her. Also for them was a mystery, and how the guy was able to defeat 3 opponents of the second level at once. Often it is difficult for them to fight even with each other. One of the students even suspected that the guy has the 3rd or 4th level of power. Juan sharply pulled the opponent and recalled that they had a fight. He should not be in the clouds. After that, the guy decided to apply his strength and check how strong the Juan would be. He used all his most powerful attacks, but the hero recaptured them with ease, without making special efforts. Then the guy decided to use his special skill, which he studied for a long time. Juan realized that in front of him was the holder of the skill of lightning elements. A minute later, the enormous power of this ability came into Juan. The students who watched the battle even thought that the opponent wounded Juan. The enemy stood and smiled, thinking that he had defeated the guy. But literally, a minute later, he was taken aback. Juan stood emitting electric charges. He smiled and asked if all this was what his opponent is capable of. Other students could not believe that Tian owns the elements of lightning. The hero said that now his turn is to apply attacks and the enemy should be afraid. After that, he released a charge of incredible power into the sky, which literally took off his opponent. The defeated enemy lay on cold earth and moaned in pain. Other students were amazed at what kind of Juan possesses. They also could not understand how all students could lose to the guy, because his movements are very weak. Surely he just drove them all by the nose. Then a series of students who sought to defeat the guy went again. Each of them made all his efforts and abilities that he learned earlier. But they were all very quickly defeated by our hero. No one could believe that this is generally possible because all the opponents of Juan were strong enough. The more time passed, the more defeated guys were at school. Their number has already been calculated by hundreds. Finally, the time has come when there were no people left to fight with such a strong rival. Juan was glad that you should no longer worry about pills. However, he did not have time to get enough, as another second-level student, the 22nd rank, called him to the battle. He introduced himself to Min Blue. Juan asked to finish it quickly with this, because he needed a vacation after he collected so many pills. Suddenly, the enemy began to move incredibly quickly. Everyone who watched the battle began to believe that the guy disappeared at all. Juan noticed that others do not see Minya, because he has an incredible speed. But you can't take our hero with such techniques. After that, Juan decided to use a leopard's shadow. With this technique, he was able to find an opponent when he quickly ran away from him. Juan understood that his skills in the steps of the dragon and the tiger would not be enough to catch up with the guy. A strong wind was created around the battlefield. He practically knocked down the puzzling students. They could not even consider the guys in the air, not like to follow the receptions. Tien realized that the enemy was incredibly fast. It would be difficult for him to cope with him. Suddenly another idea came to his mind, and he decided to try one trick. He was able to find a guy, despite the huge speed with which he moved. The enemy was sure that he was fast enough to evade Huan's attacks, but after a second, our hero flew right on him at a great speed. Juan did not think that the guy is so fast. Although his fighting qualities are completely none, he decided that he should focus all his strength in his leg. then his skill of the dragon steps, and the tiger will increase 10 times. After his victory, he asked others who else wants to fight him. There was no answer. Then Juan said that he wants to eat, and said goodbye to everyone. Upon returning home, he began to recalculate the pills that he earned in battles. Today the catch was not bad, 67 tablets. He decided that tomorrow again, he would go to collect pills with the help of victories over other students. 3 days later, his turn should come to get pills in the medical room. Then he will buy another 70 tablets. When morning came, Juan heard someone's voice outside the window, which called him to the duel. He did not have time to wipe his eyes and did not understand how much time was now. He saw a girl in front of him. She introduced herself as Bai Lin, a second-level student, the first rank. He laughed and said that he would not fight with the girl. She only offendedly asked why he did not tell her that the 3rd floor had passed. She helped him find a new skill. Tien said that this information was officially notified, so she had to hear about it. The girl was angry and said that he had to tell her personally. After he reached such a high rank, he no longer had to call her eldest. Then he asked how to call her now. The guy decided that from this moment it would be just a Bai. She was embarrassed and said that she came early so that none of the students would bother them. But apparently, she was worried. After that, she told him to get her sword and fight her. But the guy smiled and said that he would fight with her with his bare hands. This was outraged by Bai. She said that he was too arrogant and she should teach him a lesson. After that, she struck a blow that threw the guy several meters. Juan thought that the more beautiful the flower, the more dangerous it is. He said that he would fight the girl since she wants. After that, she began to circle around the guy with incredible speed. He noted that she was incredibly fast. Next, the girl used a strong skill of Ice Blade. But Tien was not at a loss and decided to counterattack it with the reception of a heavenly fiery sword. After that, he intercepted her sword and repelled the attack. Now it was his turn to attack a girlfriend. Juan used his strength and incredible power struck the girl. She flew off a long distance with a strong cry. At that moment, the guy realized that he was too far from the force of the blow. Having come to her senses, Bai could not understand how this is possible. Her friend had a lot of power. She could not cope with her. Tien noticed that the girl's sword flew away after his attack, and suggested finishing a duel. But the girl objected, saying that she had not yet finished, and this is only the beginning of the battle. The guy thought to himself that his girlfriend knows how to surprise. With incredible anger, the girl applied her ability and shouted to a friend to get ready to lose. By the power of an ice blade, she with incredible power struck Juan. A scratch appeared on his cheek, and he noticed that a girlfriend was able to easily control the ice blade. After that, he saw a huge block of ice which flew right on him. The guy was thrown back by force a few meters. He noted that the girl rightfully earned the 1st rank among the 2nd levels, but after a second, he stated that from this day he would possess the 1st rank. Then Bai was indignant at the guy's words and stated that he was incredibly arrogant. After that, she created a large block of ice and sent her straight to her enemy. He repulsed it with his power of fire, but noticed that this technique was incredibly dangerous. Further around it, the whirlwinds of the cold wind began to twist. After a few seconds, he ended up inside the ice ball that the girl created. This turned out to be another trump card in the sleeves of this slender girl. While she was rejoiced at her likely victory, the guy from the inside of the ball used his strength and broke it from the inside. After a second, he was near a friend who did not expect such a turn of events at all. She swung again and tried to attack the guy, but he sharply intercepted her fist and squeezed her in his hand. Bai was very unhappy and ordered her to let her go. Juan smiled at the girl and said that he could not do this. Her icy skills will be enough from him. He took both her fists into his own hands and stated that she could not do anything else. Suddenly he felt a fierce cold penetrate from his hands throughout his body. Juan realized that the girl decided to freeze him, using only the power of her hands. Applying his fire skill, the guy was thawed and fell right on his girlfriend. He was afraid that he had injured Bai and asked her if she was in order. She sharply swung at him. The guy was taken aback and asked if she really wants to continue to fight after he helped her. After that, he said that he would lag behind her if she promises not to harass him anymore. The girl exhaled and agreed with the conditions. Juan could not understand what a strange feeling settled inside him. The body of Bai seemed so soft and pleasant, he did not want to let her go. His movement was clearly not like his friend, and she asked to let her go. He fulfilled the request, but ordered not to forget about the promise that she gave. Juan said that he would not demand her tablets, despite the fact that she lost. But he ordered him to call him an older brother. Bai got angry and said that the guy was just a fool. After that, she screamed that he was a pervert and began to flee. Tien noticed that this was not at all in mind. Tired after this battle, he decided that it would be better to sleep further. In his dreams, Bai came to him and he imagined how gently kissed her. But his dream was interrupted by the voice of the next enemy who called him to battle. He was very angry, and with one blow, he just bowled the guy from the ground. Huan warned that he would do so with everyone who decides to interrupt his sweet dream. He asked who will be next and who is ready to lose all his pills. There were a lot of people who wanted, because no one could completely believe that Huan was simply invincible. Screams and exclamations come from the Tianjian training camp. Huang Tian fights. He tells the disciples that he is bored, and all the students are weak here. He asks someone more worthy to fight him. No one understands what is happening and where he has such a force, because none of the second levels can defeat him. They recall that when Chu Feng was also the first level, he defeated many second-level students, but Huan Tian defeated 4 second-level students and did not strain. They cannot assume which of them is stronger. They regret that Chu Feng is not in the sect, because then he could completely humiliate him. They cannot believe that Bai Lin's sister lost, because she is the first rank of environment of the second levels. He turns to them and says that if no one else wants to fight him, then he will go to sleep. The crowd of students is asked to part. Because there is an older brother Jiang, they all must miss him. Everyone misses him and Bao. He says that he is quite crowded and laughs. Pupils do not understand why the older brother Jiang came. Because he is the 9th rank among the inner students. A second-level people stand next to him. Among them is Ji Dunqian. He is a second level, and he is 38th rank. The rest are at the 3rd level of the innate kingdom. Pupils say that something serious is harvested for Huan Tian because the elder brother Jiang and brother Ji, they are friends of Chu Feng. Tian, on the other hand, does not scare this and understands that he has a cool and rich day. Ji Dunqian approaches him and begins the conversation. He, the 38th rank, calls him to a duel. No one can believe that Ji's brother calls him to a duel, because he reached the 1st level last year. Hatsun Tian agrees, but he makes a bet. He says that the one who loses gives all his pills of qi. Ji Dunqian replies to him that he does not care about the pills of qi of such a low level. He is very arrogant. Tian asks if he speaks seriously, and without thinking twice invents a new, more interesting bet. He offers to put all the pills that they have. This bet is very large and exciting. Pupils cannot believe it, because Huan Tian puts a bag where more than 30 pieces of tablets. He asks to count his tablets, and after they are recalculated, there are 36 tablets there. Ji Dunqian throws a guy who counted the tablets tie in a bottle, and says that there is 40 tablets there, and Tian will be able to pick them up if he defeats him. Then Tian accepts his challenge. They tell him that he does not want all his officiality and simply wants a battle. Ji Dunqian immediately mercilessly uses the Storm skill, whether Tian can oppose something. The students are confused whether he can defeat him in one skill, because no one had coped with him before. Huan Tian is not so simple. He also has the skill of a mysterious level, and he does not want to lose to him. He uses the mysterious wind reciprocal skill, whether Ji Dunqian can cope with him. Huan Tan beats all the attacks of Ji Dunqian. Not particularly straining, it confuses him a little. He understands that Tian apparently owns 2 elements, because he was able to evade all his attacks. Friends of Huan Tian will call, they ask what is happening, to which they answer them, that Ji's brother called Tian to a duel. They understand that Ji's brother will most likely lose, because the Shadow Warrior lost Tian, and he was the same level as he. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Tian turns to Ji Dunqian. He asks if he really underestimates him, and does not want to use all his strength. Ji Dunqian is angry because of this situation, but Tian is only glad of this layout of events, because I perceive him seriously. He uses his storm barrier skill on it. A bunch of water gathers around Tian. Tian is slightly strained. He is very impressive, this skill, which was used by Ji's brother. Huan Tian is completely immersed in a column of water, which is directed into the sky, whether he can get out. But he uses a hurricane fire, and without any problems breaks the brother of Ji's barrier. He immediately sends a response directly to him. Does his brother Ji really lose to him so easily? He again decides to use the storm to repel his attack. But this does not give an effect. Huan Tian comes behind him and is going to attack again. Ji's brother will not have time to do something. He uses a sword of burning fire, and a huge fireball flies into Ji's brother. He decides to quickly defend himself using the skill of Mountain of Current Water. But this does not give a special effect. He is overtaken by the attack by Huan Tian, and all that he manages to think about is about what kind of force is enclosed in him. All students are shocked by the fact that Tian was able to defeat the first at the 2nd level, the 38th rank. His friends rejoice for him. They had no doubt that Huan Tian is the best, and he would not lose Ji Dunqian. He asks who the next one wants to challenge him. He is very arrogant and confident in himself. Jianu Yu tells him not to be arrogant, because he will not be able to contrast him and lose. Huan Tian asks if Zhang Wuyu really dared to challenge him, to which he was answering positively. He asks to wait a minute. He wants to tell him something before they begin his battle. He asks him how much he is ready to put the pills, because he is one of the 10 best internal students, and he is one level above his predecessor. Zhang Wuyu answers him that he is ready without hesitation to put 60 QE tablets. Pupils discuss the fact that 60 low-level QE tablets are as many as 2 million silver coins. If you fold all their tablets, then there will be more than 130 tablets, and it will be a bunch of money. Without thinking twice, they get their swords. Everyone is surprised at what kind of swords they have, because they are completely unusual. The students are surprised, because the brother of Jiang in the hands of Xinxuan, this mysterious low-level sword, and the mysterious low-level weapon can increase the force of a warrior by 30 or 40%. Huan is becoming interesting, because this is unusual. Now he is very interested in the battle. They begin the battle, and he immediately uses the heavenly fiery sword. He approaches Zhang Wuyu. Brother Jiang notes that Tian is really very strong, because this is not an ordinary skill. He is sure that he will not be able to defeat him, because he surpasses him in rank and level. He uses his fan and beats off the Huan Tian spell. Everything is silent for a few seconds. Tan notes that the fan in his hands, apparently, is not at all a decoration. He suggests that this is an artifact by the type of sword of Xinxuan. Zhang Wuyu is sure that he is not a weakness. But I am sure that Huan Tian is not at all equal to him. The crowd of students is yelling that Zhang's brother is very strong, and most likely this time, Huan should lose. He makes a light grin, and tells himself under his breath that he is very sorry to disappoint them all. The crowd screams and is a quest for Zhang Wuyu. They want him to learn the heated, in their opinion, Huan Tian. Tian attacks again. He uses the sword and uses the skill Fire Sword Piping Ball. A huge fireball is again rushing to Zhang's brother. He blocks him with his fan, but this does not give a special effect. He is no longer very sure of his victory. A crowd of students is surprised that he was able to move Zhang's brother. Now they think that in fact Huan is very strong. He immediately uses the next skill of Ninth Fire and causes a huge explosion. Fan Zhang Wuyu is destroyed. He will no longer be able to protect himself so effectively against Huan Tian's attacks. Brother Tian soars into a height and again attacks the brother of Zhang, using the heavenly fiery sword. In response to him, Zhang Wuyu uses a thunderous sword. Their attacks are found and caused by a huge explosion. A crowd of students is screaming due to the fact that their attacks simply rejected each other. Are they really the same in strength? Due to the fact that all of them underestimated the power of Huan Tian, now they will seem weak in comparison with him, and no one will want to follow Jiang. They look at each other. Zhang Wuyu again uses the thunderous sword. He intends to defeat him. Huan Tian again uses the heavenly fiery sword. Their attacks will meet again, and terrible things will stand. Their attacks collide again. The wind comes from them with a terrible force, practically blowing out the watches of the students. Tian tells Bruce Zhang that he had been relaxed early, and the fact that he had not yet finished his attack. Many fire shots get into Zhang Wuyu. It seems that this is the end for him. At this time, when it already seems that it is over, the real Jian appears behind Huan Tian and says that it was his shadow clone, and he will no longer succumb to him. Tian did not expect this. He understands that winning Zhang Wuyu will not be at all easy. Brother Jiang decides to go behind him, but he does not have time. He notes that the strength and speed of Tian has increased greatly. He understands that he had not yet used his full strength. They again encounter their attacks, but it is useless. Huan Tian beats them all. He waves a new attack, but his opponent manages to quickly leave and jumps a long distance. While he thinks about how Huan can be so strong, he comes behind him. He did not expect this. He decides that he should use the sword of fiery dominance, and under his brother Jiang begins to burn the earth. He notices that the power of fire has become 10 times more than in the last attack. He does not understand how possible. He jumps out of his fire and tells him that although his strength has increased, his tricks will no longer work on him. Huan Tian interrupts him and says that they will still see how they do not work on him. In flight, he uses the heavenly fiery sword. A ball flies to it, very much superior in size. He does not understand how it is possible. He thinks that he increased the power of the skill. This huge fireball is falling on Zhang Wuyu. After this attack, a column of flame even appears. All students are in shock and cannot believe what they see. They do not believe that Brother Zhang could lose. Meanwhile, Zhang Wuyu lies unconscious in the crater, abandoned attack by Huan Tian. Everything is in shock due to the fact that Huan Tian won. He comes for his award, namely the pills of qi that he won. They do not understand what kind of monster he was, because he so easily defeated one of the 10 strongest. They never saw someone so strong. They cannot assume who is stronger, he or Chu Feng. Lin was the first to defeat one of the 20 best students when he was at the first level of the innate kingdom. Most likely Chu Feng could not cope with Huan pulling. It turns out that Zhang Uyu is still conscious. He coughs and turns on his back. In his weak voice he says that Huan Tian will regret that he dared to injure him. Tian replies to him that during the battle it is very difficult to avoid injuries, and if he wants to blame someone, he must blame himself first, because he is weak. Although he has the 9th rank among internal students. He coughs with blood and asks that in general Huan Tian imagines about himself, but he tells him to stop resisting. Jia Yuyu's friends run to him and take him under his arms. They calm him down, and one of them begins to scream at Huan Tian. He shouts to him that they say, how he dared to do this with Zhang Wu. He must know that he is a friend of Chu Feng, and he would not just leave it. Huan Tian apologizes and says that he is very sorry. He apologizes, but says that he actually spit. He continues to scream at him and says that when Chu Feng learns about it, he will teach him, and he will kneel and ask for forgiveness. Tian can no longer listen to it. He beats him in the face, and he flies into a distant flight. He says that it was so pleasant to cut this shouting fool, he is sure that he would have fun. Xunuyu tells him not to be raped, because when Mr. Chu and Mr. Dean return, they will show him how weak he is. Huan reacts to this with anger and with a serious face replies that he will destroy them and will not give them a chance. They leave, and the scorched fan of his brother Jiang remains on the ground, which he decides not to take. He turns to the crowd, but everyone is afraid of him and want to leave the battlefield as soon as possible. They come up with stupid excuses that they sharply have some urgent affairs that they cannot postpone for later. Huan Tian approaches his friends, and they bow to each other. They praise him for his work done, and he thanks them for their support. He is told that although he is the 1st level, his forces are already corresponding to the 3rd or 4th level, that people respect only strength, and therefore they should call him an older brother. He is embarrassed and tells them that they are his friends and can call him as they themselves want. They turn to Fan, because he should soon reach the 3rd level, and he will also become the 7th rank among internal students. He writhes a joyful smirk and says that this is his goal and he tries to reach her. He is beaten on the head, and they say that he should try to become like Huan Tian, but he replies to them that he will not be able to catch up with him in 10 years. He asks not to overestimate him, because he is not as strong as they describe him, and is embarrassed. They explain to him that he should be careful, because this time he wounded one of the warriors of Chu Fan. He is not his only henchman from the best dozens. Besides him there is Dan Fei, Wen Zhao, Zhan Tianzun, and Lin Gihui. He is warned that more difficult challenges are waiting for him, and Chu Feng, along with the others, will come for him, but he replies that he does not care. He tells them not to worry, because if they want to fight, then he will be ready. He still has time for training, and they will have no chance against him. They ask him, does he really want to train further? He responds positively and invites them to train with him. He is told that if he wants to pump his skills to new levels, then he needs merits. They can be obtained for eliminating those who are wanted by a sect, but this will not be an easy task. They also tell him that they can look for a mysterious ghostly plant and convey it to the sect so that they make chi tablets from them. But it grows only in the territory with dangerous monsters of the 4th level. You can spend more than a month in search of a ghostly warrior, and if he had not helped them, they would still look for him. He is offered to go to the mountain of Infin to find a mysterious ghostly plant. Huan Tian immediately agrees, because it will be much easier, and he will spend this time with friends. Early morning, Huan Tian wakes up and stretches. He has a couple of days of rest. He thinks that this is a great opportunity to practice and relax. He looks at the pills that he won and says that no one else dared to challenge him, and he will be enough for these pills for several months. He recalls that the day after tomorrow there would be a day of issuing tablets, and 3 brothers agreed to practice with him after that, and for the completion of the mission, he could get even more pills. Before that, he wants to practice the skill of ghostly steps. He is sure that this will come in handy in the future. He is touching his speed and control over fire, through meditation and self-improvement in his own consciousness. Only by night he finishes training. He trained all day and achieved his goal. He finally reached the 2nd level of ghostly steps. He thinks that the 3rd level will go much more time. On the day of receiving tablets, they all gather in one place. Huan Tian decides that since there are so many people in this place, then this is a great opportunity to get hold of pills. Other students are discussing him and say that he is too strong, and he looks 15 years older than his age. They discuss that he not only went to the next floor, but also won Zhang Wuyu. They are wondering if he could be stronger than Chu Feng. They are viciously looking at them, and with Ore answered them that Chu Feng, of course, is several times stronger than him. He clarifies that even the brothers Dan Fei, Mu Wenjiao, or Tianzun, who are part of the 10 best internal students, can easily defeat Huan Tian. The guy who bursts about the defeat of his brother Tian replies that he defeated people 2 levels higher than him, which he has answered, that he should not forget that Chu Feng senior pupil of the Tianzun clan, and he became even stronger since last year. The guy understands that there is no point in proved something to such a fan of Chu Feng at all. Huan Tan says that as soon as they get pills, they will go to train, because this is a great day for this. Suddenly a warrior appears from behind them. He asks if he is being communicated with Huan now. Tan confirms this and asks who he is, because he spends his precious time. He seems to be Zhan Tian North. He is the 5th rank among the inner students, and he calls him to a duel. His brother Tian immediately agrees. Friends Huan Tian do not understand what he is doing here, because he must train, and they are afraid that the situation is getting out of control. The obsessed fan of Chu Feng is sure that Jan Tianzun will be able to teach him a lesson and win. Pupils say that his nickname Jan Devil, and once the 9th clan mistakenly killed a child from Canaan Jan, and brother Jan cut out the whole clan along with a leader who had the 3rd level and more than 20 warriors. He was nicknamed for his wild manner of battle. It has a 5th rank and much stronger than Zhang Uyu, and he is one of the strongest warriors. After Chu Feng, the crowd begins to talk about him as a devil, and are sure that Huan Tian has no chance in a battle with him. He asks if he knows Zhan Dinjun, to which he answers him that he is his brother. Teen with a grin says that he crushed him, and the Jan Devil the next one he will win. Zhan Devil is furious and yells at Huan Tian that he really thinks that he is as weak as his brother. He tells him that he will show him the power of his sword and begins to concentrate essence until he begins to glow with fire. Huan Tian asks him to stop, because he wants to tell him something important before they start the battle. Jan Devil is very angry and asks him to shut up and rather start the battle, because he can no longer restrain himself. Tian explains to him that if he wants to call him, he must bet. He asks how many tablets he is ready to give in case of loss. Ian Devil is furious from the arrogance of his brother Tian, and says that if he loses to him, he will give him everything. Huan Tian is satisfied with this, and he immediately agrees to such conditions favorable to him. The most interesting begins. John the Devil looks very frightening and prepares for battle, and Huan Tian simply looks at him arrogantly. He thinks that the devil is trying to intimidate him with his aura and the terrible face that he was making. They stand opposite each other, and John thinks that Tian does not look scared at all. He thinks that he does not care about his life. Tan looks at him and tells him that his aura is too weak, and therefore does not scare him. Jan Devil is furious and begins to yell throughout the arena and radiate a terrible and strong aura. Pupils are scared and understand that all this becomes very dangerous and cover their faces from the stones flying in them. Brother Yana Devil laughs and yells that he was unlucky to get to know his brother. He asks to teach him. Huan Tian does not react to these threats and exclamations. He says that it is too boring. He concentrates and says that now they will all see his strength, namely the power of the essence of the mysterious sword. He throws a huge amount of essence. This power is so strong that the earth under it is covered with cracks. Jan Devil does not have time to realize the whole problem of his situation, and discards him with a strong wave. He falls to the ground and passes several meters when he stops. He involuntarily pronounces the question of what kind of unusual power it is. No one understands what is happening, because you need to be a warrior of the 7th level or higher to understand the essence of the sword, but he can already use it, although he has only the 1st level. Pupils think about whether it seemed to them that Jan Devil fell. John Devil cannot understand how Huan Tian could learn how to use the essence of the sword so early. Tian tells him that he is funny, and although he has the 5th rank among internal students, he turned out to be an ordinary weakling. He wants to conduct an experiment and check what he can do with the fire he owns. Jan Devil uses the skill Heavenly Fiery Sword and is going to attack Huan Tian. Tian tells him that not only he is good in the elements of fire, and he will not be able to cope with him. Jan Devil is absolutely rage and says that it was time for him to see the rage of the devil, and he thinks that Tian is really strong. He asks not to blame him for cruelty. Around Yana Devil, a huge pillar of fire appears, which destroys everything that touches. The students are simply shocked by what is happening. They begin to be afraid for their calmness and well-being. They rush at each other, but Huan Tian's fire is stronger, and Jan Devil loses in the battle, losing consciousness. His sword falls and remains inserted into the ground, standing alone in the middle of the battlefield, next to the amazed Jan Devil. The devil stands on his knees. He is unconscious and blood drips out of his mouth. His hair is loose. The brother, who was previously amazed, is pulling Huan that he does not relax, because Dan Fei will still show him. But Tian says that he is silent, because he is weak. He says that his main opponent at the moment is Chu Feng, and he wants to fight him. The crowd enthusiastically shouts his name, because he was able to defeat the 5th rank among internal students. Huan Tian takes his winnings. This is a very large number of key tablets. Friends congratulate him on his next victory, and he apologizes to them for detaining them. He is told that he is equal in terms of the best 5 of the internal students, and this is an honor for them to train with him and get a new experience. He replies to them that he too is very glad that he can train with them, and he is only a joy. They tell him that he probably trained a lot to become so strong, and he replies to them that they can all be strong and just train a lot. 2 students are discussing him, and one of them says that he envies him and he would like to be friends with Huan Pulling, and the other says that he is equal in strength to his brother Dan Fei, and he would also like to make friends with him. Brother Yang Devil viciously looks at him. He thinks that he will never forgive him. He runs up to his brother and helps him to stand up. He asks if he is normal, to what he answers, that he is normal. He tells John Devil that Huan Tian has become much stronger, and you can't relax with him in any way. He answers him that Chu Feng already knows about him, and he will not allow anyone to just threaten his status in the Tianjin clan. The brother asks him what he was talking about. He does not understand what he wants to tell him. The devil replies to him that before he went to a duel, his brother Dan gave him shadow dirt and he covered Tian's body, and now they will always know where he was going. The brother thinks that if Tian plans to harm Chu Feng, he will meet with 10 best students and regret it. At sunset, Huan Tian and his friends run along the forest road. They run to the gates of the city. He notes that it is a very large city. It is even more than the city of Huanbai. His girlfriend notes that this is the city of Yinfeng, and here are high durable walls. Even monsters of the 1st and 2nd levels cannot break through them. His friend notes the fact that Mount Yinfeng is full of monsters of the 3rd level. So for security, each clan puts 5 level guards who guard the city. So Tian should be calm and not rage. Huan considers the information that the city has the 5th level warriors. He understands that he should be careful. A friend tells them that it is already too late, and they must find them overnight. Everyone agrees with this. They find an overnight stay in the bar. They know that in this bar it is difficult to find a free room. They did not expect to see so many people in such a place. They all sit at the table and have dinner. A friend explains to them that most people are here. These are students of 4 clans, and the city is the only safe place in front of Yinfeng Mountains, and therefore there are so many people. 3 mysterious people come to the bar in long cloaks and in straw hats. They ask to spend the night from them, but they are answered that there are no longer free rooms. They are looking for an overnight stay and find some small house in which the rooms rent. They approach the owner. The owner replies to them that they had only 1 small room left and wildly apologizes before them. They ask him to be silent and throw him a big bag of money. They bought his silence. 3 mysterious people enter the room, and the one that the largest of them turn to their leader, and they say that the room is very small and there is only 1 bed in it. He asks them to stop complaining and tells them that they should not forget why they are here. A large tall guy immediately agrees with him and calms his ardor. He tells their leader that all that he knows is that there are 4 of them, and they stopped at the Tiger Bar, which is nearby, and among them there is 1 guy of the 1st, 2 people of the 2nd, and 1 3rd level. Their chief man says that they are far from the 5th levels to them, and they will not let them train calmly. They will wait until they get to the center of the mountain and finish off. A mosquito flies over his head. He cuts him precisely in half with an accurate and sharp blow. Meanwhile, in the Tiger Bar, a scandal takes place. Some guys throw silver bag at it. They are unhappy that they have no rooms for 4, and orders then to give them 4 rooms. The owner tells them that they should believe that they no longer have free rooms, and they have no desire to offend them. Daring guys answer that they spit and they want to stay in this bar. The one who threw the bag at him and tells him that they will remain in this bar for the night, and orders them to bring them to drink, or he will beat him. These guys, they are from the Lin Yun sect. The daring guy tells his leader that he finished, and they can go to rest. Huan Tian asks whether they are really from the sect Lin Yun. He conceived something. The owner apologizes and says that all the rooms are busy and paid. He asks to wait until he finds 4 clients ready to free his numbers. This is all that he can do. The daring guy is unhappy with his answer and kicks him, overturning him to the floor with the words that all this is nonsense. He asks him if he was a deaf case, because they need rooms right now. Huan Tian is very angry with how this impudent guy behaves. He wants to do something about it. An unknown man jumps out in front of a bold guy who asks him how are students of 4 large clans, can be so arrogant and rude. A daring guy turns to the unknown and asks who he is. He tells him not to interfere or they will kill him. He replies that he is a student of the Qingyuan clan. Daring tells him that he dares. He calls him garbage from the 7th rank sect, and asks how he dares to argue with him at all. He says that his room will be him. Huan Tian's friend says that he would not think that this 4 impudent guys are weak. because they are from the Lin Yun clan and 2 of them are very strong. They enter the top 10 of the best inner students of their sect. They are called Kansai. A person who stands ahead of them all this is Lin Lo Feng. He became the first student at 19 years old. He can control the monsters, and even the 4th level warriors do not dare to fight with him. Lin Lo Fan notices them and casts his gaze at them. It scares his friend Huan Tian very much. His girlfriend thinks that he can be compared by force. Probably with Chu Fan, it surprises her. Huan Tian became interested in this situation and thinks that they should fight them. His eyes burn with desire. A daring guy says that they still need 3 rooms and goes to the table, at which Tian and his friends are sitting. He approaches them and says that their rooms are now their own, with the exception of the girl. Tian tells him that he crosses all the boundaries. Huan Tian tells him to go to hell, because there is no place for his games. A daring guy looks at him with a grin and anger. He yells at him and asks what he had just told him. He is angry and rushes with his fists at Huan Tian with the words that some first level of the first level does not have the right to talk and dare to him like that. Friends think that this is bad and something will happen now. But Tian stops the attacker without any problems. The daring guy is shocked. He does not understand how the warrior of the first level could catch his fist. Lin Lo Feng takes into account and is alarming. He also does not understand this. But now he will be more careful. Huan Tian with incredible ease twists his wrist with a daring guy while he tried to understand how he could stop his fist. The impudent guy did not expect such a move from Tian. He writhes from the pain that he sharply experienced. Huan Tian says that if he wants his room so, now he tastes his fist to taste. He beats him with all his strength along his daring face and he flies into a distant flight. He is imprinted in the wall and loses consciousness from the pain that he experiences from the blow to the wall and from the fist Tian. Everyone is surprised that Huan Tian was able to defeat the student of the 3rd level of the innate kingdom. Tian says that he is absolutely the same as Tianjun. He is just an ordinary weakling and all that he can get to work. Lin Lo Feng decides to attack Huan Tian from the back. He thinks that he will not notice this and prepare for the attack. Tian notices him and beats his blow. Their palms and strength collide. They look like a blue and orange yin and yang. They jump, and Lin Lo Feng admits that Tian still has a force and can compare with him. He cannot believe that such a simpleton of the 1st level could so easily stop his attack. Tian asks him how he dared to hit him from the back, and asks to introduce himself who he was. Lin Lo Feng is not going to respond to him in his walks, again trying to attack Huang Tian. His girlfriend asks him to be careful with him, because they do not know his abilities and what he can go for the sake of victory. Huan Tian is angry and tells him that he will regret that he had committed in calling fire with a sword. He uses the fiery sword and goes on a return attack on Lin Lo Feng. He is not going to give up. Their attacks again collide with each other, and with their attacks, they destroy the roof of the bar. The entire room is filled with smoke, and Lin Lo Feng jumps out of it. There is no damage to it. Huan Tian asks him, "Is it all that the students of Lin Yun are capable of?" Pupils Lin Yun are shocked by the fact that someone was able to survive against their best student Lin Lo Feng. A crowd of people from other clans cannot understand where the Tianjian clan was able to find this monster, because Lin was considered a very strong warrior, and Tian coped with him. Lin Lo Feng takes his hand behind his back and takes up the flute, but decides not to resort to this method. He apologizes to Huan, pulling their brother Yan, who brought them some inconvenience. He offers to conclude a temporary truce, and it makes no sense to fight for such an insignificant reason. Huan looks at him with a grin, and laughing asks if he really wants to conclude a truce. He does not understand how such a vile and bad person like him can talk about a truce. Lin Lo Feng is a little angry because of this and asks Huan Tian not to be rude to him because he is generous. Huan says that he would take his sneaks and quickly be scared, or stayed with him. Lin makes a difficult decision for him and orders his minions to leave. Tian stops him and asks to pay for that. He asks to pay all the damage caused. Lin throws the owner of a bag of gold coins and now he does not hold anything in this place. Lin casts an evil look at Huan Tian. He says that he likes him, because he was able to cope with the guy from the top 3. Although he himself is the 1st level, he knows about his achievements and knows his name. Huan Tian asks, because what is the fact that he was able to defeat him and what is in his achievements? Lin says that he was very glad to personally meet him and look at his abilities personally. He says goodbye to him. He thinks that tomorrow they will definitely see Yin Feng and then Tian will not be able to get rid of so easily. The student of another clan thanks Huan for stood up for him and for the tiger bar. Huang Tian's friend thinks that going to Mount Yin Feng will be very dangerous because of them. His friends praise him and tell him that the students of the Lin Yun clan will not be able to compare with him, and he is embarrassed and thanks them for it. He tells them that he did not show his strength, but he is an internal student and accurately possesses a very decent force. Friends agree with him and say that he is not so simple because he can control the third-level monsters and was able to defeat the fourth warrior. Huan Tian says that he is worried that they will try to take revenge on them when they come to the mountain. They specify him that Lin Lofeng knows the mountains perfectly, and he should be careful and should not underestimate him, because they would like to avoid meeting him. One of them says that Brother Tian is with them and he thinks that they will have no problems with him, but they answer him that they should be careful. Huan thinks that if Lin can defeat the fourth warrior, using his skill of subordination of the monster, and he will have to use all his strength. But on Mount Yinfeng the situation can be dangerous, so he must keep power until a critical moment. The largest person in a straw hat returns. He tells his boss that he heard that the sects Lin Yun and Tian Jian had fought behind the room, and there was Lin Lofen and Huan Tian. The boss replies to him that he did not expect the students of Tian Jian to possess such a strong warrior, but he was not worried. He is sure that on Mount Yinfeng, students Lin Yun will be able to take care of the students of Tian Jian. The large one replies that he heard that there is a warrior of the first level among them, and he has an amazing force. He was able to block the attack of Lin Lofeng. The main thing is thinking about the information that he had just heard from his subordinate. The day comes, and the daring guy turns to Lin Lofan and says that he must take revenge on him. But Lin calms him and says that Tian will pay for his way in their way. The impudent one answers him that he did not expect that the Tianjin sect has still a warrior comparable to Chu Fan, and he could cause trouble. Lin tells him that he can be dangerous for the Lin Yun sect in the future, so they will deal with them on Mount Yinfeng. Brother Yan praises Lin Lofeng and thanks him for doing a lot for the Lin Yun sect. Lin argues out loud that they should deal with all of them, because if someone can run away, he will tell about the attack and they will have problems for violating the rules of the sect, and they will be punished, they will lose their status, and they will be expelled. He says that he will take Huan Tian on himself, and they will take care of the rest, because they do not have the right to make a mistake, otherwise they will have trouble. Brother Yan assures him and says that they will definitely deal with his friends, and will not miss anyone. Lin accepts his words and tells them to obey his orders and wait for the moment to kill them. They stand at the bar and wait for them, but they do not go out. They cannot understand why they have not yet come out. Lin suggests that they could leave earlier. Brother Yan decides to go to the bar and check it. Brother Yan returns from the bar and says that the students of Tianjian left the mountain last night. Lin says that they have nothing to worry about, because if they are in the mountains they will not be able to escape. His monsters follow each of their steps. He takes out his flute from behind and calls for a small bird, which calmly sits on his hand. Brother Yan admires what Lin Lofeng invented. He came up with a plan that will help them find the students of Tianjian. He releases the bird and orders her to find traces of the students of Tianjian, and then return to him and tell everything. Meanwhile, Jian's students follow the forest. Huan looks tired and not sleepy. He wants to sleep. He is asked to be more careful, because monsters of the third level may appear in this forest. Suddenly something happens that Huang Tian is sharply attracted. What could it be? They are attacked by a monster, this monster of the third level, which they talked about earlier. Huan Tian quickly reacts and throws a fiery attack in a monster similar to a dinosaur. Sun and Su are going to help Tian. He takes out his sword and rushes at the monster with a naked sword. He attacks the monster and successfully wins him. Thanks to the damage that Huan inflicted, he had no problems. The night comes, and the moon rises. The students rushed 1,000 miles along the Yinfeng Mountains, and the horses can no longer go further. They need to find a safe place for an overnight stay. They find some kind of cave, and the sister of the Gu is offering to spend the night in it, and in the morning to go further in search of plants. Everyone agrees with it. She says that the meeting place is located here, and most of the soldiers and teams below the 4th level stay here, because the chance to meet the 3rd level monsters increases further. Fenbuji says that even monsters of the 5th and 6th levels may meet in the middle territory and they should be careful. Brother Sun says that there are mysterious ghostly herbs, but this territory is quite dangerous. Sister says that many people come here to steal mysterious herbs, and these people are worse and more dangerous than monsters. Huan Tian thinks that monsters of the 4th level will not be problems for him, but he is not sure about the monsters of the 5th and 6th level, and people from Lin Yun chases them. If they start a fight, they should not complain about rudeness. In the morning they go further through the fog. They communicate about something and make plans for the future promotion. Brother Sun notes that in the valley to the right of them there is a lot of fog and energy, and mysterious ghosts can grow there. Tien notes that he is telling the truth and he understands that Sun feels ghostly herbs. Well, he did not expect this. They go further along the valley and something is alarming again. He tells his friends to be careful. They become around and look in each direction, trying to understand where the monster is. A huge white monkey jumps on them, similar to the gorilla. She jumps right on Huan Tian. Huan did not expect this. He was a little surprised at this. This is just a white gorilla. But she sets him at an unexpected moment. The white gorilla rises opposite him and growls. Showing her strength, she is very aggressive. Tian tells that the white gorillas have a very ugly character, and their strength is above the 3rd level. The sister of the guns tells him not to be worried, because the 3 of them will be able to cope with the monster of the 3rd level. He replies to her that this is a social monster, and he only distracts them until their flock is approaching them. The sister recalls that this type of monsters is very smart, and therefore, while he is distracting them, his friends can already be on the way. They can still cope with several such monsters. But if there are more, they will have problems. Huan Tian asks to leave the gorilla to him. He wants to deal with her himself. He uses the shadow sword, cutting the body. The gorilla attacks in response, and Huan Tian enters the back of the gorilla and prepares for the next attack. He uses a fiery attack and sends a small fireball in the back of a white gorilla. This ball burns the fur on the back of the gorilla, but she does not receive special damage from this attack. Friends Huan Tian are surprised at that so powerful attack only could scratch the gorilla. Tian himself is not particularly surprised at this, and says that he thought that the protection of this gorilla would be much higher than the monsters of its level. He understands that he should quickly deal with her until the horde of the same gorillas came. He again uses a fiery attack, which he directs to the white gorilla, but for her most likely this attack will not work. The white gorilla beats the attack by Huan Tian without special costs, but this attack was just to distract attention. He attacks the forehead, and decides to hit the white gorilla with a sword, but she is not going to lose so easily. Gorilla did not expect this, and she tries to fight back in order to protect herself from Tian's attack. She beats her fist in his sword. The explosion occurs and throws the gorilla far from Tian, whether his attack was able to hit the gorilla. This attack causes damage to the gorilla. Its wrist begins to bleed, from which it begins to yell very much. Huan is surprised because she hit her with a force of 10,000 kilograms, but she was able to survive. Friends cover their ears, because the sound of a roar of a gorilla is simply terrible and very unpleasant for their ears. Huan Tian claims that all animals are afraid of fire, so he will simply burn this gorilla. The gorilla again begins to yell, and Tian uses a fiery attack, namely the heavenly fiery sword. The gorilla rushes to the attack and beats it off. Tian is not going to stop only on one attack. He uses the sword of fiery dominance, and fire begins to break out of the ground, a gorilla in bewilderment. She is again furious and hits the ground with all her strength, scattering the sword of fiery dominance. For a white gorilla, this does not pass without a trace. She has blood from everywhere, but Tian attacks again. Huan Tian takes a big swing and is going to use the heavenly fiery sword on it. With this attack, he ends the battle and cut off the head of the gorilla, thereby ending this fierce battle. His friends are a little scared of the head left on the ground, and the core of the devil appears from the murdered monster. Huan Tian picks him up. Brother Sun says that monsters of the 3rd level are dangerous, and they really are quite strong. Tian says that the strength of a dozen monsters of the 3rd level is completely nothing compared to the 3rd level boss. If they meet him, then it is better for them to escape. He recalls the black snake. This is a boss of the 3rd level. He thinks that her power is too large, and even a monster of the 4th level will not cope with her. The white gorilla will also not be able to inflict a lot of damage to her. And monsters of the 3rd and 4th levels live on Mount Yinfeng. A friend they hear a growl, coming from the thicket of the forest. These are new gorillas that responded to the call of Balaya. Sister Gu notices gorilla and points to her. She looks a little different. She is not completely white. On the other hand, another gorilla also run up, which runs right at them. Huan Tian says that in this forest there are 10 or 20 white gorillas, united in flocks and their maximum level. Although there is a chance to meet the Galil boss, he is also the 3rd level. Sister Jiyu turns to Tian and tells him that they will take one of the gorillas, and they leave him the 2nd. He agrees, and says that he will quickly cope. He asks them to try to deliver at least 10 blows to her. Brother Fian says that they will unite to win more time for Huan Tian, and everyone agrees with him. They surround the gorilla in a kind of circle, and are going to attack it in order to give Tian the opportunity to calmly fight with the 2nd gorilla. Huan Tian decides to attack the gorilla, using the essence of a shadow sword and soaring into the air attacks it. His attack does not work, because the gorilla repels from the ground and attacks in response to Tian. Her attacks too do not get her goal about she lands back to the ground, but the same attack is immediately sent to her. Some shells get along the target, and she begins to be angry from this. She is going to do something. She uses a certain skill and a shield appears around her, which beats off attacks directed in it. She frantically yells and again rushes to Huan Tian in order to attack him. She is very angry. Tien quickly reacts and is ahead of the lead. He quickly attacks the gorilla and chops it to the side. He continues his attack and uses the skill, the steps of the dragon and the tiger, to quickly react and deliver the final blow. The gorilla does not have time to react, and he uses the already infused wound and cuts it, thereby winning in a duel. He receives another demonic core and understands that, working in the team, they will certainly cope. Meanwhile, friends continue to fight gorilla, but they cannot do anything with him and just dodge attacks. Huan Tian comes to their aid, and from the back is the final blow to the gorilla. A demonic stone flies out of it. He says again that, working in the team, they were able to win, and thanks for their help. Huan Tian and his friends follow the blurred forest. He says that, having defeated 3 white gorillas, they drove their flock and won a lot of time. Brother Sun thanks him, and says that thanks to him, they were able to go all this way without any problems. Meanwhile, Brother Fenya carefully examines around and notices yin grass. He collects it, and says that this is the main ingredient in the preparation of ki tablets of the mysterious level. They improve the flow and power of ki, and also has a positive effect on warriors with a fiery element. Brother Sun says that she, of course, cannot be compared with the mysterious ghostly grass that can improve the kingdom. But this grass is very expensive and costs about 500,000 silver coins. Huan Tian notes that the air around them is very heavy, and probably somewhere nearby is a pond, and usually thick herbs grow next to them. He offers to check it. They agree and really find a reservoir nearby. This is a small stream shrouded in fog. Sister Gu notes that next to him there really are several growing herbs and collects them. Tien tells them that they should be careful when they collect them, because monsters can hide in the water. He tells them that they should hold together for security, because every grass that they found should be under their protection. Everyone agrees with him. Brother Sun notes that the grass that they found for about 10 years, and they can sell it expensive. Tien explains that in addition to foggy grass, they need to find several mysterious yang herbs, key to improving qi. Foggy grass costs more than 100,000 silver coins, and exchanges 10,000 loans in Tianjian. He goes further with the flow and thinks that if he finds grass older than 20 years, then his prey doubles. He notices something very unusual. He feels some extraordinary beautiful smell. He notices grass growing from stone. This is a cleaning dragon grass. It is very rare. He says that she smells delicious, and this is like a 20-year-old mysterious grass of the middle rank, and he can sell it for 2 million. The last time he exchanged real condensing tablets for low-ranking dragon, and this grass can be much stronger, and will return the damaged meridians of his father to the average level of the innate kingdom. He understands that in any case, to make the drug of the mysterious level, he needs a pharmacist of the mysterious level. And in the Tianjian clan there are only 3 pharmacists, and they have a low rank of mysterious level. And among them there is the first leader of the medical room. He takes this grass and thinks that it will be better to consider it all then, and he needs to collect ghostly herbs. Brother Sun says that he gathered 22 ghostly herbs and he did not expect such a result. He did not expect that they were all 10-year-olds. Tien said that they would have enough, and they could return to this place later. He says that he also did not expect to find so many herbs. He gathered 16 foggy and 1 grass-cleansing dragon. Brother Sun says that it is a pity that this place is so far from their clan, because then they could constantly collect ghostly herbs. Tien says that there should be an earth for a puddle that is next to them, where the energy of heaven and earth flows, and in any case they have already gathered everything in this place. He invites them to go to another place. He offers to find a place where there will be more sun, because there may be even more yang of grass. They continue to go further and notice yang grass growing on a stone in the middle of a small reservoir. Brother Sun stretches to take this grass, but a snake with an open mouth jumps abruptly. Huan Tian quickly reacts to this and cuts the snake with a quick and sharp blow to its neck. Huan Tian defeats the snake, and they get the mysterious yang of grass. This is easy to understand, because in this place full of sunlight, they go to further searches. The pigeon, who followed the Huan, returns to Lin Lofan with important news about the students of Tianjian. He learns that the students went deep into the mountains. The students of Lin Yun are behind them for 2 days. Zhan Zuan asks him if he really wants to continue to pursue them, because they are full of 3rd-level monsters. Lin replies to him that he is the king of the jungle here, and in recent days he improved his skill of monsters control. Ian says that before he could subordinate only the 3rd-level monsters, but now he can subordinate the 4th-level monster to his power. The students of the Lin Yun sect think that now even Chu Feng has no chance of them. Lin recalls Chu Fan. He says that he managed to forget about him, and promises himself that he would put him on his knees in front of the sect Lin Yun. Pupils of Tianjin walk through the forest, illuminated sunlight, and do not suspect anything that the enemy already knows about them. Huan Tian thinks that they found many herbs and at a price they should go about 400,000 points. The students thank him for defending them, and because of this, they took less time to search for all these herbs. He replies to them that they should say thanks to the teamwork, and there is nothing to thank him for. A third-level boss runs out at the students, and Huan Tian tells them to quickly hide from him. They run away from the boss, jumping in trees, because monsters can come after the boss, and then they will not be greeted. They notice that the valley is full of vital energy. It follows that it should have many ghostly herbs. Huan Tian tells them to be careful, because there may be monsters in the fog. They hear the sound of the flute of Lin Lo Feng, and one of the disciples loses consciousness. Tian leads him to a scream. He tells them that they should hold and not fall, because the Lin Feng flute makes people lose consciousness. Pupils do not understand how he was able to find out where they are, to which Tian gives an answer that he spied behind them, controlling the monsters. A monster bios of the 3rd level, an armored monster bic, runs out on them. Pupils of Tianjian are saving from a bull on the trees. Huan Tian thinks that he had already met such a monster earlier, but he was ordinary, not the level of the boss. Such a monster is equal in strength to the 5th level soldiers. Pupils understand that apparently, Lin Lo Feng developed his visits, because earlier he could control only monsters of the 3rd level, and now he can control the 3rd level boss. The armored monster Bai Bai is approaching the place where the students are hiding. Apparently Lin really decided to kill them. Huan Tian stands to defend them and says that he will try to stop them, and the one should run. They understand that they are only a burden for him, and if he cannot kill him, he will simply run away. They ask him to be careful. Huan Tian is decisively configured. The monster Bai is already approaching. He thinks that he should have vulnerability in his eyes. He rushes at him using the heavenly fiery sword. It misses and gets into the monster in the forehead. The bull is too fast for such an attack. Tian rushes again at the bull. He tries to hit the back, but the monster by Bic beats his sword with his tail. His name is the Runaway Students, but he says that he is fine and asks to leave him alone. They should run faster. There was always hidden enmity between these two sects, but no one had dared to kill before. If Lin kills someone, then he should be punished. Lin Lo Feng is watching this whole picture. He is sure that they will not be able to survive in their battle. Something or someone blinds the fugitives, and they roar with a roar, bewildered. It turns out that they were stopped by Zhan Zuan. He is surprised that one of the students was able to stop his attack. Now he is interested in battle. Jan begins a new attack on the students, but he again, with difficulty blocking his attack. He is surprised that he was blocked again. At the same time, the student thinks that the best students of the Lin Yun sect are very strong, and he simply will not be able to stay against them. At least one of them should be saved to tell about it. The student says that the 2 remaining should run away faster to tell about what happened. Zhan Zuan is not going to let them go. He is going to attack the students again. He begins the attack, but he is blocked again. This gives the rest the opportunity to escape. 2 students of Lin Yun stand in their way and do not allow them to run away. They are going to kill them. Huan Tian continues to fight with Monster Big. He should use at least 70% of his strength, but he cannot do this because Lin Lo Feng is watching him. He decides that he must escape so as not to show all his power to the strongest of Lin Yun. Lin is not going to let him go. He begins to play on the flute. Her melody is sweeping throughout the valley. The monster Bai is looking for Huan Tanya. Tian understands that it will be difficult for him to cope with him, but still shows the monster to his eyes. He notices that the monster Bai began to move unusually. He became even faster than before. He runs away from him, cursing Lin Lo Feng. After half an hour of the persecution, Huan Tanya finally manages to break away from the persecution, and the monster Bai is losing him. He hid in a cave inside the mountain. He can finally exhale calmly. He looks out of the cave and looks around. He had to run thousands of miles. He wants to hide for a while, and then, using fog, to find Bo Feng and the rest of the students. Lin Lo Feng is angry due to the fact that he escaped and says that he will find him, wherever he was. He begins to play on his flute again to find Huan Tanya. He uses all his capabilities. Huan Tian notes that he is being persecuted and uses mysterious secrecy. He leaves no traces. The pursuers cannot feel him and decide that they had lost him. They continue to search. Huan Tian sits on a branch and does not understand why they want to kill him. He notices that among them a 5th warrior is. He understands that he needs to stay away from them. His pursuers continue to look for him and notice something strange on the branch on which he recently hidden from them. They recognize shadow dust in this strange remainder. They understand that they need to follow the other way. They catch up with him and tell him that he has nowhere to run. Huan Tian asks them why they haunt him. They answer him that they should kill him, because they need his body. Tian notices, among these 3, 2 are at the 4th level, and the third fifth and understands that they are much stronger than him. He dodges all their attacks and sees how they move. They do not understand where he got such speed. And at the same time, Tien decides that he cannot restrain himself, and he must kill them. He attacks the pursuers using the fiery sword. Their weapons cannot stand and break from the explosion. Huan Tian defeats one of the pursuers. He lies unconscious and does not move. The next attacker attacks Tanya, and he thinks that he should get his sword, because he is a mysterious level. He uses a strong golden storm spell, but Tanya uses the steps of the dragon and the tiger, and without problems dodges all attacks. They converge the sword to the sword, but Tien skillfully throws him away. The attacker flies away from him. Huan Tian immediately uses the style of the decapitating shadow sword, but the enemy dodges. He gets along the one who stood behind the dumbfounded and amazes him in one blow. The attacker cannot believe it. Huan Tian and the fifth level attacker remain one-on-one. Tien is going to defeat him. They again enter the battle. The attacker understands that he should be careful. He uses the blinding golden radiant sword spell. Tanya blinds a very bright light emanating from the sword of the attacker, and he attacks him from the back, until Tien sees anything. Huan Tian beats a cutting blow of a 5-level hunter and flies to the side. The hunter thinks that even Tien in the first level, his body is very strong and they must kill him, because he poses a threat. Huan Tian gets up and decides that the 5th level is much stronger than the 4th. Now he does not make sense to hide his strength. The hunter notices changes in his aura and understands that she is stronger than a warrior of the 4th level. He cannot come to terms with the fact that he, a 5-level hunter, will lose Huan Tanya. Tien uses the shadow ghostly sword, thereby calling for 4 of his clones. The hunter cannot believe it. He attacks a hunter at the same time on 3 sides, but the hunter is not going to give up so easily. He uses the golden shining sword and destroys the clones of Huan Tanya. At the last moment, until the hunter sees, he uses the decapitating style and hurts the hunter in the neck. He continues to attack the hunter. It is already difficult for him to hold on, and the hunter invites him to talk. Huan Tian stops and asks the question of who hired all these hunters. The hunter praises him, but he launches a signal sign into the sky, while Tanya's attention is scattered. A sign appears in the sky. The hunter apparently called for help to kill Huan Tanya. Huan Tian decides that he should cope with the hunter until the help of it has time to approach. They use shadow steps and begins to endlessly attack the hunter. But the hunter concentrates and blocks all his blows. The hunter continues to evade his blows, but Tian successfully enters him behind his back and strikes. He sees the face of Huan Tanya, a strange blue mark. He is very surprised at this. He cannot understand how he can be so strong. It comes to his mind that he has some special talent. Tian attacks him, again using the heavenly fiery sword. A 5-level hunter cannot evade this blow and tries to block it. Huan Tian flies at the hunter at full speed, taking out his second sword of the mysterious level. He uses the shadow sword and again begins to apply endless attacks on the hunter. He uses the sword of fiery dominance, and an unthinkable number of fire shots collapse on a hunter from the sky. He is trying to dodge all the shots, but he does not succeed. He is thrown aside. The hunter is already at the limit. He did not expect Tien so strong. He mercilessly decides to finish him off with a heavenly fiery sword. Suddenly, a hunter appears and fights off the attack by Huan Tanya with one blow, thereby protecting the 5-level hunter. A hunter of the 6th level of the innate kingdom comes to his aid. They look at each other. Huan Tian thinks that this hunter is 7 times stronger than the best student of the Tianjian clan. He turns to Tanya and says that he is good, but unfortunately, he will not be able to cope with this level. Huang Tian, without thinking twice, decides that he should run as soon as possible, because it is like fighting a bunch of 5th-level warriors. He uses a fiery sword, and causes a huge explosion that blocks a 6-level one without any problems. This explosion allows him to quickly leave his radius of attack and begin to run away. A 5-level one asks a 6th-level to avenge his comrades and for him, to which he answers him that he would not hide. 6th-level very quickly catching up with Huan Tanya, and immediately uses the skill unknown to him. Tian manages to evade him, after which he makes a huge crack in the ground. He literally created a gorge. The 6th-level praises him and says that he is the first who was able to evade this blow. He tells him that he will be the last who could do this and attacks him. Tian makes a response. Their attacks crash into each other. The enemy has more effort, and the attack of Huan Tanya, along with the attack of the 6th level, rush together towards Tanya. At the last moment, he manages to evade using the skill, the Steps of the Dragon and Tiger. 6th level is surprised that he can use his attacks in order to escape. He decides to use another style. A bunch of dazzling shells flies in Huan Tanya. He somehow manages to beat them off and using a fiery sword, use them like a smoke curtain. The hunter continues to pursue him and argues that Tian himself is not fast, but he has very good sword skills. But they do not work for him. Tian continues to move away from persecution. He thinks that this hunter is simply an excellent swordsman. He does not understand who could send him. Huan Tian thinks that the hunter's sword is also very strong, because he is at least a second level or higher, and he himself only at the peak of the first. The sixth level does not understand what Huan Tian planned, because if he runs into the Death Valley, he will not be able to get out of there, because there is a bunch of soldiers, and if he stops, he will die from his sword. Tian thinks about what to do, because if he does not begin to attack the hunter, then he will definitely kill him. Huan Tian runs away, and the hunter follows him. Tian thinks that the longer he runs away, the more aggressively the hunter becomes. The hunter wants to see how much this monster is enough. Monster notes that the hunter began to slow down and use only his sword. He throws the hunter a call and tells him to catch him if he, of course, can. The hunter pursues him further. At this time he thinks that the essence of his sword reached the second level, and he cannot get along him. If he wants to kill him, he must act quickly. Huan Tian expected the hunter to understand the essence of the sword much better than him. He turns to the hunter and shouts to him that he is trying to kill the student of the Tianjin clan, and if he reports this, they will kill him and his family. The hunter does not care. The sixth level uses the golden sword, and Tian thinks that he cannot be hit, because the skills of the sixth level are very strong. He wants to get more strength of the sword. He is trying to get more the strength of the essence of the sword. Tian uses the fiery sword. This time the ball looks just huge, and he directs it right into the hunter. The hunter understands that he became stronger than before and repel this attack. Tian realizes that he managed to increase the strength of the sword due to the accumulation of the essence, but he still cannot hurt a 6th level warrior, and also the hunter's sword of the average mysterious level. The 6th level understands that he would be in danger if he had not had a sword of the average mysterious level, because Tian understands the essence of the sword and can use the essence of a 2nd level sword. The hunter gets along Huan Tanya, and he falls to the ground. Tian understands that the difference is too big between them. He should run rather, because the hunter is getting stronger than the battle lasts. Tian rises, he is no longer a limit, because it is difficult for him to cope with the essence of the 2nd level sword. The hunter tells him that he has nowhere to run, but Tian sends him and says to catch him if he can. The 6th level says that he will remain in place and wait for him, because he will either be killed by him or driven into a trap. The hunter sits on the ground, thinking that he was supposed to kill Tanya immediately, and Tian, meanwhile, says goodbye to the hunter. He feels the power emanating from the valley, but he has no choice. He should go forward. The further Huan Tian goes, the more he feels the aura of power. The hunter does not believe that he can survive in the valley. He passes farther and farther. He feels the essence of a 2nd level sword emanating from the valley. If he goes on, it will become even stronger. At that moment, while Huan Tian does not suspect anything, he is attacking something unknown, and he sees as if his legs were being divided in half. He is surprised at such a speed. He rises and his legs are in perfect order. He does not understand what is happening. Tian saw exactly how they were separated. He thinks that this is a hallucination due to the essence of the 3rd level sword. The hunter mocks him. He is attacked again, but already a completely different attack. He must find out what these unusual attacks are. He is horrified by such a terrifying skill. This is an illusion from which he feels pain. These attacks touch his body and soul, bringing him the wildest pain, just like from real attacks. Huan Tian concentrates to feel the source of attacks. He feels how his skills improve through these attacks. He evades a bunch of attacks flying into it, but after so many evasions he will not be able to block the attacks of the essence of the sword. He should go forward. The 6th level hunter is speechless. He does not understand how Tian was able to evade all these attacks, being at the 1st level. Other hunters come to the 6th level hunters. They ask for further instructions. The 6th level explains that Tian was stuck in the valley where the essence of the sword is everywhere, and the aura of essence reaches the 3rd level. He doubts that someone can resist such a power without understanding its essence of the 3rd level. The wounded hunter asks if they should follow him, because he has only the 1st level of the essence of the sword. Their boss replies to them that they will simply wait for him, because if he went there, he will not be able to get out of there alive. This valley is not just called the Death Valley. Everyone agrees with him. Huan Tian finally reaches the entrance to the cave, from which the attacks of the essence of the sword came. He lies at the entrance to the cave and understands that apparently, because of this cave, there is not a single sign of life in the district, because attacks of the essence of the 3rd level sword come from it. Huang Tanya once again overtakes an attack emanating from the cave. He has a feeling as if his body was torn, and this is only attacks by the 2nd level of the essence of the sword. His soul gets used to this, and although he cannot dodge, he will not die in this cave. The further he crawls, the more attacks become. The further he goes, the more he is. He already feels the power emanating from the cave, but he must go forward. Hunters see this. Their boss cannot believe that he went so far, because the essence of the sword in the cave is very powerful. The wounded hunter asks if Huan Tian can get out in such a situation, because he has already disappeared from their field of view. The hunter says that no one had yet got out of this valley and no one had managed to go into this cave. No one knows where it is led, and he succeeded. He understands that this monster is very important for the Tianjian clan, and if he runs and tells what happened, then their clan is ended. He decides that they should surround the valley and prevent him from escaping and telling everything. Huan Tian sits at the place from which the aura of the essence of the sword of the 3rd level comes. He recalls how his father told him that only the essence of the 6th level can truly attack the warrior, and attacks lower than the soul only wound the soul, and if the warrior's mind is strong enough, then he will be able to resist. He sits in the lotus pose and thinks that he can be able to improve his essence of the sword to the 2nd level, using the flow of the 3rd level essence. He concentrates and understands that although he cannot completely resist such power, he has already somehow adapted to it, and his level of essence has improved. He decides that he must explore this cave. He slowly moves along the cave and reaches the border of the 4th level. He is surprised that she does not attack him. At this moment, an attack appears from the cave, from which he cannot dodge. This attack pierces him and he has a feeling. As if his muscles burst, he even coughed with blood. He is glad that he has such a good understanding of the essence of the sword, because that hunter would have died if he was in his place. He takes pills. He certainly did not expect that the 4th level attack would be so strong if he had not had time to concentrate. Then he could die. He was going to try again. He needs several hours to learn to dodge the strong attacks of the 4th level. After he finally learned how to evade attacks of the 4th level essence, he notices the bones in front of him. Huan Tian sees 5 swords of the mysterious level near the human bones. Apparently, these are the bones of the warriors who died a very long time. He notes that the bones of one of the men glow like jade and look like precious stones. Perhaps he entered the top 10 warriors of the innate kingdom. He understands that their level of essence of the sword was much higher than him, but they still died in this place. He thinks that they could be killed. He decides that there is no way back. He must find out what is next in this cave, because if he goes back, he will be waiting for the hunters. He must go forward. Suddenly, he is hit by a very strong attack. He does not have time to dodge and thinks that this is his end. He lies unconscious, but hears as if the voices of his parents tell him that he should not give up and should stand up. Huan Tian comes into consciousness and calls his father with his mother, who saved his life. He notes that this illusory attack was so strong that he lost consciousness from this. He notices marks on the bones, on the forehead, and the region of the heart there are traces of the sword, and on the turtles traces of chopping strokes, and some bodies seem to be cut in half. Tian thinks about how this could happen, because it does not look like some kind of coincidence. He calls swords treasures of the mysterious level and wants to put them in its spatial ring. He takes all the swords and decides that he should go further along the cave. Another illusory attack appears from the cave, which is directed right in his forehead. He recalls the skull with a hole in his forehead. He understands that he should try to dodge this attack as soon as possible. Or, he is not a tenant and he gets at the last moment. Now he realizes that it is dangerous, and if he cannot dodge, he will cut him. A few more attacks fly into it, which he beats off with his sword. He is given this with effort. He has a feeling that now these attacks could hurt him. He felt that he could lose his head. He continues to fight off the attacks. One of them almost pierces his heart, but he manages to recapture her. In front of him appears another type of illusory attack that could divide his body in half. He understands that the illusory attacks take the forms of a shadow dream, namely, decapitating style, piercing the neck, forehead, and heart of Styles, and collapsing. Apparently those who entered this cave earlier were defeated by such images. The idea comes to him that if these are real styles of a shadow sword, then the essence that comes from the cave is associated with the warrior Zhou Wu Yun, who died 100 years ago. He is the first swordsman in China, who was killed with the help of a shadow sword. Since he has a good understanding of the shadow skill, and if it were not for his unique mindset, he would not be able to improve his level, it seems to him that he knows the place where the essence of the shade of shadow skill is located. Attacks on Huan Tanya do not stop. He knows that these are illusory attacks, but they do not end in any way. The level of attacks directed in does not stop increasing. It is already difficult for him to move forward. He understands that this was still not in vain, because his understanding of the essence of the sword became much better. He experiences severe pain, But he is not going to give up. He continues his way forward. Huan Tian is all in blood, in torn clothes. He is trembling, but he finally reaches the end of the cave. He sees the skeleton sitting on the throne, apparently. This is the skeleton of the very deceased Zhou Uyun. The passage backs back in large stones, and he will not be able to return back along the way that he came. He can finally move freely because the illusory attacks ceased. He can finally rest. Huan Tian is sure that there should be a different way out. As in the old tomb of Ji Yun, he decides to postpone it for later, and first of all to study the place where he came. He kneels in front of the skeleton of Zhou Uyun, says his name and apologizes for distinguishing his calmness. He explains that he was haunted by hunters, and he had to hide from them in this place. He draws attention to something that is behind the throne. It greatly surprises him. He sees that behind the throne all the walls are written by some signs. These are some ancient letters. Huan Tian thinks that even though Zhou Uyun was very strong and entered the top 10 soldiers of China, but he still unfortunately died. The walls describe the skill of 6 traditions of murder. This is a high mysterious level, because it allows you to take the lives of creatures. This skill is too bloody and cruel to teach him. It will get that he will overcome all the traps. He reads further. It says that his method of formation is very wide and deep. Such a genius as Zhou Uyun studied on his mistakes and could not achieve much. He realized that only those who comprehended the innate kingdom could get out of this place. Huan Tian is pleased that he reads this, because if he did not know this, he could die. He puts his hand to the wall with letters and once again reads everything. He calms down. He is glad that he found this treasure, because with him, he will be able to live up to the expectation of his parents. He looks at another wall. There are styles of the skill of a shadow sword. This is the same thing that he had already seen in Tianjiang. For some reason, the style of the killer of the gods is described only with words and is not depicted. It confuses him. He recalls how an illusory attack almost killed him, piercing his body. He considers everything that is written on these walls. He believes that he can find something suitable for himself. He finds a skill that he still did not know, namely the skill of absolute shadow. He notices the hidden passage in the wall. Most likely this is the way out and the place where the skill of the traditions of the murder is left. He decides to improve the skill of a shadow sword, because then he will have a chance to get out. He looks at Zhou Uyun's skeleton and tells him that he will never let him down. Huan Tian sits next to the letters on the walls and concentrates. He tries to learn a new skill, previously unknown to him. The skill of absolute shadow is distinguished by the fact that there are 10 stages in it, and it is now in the 4th. Mental skills are very useful. They improve the flow of qi in the body, and this stream merges with skills, due to which they reach maximum strength. Although mental skills are very different from the usual, Huan Tian already gets used to them. He recalls how once, when he was in danger, a small sword appeared, which entered his forehead and helped to understand the skill of a shadow sword. Then he was small to understand the whole essence of what happened. But in the end, he mastered this. 4 days later, Huan Tanya with a sword, he advanced far. Excluding the 7th shape, the remaining 6 improved his sword skills. The skill of the shadow sword is strong, but this skill cannot be compared with the skill of Mr. Xiao Chen. Huan Tian, unfortunately, did not understand how to master the style of the murderer of the gods. He understands that the 7th form of the murderer of the gods should be somehow connected with the essence of the sword, and the level of his essence is still at the 1st level. He needs to train more. Tian is worried. It must clean the mind. First, it must install the flow of qi in the body, and then mental bodily forces should synchronize with its breath. The sword follows the heart, and the heart always leads it forward. 5 days later, the hunters still expect Huan Tian to leave the valley. The 6th level one cannot feel it. He thinks that he could already die. He reassures himself and reminds himself that they cannot underestimate him. They still have to eliminate him. A wounded hunter comes to him. He asks what they should do, because in the afternoon not a single movement has been noticed. He orders them to stay in their places, because if he comes out on one day, he can go to another, and if he does not appear, he will become a captive. The wounded hunter accepts the order and goes to his appointed post. Huan Tian does not stop practicing a sword. He does not give himself the opportunity to rest. He tries with all his might. Thanks to his training, his physical strength increased, and qi became more saturated. He thinks that most likely during all this time he was able to reach the 3rd level. Also, his level increased after running around and battles with the killers. His level increased for sure. His mental skill reached the 5th level. Thanks to an increase in his own level, he sets himself a goal: to achieve the 10th level, like Mr. Xiaocheng. He believes that the time has already come to get out of this cave and is preparing for training. Together with his essence, Mental skills are very important. He is sure that if he concentrates, he will be able to train his mental skills to the top of the 6th level. He reached the 3rd level of the innate kingdom, and the skill of the shadow sword reached the 5th level. He understands that until he reaches the 10th level, nothing will change. A few days later, the training of Huan Tanya continues. He goes to his set goal. He finally reaches progress. His mental skill of the shadow sword has improved, and his essence of the sword reached the 2nd level. Hunters cannot go to the cave due to the illusory attacks of the essence of the 2nd level sword, and he reached the 3rd level of the innate kingdom. He can easily deal with them. In addition to all his achievements, following his level, the skill of 9th fire reached the 4th level. He believes that he can achieve a mysterious fiery heart. Its core is much stronger than ordinary fire. It can even process mysterious weapons of a low rank, and then mysterious treasures. He is decisive, because in order to defeat the hunters, he must develop the skill of a fiery heart. But for a student of martial arts of the innate kingdom, it is very dangerous. He just needs time to get out and avenge those who attacked him and the students. Huan Tian continues to practice fire to develop the skill of a fiery heart. He will be able to use the skill of fiery heart for self-defense. Beginning warriors and warriors of the average rank of congenital kingdom can die from strong wounds. He hides this new trump card in the forehead and fifths the power of the spirit of the sword. He is in anticipation. What a reaction will be with his enemies when he uses it. With his 9th processing skill of the 4th level, its development and increased strength of his body, he has a great chance to process the treasures of the mysterious level. He is already close to the complete development of the skill. He has no need to rush with processing skills. For starters, he wants to improve his level of martial arts. He wants to develop his skill of ghostly shadow clone. To the 3rd level, he is very decisively configured. 9 days later, he achieves great success and can be called as many as 16 shadow clones. He argues that although his clones are not as strong as he himself, they are still not weak. But if he meets the 7th level warrior, he still will not be able to cope with him. He looks at the exit and decides that the time has come to get out of this cave, because he was able to improve his skills very well. He goes through the hidden passage, and is surprised that there is no aura of the essence of the sword. He sees one more and goes right inside her. Now he is in full readiness for battle. He is confident that the cave should have an aura of the essence of the sword. It can be created as a person, or can be created by the element. But since he is alone, it should be created by the elements. He thinks that he will feel it when it approaches. He did not expect that the cave would be so long, but it reaches its end. He is surprised because he did not come to life to find another cave, and she is even more than the one in which he was before. He sees 6 swords stuck in the wall. Some flags are attached above them, and something is written under the flag. Huan Shadow does not understand what kind of flags this is. He stands in a slight bewilderment about what he sees. He does not know what level all these swords. He also sees the crystal over each of the swords. He does not understand that he is on their handle and comes closer. He understands that these are stones of the spirit. They are very rare, and it is difficult to find them, because they are created by heavenly and earthen ki. In fact, the energy of ki in them is simply limitless. He thinks that a person needs to be developed in more powerful worlds. Those who are in the earthen world need much more ki and earth. An aura that comes from stones is simply impressive. The stone of the spirit is the source of the deadly aura of the essence of the sword. And 6 flags, it is the focus of the group of deadly aur. It absorbs the stone of the spirit to control the swords. The aura, which he feels so much that she can kill the warriors of the ground level. The fact that he was in an innate kingdom and was able to approach a friend, just a miracle. But he has the skill of a shadow sword, and his 2nd level essence, he must find a way to go through a deadly circle. He thinks that he should take all 6 stones of the spirit to himself, because they will be useful to restore his father and grandfather's forces. They can even develop the Earth's level. He knows that then the Wan clan will be able to restore his glory and strength on the whole continent. Huan Tian is looking around, but cannot find a way out. He is at a loss. He notices the crevice in the floor. He thinks that this may be a way out of the cave. Its depth is more than 10 meters, and the swords are likely to immediately end him. But he will try anyway. He decides to leave the treasures for later, and now he must experience the skill of 6 traditions of murder for the sake of Zhou Wu-un. One of the shadow swords is directed to him. He beats his attack without hesitation. He thinks that this sword uses the piercing forehead style because his attack was very fast. He understands that the attack of this sword is equal to the strength of the 7th level of the innate kingdom, and if he had not been the 3rd level, then he could not recapture it. The sword that attacked him is fueled by the power of the stone of the spirit located on the wall. He cannot understand his movements, because this is a real mysterious treasure. He only has to dodge, Although he was able to master the skill of a shadow sword, the attack of the mysterious treasure is equal to a seventh warrior. He does not represent how to defeat in this situation. He understands that the source of power that fuel a flying sword is a stone of spirit, and its strength is unlimited, which means that his attacks will not stop. If this continues, he may die. Huan Tian decides that he should get a stone of spirit from the wall, so that the flying sword stops. He uses his pumped skill, Ghostly Shadow Clone, and causes 16 clones to divert the attention of the sword. He gives the order by 5 to his clones so that they surround the flying sword from all sides and distract him. He asks the rest to throw him up so that he is God to reach the stone of the spirit. He approaches the stone of the spirit, but something distracts his attention from what he had to do. He sees that all other swords were also pushed and headed in his direction. Flying swords with great speed penetrate the entire airspace where Huan Tian is located. He orders his clones to cover him while he will deal with the stone. He pushes away from his clones, thereby rising higher and higher to the spiritual stone. Flying swords mercilessly defeat all his clones, which so brightly protected him. They again bargain his path to the stone and head in his direction. He needs to come up with something. Huan Tian decides to use the heavenly fiery sword to drive away these swords from himself. All swords look at him, and he is in confusion. He thinks about what is better for him to do in such a situation. He thinks that he underestimated these swords, because they can easily kill him. He needs to quickly find a way to escape. He recalls the gap and goes in her direction. He is going to save with her help. Tian believes in himself and in his strength. He knows that he can hold out a little more against them. He uses the skill, Heavenly Fiery Sword, and gets severe injury because of this. He feels that his body almost destroyed after he used this skill. He falls to the ground and understands that he almost reached the hole, which should serve as his salvation. He hears the murmur of water from a hole. Apparently under it is an underground river. He understands that this is the way out, and he must quickly run away. He runs to the hole but misses a very strong blow, so much so that he cannot stand. 3 flying swords block the path to the hole, namely, piercing the body, decapitating, and piercing the throat. He does not know what to do in this situation. 3 other swords are waiting for him from behind, namely the chopping torso, piercing forehead, and piercing heart. All of them are aimed at Huan Tian. He thinks about what he can do in such a bad situation. He screams into the air that he also knows how to use the skills of a shadow sword. He claims that they will not do anything to him. He uses their techniques to recapture them. He beats every sword that flies into it. Each beat of the sword is accompanied by an explosion. Huan Tian is surprised at what power possesses. He is pleased that he was not in vain coaching the skills of 9th processing, because without them his body would not stand. It is thrown upstairs with an explosive wave, and it crashes into the ceiling at its entire speed. He falls from the ceiling to the ground. He no longer has the strength in order to evade the blows of swords. Suddenly he appears as if in the middle of cosmic space. This is the world of his essence of the sword. The sign on his forehead, Huan Tai, radiates a very bright light, and he comes to his senses. A huge field appears around him, which beats all the swords flying into it. This field makes a large funnel near Huan Tian. He falls down, so without understanding anything, he quickly reacts and inserts the sword into the wall, thereby stopping his fall. It seems that he left the radius of 6 swords. If there were no underground river under it, he could die. He is trying to realize what had just happened. It looks like the attacks of 6 swords mixed with the essence of the 3rd level, and the last attack that was carried out was the style of the murderer of the gods. A huge fish jumps out of the water. This is a huge shark, a boss of the 3rd level. Huan Tian is still holding on a sword. He thinks that if he was an old, he would become a snack for the boss, but he became stronger than before, and so easily does not give up. He pulls out the sword from the wall and cuts the neck of the boss shark with one blow. Tian lands ashore. The carcass of the boss flies into the water, floating with the flow. He sees the fallen head of the boss shark and cuts it to get the nucleus of the monster. This is the thing that he needed. He looks at the place where he fell out and regrets that he could only run away from flying swords, because they themselves are not very valuable. But with the stones of the spirit they would be expensive. He promises himself that he will return after them. Huan Tian jumps onto a headless carcass and floats with the flow to the exit, which ends with a waterfall. They get to the waterfall, but it seems that the output is deep underwater. He will have to swim. He falls under the waters and sees a tunnel. He decides that the best decision will swim on it further, and there is most likely the way out. After 10 minutes, he sees the light and thinks that the cave finally ended, and he is free. He floods and decides to hold his breath with his mysterious secret skill, because he does not know if there are monsters there, and flows to the bottom of the lake. Tian notices an unusually large size of algae. He thinks that this is all the influence of Qi. He notices something that is very surprised by him. He sees what he has never seen before. He sees a girl floating naked in the lake. This leads him to full shock. His thoughts are filled with what he had just seen. He did not know that the female organs looked like. He thinks that this is impossible, because in this territory there are a lot of monsters bosses of the 3rd level. He does not understand how a girl can swim in such a place. He presents that monsters can reincarnate into people. He wants to look again at the fact that he saw the superfluous for a moment. He thinks that he had hallucinations. He thinks that her body is more beautiful than that of Bai Lin's sister and sister Lin Xinjue. He stops himself and closes his eyes, pronouncing for himself that he cannot spy on the girl because he is not a pervert. He calms down and feels a very strong aura that comes from the girl. He notices that around this girl circles 5 water dragons. He understands that this is most likely her technique for the development of skills. He feels that these dragons absorb all Qi in the district, and the girl's aura becomes many times stronger. Dragons instill back into her body, and she pops up from under the water as if nothing had happened. He thinks that if he had not been the 3rd level of the innate kingdom, then he could not withstand the aura of 5 dragons. He knows that any warrior would paralyze in such a situation. The girl dresses and leaves, and Huan Tian wants to find out who this charming girl is. Huan Tian monitors the girl. He thinks that for such a single girl it is too dangerous to walk in these mountains, because among them is full of monsters of the 3rd level. A monster runs up behind. He is very aggressive, and Tian grabs the handle of the sword to protect the girl. The monster looks at the girl, but for some reason she turns her eyes off and leaves. It looks rather strange. Huan Tian cannot understand why the 3rd level monster left her alone and left without a fight. He also thinks that this girl looks strange. He notes that in this territory there are a lot of monsters and bosses of the 3rd level. He cannot assume how the girl will react to them if he meets someone like this or stronger. He notices the hunters who hunted him. They are still in these forests. They communicate about Huan Tanya. One of them thinks that he died in the valley, because they were looking for him for 10 days, but they could not find the slightest trace. But the second hunter answers him that this is most likely not so. They hear that someone is coming. This girl is going with a calm gait, not noticing anything. They notice her extraordinary beauty and want to do bad things with her, because recently they have worked a lot. One of the hunter's objects, he tells them that she will be only her. He will take her home and make her maid. He warns the rest that he will figure out those who prevent him from taking her. Huan Tian sees them. He knows that one of them is Qian Danfen, and when he gets out of the forests, he will find out from which clan they are from, and will force them to pay for all the crimes that they committed. They continue to argue about the girl. One of them asks, does he still kidnap the girls and makes them his maids? He asks how many of them he already has, which the hunter just laughs for. One of them says that they found it 3 and he cannot take it to himself. He asks what they will do to him if he takes her. Will they really dare to argue with him? He says that they should show respect for the elder and prevent the guy from escaping, and he will take care of the girl. They agree. He jumps from a tree and blocks the path of the girl. He asks where she goes. She answers him that this is certainly not his business, and he can go to hell. He notes that she is the 3rd level of the innate kingdom. Despite her age, he asks her a question. She would not want to become his maid. She again sends him to hell and asks how he talks to her. He is angry and says that she is a very bold girl and he likes her. He says that she will definitely make her her own and make her happy as a fairy. Huan Tian gets between them and says to fall off from the girl, while asking if he is looking for her. He laughs and says that he finally appeared. Now he will first turn out with him, then he will have fun with the girl. He asks the girl to leave, because he himself will be able to cope with the hunters. She understands that he was following her all this time, but she did not feel him. She thinks that he saw her by the lake. The hunter releases a signal sign into the sky, attracting all hunters in the district to help. The 6th level rejoices that they could finally find Huan Tanya and hurries to them. Hunters rejoice that they no longer have to look for him throughout the district and by the bushes, to which Huan Tian replies to them that there were only 3 of them, and they were going to deal with him. The girl notices that he is only a 2nd level, and his opponents, these are warriors of the 4th and 5th levels of the innate kingdom. The 5-level hunter thinks that Tian was able to get out of the Death Valley alive and sound. They should be careful with him and not rush. The 4-year-old hunter does not think so and rushes into battle, asking what he is waiting for, because they will quickly deal with him without any problems. The 5-level one tries to stop him. Huan Tian is preparing for an attack. He takes his sword by the handle and is going to use the skill of a shadow sword. He uses the shadow sword cutting body and shares the body of a 4-hubby hunter into 2 parts. The 5-level hunter shows from what he saw. He understands that Tian can deal with him with 1 blow, and his strength is comparable to the warrior of the 6th level of the innate kingdom. The girl is very surprised at how strong Huan Tian became, although he is the 2nd level. The 2 remaining hunters attack him at once, but he beats off their attacks, thereby causing a huge explosion. Hunters fly out of a smoke curtain, but Huan Tian follows right behind them, without a step behind them. He overtakes one of the hunters and immediately uses the shadow sword, cutting body on it. The girl sees all this, and cannot say anything. She is impressed with his power. A 5-level hunter thinks that even if Huan Tian dealt with him, he will take him to hell. He attacks him with 2 blows, but Tian does not even perceive them for blows, and easily evades his attacks. Tian enters the hunter behind his back and quickly goes to the rapprochement to hit a 5-level one. He uses the shadow sword, piercing heart, and the hunter falls to the ground. He stands on one knee and understands that he could not do anything with him, because his heart seems to be pierced with something. He thinks that it was an illusory attack. He does not understand what kind of skill it was, because the pain was like a reel. Huan Tian puts his sword to his throat, and once again asks what clan they are from and why they haunt him, but the hunter refuses to speak. Then he makes the assumption that they are from the Dan Fei clan, and the first student in Tianjian holds offense at him, and he is friends with Chu Fan. But he, unfortunately, managed to teach only his henchmen. The hunter is shocking this information. The hunter laughs and says Huan Tanya so that he does not rejoice, because soon his partners will come and kill him. Tian at a lightning speed makes a small wound on the shoulder of a 5-level hunter, and again asks him to speak. The girl looks at him with a serious look, and Huan Tian asks again whether he is from the Dan clan. The 5-level hunter is shaking and holding onto the shoulder, saying that he will tell him everything. Tian asks him what his team is called, how many of them and why they haunt him and try to kill him. He decides to tell him everything. He says that they have 4 warriors of 6th level, he and 2 more warriors of the 5th level, and another 4th. Huan Tian asks who ordered him and what is the name of the one who dared to do this. The hunter answers him that the leader of the Dan, Van Lu, did this. He ordered them to kill him at all costs. Tian scares him that he will deal with everyone he listed and he will start with him. A mournful prayer for forgiveness flashes through the forest, and Huan Tan goes away, leaving the girl alone. She thinks that on the one hand he stood up for her, and on the other, he seems bloodthirsty for her, and she should be careful. Meanwhile, he searches the pockets of a 5-level hunter before burying his body. He finds a lot of pills in his pockets. He thinks that the larger the enemy, the more his reward becomes. He even takes their mysterious swords into his spatial ring. The girl cannot understand what he is doing. Complete silence reigned in the air. Huan Tian comes to her with a happy face. He did not think that he could earn so much from these hunters. Now he thinks that the 5-level hunter managed to send the distress signal to his partners, and they are about to come. He decides that he will wait for them and deal with them, thereby finding out more information about Dan's clan. The girl approaches Huan Tanya and greets him. He is silent, and thinks how to answer her better. He asks how she feels and whether everything is in order with her. He really pretends to be worried about her. She combs her hair and says that she would like to thank him for saving her from terrible hunters. He says that she had nothing to worry about and thank him. He says that it was easy for him, along the way, remembering what he had seen in the lake. She asks him why he is sitting on a stone and who he is waiting for. He replies to her that she does not need to know who he is waiting. She is interested in why he is waiting for someone and for what purpose he needs him, to which he answers her that he must deal with him. The girl seems to be like Xian. She asks his name and how he was in this place, to which he answers her that his name is Huan Tian and he came to deal with his enemies. He is surprised and tells her that he had never heard of this meeting before Tsi's name. Xian answers him that this is her name, not the surname, and he thinks that she is a very interesting girl. He thinks that perhaps he made a mistake when he told her the name of his clan, because perhaps she hid her to avoid unnecessary problems. He asks how he can know that she tells the truth, and this is her real name, to which she abruptly replies to him that she is not lying. She says that her father told her that a good person always tells the truth and keeps a promise, even if he is close to death. And if a person is lying, then he is a bad person. He asks her who her father is, to which she again abruptly replies that she cannot tell him about it. He asks her about her age and how she could be in such a dangerous place. The girl answers him that she is 14 and she lives here. Huan Tanya becomes uncomfortable due to the fact that she is younger than him, and she is already at the 3rd level. He dares to assume that this girl can be stronger than Chu Feng, because each clan has a student blessed by heaven, and the power of this girl is huge. He once again asks her if she really lives in this place, to which she replies to him that she and her Uncle Van really live here. He rejoices that she is not a monster, but asks her who Uncle Van is. The girl replies to him that he is a person who raised her. To Juan Tanya comes the realization that she is not a student of one of the clans, but her uncle is most likely a monk. He is interested in where she got such a force. Juan Tian asks the girl if she is not afraid of walking alone in such a dangerous place. She answers him that she is not at all afraid, and shows him a trinket, namely a bell on a rope. Tian tells her that this is just an ordinary bell, but she replies to him that if she is in danger, she calls the bell 3 times and her uncle comes to her aid. Tian asks her why she did not use him when hunters began to pester her. She calmly replies to him that she was not afraid of them, because they were not an equal, her uncle told her. Then her blood awakened too late, and if she had awakened 2 years earlier, she would have surpassed him. And now she only approaches to its level. It surprises him. He asks whether he heard everything correctly, but specifically about the awakening of blood. She tells him that she cannot explain it to him. He knowingly asks if this is the secret. He recalls the dragons, whom he is a video, and thinks that they are in the same situation as he. They are forced to hide from opponents and spend time, training in isolation from the world. She tilts her head a little and asks Juan Tanya why he decided to save her. Tien replies to her that they were his enemies and he had to deal with them, so he helped her. She again asks him a question. She asks how long he followed her and why she did not notice him, he thinks. She asks, is it really his special skill? But Tien replies to her that he cannot tell her about it. She thanks him and says that it's okay that he did not tell her. She is grateful for his help. He tells her that she would be better off, because there are still enemies here, and they will soon come for him. It will be dangerous for her to stay with him. She refuses and says that he is not a bad guy, and those who hunt him are bad, so she will remain and help him with them. Juan Tian accepts the fact that he has no other choice and involuntarily agrees with her. The hunters are approaching them. He asks Xian to stand behind him while he dealt with them. The 5th level hunter is surprised that they came to the Chiang Feng signal, but he is not there. He also does not understand that the girl is next to Juan Tanya. He asks him where everyone else, to which they answer him that he dealt with all of them and soon they will go after them. The 5-level hunter orders his subordinates to be ready for battle. They want to defeat Juan Tanya and bring his head to their boss, a 6-level hunter. 2 4-level hunters rush forward at Juan Tanya and Xian. Tian shouts to her be careful, but she says that everything is fine and she can handle them. He speaks to the attack, taking his small sword from the scabbard. He sends them with one blow of 2 attackers into a flight. He sees that 2 hunters hung on Xian and decides to help her. He uses the shadow sword, cutting body. In an instant, he cuts both hunters in the eyes of the girl. She does not have time to do something. 2 hunters remains against them, whom Juan Tian discarded. One of them was very wounded. They understand that all that they can be detained as much as they can. Until the rest arrive, they attack together at once. They are sure that Juan Tian could not cope with this combo attack, but they relax early. He comes behind them and deal with one of the remaining hunters with 1 blow. The remaining hunter attacks Juan Tian, but he cannot get on him because he dodges all his attacks. The 5 level 1 thinks about how it could be that Tian has become so strong. He calls him abnormal. The abnormal tells him that he will not allow them to leave and he will definitely deal with all of them. A 5 level 1 is trying to escape and asks for help from a just run in 6 level. Juan Tian is ready to attack. He uses the steps of the dragon and the tiger and continues to be persecuted for a 5 level hunter. He soars into the air and flies right behind the 5 level hunter. He is not going to let him go. He approaches him and is going to deal with him with 1 blow. He uses blades of gusty wind, stormy style. The 6 level hunter is sure that Tian will do nothing with this attack and says that this is a useless attempt. The 5 level hunter decides to stop his attack. He substitutes his sword and is sure that he will be able to win the time before the other hunters approach. Juan Tian breaks his sword and thereby defeats him, leaving him not a chance to win. The 6 level hunter dodges his attacks, and Tian lands on the ground and asks if he is looking for him. They are left alone, together with the watching girl. The 6 level hunter screams the name Juan Tian. The watching girl thinks that even she could not stop this attack. Although the level of Tian is lower than her, his strength is simply huge. 6 level asks where his warriors. He cannot believe that they are all defeated. Juan Tian confirms that he figured out everyone. He asks how they, namely Dan's clan, dares to pursue the students of the Tianjian clan. The 6th level is very surprised and asks how Tian was able to find out what they were from the Dan clan. Tian answers him and says that he has no reason to hate Dan Fei, but he wants to become a minister of Chu Fan. He wants to use him to kill him, and it is simply outrageous. The 6th level hunter takes off the mask and says that Tian is too self-confident and he will kill him. Huan Tian says that he could not defeat him the last time, and where he got such confidence in what he would do. The girl notes that, a hunter of a 6th level, she does not understand how Tian could escape from him. The hunter says that he underestimated him for the first time, but now he will not give him the opportunity to escape. They stand in front of each other and each of them is preparing for the battle. They are both seriously tuned. Tian says that he no longer needs to hide all his strength. He says that the hunter will be the first to try it on. The hunter notes that Huan Tian reached the 3rd level of the innate kingdom. He does not understand when he could have time. Huan resolutely says that you need to stop fluttering and immediately uses the heavenly fiery sword. He tells him not to be too arrogant, because he still remains 6th level and evades his attack. He responds to the attack by Huan Tian with his attack and uses the golden flame sword. Tian is sure that he can recapture his attack and uses the dominant fiery sword. The hunter does not give a rest and immediately uses the golden lotus after landing. Huan Tian is surprised that the hunter's seraphil soars in the air just like a lotus petals. A bunch of gold shells flies into it, but it dodges absolutely all of these attacks and says that this is an interesting skill. He is going to attack the hunter again, because he cannot let him go and must deal with him. The hunter thinks that the golden lotus is a skill that overtakes instantly, and in strength it is the strongest skill of mysterious level. This skill can kill a warrior of 6th and even 7th levels. Huan will not be able to do anything. He again uses the golden lotus while Huan Tian is in the air, but he was ready for this. He uses the heavenly fiery sword and thereby repel absolutely all the attacks of the hunter. The hunter understands that the essence of the sword Tian managed to reach the 2nd level and is surprised at this. He repels Tian, who has reached his attack, and thinks about how Huan could have time to achieve the 2nd level of the essence of the sword and the 3rd level of the innate kingdom. He is again very angry, and for the 3rd time he uses the golden lotus. He does not give up and continues to attack. Huan Tian decides that the time has come to deal with this, who had already managed to get bored with a hunter. He tells him to get ready, because he is going to kill him right now. It causes a huge explosion that most likely cannot pass without a trace for the hunter. The hunter throws off an explosive wave and he crashes into a tree. He coughs blood. Huan Tian approaches an almost affected hunter and tells him to burn in hell. The hunter says that he is still early for this and removes his hand behind his back to get something. He throws a bunch of talismans into Huan Tian, who immediately begin to attack him and fly after him. Tian evades all talismans, but this does not give a special effect because the talismans continue to follow him. The hunter says that the Huan evades all the talismans because they will pursue him everywhere. Tian calls the clones and they are all in the air by the talismans, accompanied by explosions. The wounded Huan Tian knees rises and holds back due to the fact that he holds onto his sword inserted into the ground. He says that he feels pain and his head is dizzy. He understands that it is like poison. The hunter grinks and eats a tablet to recover after the wounds received. He says that he won and says that soon the body of Huan Tian will stop functioning. You just need to wait. And Xian runs to the wounded Tian. The hunter thinks that she has a 3rd level, but her strength exceeds the norm. He is sure that in his current state he will not be able to cope with her, and decides to retreat and lick his wounds, because I pull it not long. Tian's eyes are already beginning to blush when he sees a runaway hunter and tells him to stop. He loses his composure and the symbol on his forehead begins to burn with wild brightness. He screams very loudly. Tian, in a fraction of a second, catching up with the hunter and immediately pierces him, thereby preventing him from running away. He falls, not understanding anything, back to the ground next to Xian, and a pierced hunter falls in the far. She screams very loudly at the conscious Huan Tian and asks him to get up. He is already sure that he is dead. She tells him that she will not allow him to die and find some way to save him. She will certainly do it. Huan Tian finds himself in some dark place and does not understand where apparently, he went into his mind. He again has a sign on his forehead and again begins to glow frantically, causing him a severe pain. He touches his forehead with his hand and the sign disappears, and he appears in some unknown place in front of a huge sword. He examines him and notes that there are a lot of cracks on this sword. He thinks that they fought a lot in incredible battles. He thinks that all this looks very magnificent and looks like a great but rather terrifying power. He becomes very interested in what is all the same for the unusual sword in front of which he appeared. At this time, the sister of Xian is engaged in the salvation of Huan Tian and tries to help him by acupuncture. She apologizes to him for having to take off his clothes, and with the help of needles she can get the poison out of his blood. For some reason she thinks that he has a good body. She is embarrassed and tells herself to calm down because she must save him and not think about strange things. Xian's sister is ready. She says that the time has come to begin to remove the poison. She concentrates and collects water in her hands. She is going to place it in a water ball. She successfully puts Huan Tian in a huge water ball and is going to remove the poison from his body. The poison begins to leave his body, and she collects it in a small ball of water, thereby saving him. Now Huan Tian is free. After liberation from the water bubble, he falls on the sister of Xian. She is afraid of such a surprise, and squeezes a water ball with poison very much. Now he will have a long recovery. Through those time, Tian in his mind continues to explore a huge sword. He notes that in appearance we can say that it is made of white jade, but the material is felt completely different to the touch. He is interested in what kind of sword it is. It is not clear to him from where the thoughts Suan Yuan's sword come from. Tian thinks that he heard and thinks that this is the name of this sword. He is a little surprised. He thinks that he had never heard this name before when he was with his family. He suspects that a great force contains a great force. He thinks that she is simply incredible, and understands that even a small amount that oozes from his cracks will be enough to kill him. He understands that thanks to the poison, he had the opportunity to see the real appearance of this sword, and he will begin to cultivate to understand the essence of this sword. He focuses, and a sign on his forehead appears on his forehead. He no longer shines with bright light and does not bring him pain. He sharply wakes up on a large bed and cannot understand where he is. Cetra Xian addresses him and joyfully says that he finally woke up, and the soup will soon be ready. He is still surprised and asks if she really saved him from the poison and looked after him all this time. He smiles and thanks her for the salvation. He asks her how long he slept and looks at Xian's sister. She replies to him that he was sleeping only one day and thinks that she would not better tell him that she had to undress him for healing purposes. He tells her that he did not expect the hunter to have a poison, but she replies to him that it was a talisman of a bloody sect, and this is a poison that thickens blood until the victim's body ceases to function. He is surprised at this, and thinks that this is an evil sect that opposed Tianzin, the first sect in the country. He suspects that the Dan clan united with that sect, and the continent is again in danger. Huan Tian checks whether his spatial ring is in place, and rejoices that it remained with him. Qian's sister offers Tian soup. She tells him that he will certainly give him strength, and help restore. He takes the soup and tries it. The sister of Xian rejoices at this, but Huan pulls it that he has some kind of unusual and strange taste. He notices that this unusual soup helped him restore strength, and he feels that now he is in perfect order. Tian asks her what kind of unusual soup this is, because his effect is very strong, to which she answers him that it is Jinin's soup. He answers her that he did not expect that he could get better in one day, and praises her for excellent medical skills. She says that this is not something special, and this is a little merit. She just rejoices that he has recovered. Xian's sister tells him that his blood was in the 3rd level, and fortunately, she had recently reached the mysterious level of a high pharmacy rank. If not for this, but she would not have managed to remove poison from his body. He clarifies, does this really mean that she is a high-ranking pharmacist of the mysterious level? She replies to him that this is a complete truth, and she is not lying about it. It gives him some hope. Tian rejoices in this, because in Tianjin there are only 3 pharmacists, and 2 of them are a mysterious low-rank level and 1 of them is highly ranking. He notes that she is 14 years old, and she already has a mysterious level of high rank in pharmacy, and we can confidently say that she has no equal in this matter, because she will soon reach the ground. He continues to reflect on Jin's strength, capable of treating the wounds of the innate kingdom, but only a heavenly level person can cure the heavenly level wounds, and she will not be able to cure his father's wounds, but can help him go into the innate kingdom. He hopes that his father, uncle, and grandfather can improve their levels of innate kingdom, and then their clan will become very strong and invincible. But now the forces of his clan are not enough to reach the ground. Xian's sister asks if everything is fine with him, because he behaves strangely. He replies that everything is fine with him. He tells her that he has one request for her if she of course can help him. She's embarrassed and blushing. She tells him that she, of course, will try to help the brother, Huan Toi. He tells her that his family suffered greatly from wounds, and they really need medical care. He promises her that when she will help them, he will do everything that she wants for her. She says that she wants to help, but her uncle told her that she should not leave this place, and the outside world is very dangerous. He says that he understands all this and says that she is right about this and loses her peppy mood. She replies to him that she can make him any medicine, and he will take them with her. He tells her that the current situation is difficult to explain. He replies that they had unusual wounds, because they were defeated by some enemy, and their bodies and strength were in terrible condition. Tizian's sister answers him that this is very bad, because warriors would not have survived these wounds below the ground. Huan Tian tells her that his father was the strongest warrior of the heavenly level. It shocks her. He tells her that if she does not like to lie, he will tell her the truth, but she should not tell anyone. otherwise his family will die, and she promises him that she will not tell anyone about it. She tells him that since he shared this with her, she will tell him the name of her clan. She calls her clan. This is the clan Xian Lun. He's shocked from this information about the Lun clan. He already heard this name when he was small. It was a story about a large clan in the east, which was called the Moon. They were very strong, and he did not expect that Xian's sister was one of them. He says that then he will call her Xian, and she agrees with this. She rejoices at this. Huantian takes a dragon grass from his spatial ring, which he found in the mountains, and asks her to say whether it is mysterious or not. She is very surprised that he was able to find her, but quickly calms down after he asks if everything is fine with her. She says that this grass is 28 years old. It is an average mysterious level and is considered the best grass. Huantian rejoices at this, and says that her effect can help him in building up his strength. She confirms this, but she knows how to make a drug with an even more powerful effect. And, in addition to the dragon of grass, she will need another mysterious grass, namely the dragon essence. This is very motivated, and he asks her where he can find this mysterious grass. Sister Xian says that the dragon essence is very rare, and she was looking for her for a very long time, but she could not find it. Huantian confirms that it is really difficult to find, but she says that she knows the place where she can be found. He lights up with this idea and becomes very serious. He asks where this place is. She tells him that this is a place where monsters of the 4th level are found, and it is difficult to win them, because even she did not dare to go there. He thinks that the strength of the 4th level monster is equal to the power of a warrior of the 6th or 7th level, and this is not even comparable to the 3rd level boss, because even Xian does not dare to go there. He tells her that many members of his clan need help, and therefore he cannot miss this opportunity. She says that then he will have to find many herbs. He resolutely tells her that he should collect them all, that he would not stand, and he will certainly find these herbs. She tells him that her Uncle Van had not yet come, and she is not sure that his wounds were completely dragged on, and the next day he will definitely be in perfect shape. She will go with him. He says that this is a very dangerous place, and he does not want to expose her of such a danger. She replies to him that she has been living in these places for a long time, and she knows them very well. She says that she will cover his back and help in the search for herbs. He rejoices at this and agrees. He thanks her for the fact that she was so good for him and thanks her for his help. She says that there was nothing to thank her for and she still wanted to go to that place, but her uncle always stopped her. He thinks that with his strength, he can defeat the warrior of the 7th level of the innate kingdom, and he will protect Xian at all costs. He is surprised that his failure turned out to be a blessing. Because he met a mysterious pharmacist and he will be able to help his clan, he also does not forget about the promise given to the old man in the tomb that he would take revenge on the leadership of the bloody sect. They get out for a sortie, and Cetra Xian tells him to follow her. A bunch of monsters go along the bottom and look for their victims. These are all monsters of the 3rd level and do not pose a danger to them. He says that even though it is not cool that she is now a leader, but with her speed, they will be able to avoid many monsters. 1 hour later, they resort to a weakly trodden path in the forest, which leads deep into the forest. Huantian asks if this is a place with the herbs he needed, about which the sister of Qian spoke. She answers him that they have not yet reached, and this is not the place. They should go even further into the forest. They hear the howl of a wolf. This is a boss of the 3rd level, namely the Silver Moon Wolf. He does not attack them, which is strange, and the sister of Xian says Huantiani to follow her. 1 hour later, they go along the path further. He notes that in this place the rich aura of the sky and the earth and asks her sister about it. She answers him that this is true. He says that there is something strange, because in this place there is so much vital energy in this place, but they still have not met a single monster. She tells him that although at the entrance to this place there are often bosses of 3rd levels, they do not dare to enter it. He asks why she thinks so. She looks at him with a slightly strange look, and says that they do not come in because a monster of the 4th level of low rank lives in a cave near them, and it is called a giant blue lizard. Huan says that it is good that this boss has a low rank of 4th level, and it will not be easy for him to defeat such a monster. Cetra Chan thinks that Tian is the same level as she, but he has a unique force, and this makes him a special person. She tells him that they should be careful, because she has little energy, but it is difficult to win because of the poison and the warrior that she will bite. He will not be able to survive it. He asks her how to defeat her then. She gives him a bottle and says that he would take it, because it will protect him from the poison. He understands that this is a tablet of divine protection. They go further, and he notices the clearing with the mysterious foggy grass on it. Xian asks him not to go there, but he does not listen to her. He notices the yellow key grass and wants to collect it. He sits down to collect it, and at that moment huge yellow eyes appear behind him. Huan Tian feels this. He understands that this is a gigantic bloody lizard, the same low-ranking boss of the 4th level. Saliva drips out of her mouth and immediately burns everything that she concerns. Huan Tian decides that he should be very careful, because her saliva is very toxic. He is surprised that she does not attack him. Instead, she looks at Xian's sister. His sister asks him not to move, because the lizard looks at her. Huan thinks that apparently only girls attract this monster, but there are no guys. Xian's sister tells him that her level is enough to escape from her. She will try to distract her, and he should wait for the opportunity to attack. He understands that because of his secret technique, which hides his aura, the lizard looks only at Xian, who has the 3rd level. She concentrates and calls around her huge water dragons, which Tian saw then in the lake. She absorbs the dragons inside herself, and they form a water ball around her. The dragon sign appears on her neck, and her eyes become like lizards. Huan Tian notes that her strength increased, and it has become comparable in strength to the 6th level. The lizard looks at this. They stand opposite each other, and look into each other's eyes. The lizard rushes sharply at her and is going to bite her with his open poisonous mouth. She skillfully and without any problems dodges the attack. The water ball in which she is located follows her. Tian thinks that this monster of the 4th level and this is equal to the power of the 7th warrior. He is sure that with the help of Xian he will be able to kill this lizard. Xian's sister is not going to give up. She uses the shadow fist of the dragon and attacks the lizard on both sides. Huan Tian understands that this is his chance. He uses the essence of a 2nd level sword and uses the skill of Heavenly Sword. His blow reaches a lizard and inflicts a significant wound right around her neck. Her neck begins to bleed. He says that her blood is very toxic and decides to use a pill of divine protection. Sister Chan tells him that he in no case can let him leave, because they put a lot of efforts to win over her. The lizard in fear runs into the cave, and they pursue it in order to finally win and get resources from it. Huan Tian notes that the aura inside the cave is much stronger than outside, and she was killed there to lick wounds. My sister is sure that this is a good chance to finish off this lizard. He decides to catch up with her, and uses the steps of the dragon and the tiger to quickly catch up with the lizard. He catches up with her and becomes in her way. He says that she would not escape him, because he is not finished. He says that now she will try the taste of the flame of his sword, and uses the heavenly fiery sword. He gets his attack on it, right along the neck, and traces of the explosion break out from the entrance to the cave. Qian's sister notes that it was a strong fiery attack, and she causes a lizard damage. But he is not enough to finish the lizard, and she will help him. She uses the dragon shadow fist and attacks the lizard with many attacks. She also causes her damage. The lizard is all in the wounds on earth. The sister of Xian understands that she does not die, and does not understand what to do next. Huang Tian soars over the lizard in the air and is going to kill this lizard in one blow. He attacks him with a strong fiery attack, and aims right into the neck. He defeats her, cutting her neck to her. Sister Qin sees this and rejoices that they were able to do this. Tian will benefit her for helping him. He says that they finally killed her. But if they meet a warrior of the same level, then everything will most likely be different. She is concentrated on the lizard, and tells Huan Toi that her blood is difficult to collect. She talks about the fact that although her blood is very poisonous, she can be processed into an antidote. And you can also mix with other poisons to get a high-ranking poison. Also, the body of the lizard is a treasure. She asks him to hurry and collect it. He thinks that she knows about his spatial ring, and says that she is very smart. She laughs a little uncertainly and says that she will help, because this lizard weighs a lot. Her fangs and tooth are sharp, and they can use them to make the mysterious treasures of the middle rank. Sister Qian says that the cave has a very rich aura, and there is something unusual in it, and if they look further, they will certainly find something. Huan Tian says that he is the same opinion. They finally reach the exit from the cave. They notice that it is very hot in this place. They leave the cave and fall into a huge cave, which cannot be called the cave. They notice a small lava and approach it to consider it better. Huan Tian notes that in the middle of this lake, a lava plant is growing on a stone. They examine it and notice that this is some kind of lotus flower that grows literally in the middle of the lava. Sister Xian and Tian simultaneously say that this flower is called a fiery lotus. Huan thinks that this flower absorbs pure qi for his growth. He is sure that it is very valuable. He thinks that the one who owns them can easily hit his enemies. He will force even the warriors of the ground. Sister Xian says that Huan Tian take this flower because he is very useful, and he himself understands this. She says that she does not need this flower because she already has a fire skill and shows purple fire in her palm. Huan Tian is very surprised at this, because the purple fire is the skill of the mysterious level of a high rank. Xian smiles, taking a fire as it were in both palms, and says that this is true. He is surprised at this and thinks that he was in vain worried about her, because her skills are just some kind of madness. He says that it is better for them to postpone it for later and look for why they came to this place. He says that first of all, they must find medical herbs, and Sister Xian agrees with him. They find many old special herbs, namely the purple jade flower, which is 22 years old, the tears of grass, which is 26 years old, the king of tears, which is 28 years old, and skinky grass, which is 29 years old. They go out at the cave with very valuable herbs. The sister of Xian says that something is wrong, because there are many rare herbs, but there are not a single one over 30 years old. She cannot understand this. Perhaps they were eaten by a blue lizard, or just 30 years ago someone came and gathered everything in this place. Huan Tian says that both options are possible, but the sister says that this is not important, because now there should be so many spiritual herbs that they will be enough for mysterious medications for more than a dozen people. She offers to move on and look for the grass further. They are still looking for the essence of the dragon. Tian agrees with her. He notices unusual grass growing in the middle of the clearing. Xian is very happy, because this is exactly what they were looking for, the essence of the dragon. Tian collects this grass and rejoices that he was finally able to find this dragon essence so necessary for him. The sister tells him that this grass is 10 years old, and soon it will turn into high-quality spiritual grass, which is the best average rank grass. He says that they will be able to make high-ranking tablets from the dragon of grass, and asks if this is true. She chuckles and says that this is true. Huan is very happy about this news. She says that now only morning and they should go and look for even more herbs. Huan says that this is excellent because they have a large harvest today. He asks what effect the dragon's essence grass has. She replies to him that this grass contains particles of the blood of the dragon, which help the monsters become stronger. She continues to talk about the grass, and says that this is why the blue lizard lived in this area. Because having reached the age of 30 years, this grass becomes high-ranking spiritual grass, and Heo would increase to 1 level. He says that this is a very powerful effect, and it is very surprised at how much this grass can give. Xian's sister says that the grass that they found for 25 years, and if she eats her, this will help her dragon veins stabilize and change in a few months, and she could reach the 6th level. He is still surprised. Now he is surprised that even for her this is a great effect. He says that since this grass is very useful for it, he cannot afford to take it. She thanks him for being so kind to her and tells him that she will definitely take her. She offers him to collect all the spiritual herbs in this place, and then go for a 7-line fiery lotus. He agrees to this. A few hours later they gathered 35 herbs of the dragon's essence, 47 herbs linaceae and a dozen more flowers of Xuananin, as well as other valuable herbs. All the spiritual herbs that were here, they gathered. Huan Tian tells Xian that he will take a fiery lotus, and she should engage in cleaning and absorption of the dragon essence. She agrees, and asks him to be careful. She sits on the ground and concentrates. The essence of the dragon begins to take off in front of her. She transforms this grass into a certain heagled small sphere, which is suitable in order to eat it. She holds this sphere and eats it. She feels a sharp surge of strength and remains to sit on the ground. Huan Tian returns to this fiery lotus and is going to collect it and pick it up. He stands in front of him and thinks that this fiery lotus can protect the body from deadly attacks, except for the final stage of the warrior attack. The basic fiery attribute of congenital martial arts can slowly improve to the original fiery attribute of congenital nature, but requires a high level. Its attribute is perfect, which simplifies the process. He is trying to use the shadow essence of the sword to collect and impress the fiery lotus, but this does not work. This is not so simple to hit and collect the fiery lotus, because the first attack does not work. He tries to get into him again, but his attacks do not reach his goal again, and it is very angry with him. Huan Tian is not going to give up so easily. He will try as many times as it will be required to achieve his goal. Tian sits opposite the lotus and absorbs fiery energy from it. They are connected by a stream. Huan believes that to absorb the effect of fiery lotus, he needs to use a lot of inner fire, and thanks to the perfect level of the element of fire and chi tablets, he can do this all day. He says that for people with the basic level of the element of fire, you need 10 full days and a large supply of ki in order to absorb such an effect. Above the place where Xian absorbed the essence of the dragon, a huge dome shirt appeared. He understands that Xian most likely finished with the absorption of the dragon's blood, and will soon reach a 6th level. He does not give up and says that he will continue to cultivate better, because he is not going to give up, seeing how she increases his level. The night is replaced by the day, and he says that he was left very little, and he will be able to absorb the power of the lotus. The lotus is already soaring in the air and goes to Huan Tian. He was already able to absorb most of his strength. The lotus is located between his palms, and he collapses them, thereby absorbing his strength. He rejoices that he managed to unite the fire of the lotus with his inner fire. He says that this will become his trump card. His fire will turn into the ashes of the warriors of the innate kingdom, and the warriors of the heavenly level and level of the earth will avoid him. The dome over the sister of Xian becomes bright pink, and this means that it has reached the 4th level of the innate kingdom. Huan Tian joyfully tells himself that she was finally able to reach the 4th level of the innate kingdom. He returns to her and congratulates her on the fact that she reached the 4th level at the age of 14, and this is simply amazing. She tells him that she was not really a high merit compared to him, because she would have absorbed a lotus much longer in his place. He gives her some kind of book and says that this book can help her very much in the future. Xiani asks what it is and why he gave it to her, to which he replies that this is one of the secret skills. He tells her that having improved her level, she will be able to learn to hide her aura from the rest, as well as improve some skills. She tells him what she will do as he offers. And if that, she asks him for help. Tian agrees with this. He thinks that her skills are really good. In just half an hour, she was able to study 80% of the secret skill. After half an hour, he understands that she managed to do this in an hour and learn a secret skill. Some kind of noise is heard from the cave. Huan Tian is surprised at this and is alarming. He understands that someone is going there. He says that someone is screaming the name of the sister of Xian. They are going to go and check it. She tells him that this is most likely her uncle is looking for her. Tian invites her to go to the meeting, because his voice is quite quiet. They go around the cave and meet her uncle Vanya. He is all beaten in wounds. They do not understand what happened to him. He turns to Xian and says that he was finally able to find her. He will make her say that she should faster to escape from this place. They take him by the arms and ask what could happen to him, what he was in this state. She offers him pills, but he says that it is pointless, and it will no longer be able to help in his situation. He tells them that his internal organs are grinding, and it is no longer possible to save him. He says that they should run rather, because a bloody clan will come here soon. Huan Tian tells him that he should not worry, because he will be able to protect Xian's sister. Uncle Van replies that he does not think so. He does not believe that Tian can protect her. Xian tells him that he should not worry, because Huan is a tender man and he saved her from a mask hunter. Uncle Van turns to Tian and tells him that Xian is an orphan and asks to take care of her. He again asks them to run away faster. Huan says that it was too late, and the Blood Clan has already managed to achieve them, and now they will be next to them. Huan Tian, Uncle Van, and the sister of Xian stand in the middle of the cave, and soon a bloody clan will overtake them. Tian thinks that even Uncle Van is seriously wounded. His aura is comparable to the power of the 7th warrior, but his opponents are most likely even stronger than he. He feels that there is definitely more than one person there. It alarms him and makes him worry a little. Uncle Van again tells them to leave more likely. He tells Xian that she should not return to the dragon family without self-defense. He turns to Tian and tells him that he is obliged to protect Xian's sister. He tells him to take her away from this place rather. The warriors of the Blood Clan manage to approach them, and they say that no one can go alive. They say that they can already prepare for their death, because this cave will become their grave. On the cloak of each of them, Huan Tian notices a bloody skull. He knows that this is a symbol of bloody cultivation. He notes that among them there are 2 warriors of the 8th level and 3 warriors of the 7th. Even if they are laid out in full and use special skills, they will not last long against 5. Uncle Van is preparing for the battle and tells them that he will delay them. He orders them to run away from this cave. A person standing in front of the troops of the Blood Clan says that a burning vitality can temporarily increase the force of the final stage of innate nature. He says that he will kill him and orders the rest to grab Huan Tian and Seth Xian. They attack the old man, but from going on a return attack and throws one of them, greatly breaking the wall. He attacks the leader, but he blocks his blow with his foot and goes on a return attack. A Blood Clan warrior collects essence in his fist and jumps right on the old man, not going to restrain himself. Uncle Van answers him with a response attack and their blows collide. They are equal in strength. This warrior manages to go behind him while Van is distracted and hit him, ending the battle in his favor. He says, standing over the groaning Van, that the game is over and orders the rest to run for Huan, Pulling, and Sister Xian. Meanwhile, they run out of the cave and try to hide as soon as possible from the persecution. Huan Tian notices this and understands that he will have to experience his luck. He uses a distress sign. People notice the distress signal. They understand that the students of the Tianjian sect in trouble and decide to run to see what happened there. Tian tells Xian that she learned some secrets of Feng Shuan, and can change her appearance and hide the level so as not to be afraid that her personality will become known to his friends. The warriors of the Blood Clan quickly run out of the cave after them and chase right behind them. Huan Tian did not expect that they could catch up with them so quickly. He understands that Uncle Huan lost. The warriors first meet on their way people who ran to the distress signal of the Tianjin clan. Friends of Huan Tian evaluate the situation and determine that among the soldiers of the Blood Clan, there are 2 8th levels and 3 7th. They are going to hold a competition. At the 8th level, they determine the price of 2 points. And for the 7th one, Blood Clan warriors also evaluate them and understand that one of them is 6th level, and the second 7th. They think that they will easily deal with them, and the chapter orders to deal with them first. Warriors blocking the path of the Blood Clan continue to discuss their game and determine that they have a maximum of 7 points. Meanwhile, Blood soldiers are already attacking them and call them too arrogant because they have no chances. They are amused by this, and they with a grin on their faces tell them to be boldly attacking because they are confident in their abilities. The first of them possesses the elements of lightning, and he says that there is no mercy to those who dared to attack the Tianjin sect. The second has a fiery element. It does not bother about speech and simply seeks to score as many points as possible. Huan Tian sees all this and is surprised at everything that is happening. He is amazed at the power of these warriors. All that the warriors of the Blood Clan can do is block their blows. They put their weapons forward to block their attacks. The one on whom the guy with the fire element attacked does not cope, and his weapon breaks. Unable to withstand his strength, he loses. A guy with a fiery element rejoices that he was able to pick up the first point, and he opens an account in their game. Huan Tian is shocked by their strength. He understands that they are much stronger than him, although he is only 6th level, but can kill the enemy with a level above. The guy with the elements of thunder is also not going to lag behind. He launches a quick shell that gets a warrior in the stomach, and thereby compares the score. The Blood Clan warrior calls them psychopaths and attacks a guy with a fiery element. The eye of a guy of the fiery elements shines, as if consists of fire. They have some unusually developed elements. He quickly reacts to the attack of a blood warrior and defeats him with one blow of his sword. He tells the guy with the elements of lightning that now the score is 2-1 and he is again leading. The guy with the element of lightning is not going to give up. He rushes at the warriors at an unusual speed and uses the Zvezdapad skill. The Blood Clan warriors understand that this is the 2nd level of the essence of the sword. From the sky, a bunch of lightning-fast swords begins to fly to them at an extraordinary speed. One of the soldiers of the Blood Clan says that these are all illusory swords and a real attack is hidden somewhere among them. One of them notices this attack and tells the other to run away faster, but only he manages to avoid the attack. The lightning flies into the one who did not manage to escape from the attack and literally sets his body. Huan Tian watches this all and notes that they have just crazy power. A guy with a fiery element runs out in front of the warrior who escaped the attack and asks where he was going to escape. A talisman's warrior launches a Blood Clan into him, but a guy with an element of fire easily evades and says that such a weak talisman will not be able to get through it. The blood warrior is not going to lose. He collects essence in his palm and uses the skill of the shark gun skill, launching a lightning charge into it. He calmly repels this attack with his sword, without using any skill or equipment. The Blood Clan warrior cannot believe it. He suggests that most likely this guy has the strength of the 6th heavenly stage. A guy with a fiery element decides to go into an attack and uses the fiery cut skill. A guy with a lightning element decides to help him and uses a star blow, thereby launching a lightning charge in the direction of a blood warrior. Their attacks hit the warrior and he falls without force on the ground, but is still conscious. The guy with the elements of lightning notes that the armor is on the warrior and then understands why he was only wounded by their joint attack. The guy with the element of fire calmly comes in a beaten warrior behind his back and deprives his head with the words that he apparently won. The guy with the elements of the fire says that he defeated 2 7th levels and 1 warrior of the 8th level. Then he has 4 points, and the guy with the element of lightning has 3, which means that the first guy won. It turns out that the guy with the elements of lightning is the name of Bai Yu-chan, and the guy with the elements of fire Jin Lei says Bai that Jin was just lucky and will not happen again. Huan Tian recalls that Bai Yu was a student in the sect Tianjian and he was 24 years old. And a year ago he entered the Heavenly Concession and is called a demon genius. At 18 years he reached the peak of the 6th level of the innate kingdom. He also says that the hot Jin Lei is 2 levels lower than Bai Yu, but he is a little stronger than him, because he is from the gates of God's Blade. This is one of the 4 main gates. Sister Xian thinks that these guys are very strong, but she will still prefer Huan Tian. Huan and Setra Xian thank Bai Yu Yengen and Jing Lei for saving them from the soldiers of the Blood Clan. Bai Yu-chen knows about Huan Tian, he asks. Is he really? Because he heard from Lin Mei that he was able to go through the 3rd floor in the Tower of Swords. Tian says that this is not something special, but he thinks that Bai Shixun is the elder brother Bai Lina. Adults tell them that it seems that the sect of bloody cultivation has returned and various sects report attacks. Because of this, all sects ordered the young students to return as soon as possible and tell them to return to the sect. They quickly run away, obeying them, and Huan Tian promises to himself that one day he will surpass them. Jinle addresses Bai Yu-shen and says that he had never seen him so happy. He replies to him that he recognizes the defeat. He says that the students of Tianjian are not as good as the disciples of God's Blade. But he calls Huan Tian a genius and says that he can once change everything. Jinlo says that the forces of Chu Feng is not enough, and he never considered him an opponent. But Huan looks strong. He says that Tian began late, and even if he reaches something, then only a few years later. He states that this year God's Blade will be the number of 4 gates in the competition, and he is sure that they will make 10 victories in a row, and this will become a new record for 50 years of the Sword Dynasty. Bai Wei tells him that he was happy early, because before the start of the competition is another 4 months and some miracle can happen. And Ji Loi says that in order for this to happen, a super demon should appear. He says Bai Yu Yan that since he says so, then he offers to wait for this miracle, because now he is a 6th level. But when he gets home, he will definitely take the 7th. He says that he needs to reach the 9th level, so that their strengths are equal to the competition. Bai Yu thinks that he will not be able to reach the 9th level in 4 months, and this is generally impossible. He has no confidence in this. He tells him that they should not linger in this place, and says that they should return to their gates. He looks at him and says that Jin Lei is fighting better. But he is better than him in other areas, and their rivalry has not yet been completed. He is angry and says that he is really good in eliminating people, but he will not lose to him in anything. He is going to catch up with him. Huan Tian and Sister Ziyan are standing next to the grave of Uncle Vanya. Tian tells her that he wanted her to live happy and not sad, and she replies to him that besides him she no longer had relatives. Huan Tian tells her that she is mistaken, because he is next to her and he will become her close. She cries and calls him his brother Huan Pul, thereby recognizing him with his own soul. She hugs him, and he tells her that she should not be afraid. He will be her brother and will call her Zi-Er. He tells her that he would take her with him. He will take her into the Tianjian clan and take care of her. She agrees. Huan Tian returns to the clan, and everyone meets him with joy. They rejoice that he has returned. Everyone pays attention to Zi-Er. They say that its level of cultivation is higher than that of Tian. The elder stops him and says to wait a bit. Tian greets him and says he returned. The elder says that he, as the first student, needs only the permission of the master for settlement, but Zer needs to register as a student to stay in the clan. Huan Tian asks if she should really follow these rules because she is his sister. All students are very surprised that this is his sister, and they say that he has a very strange family. He asks the elder whether Li Feng, Sun, Ai Tzu, and Gai Zianju returned, but the elder answers him that he had no records of their return. Huan Tian is horrified by the fact that they have not yet returned and enters a state of rage. All students suddenly feel a very strong thirst for blood and a desire to kill. Tian thinks that half a month ago they fell into the hands of Lin Yun-sun, Lin Lo-fen, and Zhang Guanan, and if he finds out that they died there, he will destroy their sects. Everyone welcomes Dan Fei, and Huan Tian enters with the words that he was looking for him, but he came to him. The minions of Dan Fei ask everyone to greet him, because he must have a good opinion of them. The main of his minions thinks that Dan Fei, right hand of Chu Fan, and in the future Chu Fen will be the number of 1 in Tianjian, and Dan Fei is now on his side, and support the favorite is a smart move. Huan Tian completely ignores his words and passes past him with the sister of Tsier. The minister turns to Tian and asks if he heard him. He again tells him to greet Dan Fei. Huan Tian turns and says a loud phrase that for a dog dared to yell in his direction. The rest of the minions understand that this is Huan Tian and scare, because they both lost to him. The main one rushes to hit him. He asks with anger how he dares to call him a dog. He tells him that he is too arrogant. Huan Tian with all his strength beats the dog in the face, and he flies away at a great speed and flies towards Dan Fei. He goes along the corridor, and absolutely all students greet him. He says that all these honors are not worth it. His minister flies into him, and he changes his flight path, simply repulsing him with his hand. He sees his minister lying unconscious on the floor, and asks what the bastard dared to do this. Huan Tian enters the room and greets him with the words that they had not seen each other for a very long time. Dan Fei recognized Huan Tian's voice and was surprised at his appearance. He does not understand how Huan was able to survive after the attack of 4 elders and warriors of the innate kingdom and escape. Tian smiles and says that apparently he is surprised to see him alive again, because he knows that the Dan family was behind all this. Fei thinks that he knows everything that they were behind this. He cannot let him tell about it, otherwise he will be destroyed. Dan Fei says that he heard that Tian had reached great progress, exploring Mount Yanfeng, and he wants to see what he had achieved, and Huan Tian agrees to fight him. Dan Fei thinks that Tian is an arrogant person, and he will deliver the trouble to his family in the future, and they must kill him before everything is opened, and if he kills him, he will be punished. But Dan's family will be safe, and the problem of Chu Fan will solve. Huan Tian thinks that he immediately wanted to talk about what Dan had done. But he himself asked for Tian to kill him. He says that he would kill Dan Fei himself, and then he would deal with his family. Dan Fei attacks Huan Tian, but he calmly dodges his blow and is going to attack him in response. Tian uses a fire blow and flies directly on Dan Fei. He is going to defeat him with this blow. Dan Fei defends himself and uses QI energy. He creates a shield in front of him, which somehow restrains the power of the fiery strike by Huan Tian. He is very surprised that Tian was able to break through his ki barrier with his fiery blow. Huan looks at him with disappointment and a grin. He asks, "Is it really the power of his family? Or is it only he and Van are a little weak?" He comes in fury and thinks that this would be impossible if Huan Tian could deal with 4 elders, and says that it is unforgivable. Out of anger, he uses the tiger's blow and attacks her Tian, but he beats his attack with his fire. Pupils understand that it is dangerous, and see that someone is flying out of the explosion arranged by the meeting of Atas Huan Tian and Dan Fei. It was Dan Fei. He cannot contrast Tian's strength. It looks like a beating. Huan Tian looks at him and says that he just started, and cannot believe that this is all that Dan's brother is capable of. The students are shocked by what is happening, because Dan Fei is the 3rd level, but even the 4th level will not be able to cope with him, and his brother Tian is only a 2nd level, but can resist him. They all think that their real power is much larger than the one that should be at their levels. Dan Fei does not understand how Tian can be so strong. He is afraid that he really can be stronger than Chu Feng. Huan Tian calls him garbage and takes out his sword. He is very determined and is going to kill him. The beaten Dan Fei calls him a madman and cannot budge, because his essence of the sword is too strong. All participants experience a strange feeling. They all have such a feeling as if their bodies froze. Dan Fei seemed to yell from very severe pain, and after that it coughs with blood. It is very difficult for him to stay. He thinks that Huan Tian was able to master the essence of the sword at that age, and he wounded him. Using only the essence of the sword, he believes that even if he dies on this day, he will take him with him. Pupils say that it was only an illusory attack, but she really injured. Dan Fei takes out his sword, and is preparing to deal with pulling. He believes that he will become a great threat in the future. Zier asks if Huan Tian is fine with. He answers her that everything is fine and she only needs to wait, because he will finish soon. They smile at each other with a very warm smile, and she agrees with him and says she will wait. Dan Fei rushes at Huan Tian for a crazy purpose, namely, he wants to kill him. Tian responds to his attack with his attack and uses the heavenly fiery sword and launches a ball of fire into it. Fei is not going to give up, he yells, and uses the skill of shock to cut the attack by Huan Tian. Huan Tian uses a blow by a fiery sword, and their attacks collide with each other. Dan Fei lands on the ground, but understands that the spirit of the sword is very strong. He uses the shield and tries to block the attacks of Tian. He manages to block, but his shield begins to crack. He understands that his body can no longer withstand this. He is trying to attack Huan Tian again with the words that he will not stop and win him. Tian calmly and without any problems beats his attack, and thereby deprives Dan Fei's chance of victory. Dan Fei says that his nirvana was penetrated and he could not do anything else. Tian tells him that this is not the end, and attacks him, thereby ending their battle. The attacks of Huan Tian cause a huge explosion, and in the remaining crater there is almost defeated Dan Fei. He looks at the lying Dan Fei and the one who wanted to kill him. He speaks with anger on his face that he and his family must die. He asks not to kill him because he cannot kill him, because otherwise Chu Feng will avenge him. Huan Tian does not care about his words, and he uses the essence of the sword without a share of regret to finish Dan Fei. Everyone is shocked by the fact that Tian killed him, because in the Tianjian sect there are rules that if the student kills another student, he receives a very serious punishment. They think that, besides this, Dan Fei was not an ordinary student, and he was talented, so the consequences will be more serious. All students are very frightened by this situation. They think that Huan Tian is crazy and wants to kill them. He tells them that they did not do anything bad to him, and there is no reason to kill them. He does not understand why they decided so. They ask him that then Dan Fei made him that he had so cruelly dealt with him. because this is a serious crime. He tells them that when he was in the Yinfeng Mountains, Dan Fei sent several people to kill him, but he was able to escape and took revenge on him that day. It has nothing to do with the rest of the students. They are shocked by this information. Some believe him and say that then it is not surprising that Tian came for him. And some do not believe that Dan Fei could do this, but the rest say that without evidence they would not believe in it. A friend of someone enters the arena and screams at Huan Tian that everything he was talking about is a false lie. This is Chu Feng. He calls him garbage and says that he will not be forgiven for his deed, because he violated the rules of their sect and will be executed in front of people. Zi's sister Air notes that his aura is very strong and worries about Huan Tian. Tian says that the owner of many students in the sect came, because many will obey the power. The sub-Halims of Dan Fei bow in front of him and say that Huan Tian should be executed, because he killed Dan Fei. They ask Chu Feng to deal with him. They say that he should show him his place and destroy the traitor. All students light up with this and begin to ask for revenge on Dan Fei and get rid of the traitor. Chu Feng says that he did not follow him for several months, and now he is a second level, but still remains garbage in his eyes. Huan Tian says that he came too early, because only 4 months passed, and they agreed to meet in a year. The subordinate Dan Fei asks Tian how he dared to kill him, but does not want to call on this in public. Chu Feng will kill him for this. Huan Tian recognizes him and is going to attack him, but Chu Feng defends this impudent sneak of Dan Fei. Chu Feng asks him how he dared to rage in front of him. He says that he would kill him with one finger. Tian turns to Chu Fan. He says that he does not care about the rules and he can kill him if he wants to. Chu Feng does not react to this, and the sneaks turn to Tian and ask how he dares to talk like that with his brother Chu. Huan Tian says that this will not happen today, and on this day he will end this and wants to attack them. He attacks them with a fiery attack, but Chu Feng quickly reacts to this and their attacks rush to each other. Huan quickly changes the form of his attack and pierces the attack of Chu Fan, reducing his size. Chu Feng is surprised at this. He cannot understand how Huan Tian could pierce his attack with a finger. This attack takes out its target and causes an explosion that throws all the sinks of Dan Fei and they fall to the ground. Chu Feng cannot understand how it is possible, because Tian can endow the sword with his qi and only warriors who have reached the peak of the innate kingdom. And Huan can transform pure qi can use this method. Tian thinks that he used the secret seal of feng shui to hide his level, but the real qi in his body is limitless, so he can easily endow the sword with his qi, and apparently he will not have to wait 6 months for their bet. Chu Feng recognizes his strength and says that he underestimated him, and will be serious with him in their battle and takes out his sword. All students are surprised that Chu Feng took out his sword, and will seriously fight with Huan pulling. Huan Tian asks Chu Feng what happened, because he told him that he would kill him with one finger. He answers him that this is nonsense, because he is a 4th level, and he cannot lose the garbage of the 2nd level, and asks to show him what he is capable of. Pupils communicate that the brother of Chu practiced the art of transformation of the Dark Star, and he has a mysterious middle-ranking treasure, and his level is higher than the level of Tian. They are all sure that Huan Tian will lose this battle. Huan thinks that the transformation of the Dark Star is a unique skill, and you need to be a genius with dark attributes to practice it. And before that, he knew only one person from the Tianjiang sect, namely by Baiyu Chani. He should be caution. Chu Feng rushes at Huan Tian with lightning speed. He is very serious. He is going to win. Everyone is surprised at how fast he is. Qi's sister Air screams so that Tian is careful. He attacks him and Tian admits that he is very fast, but he easily beats his attack with his mysterious weapon. Chu Feng is very surprised that Huan Tian has his own treasure of the mysterious level. All students shout that Huan was able to block the sword of Chu Feng. They do not understand how possible. Zi's sister Air believes that Huan Tian will definitely be able to defeat him and prove his strength to him. Tian turns to his brother Chu and tells him that he is too weak and slow. It is angry to Chu Feng. The students are very surprised that Huan Tian dared to mock Chu Fan, the best inner student of the Tianjian clan. Chu Feng is angry because of this, and Tian notes that he has become much stronger, namely 3 times. Chu Feng uses the alien meteor skill, and all students decide more to run away, because they may also go. A huge explosion occurs from the meeting of their attacks, and Huan Tian skillfully dodges this explosion. Chu Feng does not stop attacking, but Tian dodges all his attacks, and Chu Feng comes behind him. The elder thinks that things are bad and wants to stop them, but the elder Jia stops him and asks to relax. He tells him that Huan Tian killed Dan Fei and fights with Chu Fan. He is sure that he had a reason to break the rules. He offers to wait and see what would happen next. The elder says that they are both the pride of their sect, and if something happens to one of them, then this will be a big loss for their sect. The elder Jia tells him not to worry. He asks just to let them fight, because even he is interested in looking at it. Huan again blocks the attack of Chu Fan and tells him that he is still slow and weak. Chu Feng jumps back, and he has the opportunity to think. He thinks that a few months ago he was a terrible warrior, but now he can block his attacks, and he does not like it. The elders communicate with each other and say that Huan Tian did not particularly develop this month. But the other elder tells him that he was still ahead, because they will soon recognize the winner. They continue to fight, and none of them can get to each other. They simply attack and block without stopping. They again block the attacks of each other. And Huan again tells Chu Fan that he is too weak and slow, but is so proud of his talent. He asks if he went to the mountains at least once in recent months. Chu Feng is very angry with this, and he again calls Huan garbage and asks how he dares to talk to him like that. Huan Tian does not bother much over his speech, and simply tells him that he is stronger than him. They fight, and Tian does not stop saying that he is weak and slow. He says that Chu Feng is disappointing him, and also dodges all his attacks. Jier believes in the victory of Huan Tian and is rooting for him. And the students suspect that Tian apparently plays with his brother Chu, although he is only a second level. The elders continue to discuss the battle, amazed at the changes in the strength of Huan Tian and Chu Feng in recent months. One of them recognizes Huan Tian with a genius among geniuses, and the second believes that the winner is already clear, and thinks that Chu Fen must finish the battle. Chu Fan is scared that he cannot keep up with him, and his attacks do not leave no scratches on him. Although he beats in full force and develops twice as soon as he does not understand what he cultivated for skills. Huan Tian says that the level of Chu Fan is the fourth, and he cannot compare with him. He says that if he recognizes this and surrenders, he will keep his lumpy face intact. Chu Feng replies to him that he can still fight and attack him, but Huan Tian calmly dodges his attack. He goes behind him and says that he is very stubborn, because he attacks thoughtlessly, allowing him to deceive him. Chu Feng is angry with him and attacks him, focusing qi in his finger. He tells him that if he wants him to shut up, he must try to plug him himself. Huan Tian releases a shell from his finger. Chu Feng is surprised that he can focus qi in a sword and controls qi as he wants. The attack by Tian reaches him and damages his eye. Chu Feng addresses Tian and says that he should not think that he had already won. He collects the essence of his sword and says that he will show him the true power of the Singe sword and uses the skill of Twilight Star Sword. Huan Tian thinks that this is not the skill that he used when they were surrounded by hordes of bees in the Yinfeng Mountains. He used it to save the girls, and now he has become several times stronger. But Tian has a trump card in sleeve. The elders talk about the attack of Chu Fan, a wide radius and great power, and other students will not be able to run away in time and the damage will be terrible. The second elder says that it is stupid. Pupils understand that if they stay, they will touch them with this attack and they cannot move, and their bodies seem to be torn apart. Chu Feng used the Twilight Star Sword Sword of the Falling Stars, and shells began to fly from the sky. Huan Tian says that this attack is very strong, but it will not work against him. Elders decide to protect students and create a shield around them and students. Huan is going to defend himself and uses the Burning Heaven skill, and a huge shield appears around it. Chu Feng looks like crazy and tells Tian to feel the whole power of the attack of his genius. It is difficult for students to hold on, because his attack with a sword is very strong, and their bodies barely restrain her. The elders say that their shield can block only real attacks, and they are powerless against the essence of the sword. Even the 5th levels cannot stand against this attack. Huan Tian is not worried about his essence of the sword, he asks. Does he really think that he does not know how? Chu Feng is taking his head and feels terrible pain, and the elders understand that Huan was able to comprehend the essence of a 2nd-level sword. Students also experience severe pain. Chu Feng drops his sword, and also understands that Tian has mastered the essence of a 2nd-level sword. Huan Tian attacks Chu Fan, and everyone blinded in bright light. The elders did not expect Tian so strong. Huan Tian disperses all the attacks and tells Chu Fan that he lost, hiding his sword in the foot. Elders with satisfied faces recognize that Huan Tian easily defeated him. Pupils are discussing that Chu Feng was one of the 12 geniuses, and do not understand how he could so easily lose a 2nd-level warrior. Huan Tian feels that something is approaching. The elders also notice this. Someone lands, accompanying this event with an explosion, and grabs Chu Fan by the shoulder. This is the father of Chu Fan. He asks if he is in order, but he is too weak and cannot answer him normally. Huan Tian understands that this is the father of Chu Fan, and he is at the last level of the innate kingdom. He notes that there are 10 more people nearby, and they are masters of the last level of innate kingdom. Chu Fan's father calls them and orders them to help him to stand Chu Fan himself, because he is completely without strength. Father treats wild anger to Huan Tian and says that his crime will not be forgotten. He is going to attack Huan Tian, and Tian understands that this is dangerous, because the strength of 12,000 kilograms are concentrated in his palm, and he will not be able to survive such pressure. He decides that he should not fall under such a blow. Someone stops the palm of his father Chu Fan, and a strong wave forms, which discards Huan Tian from them. The father understands that this is the elder. He tells Father Chu Fan that it was a fight between the young and, as an elder, he cannot use a poisonous hand and threaten Huan Tian's life. The father of Chu Fan tells the elder that he is better not to intervene, because this is a matter between him and Huan Pul. Tian thanks the elder, and he asks him why he killed Dan Fei and attacked Chu Fan. Huan Tian replies to him that he was in the Yanfeng Mountains, and Dan Fei sent 4 people from his family to kill him. The elder asks if this is true and says that this is a problem. He asks if he has evidence. Chu Fan's father says that all this is nonsense, and the family of Dan's 6th rank, because they have many warriors of the middle and maximum level of the innate kingdom, he would simply not have been able to escape, and he is sure that Tian Mukolis with Dan Fame and deceives there. The elder asks to maintain silence and asks his father to Chu Fan that, as the head of the sentence hall, like him, he can blame him without knowing the reason, because if so, it turns out that he gave out many unfair sentences in the previously mentioned hall. The elder is asked by Huan Tian to quickly tell them the reason, so that everyone can find out the truth. Huan Tian tells the whole story that happened on Mount Yanfeng. He talks about the elders, about the Death Valley, about the cave with the essence of the sword, about how he could understand the essence of the 2nd-level sword and get out of the valley, and much more. All 3 elders are very surprised at the information that Huan Tian told them. The students are surprised that Huan Tian has the skill of the Heart of Absolute Darkness, which has never been in the sect Tianjian, and then they say that it is not surprising that he was able to kill 4 elders from the Dan family. Chu Fan's father does not believe that Tian was able to kill the elders from the Dan family, because he is 4 levels below them. The elder says that Huan Tian did an excellent job from the moment when he wanted to give them the Heart of Absolute Darkness. Chu Feng's father says that Tian does not have evidence that he killed the elders of the Dan family. Tsu's sister Er brings him a sword, and Huan thanks her for helping him bring this sword. He promotes the bandages with which the sword is wrapped, and says that this sword belongs to one of them. The elders take this sword and understand that he belongs to Dan Van Chuanu, the elder of the Dan family, as well as this high-ranking mysterious treasure. Chu Fan's father shows from this, and Huan Tian tells him not to try to refute this information. The elder comes to fury, because Dan Fei tried to deal with another student, with a brilliant student and the future pillar of the sect. He says that he personally and carefully investigates this matter, and each person from the Dan family should be interrogated. Pupils say that now Dan has a great danger, and this is a family of the 6th rank. Huan Tian passes the book to the elder. This is the skill of the Heart of the Absolute Shadow, which was rewritten by this student. The elder carefully studies this book, and really notices that this skill is Ju Tianin is really beautiful. The remaining 2 elders are discussing this. They are sure that thanks to this their students will be able to practice the skill of the Absolute Shadow Sword, and the power of the Tianjian sect will increase markedly. The elder says that this skill is of great importance for the sect, and thanks him on behalf of the martial arts hall. Tian says that there is nothing to thank him for, and this is all for the future sect. The elder says that Huan Tian killed Dan Fei to clear the name of the Tianjian sect and brought them the skill of the sword. For this donation he will receive 5 million points, and will also be forever included in the list of glory of the martial arts hall. Huan Tian thanks him, and the sect students say that only those who made a huge contribution to the martial arts hall can get to the list of fame, and only 3 people fell into it in 100 years, and the 4th appeared on this day. Chu Feng's father speaks with anger that Tian contributed to a sect, killing people and injuring his son. The elder tells him that he is an elder, and cannot be angry with the young, and, moreover, for students it is a common thing to get injuries, especially considering the incredible skills of Huan Tian. The father says that the work, and they have already received a reward, and now the time has come to accomplish justice, because Tian wounded the student and violated the rules. He insists that he should be punished in his sentence. Huan Tian says that he is innocent because, firstly, Chu Feng attacked the first, and Tian answered his attack several times, but he ignored the safety of the rest because he wanted to kill him. But fortunately, the elders managed to protect people in time. Father calls Tian's words nonsense, and Tian says that absolutely all those present can confirm all this. Tian doubts that they will support him, and the elder orders them to say whether what Huan Tian said. All students without a second thought in chorus confirm this information that Tian said. The elder says that he himself heard everything, and Tian says that his son always considered himself talented and did not take seriously other students. And in this battle, he definitely wanted to kill him. Chu Feng's father is furious and decides to attack Huan Tian. He tells him that he should not tell his son how to behave. He says that he must fix him because he is just an envious kid. Everyone is surprised at this, and they say that this elder apparently went crazy once he decided to attack the student. Suddenly, a great elder appears between them. He welcomes his father Chu Fan and says that they had not seen each other for a long time. All other elders bow to him and greet him with great respect on their faces. Huan Tian also expresses respect for the great elder, but he answers him that he already knows everything. The great elder says that Brother Lina has an order and says that this is all today. The father of Chu Feng with an evil face says that this time he will allow him to leave this time, but soon he will be punished for violation of the rules. The great elder tells Huan Taiyu that although he hates Dan Fei and his family, he has common sense and he actually did not kill him. Tian confirms this and says that the elder is wise because his words are true. He says that the elder Chu hides this fact from the rest because he wants to use it as an excuse to kill him. The great elder asks your elders to work together on the salvation of Dan Fei's life so that he could tell about what happened himself. The elders without a doubt agree. The great elder himself thinks that even though Huan Tian is young, he is already wise, and his small family will achieve a lot in the future. Huan Tian thinks that the level of cultivation of the great elder is 10 times higher, because he easily recognized his trick. He did not kill Dan Fei, so he himself admits his crimes, and he destroyed only his cultivation and sealed his mind. The great elder asks Tian to go with him because the ancestor Lin wants to see him. He thinks that this is an excellent coincidence because he also wanted to meet him, and he can only talk to him about the matter of such an importance. The great elder calls him and says that he is really good because he can always do something unexpected. Huan Tian says that he is not too talented, and if he does something wrong, he will ask the great elder to punish him. He does not understand whether he or against him. The great elder reassures him and says that it was just a compliment, and he did not want to offend him. He says that Tian is still only of the 2nd level, but he was able to defeat Chu Fan, who was considered the strongest. And this did not happen since the founding of the sect, and with his talent once he would take off in the rank and become higher than the ancestor of Lina. He says that the ancestor chose a really very wise and brilliant person. He is glad of this. Tian tells him that the great elder praises the student, and the student is very awkward to hear it. The great says that this is true, because his personality and achievements confirm this, and such as he is not enough now. She tells him that Bai Lin talked a lot about him. He thanks him for saving his granddaughter, but Huan Tian says that he had nothing to thank for anything, because he simply won time until Chu Feng came and saved him there. The great asks him what he thinks of Bai Lin himself, and what his opinion is about her. He says that Sister Bai Lin is a leader among the students. She has a bright appearance and a good body, that you cannot even talk about her skills, because everything is clear there. The great tells him that Huang Tian likes Bai Lin because she mentioned him several times in front of him and he managed to leave a good impression, and Tian tells him that she often helped him and he is very grateful to her for that. The great says that it seems to him that they are suitable for each other. He says that he will help him get closer to her. Huan Tian says that the elder should not bother himself, but he tells him that it will not complicate him, the great, or he does not want to marry and make children. He says that it is possible to deal with this issue right now. Tian says that he is still young and wants to see the world and also become stronger. And while the student goes to his goal, he does not want to interfere in someone's feelings. He asks him to forgive him for not meeting his expectations. The great says that he will not force him, and Huan Tian thanks him for his understanding. The great tells him that Tian Dragon and once he will break out of the Sword Dynasty to the northern region, and then into the lands of Shenzhou, and his father Chu Fan had the same idea, but the leaves should always return to their roots. Huan Tian thinks about his words that the falling leaves should return to the roots. This is true, but its roots are not here. They are in the Xuan Prefecture, 10,000 kilometers from here. They come to the Yuanlin Valley. It is one of the 3 main regions of the production of pills. 5 dragons are responsible for this region, and the ancestor Lin lives in the Xinchen Pavilion in the valley. This place is full of energy, and it is just a great place for a relaxing vacation. The great elder and Huan Tian are welcomed and tell them that the ancestor was already waiting for them and asks them to enter. They come to the ancestor, and the great tells him that he brought Huan Tian. Tian welcomes him, and the ancestor says that he was waiting for them. Huan Tian says that he asked for forgiveness from his ancestor for his sins, but his ancestor tells him that he has a strong spirit, although he is still young, and he likes him. Tian tells him that if the ancestor supports him and he, as a student, will not back down in the future, and his ancestor tells him that he fully supports him. Sister Bai Lin laughs. But his ancestor asks him if he can tell him the details of what happened in the Yinfeng and Tian Mountains, without any problems, agrees to tell him everything. He says that he will be honest and will not hide anything. He says that before Dan Van Chuan died, he showed him an amulet that contained the bloody poison of a bloody cult. They are very surprised at this, namely information about the bloody cult and bloody poison. The ancestor understands what it turns out. He is connected with the bloody cult. The 6th level family contacted the bloody cult, and he apparently seeks to regain power to Shenzhou, where the cult previously dominated. Who knows, as a closest families can support the cult. The ancestor says that it looks like a misfortune will fall on the land of puppies, and the first dynasties will be the first. He asks how he was able to find out that this is the poison of a bloody cult. He talks about Zi'er and says that she is his sister and savior, as well as a pharmacist who healed him after the attack of Dan Van Chuan, because he almost died from the attack of a bloody poison. The ancestor says that then she needs to be thanked for saving him. She asks where she is now. Huan Tian says that she is now resting in his pavilion. This is a little upset by the sister of Ban Lin, and Tian turns to the ancestor with a request to tell him another thing. The protagonist said when he went to the Yinfeng Mountains on them with 3 students was attacked by sectarians from Lin Yunzun. The ancestor Lin was frantically learning that they violated the rules of the Gate of the Sword Dynasty, intending to kill them. The leader of the clan stated that he would not tolerate this, and asked Taiyan to draw up a company to him to go to Yunzun. The Great Elder suggested that they are connected with the bloody cult. Lin wanted to resolve the issue of their long-standing enmity, and to find out whether Yunzun is really connected with this cult. The sage Bai called on the young master to be extremely careful. The head of Tianjian asked if Huan the Elder told about the true level of his cultivation. The main character replied that he is actually at the 3rd level of the innate kingdom. The great sage was surprised to realize that the guy was highly hopes, by calling him a unique student who will soon need their help. In response, Tian proudly said that he would never let his clan. The old man urged Bai to prepare everything and notify the factions Shen Taomen and Zuan. Lin also asked Yue to go to the aid of his uncles to guard the gates of his ancestors. After that, the head of the Tian sect straightened his huge heavenly wings, and he asked Huan Li flies someday. The young master answered in surprise that he had never before soared in the clouds. The elder, in turn, grabbed the protagonist by the clothes, and he rushed to Lin Yunzun about what Tian said. Huan, squinting with fear at the same time, enjoyed the flight. The Tianjian clan, as you know, held on Lina and Bai, however. In the future, the young master could become the 3rd elder. At this time, Jue was disturbed by a different question: what relations between Z and the main character. Meanwhile, in the sect Lin Yunsun, a tournament was held among the main students. Yan confidently stated that Jin did not take first place. Zhu noticed that he was only in the 4th stage and he has no chance to win. The busy viewer preferred his brother Jan. The elders among themselves noted a large number of fairly strong students, which can compete for the 1st place. At this moment, one of them noticed that a strong wind rose. Suddenly, someone demanded that Lin Lu Jianguan bring him to him, and the rest, or he would destroy their clan. Everyone felt incredible power but could not see who it was. A moment later, Lin and Pul were in front of the elders. The old man said that they pursued Huan in the Yinfeng Mountains. The young master pointed to Guani with the accomplices, saying that they intended to kill him. Sai, in turn, fiercely reacted by answering that it was a lie. One of the elders of the sect said that if their students are to blame, they will bear the corresponding punishment. However, the old man did not suit this, and Lin said that those who killed his students should die. Then he hastened to strike, as a result of which an explosion occurred, the shockwave of which was thrown by one of the pupils of the clan. At that moment, the head of the sect, Lin Yunzun, came to them. The main character noted that his aura is extremely powerful. Qidun asked that Lin had arranged here and why he was so ignorantly behaving. A few more cultivators approached him and fixed their formidable look at the old man. Some people began to panic, realizing that irreparable could happen now. One of the sages of the clan assured them that the elders would not allow this. Lin, in turn, stated that the Dun's disciples dared to attack his pupils. In response, the head said that this could not be and his minions would never have done so. Chen noticed that usually Dong secretly conducts his business, and students adopt everything from the teacher. The angry sect leader said that the old man has no evidence. The elder replied that he took with him the victim who saw his pupils pursued the students of Tianjian. Qidun directed his formidable look at the young man and asked his name. The young master looked at the ruler and replied that he was Huan Tian. Dun asked his minions to bring those 4 students, having spoke to the protagonist that if he is lying, he is waiting for irreversible consequences. In response, Huan said that if he turns out to be right, all four would be punished. The head of the sect understood that the guy was gifted and he could not be left alive. Four friends, in turn, accused Taiyan of attacked them in the mountains, having asked Chidun to make the right decision about the young man. The ruler Lin Yunzun noticed the chief student could not defeat the newcomer. That is a shame. Guan stated that without managing the young master, they left. Dong asked that they knew about the disappearance of their students. Another suggested that they may have found a treasure, because of which they killed each other and now blame them. The embittered head of the clan began to blame for Taiyan. Huan, in turn, said that Luo was lying and most likely holding his brothers somewhere. This version of what happened did not like Chidun. Elder Lin said that he was always deciding to punish his students with his own hands. Dong urged his pupils not to interfere in the duel. I saw Huan that he should prepare for the battle. Hua Tei and Ming Chanshin were the first level of Chidun of the second and old man Lin of the third. He was always the strongest of the majority, but once Chen lost his hand and became weaker than Dong for this and counting on, the leader of the Tianjin clan instantly attacked them. Chan and Hua realized that his power was extremely powerful, because the old man had the fourth level of the essence of the sword. The main character himself was surprised by Lina so tangible by force. The warriors of Yunzun prepared for death. The ruler of the sect suddenly tore his cloak, saying that Chen was extremely weak. Lin, in turn, noticed that Dong really became stronger. However, at that moment, the thugs sensed the true power of the old man. After a second, a huge magic blade flew between them. The young master had not previously seen such a strong cultivator. The adherents of the Yunzun clan did not feel similar power. Jinghua and Chidun immediately began to attack the elder's sword. The bandits actively used their abilities fighting Lin. As a result, there was an explosion that damaged one of the buildings. The present students of Yunzun were dumbfounded, and in turn, hurried to deliver another blow. The minions of the Duna began to realize that the old man would not be so simple. Lin understood that he could only not give time for thought and attack them. The masters of the sect only managed to fight off at the same time without inflicting any damage to the Chen. They activated the protective barrier through which the old man made his way easily. Once again, attacked them. Dong was more and more angry with helplessness. Having generated a magic blade, he continued to fight off from the attacks of the tank, applying their skills and naively believing that he would still cope with Lin. Subsequently, numerous explosions covered the settlement of Yunzun. The exhausted and wounded Hua and Chan could not help their lord, which in turn was surprised at the stamina and strength of the old man. Chen, without stopping for a moment, continued to attack them. Chidun refused to believe that Lin was stronger than him and walked ahead. The main character noted that he should not intervene since his strength against the background of the elder is simply insignificant. Suddenly, Dong urged his minions to create a barrier. Chen was behind the warriors, however. They managed to install a shield. At that moment, a magical arrow flew past. Lin turned sharply and saw an unexpected guest, due to the sudden appearance of another master. The leader of the Tianjian clan generated the blade and began to repel his attacks. It was a bloody swordsman Lenu Yue who noticed that he and Chen had not seen each other for a long time. The old man also recognized the old acquaintance. But Len has already reached the level of the earthly kingdom of which he announced. Kei replied that the cultivation of the elder has not changed much. In fact, in the sect Lin Yunzun, there were not few strong masters, unlike Tianjian, and the death of Lin will negatively affect the relationship between Jin clans and a heavenly sword. But the old man still urged Lina to fight him in an honest duel. Yusu with pleasure accepted the challenge and exposed his blade. The sword that Len held in his hands ignited by fire. The elder realized that this is a weapon of a mysterious level, and can increase the power of the owner. The bloody swordsman noticed that the old man appreciated his blade. Meanwhile, Dong and his minions hastened to finish the activation of the barrier. And after a moment, a magic shield declared a small area. Len with the head of the Tianjian clan entered a fierce battle. Yusu confidently inflicted lightning attacks by the elder. However, Lin skillfully blocked them without leaving the swordsman for victory. As a result of several attacks, Len has broken his mysterious sword. But since he had the properties of independent restoration of the blade again, the old man noticed that he had a good weapon. The bloody swordsman understood that it was so easy to defeat. Lin, in turn, resorted to an immediate attack. At that very moment, a magic sword appeared above the head of a self-confident Lina, who fell upon him, but Wu Sipav on his knees still restrained his blow. The earth under his feet literally split and the blade was again broken. A second later, Len again held a precious weapon in his hands. At this time, the elder went around him from the back to deliver a hidden blow. However, at the last moment he managed to react and recapture the attack. Dong urged everyone to protect the students and sect Lin Yunzun. He himself, together with Chan and Hua, began to help Wu Sui. Lin, in turn, began to apply his secret abilities. All cultivators understood that the old man conceived something dangerous. After that, the four at the same time rushed to kill the elder. The protagonist noted that now it will be extremely difficult for Chenya to withstand four opponents. The head of Tianjian praised the Yunkazun sect, saying that they became stronger. Adding that he intends to play with them later, the old man generated a certain magical mass, which after a moment turned into a deadly weapon. Lin shouted that it was Zichuan, a magical sword of the prefectural level. Lin invited them to bring and punish those four, and this will all end or he will destroy everyone. Dun said that Lin Yunsun is not the place where he might indicate. The bloody swordsman said that the old man has no chance of winning. The elder decided to find out what Yusu is capable of. Len noticed that his death would also affect and on his clan, therefore, it is better for him not to risk it. But the embittered chapter of the Tianjin sect could not be stopped. In this connection, I aimed to bring down the city of his attacks on the bandits. One of the masters, Lin Yunsun, urged to immediately activate the barrier. As a result, all the blows fell into a magic shield, which soon began to crack at the seams, and after the next attack completely collapsed. The warriors realized that they were in a disadvantage. The young master wanted to help Lin, but the cultivators were much stronger than him, and he had to observe. At that moment, unknown people appeared behind the elders in heaven. Chidun was surprised and shouted loudly that they were. These were the leaders of the other two sects of Chazan Idao and Kuntu. They asked why Chen behaved inappropriately. Tian was perplexed by the notice that the lords were able to fly, which means their power is rather great. Lin asked them to make them. If their pupils killed Kun, replied that he would force the perpetrators to suffer. The old man stated that his students were killed by warriors from Yunzun. The bloody swordsman objected, saying that Tian defeated his servants and they could not kill the members of the Jin clan, adding that he heard the version of his pupil of Huan and did not even examine the scene. Chazan Idao decided to personally talk with the main character, by asking how he can prove his innocence and communion of members of the Lin Yunzun clan. The young master realized that in fact, two elders are not interested in understanding the business of three students. And I called Tian not to worry and say as it is. Huan said that he initially heard about talented students in Yunzun, but this turned out to be not true, and he wanted to personally fight the four warriors of the elders in bewilderment. The angry Dong noticed that the guy has no right to talk to them like that. Having considered the guy a madman after all to fight against four, this suicide. The bloody swordsman was the same opinion that the young man takes a lot of himself. Kun noted the unnecessary courage of the Malts, saying that he should have sufficient force besides courage. The elder Chazantian seemed an interesting person. Huan turned to the Dun and asked if they were ready to bring the culprits so that he would deal with them. The head of the sect agreed to his conditions by saying that no one should interfere in the duel. Old Man Lin added that he will kill the one who dares to interfere with them. Qidun, meanwhile, called Linu Kankan, Li Yanfei, and Kai Jingnanya in the arena. After a couple of minutes, the soldiers went to a mortal duel against Tian. The bandits said that the guy apparently went crazy once decided to fight against four. One of them noticed that Brother Lin reached the 4th level of the innate kingdom, and he would kill a young man. The other began to smile, saying that now arrogant Huan would die. Kunya was interested in how the young master would come out of this situation, because his opponents are higher in level. Idao also looked forward to a mortal battle. Chen urged the protagonist not to hide his true power and show what he is capable of. Members of the Lin Yunzun clan naively believed that their masters would overcome the self-confident young man. 4 thugs instantly pounced on Tian. However, they noticed that he had the essence of the sword developed to the 2nd level. The protagonist confidently stated that they were not worthy of fighting with him. Then he began to apply his crushing blows with a fiery sword. As a result, the students of Yunzun received significant damage and subsequently died. Duntin was amazed to say that Huan dared to kill his pupil. Elder Lin extremely convincingly urged him not to intervene. The bloody swordsman Shui, in turn, also ordered Dun to sit still. He himself was well aware that the power of a young man is comparable to the 6th level of the innate kingdom. The old man Chen was pleasantly surprised by the incredible power of the young master, who hurried to finish the remaining students of the sect. Standing to cut one of them, Tian headed for Lo. Feng asked not to kill, saying that he knew where his 3 friends were holding. The main character ordered to immediately tell where they were. Kun and Chazandao were shocked by such a strong young man. Len was perplexed because Lin had the 6th level of the innate kingdom, and the guy was able to defeat him. Dong noticed that the young master was much stronger than he was told. Feng, in turn, told the story that they were attacked by people in cloaks and took Tian's friends with them. Huan thought about assuming that unknown people could be the warriors of Dan. All the elders and heads of clans began to think about trying to understand who they were talking about. Lin suggested that the bloody cult may be involved in the abduction of his students. The protagonist asked Li where the Feng warriors went to go that they did not dare to follow the cultivators. Tian asked what they did when they caught his friends. The frightened Lin replied that they punished them. The embittered Huan, in turn, did not regret him cutting his throat fan. Then he turned to the elders and stated that his battle was over. Old man Lin was glad of this outcome and called on Lina to make his choice. Zhui asked for forgiveness from the Tianjin sect, promising to help in the investigation of this case. Chen noticed that his disciples are stronger than the pupils of Yunzun. Idao also decided to speak out that there was a misunderstanding. Kun hastened to congratulate Lina on the ingenious student of the elder, noted that Shichun would soon become great. In response, he stated that main weaker Wan and Jin Lei. Chizan joined the congratulations by calling Taiyan a real treasure, and in the future, they are obliged to help each other instead of constant clarification of relations. After which Tao said goodbye to everyone, saying that they finally solved the problem. Lin called on the Dun and his minions in the future to prevent such mistakes, convincingly adding that next time he will not regret them. The head of the clan, Lin Yunsun, asked the old man not to return to their lands anymore. He himself could not come to terms with such a humiliation of his sect. Arriving at the clan camp, Chen began to talk about what happened to his elders. Noting that Len Shui reached the earthly kingdom, everyone was surprised, realizing that now a strong cultivator has appeared in the Yunsun clan. Lin said that he did not lose against 4 masters, but he did not win. At the expense of their magic barrier, they even slowed down the course of the duel, after which Kun and Shizan appeared, and Tian alone killed their students, which finally destroyed the reputation of the sect. One of the elders noticed that Luo Feng was at the 4th level of the innate kingdom, but his strength was equated to the 6th stage. Chu added that the other 3 warriors were at the 3rd level. Brother Bai summed up that in this way, Huan put them his laughingstock, and Yunzun lost their face. The head of Tianjian said that the young master will receive an award of 1,000,000 loans. Then he asked if Zheng received any information about Dan Fei. Kun replied that Fei was dead, and before his death he said incomprehensible words. When darkness comes, blood spills throughout the earth, and the wind flings the remains of Tianjian, and all the clans will be destroyed. Zhen said that Dan's family is the main problem, and they need to be exterminated. Huan volunteered to help the elder to go to Dan's family. The main character said that he found several herbs to help his father recover. The old man replied that he would send a pharmacist with a mysterious level with him to cure his father's wounds. The young master thanked the elder, saying that he would take his sister of the pharmacist Zi with him. Lin said that from that moment Huan is their first student in the sect. The elders were surprised to learn that Taiyan has a young sister, a pharmacist of a mysterious level. The main character, in turn, went to the library to continue the study of martial art, but on the bookshelves were 2nd-level skills. After some time, Huan still managed to find a suitable treatise. The guy immediately began to master and cultivate it. Then he took another book of the ability of the 9th fire. After a certain period of time, the young master read several books. As a result, he studied from the 5th to the 8th stage of this skill. The young man always strove for more and worked hard at mastering new techniques. Tian also found a fiery sword that was compatible with the ability of the 9th fire. However, these tricks were not enough. Huan and he continued to look for suitable skills. The young master did not notice how it was already dark, in connection with which he went home, where the sister met him, preparing a delicious dinner, because she understood that the guy was tired. Having a hungry, the main character had a snack with pleasure. The young man literally stuffed, saying that it was very tasty, and in the future, she will become a wonderful wife and mother. The girl emphasized her attention on this statement by asking him. Moving the food, Tian confidently replied that he really thinks so. The next morning, Huan met his brother Bai with his friends, who noticed that it was fate to fight his shoulder to his shoulder with him. The young master asked for forgiveness that distracts them with his task. Bai noted the excessive modesty of the protagonist, saying that he had heard about a fight with the 4 soldiers of the sect Yunzun. The guy in turn said that these are just trifles. The brothers hastened to report that the young man helped the clan so they would avenge the Dan family. At that moment, a huge bird suddenly flew and landed near the warriors. It was a blue-eyed golden eagle of the 4th level, and the elder was sitting on his head, calling the youth to climb the eagle as soon as they hit the road. After some time, they flew to meet the fate of Tsu, noted that it was very high but beautiful. 2 hours later, they were on the outskirts of the possessions of the Dan family. Tian noted that the speed of the eagle is not inferior to the skill of the flight of the ancestor. Zhen warned the guys, grabbing tightly because they were reduced. A minute later, a majestic bird successfully landed at the clan's house. All the masters began to look around, but there was no one. Kun urged students to kill everyone who would resist. Brother Bai rushed the first to run into the house of the Dan family. bypassing the entire territory and examining all the premises in the building. Tian hurried with a report to the elder, reporting that there was no one in the house except servants. Jen was at a loss and ordered him to bring his servants. He himself suggested that in the sect, Tianjian wound up a spy, since he could not explain the sudden disappearance of the family in another way. The bound servants of the Dan family were kneeling in front of Kun. He asked where their owners went. However, the servants of the bandits stated that they would not tell them. The elder said that they were in an extremely deplorable position, and it is better to admit everything. But the servants refused to make contact, subsequently tortured. A few minutes later, the students reported that even before their death, the servants did not give out the whereabouts of the Dan family. Kun began to think about the traitor in the clan that member of the bloody cult could be. One of the pupils said that Fei was the right hand of Chu Fan, and he had a close relationship with Dan's family. Perhaps he collaborates with the bloody cult. Everyone thought about that, realizing that it makes sense. The elder ordered the young soldiers to return to the sect and dissolve the rumor that they allegedly found the secret shelter of the Dan family, where they killed the masters of the bloody cult of Bai. Realized that Zheng would want the traitor to be nervous, and betrayed himself. Kun himself went with pulling Beimo to visit his family. Meanwhile, Brother Lina continued to cultivate diligently. Chen hastened to congratulate him on the achievement of the second level of the earthly kingdom. The brother noticed that for 28 years he could not move from the first level and finally did it. The old man asked his relative about one favor. Having said that there is a kind of boy with a huge talent, and it was necessary to protect him by all means, his brother agreed. Lin added that in his sect, a traitor was likely to appear associated with a bloody cult, and Huantian, their only hope. The brother said that he would do everything possible to protect the boy. At this time, the protagonist, together with the elder and the Qi sister, were heading to Beimo. At a certain moment, the spatial ring suddenly trembled. The young master decided to check what was happening and climbed into the ring, where he drew attention to a rattling bloody pearl, which he took from the ghostly swordsman. The pearl suddenly lit up. Huan took her out of the ring. Sister Z saw a bloody stone in the guy's hands. Kun called them to stop and arrange a halt to relax. Zai noticed that only important people from a bloody cult have a pearl and they can feel each other. By adding that the stone is able to feel the presence of a member of the cult at a distance of 10 kilometers. The elder asked where the young man took this pearl. Tian told the story of how he killed a ghostly swordsman and with him this stone was. Realizing that this criminal actually was a member of the bloody cult, Z noted that each camp has its own heir who can become the subsequent leader. The main character realized that the 3 students were seized by people from the bloody cult, and the mosque was the heir. And since he gave them the head of a ghostly warrior so that the guys received a reward, cults thought that they killed him. Thus, it turns out the young master himself sent them to death and began to blame himself. Zheng called him to calm down and find the cult camp with the help of a bloody pearl, and there will be students there. Kun proposed carefully inspecting the territory to find out the location of the cult base. After a few minutes of wandering through the forest, the pearl lit up brighter than them, urged them to find the entrance to the camp. Starting to inspect the forest, Tian suddenly found the entrance to the cave. What was in a whisper to inform the elder Yu. At the same time, the bloody pearl lit up even brighter. Fresh human marks were found in the cave. Zheng called on Huan and Zi's sister to carefully examine the shelter of the bloody cult. Having passed a few steps, the unknown person stopped them by asking the password. The young master began to deal with a member of the cult. However, the elder was ahead of him with the help of ordinary stone, by which he struck his head with a thug. The main character was surprised how easily the old man killed a man. But literally a few minutes later they were again stopped by a member of the cult. Again, interested in the password. After a moment, he suffered the same to take into account. Kun noticed that there are quite a few guards. The situation was repeated every 100 meters. All asked the password, and the old man immediately sent them to the next world. Tian noticed a red skull on the clothes of a clan member, and realized that it was a symbol of a bloody cult. Huan noted a fairly large cave, saying that bright light was on ahead. Approaching the guy, discovered 3 guards of the middle levels of the innate kingdom. After a second, they all lay without feelings. The old man tried again, calling the protagonist not to hesitate and continue the examination of the cave. The young master admired the elder, understanding that he was extremely strong. After a few steps, they came to the branch of the road 3 ways. The pearl was again lit up, which means they were very close, but which path is true to understand? Jen suddenly heard steps from the middle passage, about which he informed the disciples. Tian felt the presence of a man of the 7th level of the innate kingdom. At that moment, an unknown voice suddenly called out to them. Elder Kun began to eliminate a member of the cult. However, the guy dodged, only damaging his blade. But the next attack, as a result of which an explosion occurred, the old man still got rid of the guard. Tian once again became convinced that the old man is really dangerous. Members of the bloody cult fled to the noise. Zhen called everyone to prepare. Having noticed that 10 people run from the central passage, and one of them of the 8th level from the side of 4 people. After a second, the cave filled the warriors of the bloody clan, closing their brothers to destroy uninvited guests. Kun, in turn, inflicted a powerful blow to the ground. As a result, most thugs died. The brave young master began to defend Xi's sister, destroying the crowd of unlucky members. Zai also repulsed the bandits, scattering them in different directions. With the help of her water magic, the sister successfully suppressed the enemy's strengths. Huan drew attention to the guy who fought Zi. The main character called on her to immediately stop attacking him, because he recognized in him one of the pupils was Feng brother. Tian avoided a fight with him in every possible way, and evaded his blows, then lightly hit Feng with his palm. Huan understood that Sun and Qian probably also turned into zombies. Zi reported that he was poisoned by a mysterious poison of low rank and can be saved. The young master urged to kill all the members of the cult and then find and save friends. At that moment, the bandits who attacked him arrived behind him. However, the main character easily eliminated the attackers. The elder Zheng also inflicted her lightning attacks by the boaters of the bloody clan. At this time, several more cults ran into the cave. Qi, in turn, helped in the fight against sensible bandits, applying their water abilities, as a result of which it destroyed a couple of members of the cult. Suddenly, one of them attacked her from behind. The girl was at a loss. But in time, the Tian who arrived in time instantly eliminated the threat. Among the remaining 3 thugs, Huan recognized his brother Sunya, which was also subject to poison and turned into a thoughtless creature. The young master asked Qi not to touch his wrist. It was worth killing him. The sister at the same time activating the skill dealt with 2 members of the cult. The zombie son tried to attack the protagonist. However, the guy was much more agile and walked from the back. Then he did not have significant damage to his brother. In this way, Sun lost consciousness. Z noticed that he would also be able to save him because his brother was poisoned with the same low-rank poison. Hearing the steps in the cave, Tian suggested a possible meeting with the JU. Kun, meanwhile, killed the last attacked bandit. Then the leader came up to him and stated that he would take revenge on his students. The leader was at the 9th level of the innate kingdom. The distraught thug Thumley looked at the elder of W. Then the old man deftly dodged his blows into the attack instantly. Zhen suddenly found himself behind the leader of the group and inflicted a mortal blow. Huan and the sister continued to defend themselves from the magical techniques of the members of the cult. At that moment, the head of the Dan family suddenly appeared and stated that the main character destroyed his clan, and he would pay for this soon. The young master understood that he could not cope with him. As a result, they missed the elder of the criminal family. Tian sadly said that he could not stop the head of the Dan family. Kun, in turn, said that he killed a leader and found a bloody pearl from him, and a letter that they did not have time to send. Huan asked if he had seen the sister of Qianzhou. The elder answered sadly that she was not there. The young man was shocked because he did not understand what they could do with her. Zhen asked what condition Sun and Feng now. The protagonist replied that they were poisoned by a low-rank poison, and Tsu could cure them. The young master suggested going to his house because he was close, and there they will be able to place the students. The old man agreed to notice that it was necessary to do this as soon as possible. After some time, the boy saw in the distance Tian and informed the family about his return. The whole family went out to meet a young traveler. The guy introduced his guest to Zhen, and Zi greeted the Huan clan. In response, Yanqin said that for them, the great honor to accept the elder. Kun added that his grandson was the best student in Tianjian, and he came personally to get acquainted with his family. Having passed into the house, my mother asked her son, really this girl his future wife? With this question, Yui was awkward the young man. The guy replied that they were just friends. Mom smiled and mysteriously looking at her son said that she believes him. Then everyone sat down at the table to properly reinforce. Yanqin poured wine and invited the elder to Zheng to try. The old man at slow sips enjoyed a quality product. He was amazed at how tasty the wine was about and hastened to report. Then the head of Huan offered him a few more glasses. Kun kindly agreed. Adding, the student told him that his family needs cure and he will help. Yanqin thanked the elder, saying that everything was in order with them, and soon they would completely recover. Old man Zhen convincingly asked him to contact him if necessary. Having talked a little, he hastened to say goodbye to his family Huan, saying that he had to return to the sect. The chapter naturally did not interfere, and wished the successful road, noting that the doors of his house are always open to him. Upon returning to the clan, Kun thought about what unusual family Huan, where there are a couple of 7th levels. Thus, this clan was on the 8th rank. It is difficult to imagine what force the family had previously. Returning to the house, Yanshin said that the grandson did not let him down, and at such a young age is the first in Tianjiang. Uncle Shan noticed that in the future the guy would become a powerful cultivator. Tian said that he had prepared a surprise to them, having said that Z is a pharmacist of the mysterious level and she can cure them. The young master urged her to show her true cultivation. A modest girl began to cultivate a water ball in her palm. Yanshin noted that such a pharmacist as it is difficult to find. The protagonist said that Z is also a high-ranking pharmacist. What shocked his family, because no one saw such masters. Xuan understood that in all of China you would not find a 14-year-old high-ranking pharmacist. The head of Huan was delighted, since with the help of a girl it was possible to achieve the maximum level of innate kingdom. Yanshin previously thanked Ci for the assistance provided. A modest girl replied that she promised her brother Piaya about it. The young master drew attention to the smiling mom and dad. Huan asked his grandfather to give him a place to train, and that Z could prepare elixirs. Yanshin said that not far from here is a valley that is full of vital energy, and there is the private territory of their family. After a certain time, Z and the main character came to the indicated place and admired the beautiful look. Tian said that he would live in a small house, and if she needs something, then she can turn to him at any moment. The sister went to the house to cure Feng and Sunya. Huan went to cultivate and develop his skills to move to the next level. At the same time, the guy actively worked out his abilities in the forest. His magic techniques have significantly improved. The fiery shadow sword became much more powerful than the former. Sun and Feng, in turn, very slowly but confidently went recovering. Zi's sister was sincerely glad that she succeeded in curing them. Meanwhile, Xuan said to Yui that the elixirs of the sister are extremely effective and his meridians are restored. After some time, stubborn training and cultivation, Tian reached the 4th level of the innate kingdom. The guy was happy realizing that his power increased several times. Huan began to literally destroy the forest, checking his skills. The young master did not stop training, realizing that this was an integral part of success. Having reached the peak form, the main character became easier to control the sword of La Denjue. In addition, he could now improve the blue blade. Why immediately and began going into the blacksmith. After not a long period of time, the young man created the blue sword of the mysterious level. Thus, he had 2 weapons of the mysterious level of low and high rank. After that, Tian was collecting to find out the secrets of the Thunder Mountain with the help of the map that he took from the thunderous swordsman. Having gathered on the road, Huan saw the brothers Sunya and Feng. They in turn were glad to see their savior. The brothers began to thank the young master for the assistance provided. At that moment, the smiling sistress Z came up to them. The main character asked when she switched to the 5th level of the girl answered that this happened a month ago. Tian confidently stated that he took revenge. Lin Lo and the rest of the brothers thanked him once again. Huan asked a question if they were where the sister of Qianzhou. Feng replied that she was taken by a certain demon by name walking in the shade. The guy in turn thought for him. It seemed to him this name is familiar. Tian asked where this walking in the shade came from. The brothers said that at that moment they first saw him. Suddenly, Z's sister said that something new about the bloody cult. The girl said that in the cult there are 36 heavenly cultivators, 72 earthly and more than 300 hides. Walking in the shade. This is one of the walkers. Huan understood that the bloody clan was extremely dangerous. The brothers also noted the incredible power of this sect. The young man said that many clans of the divine sword would not allow the bloody cult to rule on these lands. The young master asked Z as his family. The assistant said that they became much better. But since they were very wounded, for full recovery will take about 2 months. In addition, in order to cure everyone, more elixirs of the mysterious level need. The protagonist called on Sunya and Feng will go to them in a sect. Then he said goodbye to his family, asking Z to look after them. After some time, they came to the camp of their clan, where they met the elder of Ma Shizan, who said that thanks to the bloody pearls, 4 sects destroyed several bloody cult camps, and all families involved in the atrocities on their lands. Shizan thanked Tian, calling on his students to relax. However, Huan continued to stand still. Ma paid attention to him. The old man asked what the young master wants. The main character replied that he intends to go to the pavilion of the sword. Shizan allowed the young man to climb the 4th floor, because Tian was at the 4th level. People around began to discuss Huan's campaign in the Blade Pavilion, interested in how many floors he can overcome. The guy looked at the tall tower, which was the pavilion of the sword. The elders were also interested in whether the young man would reach the 7th level, because no one before his rank rose higher. However, this master was the most talented student of the sect for its entire existence. According to legend, if the cultivator of the 4th level rises to the 7th floor, then he will receive the treasure left by his ancestor. Since no one had previously admitted people who know what kind of treasure is there. Meanwhile, the main character hurried to pass the test. He understood that on the 7th floor of the tower, the level of complexity, respectively, would reach the 7th level of the innate kingdom. Tian easily could overcome 6 floors of the sword pavilion. Having chopped off all the dolls, Kun noticed that he did not count on less, adding that Huan is the 8th pupil who passed the 6th floor. But the dolls on the 7th floor are extremely dangerous and unknown to whom are controlled. If the young master passes on the 7th floor, then he will be the first to achieve such a result. The protagonist was determined and continued the test. Having reached the 7th floor, Tian felt the power of dolls, which moved with lightning speed and also quickly struck. Huan, in turn, managed to only evade attacks. Realizing that the complexity of this floor is incredibly high, the young man bravely fought with extremely dangerous robots. Elder Kun was extremely surprised by the power of a young master, which continued to repulse overly fast dolls. At the same time, actively using their magical abilities, opponents tirelessly attacked the protagonist, preventing him from breathing in. However, at a certain moment, the guy was still behind one of the battle dolls, realizing that this is his only chance of victory. The fearless Tian rushed into the attack and was able to throw back one of the rivals. However, having struck 20,000 kilograms on the doll, there was no damage. Huan again attacked a series of attacks on opponents. As a result, a loud explosion occurred, but the robots continued to fight. The young master realized that he should not overcome them. Therefore, he should resort to cunning. Subsequently, the main character created shadow ghostly clones, thereby distracted the attention of robots, who began to fight with clones, and Tian broke through to the exit. However, the dolls nevertheless caught up with Huan and tried to attack. With the help of his abilities, the guy drove them away. Then he hurried to the exit. The young man sighed. The surprised Kun said that he was the first in the history of the sect who passed the 7th floor. The students of the clan were shocked, not understanding how he managed to do this. The old man urged Tian to go along the corridor where the warrior doll stands, but the guard would not attack him because the young man did not reach the 5th level. At the end of the corridor there will be a secret room with a treasure of Huan asked that inside. Jen answered, "No one knows this." The young master noted the excessive complexity of this level. Also the guardian of the earthly kingdom. The elder in turn rushed the protagonist. The young man was extremely careful along the long corridor, at the end of which the warrior Tian understood that he was too dangerous. However, the guard did not respond to Huan's movements. The guy turned around and saw a door with 2 types of stone in front of him. Huan Tian is located next to the room in which there is a secret treasure and wants to enter. He stands next to them and understands that the doors are made of induction stones of the elements of metal and fire, and they are very durable. He thinks about whether he needs the possession of the elements of metal and fire to open these doors, because this test left by man who created the doors, and Tian, fortunately, completely owns both elements. He orders them to open, and they easily open in front of him, opening it with a small room, and in it, there is nothing but a polygonal table and a long wooden box. He thinks that the box looks some kind of special. He suspects that there may be a secret treasure in it. He notices some kind of inscription on the box and erases the dust from it so that the symbols are readable. The inscription says that this is a valuable sword of the spirit of an earthly level that gives power but attracts enemies and misfortunes, and only the cultivator of the 4th level can reach it, which passed the 7th floor and owns the elements of metal and fire. It also says that this sword contains the first part of the imperial sword technique, and it can be combined with the body. It serves as a connection with the technique of the imperial sword, and it is said that it should not often be used, otherwise it will attract strong people and destruction. Tian thinks that this sword of the spirit can be combined with the body, but even with the treasures of the heavenly level, you cannot do so. He suspects that this is the main feature of the sword of the spirit. He thinks that a small sword in his head is also a sword of spirit, and he must carefully examine it. He opens a box with a treasure, and from him blows a cold. Tian notes that he is not much different from a regular sword, but he does not have a handle. He takes out his fiery lotus and says that he will process it. He uses fire and the box turns into ashes, but the sword still remains untouched, and Tian still feels the chill that comes from it. Huan Tian is furious from this and screams at the sword, saying that he already belongs to him, and he must surrender to him and become him completely. The sword reacts to this, and the chill disappears from him, but he still can't process it. He cannot believe it. He takes the sword but cuts about him. He does not understand why he is so sharp. But something suddenly happens and the sign on the forehead of Huan Tian is activated. He does not understand what happened because he almost lost consciousness, and the sword disappeared somewhere. He thinks that the sword disappeared, and this means that he managed to unite the sword with his body. He looks at his finger from which blood is coming. He understands that this sword apparently needed blood to find the owner, and apparently the artifact has a blood connection. Huan Tian decides to try new power and orders the sword to appear, but he begins to move frantically. Tian orders him to stop and his sword obeys Huan. He is happy that he still managed to process him, but he can so far move his sword of the spirit only by a meter. He orders him to disappear, and he is drawn into his elongated hand, and Tian thinks that the sword is hidden in his body and no one will notice it. He concentrates and sees the symbols that appear in his head. He understands that this is the technique of the Imperial Sword. Tian thinks that the technique of the Imperial Sword is divided into 9 steps, and the higher the level of cultivation, the further he can attack the Sword of the Spirit, however. To begin with, 000 should achieve the earthly kingdom before the development of the real element. He understands that he is still far from the earthly kingdom, but he can slightly control the sword. He thinks that with the help of this technique, he will be able to learn to fly when he will gain the power of the earthly kingdom. Everyone is happy that Huan Tian finally left the sword pavilion. They congratulate him on the passage of the 7th floor. The elder Ma breaks them and says that unfortunately Tian could not pass it, and left his name only on the 6th floor of the pavilion of the sword. Everyone is surprised and they say that it is very unfortunate that he could not cope. But they say that he still passed the 6th floor, and this is a serious achievement. Huan Tian is embarrassed and says that everything is fine, and he thinks that the elder defends him because if people find out that he has passed the 7th floor and received a treasure, then rumors will spread about him and he will not be greeted. The elder releases everyone and Tian tells him that he will also go. The elder thinks that Huan Tian is waiting for a great future. Tian comes to the ancestor Lin to talk to the ancestor, addresses him, and says that he wants to introduce him to the person who is his second brother. His name is Mo Lu Xin. Tian welcomes him and says that for him it is an honor to get to know him. But Mo Lu Xin says that he is just an old man and should not appeal to him so much. Huan Tian understands that the ancestor of Mo Lu Xin is very strong, and he has the level of earthly kingdom. The ancestor Lin turns to Tian and says that thanks to him, they were able to interrupt the forces of the bloody cult in the dynasty of the Divine Sword, and the great members of the mountain villa Ajiang are also grateful to him. They sent a lot of people to their sect, Tianjin. Huan Tian is grateful to him for the praise, but he says that he simply fulfills his duty to fight the bloody cult, like all sects of the Divine Sword dynasty. Mo Lu Xin says that he actually deserves the title of best student in the Tianjian sect. Huan thinks that the mountain villa Ajiang is a sect of the 3rd rank, and if the Huan family meets them, it will end poorly. He tells his ancestor that he came to him to ask him for permission to leave the dynasty of the Divine Sword and go to Thunder Mountains on the border of the Divine Sword dynasty and the Xiao dynasty. Mo Lu Xin says that Tian just returned and is already going to a new adventure, and notes that the young generation is now bold and full of energy. The ancestor Lin says that in those lands there are many families of the 5th and 6th rank. He asks Tian why he wants to go there. Huan Tian replies to him that he has an ideal disposition to the element of lightning, and heard that a thunderstorm is going on over the Thunder Mountains, and this means that there is a thunder power, and he wants to experience luck and look for something there. The ancestor Lin says that Tian should be extremely careful, because the Tianjian sect will not be able to protect him outside the dynasty of the Divine Sword. He says that Tian may not worry about his family because they will protect them, and therefore he may not worry and go train. The ancestor lets it go and asks Mo Lucina to go for Huan, pulling it to what he promises him that he will defend him, and he has nothing to worry about. The ancestor continues to speak and tells that in those lands they will probably meet people from the sect of Xiaoyao Jisan, and asks to try not to contact them because they are a sect of the 4th rank. Do you ask the ancestor? The ancestor is still offended by them because of his hand. But the ancestor replies to him that that man probably raised his level of cultivation and still hates the Tianjian sect, but says that he will not be better from hatred and insults. Huan Tian arrives in the city and remains in the Bada Tiger for the night, and, meanwhile, the family of Dan 2 hunters are preparing an attack in which room he stopped in. One of the hunters asks a man named Xu Hongfei to turn his brother Tian into a bloody Kulu. Sui Hongfei himself says that he has nothing to worry about because the miserable inner student of the Tianjian sect will not run away from his skill of the palm of the bloody poison, and midnight, the ideal moment for the attack. They burst into the room where Huan Tian and Xu Hongfei stop that he will turn him into a bloody doll, but he is not in bed. Huan Tian appears behind them and they understand that it is a trap. He uses a sword of shadows gagging style against them. One of the hunters tries to block his blow but instantly loses his hand because of this. One of them is a guide that they howl and is surprised that Tian managed to reach the 4th level of the innate kingdom. Huan Tian is not going to let them go. He is going to kill them for daring to go against him. Tian attacks the second hunter, but he uses the steps of the ghostly shadow to avoid his attack. Huan Tian sees that he created 32 clones, and Tian is afraid that he could develop the skill to the 5th foot, and he would have to kill them all. Tian uses the heavenly fiery sword, and defeats all the clones, remains only one, and Tian is sure that this is a real hunter. He notices a hunter who was left without a hand and understands that he is he who uses a sword of a fiery shadow and wins him a moment. Tian notices that a hunter under a jacket was hidden by a skill book. He takes it to himself and calls it an interesting find. The second hunter runs away from Tian, and Tian thinks that his aura was very similar to the leader of the Dan family. He did not see how he escaped from the hotel, and this means that he was hiding somewhere. He abruptly opens the door to the room, and there are a couple in bed with great shame. He takes out his sword and uses the sword of fiery shadow, cutting the bed of the lover of a couple. Under their bed is the hunter. Tearing the mask, Huan Tian sees that this is really the leader of the Dan family. Tian says that the leader of the Dan family was really hiding under the bed and calls his death miserable. He notes that they have a lot of valuable with themselves and decides to take everything. In the morning, Tian comes to the city of Qianyuan. He notes that in this city, it is quite crowded. He approaches the passerby and asks where everyone is in a hurry, to what they answer that the city is being held in the city, and understands that Tian was for the first time. Huan Tian thinks that this is a great opportunity to buy rare herbs for to see her sister. He enters the auction and tells him that he is divided into 3 floors. On the first there are ordinary rooms, and on the second and third VIP rooms. Tian asks the VIP room. 500,000 taels of silver for entering the VIP room are asked from him, and give him his number. At the auction, a 50-year-old grass of Lan Fai is now exhibited, and the starting price for it is 3 million taeli silver, and the minimum stake of 300,000 auction begins. Huan Tian immediately interrupts all bets, putting 5,100,000 taels and wins the auction on this grass. Further, a 66-year-old Baisu flower is put up for auction, and the starting price for it is 2 million taels of silver, and it again interrupts everyone with its bet. More than 20 high-ranking elixirs of the mysterious level, and half of them were healing, by Huan pulling, and he spent 50 million taels of silver. Tian is not going to stop because the auction has just begun and he still has silver. The auction continues, and at the moment the 92 summer high-ranking grass of the mysterious level of Lan Xin is the best choice for the treatment of wounds. Everyone begins to make their bets, but Huan Tian thinks that he is already too lazy to scream the price and let them set it themselves, and he will simply crush it at the end. He stands a bet, but someone is trying to furiously kill him. But Tian is not going to give up and redeems the grass for 10 million. The next lot at the auction is the high-ranking grass of the mysterious level of the dragon's blood. And this is one of the best ghostly herbs that enhances and strengthens the body. Huan Tian again is waiting for the last bets, and successfully redeems this grass in 16 million. The next lot is a ghostly plant of a thunderous flower, and they are sold 52 pieces. Tian thinks that the blood of the dragon will come in handy and when he will return home, he will give her grass as a sign of gratitude for her kindness. A person who set the large bets orders his servants to find out more about Huan Tiana, and says that he wants to find out who dared to interrupt the price of the young master. It comes out to serve the auction, and says that he brought the lots that he won, and another 15 thunderflowers in the warehouse, and asks for 81.5 million of tali silver from him. But Tian says that he now does not have so much silver with him. The service staff is surprised at this, but Huan Tian reassures them, asking if he can pay with treasures of the mysterious level, to which he has positively answered. He asks them how he can find out the price of these treasures, explain to him that low-ranking costs 5 million apiece, a medium rank 20, and high-ranking costs 50 million apiece. Huan Tian asks them whether they themselves can look and count everything themselves, consider him 3 average ranks and 4 low. It all comes out for 80 million, and Tian owe 1.5 million taels of silver. Tian gives them the missing 1.5 million taeli silver, and they tell him that he can take his lots. The service of the auction says Tian that he is more careful at the exit because someone asked about him and may be going to rob him. The servicing tells him that these are people from the sect of Xiaoyaojiang, and they are serious guys and will not attack him in the city, but when he goes beyond, they can attack. Huan Tian thanks him for warning him. He thinks that he should leave here. He leaves the city and meets in his path people from the sect of Xiaoyaojiang. They are buried to him, and they say that since he has so much money, whether he can lend them a little. Tian turns to them and says that he did not think that the students of the sect of Xiaoyaojiang from the Xiaoyao dynasty would be launched to this. They are angry because of this, and one of them says that he will finish him off. He sakes on Tian with the words that he will smear him with one blow. An explosion is taking place, but Huan Tian leaves the KGO attack and quickly comes behind the student of Xiaoyaojiang. The student of Xiaoyao attacks Huan Tian in order to attack, but Huan answers him that they will still look at it. Their attacks collide, and something happens with the hand of a student of Xiao Yaojiang. He loses his hand in the wrist. The student understands that Huan Tian has a 7th fire lotus, and they are surprised at this. They say that this is the 2nd rank of the mysterious level of the element of fire. The young master says that they should not relax and are obliged to kill him, because the 7th fire lotus should be him. One of the sinks rushes at Huan Tian, but Tian is just trying to leave him. Simum attacks him, but it is completely unsuccessful that he simply dodges his attack. Tian thinks that he has already reached the 5th of the skill, and his strength and speed increased markedly because by investing forces in his feet, he can sharply accelerate, and even the 9th level cultivator with the mysterious level of foot skills will not be able to catch it. Tian at the lightning speed leaves them jumping along the branches of trees, and they do not understand how he can be so fast, because he has only the 3rd level. The young master does not understand anything. He calls them garbage, because they are 9th level and they should not miss him. One of the subhalims explains that Tian fled to the thunderous mountains, and there are their people there, and they can go there together to drive him into a corner. And the young master says that Tian has a weak level of cultivation, and he should not cause their problems. The young gentleman orders to immediately inform them to the people around the Thunder Mountains, so that they go for an interception, and says that when he takes away the 7th flame from Tanya, he burns him alive. Tian approaches the Thunder Mountains and says that the map left by the Thunderer Smecker brought him here, and with its help he will be able to circumvent dangerous places. He thinks that the treasures in safe zones are probably already dismantled by other adventurers. If he wants to find treasures, he needs to explore the dangerous zone of the thunderstorm flower should help him with this. He says that the higher the risk, the higher the reward, and in a hurry and search, he notices a lot of thunderstorms. Lightning beats in the ground, and Huan Tian takes all thunder flowers rather running away from lightning. He comes to a strange place in which he sees 2 statues of Leo. He does not understand why statues stand in the middle of the forest. He notices that between them in the ground is an underground passage and decides that he needs to enter there. Tian goes down and notices the door. He understands that this door is from a thunderclivery, and it can only be opened with the help of the element of lightning. He puts his hand to the door and says that he should try the door opened in front of him, and he enters some kind of dungeon, in which apparently the thundercloud found the skill of a thunderstorm. He notices the plate and says that for sure then he was stored on this particular plate. He notices another stone door, and decides to approach her. He sees that on the letters on the walls, a thundercloud and a thundercloud skill are described. He thinks that a thundercloud is useless for him, and he decided to capture a thunderstorm in his memory and will study it later. Tian thinks that if on the 2nd floor there is a thunderstorm heart of a 2nd rank, then there may be a 3rd floor with a 3rd rank in this place. He approaches some letters in letters written that a person with an ideal level of ownership of the element of lightning will be able to open all the doors on the floors and take the treasure. Huan Tian rejoices, written by the perfect element of lightning, and he will be able to open the door to the 4th floor. He touches the door and she opens in front of him. He sees that a thunderstorm is in the room on the plate. He decides that he should more likely process him and concentrates to absorb his strength into himself. He turns out, and he thinks that he finally managed to process him and the protection from lightning given by the thunderstorm of the 2nd rank, much better than a thunderstorm flower. He opens the next door and sees that in this room there is a thunderstorm of the 3rd rank. He decides to process it, and it turns out he becomes much stronger. He thinks about what then he can find on the 4th floor and is going to go to him. Tian passes to the 4th floor and hears his voice. He thinks that there is someone else in this cave, but he does not feel his aura. He thinks that this is a ghost. The voice continues to speak and says that people like Tian with the ideal element of lightning are a huge rarity. However, he is still weaker than the speaker in his years. He says that Tian's body will pick up. Tian thinks that this is a ghost cave. He sees how 9 coffins suddenly appear from the walls. The coffin cover falls, and the corpse of Tian feels that this body in the coffin of the aura is no weaker than that of the guard he saw in the pavilion of the sword. This corpse rushes sharply at Huan Tian, and he uses the mysterious secret Feng skill to protect himself. This corpse attacks Huan Tian an illusory attack, and he drops his sword because of this. Tian decides that he will fight to the end, and in no case will give up and continue to fight. They rush at each other, and a collision of their attacks. Tian gets a slight wound in the hand. The corpse abruptly enters behind his back and is going to attack him, whether he can protect himself from this. The corpse is trying to get along the Huan pulls, but he doesn't succeed, because the Tian quickly dodges his attack from the back. Tian thinks that this corpse is very strong, and the voice says at the same time laughing that Tian was stronger than he expected and now he will really fight. The covers of 3 more stone coffins open, and they can see still deceased bodies. From these coffins, there are 3 more corpses zombies that immediately attack Huan Tian. Tian prepares for their attack and quickly defeats these 3 zombies using their Sword of the Spirit. A mysterious voice says that he did not expect that Huan Tian had an earthly-level treasure, and he underestimated him. From other coffins, the zombies come out. But Tian thinks that the earthly treasures are really powerful, because the Sword of the Spirit cuts zombies like a knife oil. He thinks that he can control the Sword of the Spirit at a distance of a meter from his body. But this is completely enough for him to win. Zombies attack all at once on Tian from the back, but he uses the steps of the ghostly shadow. He quickly defeats all the zombies and asks the ghost, is it all that he was going to defeat him? The ghost is silent, but then they answer him that he likes more and more, and it seems that he will do everything himself. A black cloud appears that is immediately instilled in the head of Huan Tian. Tian is trying to use the essence of the sword, but the cloud says that the essence of the 2nd level does not work against him, and he should not resist, because his body now belongs to him. A gold cloud flies out of the forehead, which asks who was enough for the courage to prevent him from sleep. The black cloud asks, is it really the divine spirit of the sword? It asks for forgiveness. But the spirit of the sword is not going to forgive it. He rubs himself on his stomach and is going to eat a black cloud and sucks everything from the body of Huan Tian. The shadow is cleaned of a black cloud, but still sits unconscious. Tian wakes up from sleep in the middle of the cave and his head hurts. He says that it is strange and does not understand why he was exhausted. Tian slowly recalls what happened and does not understand how he could survive after that. He notices the Sword of the Spirit and approaches him. The Sword of the Spirit appears before Huan, pulling himself a Sword of the Spirit. Tian thanks the Spirit of the Sword for saving him and says that he in debt in front of him. The Sword of the Spirit says that he has nothing to thank him and asks just to find all fragments. The Spirit of the Sword says that he needs to relax and relaxes. Huan Tian asks him to wait and asks him that it was. The Spirit of the Sword returns to Tian's forehead, and he notices that pure heavenly earthly ki appears in his hand, and if he processes it, he can increase his level of cultivation. It concentrates and begins to process the heavenly and earthly ki and reaches the 5th level of the innate kingdom. He increases his level. He says that he did not expect that by absorbed this ki, his level of cultivation increased from the 4th to the 6th. The appearance of Huan Tian is changing, and it seems that it has become higher, and his hair has instantly grew. He ties his tail and sees the passage. He thinks that this is a way out of the dungeon. Tian enters the room and sees there a thunderstorm that is protected by some barrier. He understands that this thunderstorm heart is more and more powerful than the previous ones, and it should be the 4th rank. He does not understand why it is protected by a barrier. He touches the barrier and thinks that the barrier looks thin, but he understands that most likely he cannot easily break through it. He is going to hit the barrier, but he doesn't succeed and he just hit him as if he was hitting the wall. Tian is surprised that this barrier is so strong because he withstood the blow of his heavy sword Yue, and even there was no scratch. He is trying to break the barrier with all the attacks, but he doesn't succeed and Tian thinks that he is impenetrable, and he must really have the power of the earthly kingdom to break it. He is upset that with his current level of cultivation, he cannot use the flying sword of the spirit in full force, because then he would easily break through his barrier. He decides that he must definitely pick up this thunderous heart, and notices another stone coffin. He opens the lid of the coffin and sees the body there, but it just falls and falls apart. Tian understands that this is apparently the body of an evil spirit that was killed by the master of the Sword of the Spirit, and he was in vain scared. He decides that he will return later when he reaches the level of the earthly kingdom to break the barrier and pick up a thunderous heart. He thinks that this place is an excellent place to train thunderstorm skills, because it is saturated with thunderstorms, and he has a full version of the thunderstorm skill, and he decides to train in this place. After 20 days of training, Huan Tian finishes his training thanks to the Thunder Heart of the 3rd rank. He was able to develop the skill of a thunderstorm to the 8th level. He notices some unusual sign on the floor. He thinks that it is very similar to some kind of rune. He notices some altar. He does not understand where he came from. He approaches him and thinks about what he can be intended for. He touches him, and a strong and bright light of Tian does not understand what is happening and disappears from the altar. In the middle of the forest, someone trains this young master trains in order to defeat Huan Tian. His servants congratulate him on improving his sword skills, and they say that he will definitely be able to defeat Tian. The young gentleman says that as soon as Tian falls into his eyes, he will cut him in half. Some girl with ears picks up a winged cat. She calls this cat Xiao Hei and asks where he disappeared. A very strong discharge of lightning beats from the sky. Everyone is surprised at this, and the students of Xiaoyaojiang decide that they should check what happened there. Huan Tian appears on the second altar. It is all accompanied by a very strong and bright light. He understands that he apparently teleported, and understands that he should be careful and uses the mysterious secret Feng skill. A cat appears from behind him who rushes at him. Tian does not understand what kind of beast it is, because he is so fast. He sees that this is a winged cat and understands that she somehow looks a little like a tiger. Huan Tian notes that the cat is really like a tigerka. But for some reason it seems to him that he had already seen him somewhere. The cat sits on the ground and the wings of her disappear. Tian says that he remembered this cat, because it was she killed the black-legged king of snakes in the abandoned mountains of monsters. A girl with ears approaches Huan Tian and asks him really he knows Xiao Hu. He sees that she has a winged cat in her hands and he is interested in who she is. Tian replies that he really knows this cat and the girl asks him whether she can find out the name of his family. He answers her that his last name Huan and his full name Huan Tian and asks her name. She replies to him that her name is Xuanjuan Chuxue and strokes the winged cat that sits in her arms. Tian thinks that this girl is called as well as his teacher in high school, and teacher Lin Chuxue was a dream girl for all the guys. He asks her whether this is a cat who sits in her arms and pulls her hand to stroke him. The cat scratches him by the finger, and Chuxue tells him that his name is Tsitsi, and he does not love strangers, and asks for forgiveness for him. But Tian replies that this is nothing wrong. Tian asks her that she turns out not local, and Chuxue answers him that this is true. He tells her that if she walks on such a dangerous dream, then she should be from a special family, and says that she is probably a student from the famous main sect of the Iozhou dynasty. But she tells him that she is a simple girl from the hinterland. Chuxue says that he and Xiao Hu have already managed to make friends with what Tian replies to her what really seems to be like that. He thinks that she talks to him only because of Xiao Hu and holds from him at some distance, and he did not expect to meet someone reminiscent of the teacher Lin. He thinks that he should find out where she lives. The students of the sect of Xiaoyaojiang are approaching them, and they say that they met again, and the young gentleman Sneak says that he will bring his head to the young master. Huan Tian thinks that they ruined him such a moment, and this time he will not spare them. The sublimes tell the young master that Tian has changed, and with him some young beauty, to which the young master answers him that he sees it himself. The young gentleman says that in front of a beautiful lady they must behave appropriately. He turns to Chuxue and asks her whether she knows Huan Tian. She answers what she knows. He appears before her as a young master of sect Xiaoyaojisan, and when he kills Tian himself, he invites her to go to the sect with him and enjoy endless glory and wealth. Chuxue agrees to his proposal, and Tian is surprised that she very simply agreed. He thinks that if he had not left the Zhuan sect, he could be rich, and in his last life, the teacher Lin took a rich and handsome man, and he did not think that Xuanjuan would also lead to a rich one. She sets the condition that she will leave with the young master only if he defeats Huan Tian. The young gentleman thinks that Tian is simply abnormal because in a short time he increased his level of cultivation to the 5th level. But he is sure that Tian still is not an equal, he was the 7th. He thinks that Chuxue is 6th level, and if she abandoned her words, then she should not complain about his rudeness. The young gentleman turns to Huan Tian and says that if he is dear to his life, he must give him everything that he bought at an auction as well as the 7th Fire Lotus. He will save his life. Tian guesses him that he earned everything with honest labor and did not do anything bad to him. He does not understand why the young master wants to kill him. His hem replies that he took what the young master was supposed to receive, and this is his crime. And in this situation he does not need a reason. He rushes at Huan Tian, but the winged cat jumps from his shoulder and transforms into the tiger. Simom loses his second hand in which he could hold the sword in a collision with Xiao Hu. Huan Tian is surprised that Xiao Hu turned into a 4th level monster, and his strength is comparable to a 10th warrior. Participants in the Xiaoyaojiang sect are surprised at this, and do not understand how Xiao Hu may be so strong. The second sinking is thrown at Xiao Hu with the words that he is just a miserable monster, and he is not afraid of his fangs. He attacks the tiger using a lightning attack, but Xiao Hu easily repel his attack. Simom is surprised that he blocked his attack, and at the last moment manages to dodge a response attack. He asks, in order, whether the first hem of his name is Badao. He answers him that everything is fine with him, and he is still early to die. He tells him to rest so far, but he himself will take care of the tiger and deal with him. He uses the heavenly thunderous blow, but Tian sees that this is already a dangerous attack and decides to block it. Tian calmly beats his attack and says that this attack is very weak and says that now his turn is used by the heavenly fiery sword. Simom in response uses a thunderous incision, and their attacks fly to each other. Their collision causes a huge explosion, and the sneak of sinking backs from him, thereby giving the tiger the opportunity to injure him. Xiao Hu does not lose this opportunity and touches his leg, thereby depriving him of his past mobility. This is the young master, and he uses the skill Diving Wild Lightning to defeat Huan Tian. A lot of lightning shells flies into it. He is going to recapture this attack with his fire. He concentrates and uses a soaring fire to repel all the shells that fly into it. The young master is surprised that this attack did not act on him because it was his strongest attack. Huan Tian tells him that it was weak because he repelled his attack using only the element of the lightning of his sword. The tiger of Xiaoku finishes the second sneak of young Mr. Lodge on him, his paw. But Tao tells the young master that he should rather run from here because they will not be able to cope with them. The tiger enters the badao behind his back and deprives his head with a very fast and accurate blow. The young gentleman did not expect this to his Huang Tian entered his back and says that his turn came. He uses the skill of 100 steps bent shadow sword and directs his attack right in the young master. Someone stops his attack without any problems is some kind of silhouette of a certain person. He is called Han Zhengjiamu and is a grandfather of the young master. He promises to kill the whole family of the one who dared to attack his grandson. Huan Tian understands that this illusion was created from the essence of the sword above the 6th level, and is surprised at this. The young master looks pretty at Tian and says that he will regret everything that he did. Tian asks, does he really think that it will save him from death? And the young master asks, is really Tian is not afraid that his whole family will be killed. Huan Tian tells him that he is enough to tremble and asks the tiger, Xiao Hu, stop him. Xiao Hu quickly bounces to the young master and waves his huge paw at him. The young gentleman quickly creates a barrier from the essence of the sword and blocks his attack. Tian thinks that, as expected, the essence of the sword again blocked his attack. He understands that Han Zhenyana has an excellent understanding of the essence of the sword, and his strength should be huge. He says that now he will see how much his barrier of the essence of the sword is enough, and uses a fiery shadow sword. The young gentleman blocks the attack and immediately tries to escape, and Huan Tian understands that his barrier is weakened. In front of him, the tiger of Xiaohu jumps up by closing his path before that and attacks him with his claws. Tian also appears behind him and pierces him with the words that today he had to die. He looks around and does not understand only one, namely, exactly where Miss Xuan could shake. He hears a strange sound and sees how Xiao Hu eats the bodies of the servants of the sect of Xiao Yao Jisan. Tian asks him to leave him at least their valuable things that they had to have. Xiao Hu spits out all the valuable things that the servants of the sect of Xiao Yao Jisan. Meanwhile, in the building of the sect of Xiao Yao Jiang, the grandfather of the young master is furious due to the fact that someone killed his grandson and says that he will kill his whole family. A blue ray appears from the sect building that goes towards Huan Tian. Tian says that he knew that the students of the sect of Xiao Yao Jiang have a full of valuable things in his pockets. Huan Tian says Tigrochet that they can no longer stay in this place and offers to run faster. He says Xiao Hu to follow him, but Xiao Hu sits down and does not want to follow him. The tiger releases its huge wings and winks Huan Tian, inviting him to fly on him. Tian sits on his back and they fly away from this place. Tian thinks that it is all very cool. A few hours later, they fly to the city of Yellow Cypress, and Huan Tian says that they are finally at home. He says Xiao Hu that he cannot go in the guise of a tiger with him, because people are scared of his appearance. The tiger turns into a sweet cat and jumps on his shoulder to Tian. He says that the time came to go home. The first of him meets Zier and rejoices that Huan Tian finally returned home. He thanks her for all days she stubbornly helped his family, but she guesses to him that she is not difficult for her because she was like a family. She notices Xiao Hu and says that he is a very cute cat, and she wants to hug him. She asks his name. Tian replies to her that his name is Xiao Hu, and he thinks that he is now a cutie, but she did not see him in anger. Tsi's sister Er turns to Tian and says that he probably brought many useful things with him. Huan Tian tells her that he took everything out of her list and later he would tell her everything. Zi's sister is very glad to do this. She tells him that he should go to say hello to his family, because they will be incredibly happy when they see him. She says that he can leave Xiao Hu with her because she will take care of him. Tian agrees. He enters the room to his family and greets all. His grandfather, who was standing there, says that he was worried about him. He tells him that Tian left for a short while, but he changed very much because he not only became higher, but his level of cultivation increased markedly. Tian tells them that during his adventures in the Thunderclaws, he found treasures thanks to which he improved his cultivation and bought high-ranking healing grass at an auction that will help in the treatment of their wounds. He asks his father whether he once heard about the family of Xuanzhuan from Shenzhou. Father answers him that he did not hear about her, because Shenzhou is huge and he does not know anything about him. He says that perhaps the Xuanzhuan family is in Shenzhou. Then Huan Tian asks whether his father had ever heard about the Xuanyuan sword. Father answers him that at first he asked about this family, And then about the sword with the same name. He asks him what happened. He says that when he was in the thunderstorms, he met a man from the Xuanjuan family, and during training he studied the Xuanyan sword, and he still does not know if they were tied. And he says that he met a man who died 1,000 years ago. The father says that how much he knows the Xuanjuan sword is not included in the 10 most famous swords, and perhaps this is an ancient sword, and whose man he met was resurrected by a secret skill from ancient times. Huan Tian thinks about it and understands that the great explosion occurred thousands of years ago. Because he remembers that the last king of ancient times was Emperor Qin, he asks whether he was connected with this explosion and who he really was. Tian understands that the history of the emperor is the same as that of Qin Shu equals Huan, about which he learned in the past world. The father says that he is unknown whether he is connected with a great explosion or not, and the opinions of subsequent generations were divided, and they say that each millennium appears a new king, and a change of millennium came at their time, which means that the king will appear soon. Father Huan Tian says that at the moment there are 3 newcomers who call 3 great prince. And Tian asks what kind of people these 3 princes are responsible for, which they are not ordinary people, and have significant resources and power. The father says that the first prince was born in the first rank of the first-rank pavilion Sin, and when he was 16, he comprehended the heavenly kingdom, and at 19 years he reached the 3rd level of heavenly kingdom, and even Emperor Qin would not have compared with him. Huan Tian thinks that when his father was 20 years old, he comprehended the heavenly kingdom and was the first person from the Huan family who did this, and was famous in the western region, but he was far from the first prince. Tian says that with such a huge talent, this person really deserves the title of the first prince. The father says that many say that he was talented and promising from childhood, and began to cultivate at 6, and at 9, he suffered an innate kingdom and changed his own name to the first prince, and only the chosen ones know his real name. He says that he called himself so to show that he was the first king and no one could compare with him, but the rest of the princes received their names because of the first. Tian thinks that he changed his name at 9 years old. But how could he do this, and why he was not afraid of the wrath of his ancestors? Because he changed his name only to avoid troubles, and the name of his mother's family, Huan. He thinks that the first prince is arrogant. The father says that the second prince belongs to the bloody cult from the overseas region of demons. He comprehended the heavenly kingdom at 17, and at 20 reached the 3rd level, and competes with the first prince. Huan Tian is shocked by the information that the prince belongs to the most bloody cult. The father says that this is so, and the 3rd prince is called Zhu Ritza, and he is also from the overseas continent. And this year he suffered the heavenly kingdom, although he is not yet 18 years old. Is Tian really as Prince Zhu from the overseas region, and also consists in the blood cult? The father replies that this is not the case, and says that the region of the demons is simply a common name, and the territory itself behind the sea is huge. There is a large island called Juri, and they say that people are very strong from there. The father says that the 3rd prince is a student of the holy sword of Juri, is the strongest person from the island of Juri who is behind the sea. Tian says that they are not just called the great princes because they are very talented. The father replies that this is true, and there are rules in order to obtain the title of the prince. It is necessary to achieve the heavenly kingdom under 18 years of age. Father says that they do not know when the 4th prince appears and asks him to work hard. Tian says that his father can rely on him and he will try and once surpass them. Grandfather says that Tian was probably hungry after a long journey and offers to continue the conversation after dinner. The father talks with Pulling, and says that he seems to him too worried because he told him he asks him just to train hard, and he will succeed in Tian that his father may not worry, because he understands everything. Tian asks his father whether he heard something about a sword who can move into the body. Father is very surprised at what Huan Tian said, and asks him really he was able to find the spirit of the sword. Tian shows him a sword that he received in a sect, and his father understands that this is a sword of the spirit of the earthly level. He asks how he found such a treasure. Tian tells him that he passed the 7th floor in the pavilion of the sect Tianjian, and received this as a reward, this treasure that was left by the founder of the sect. Father asks him whether someone else knows about this sword and that Tian passed the 7th floor. Tian tells him that the last words of the owner was a request to get a sword only with real danger, so no one knows about it. But the father says that this treasure is very strong and it really needs to be hidden. Huan Tian says that this sword of the spirit created a processing master, and he is also a processing master, and asks why he did not find any records of methods for creating an earthly level of spirit. He thinks that this is connected with the ancient Emperor Qin. Father answers him that he is right, and thousands of years ago, Masters of processing could create swords of the spirit in those days. This was considered a noble profession, because cultivators with a sword of the spirit in their hands are very strong. He tells him the story of how the emperor arranged the genocide of the processing masters and forbade the swords of the spirit, and the notes ordered the notes to burn. Tien thinks that the ancient emperor was too cruel, because he could simply ask him to make a sword personally for him. The father says that everything is not so simple, and if they talk about weapons, then you need to mention another profession of this master of the sword and the sword, free development point. And Tian asks how the master of vestigo from the master of vestments differs. The father says that there is a big difference between them, and he can become a master of the vestments of the sword if you are a master of processing. That is, a master of vestments cannot become a master of vestments of a sword if he does not become a processing master before this. Father tells him that the master of the vestigo of the sword is a processing master who can prepare the vestment. They hide the sword of the spirit in their body and establish vestments, and they are very strong. They have no weaknesses. Tien understands that he saw the vestment of 6 swords Zhu Win, because he died many years ago, and his vesting of the sword is still very strong. He rejoices that no one controlled him then. The father talks about the fact that the swordsmen are already the best cultivators. Therefore, the masters of the sword of vestments should be considered an elite, and thousands of years ago they were like the devils for ordinary cultivators. Tien asks it turns out that the ancient emperor Qin killed all the processing masters and burned all the notes on the methods of creating swords of the spirit because the father confirms this. He tells the story of how one master of vestigo pursued the emperor. It was the then first prince. He says that then during the flight the emperor was lucky, and he found something that helped him to increase the level of cultivation. And as soon as he reached the heavenly level, he was able to defeat that master of vestments. Even after the murder of all the masters of the vestments of the sword, the emperor could not calm down and ordered all the processing masters to burn all the letters about the methods of creating swords of the spirit, and still did not appear who could become a master of vestments. The grandfather of the deceased young master comes to the battlefield and yells into the air the phrase, "Who dared to kill his grandson?" Meanwhile, Huan Tian communicates with his father. He asks whether it was that there were many masters of vestments thousands of years ago, and even if they died, but after them there were many swords of the spirit. But his father answers him that this is not entirely true. He explains that when a processing master creates a sword of the spirit, his body becomes a stove, and his blood controlling, and when the sword becomes one with the body, then a spiritual connection with the body of the blacksmith is created, and they are connected with the owner of the cover. Tian asks why then the sword of the earthly kingdom is still a whole, although he does not have a master. The father tells that there is another way to maintain the sword of the spirit. Alive is to sacrifice himself and give all himself. Only in this way the sword will retain its strength even after the death of the owner. And in the future, this sword will wait for a new master. Huan Tian says that then everything is clear, but his father tells him that others can also take advantage of this way and asks him to be careful. Tian agrees with him, and the father says that until he becomes strong enough and must hide this sword. Tian tells him that he may not worry, he will not forget about it, and his father accepts this promise from him. Father tells him that the path of the cultivator is full of difficulties, and he must be patient and do everything that he can. Tian trains cultivation and feels something strange. He turns and understands that Zier broke through again. Around her, her water dragons soar, and Tian feels just a huge strength emanating from her. He recalls their first meeting. She was only the 4th level of the innate kingdom, and her body was great. Huan Tian hits himself on the head, returning himself to reality, and tells himself what he only thinks about. Xi's sister Er notices that Tian is watching her, and he congratulates her and says that she was very successful in cultivation. She thanks him for his attention, and asks if he found ghostly herbs that she asked, and he said that he found them all, and moreover, he found 92 summer grasses and she says that this is just excellent, because this is the best high-ranking grass, and with her help, the father's wound will drag out faster, and its level of cultivation will rise to the 10th. She notices that Huan Tian reached the peak of the 6th level of the innate kingdom, but Tian says that he was just lucky. He holds out to her some kind of box. She asks for her whether it is, and is interested in that he hid there. Tian tells her that she can open, and she agrees to see herself, and takes out the grass of the dragon's grass from her. She is very grateful to him. But Huan Tian apologizes to her, and says that he should not have been lying to her. She was surprised. He tells her that he lied about his family name, and in fact, he is Xuan. She asks whether this is that he is from the Xuan family who is in the western region. Huan Tian tells her that she should be quieter, and tells her that he is about the surname to avoid the danger to all, But she says that she does not blame him. She says that they are already as one family and their lives are connected, and she will never betray her brother Tian. Tian tells her that they should use free time to train to raise the level of cultivation. Tian trains and thinks that there were a couple of weeks before the martial art tournament that 4 main sects organize. He thinks that at this tournament he will definitely meet Jing Wu Bei as the best student of the Dynasty Sword Dynasty, and he deserves his name, because he never lost to the soldiers of the same kingdom. Huan Tian is seriously configured, and it doesn't matter who will be his opponent and must win to get a high rank for the Tianjian sect. But to defeat the warrior 3 levels higher than he will be difficult, and has only half a month to improve his cultivation. Tian trained for a long time, and his skill of 9th Mysterious Fire reached the 8th level, and the skill of Heavenly Fiery Sword reached the 4th level, and opened 2 new movements, and the skill of 9th Dan reached the 5th level. He says goodbye to the whole family, because the tournament of the 4 main sects will begin soon, and wants to return to his sect before it begins. Xiao Hu wants to go with him into a sect. He turns into a tiger and takes Huan Tian on his back and flies with him in the direction of the sect. He again turns into a kitten and sits on his shoulder, and in this form he will not attract attention. The ancestor Lin asks his brother what are the chances of the tournament of the 4 main sects. The brother replies to the ancestor Lin that the chances of small, because 2 weeks ago, Badao Jinlei from the sect of the Divine Sword reached the 7th level, and he can defeat the cultivators of even the 9th level. The brother says that 6 months ago, Gu Konmin from the Lin Yun sect reached the 9th level, and Main Shichun from the Ba Quan sect reached the 9th level 3 months ago, and Bai Yuchan has been cultivated for several months, and also reached the 9th level 3 days ago. The ancestor Lin says that Bai Yuchan will be hard to defeat others, and his brother says that this is all true, but there is still hope. He tells him that Huan Tian found something valuable in the Thunderclaws and reached the 6th level of the innate kingdom. But the ancestor Lin says that because of the difference at 3 levels, it will be very difficult to win. The ancestor's brother says that the ancestor always believed in Tian, but now he was doubted in him, because he personally is completely sure of him. The ancestor Lin asks if there is a reason, and the ancestor's brother says that in the Thunderclaws of Huang Tian, he killed the guy whose strength was equal to the 9th level, and that boy was the young master of the sect of Xiao Yao's grandson of his enemy. The ancestor Lin is very surprised at this, but his brother reassures him and says that he had nothing to worry about, because he traveled with 2 9th satellites, but they were over with them with the help of a 4th-level monster that was protected by Tian. The ancestor Lin asks what kind of monster it was, and his brother tells him that he had never seen such a monster. It was a tiger with long wings that could turn into a kitten, and the ancestor thinks that it was most likely an ancient monster. The ancestor's brother is very surprised at this, but the ancestor says that it is only possible, and the ancestor Lin asks why Huan Tian decided to kill Han Jiangyun. The brother tells him the whole story that happened on the neighboring lands where Tian went, and tells about the girl that Tian met in the forest. Seems to him that she is the level of Heavenly Kingdom. Huan Tian enters the house of the ancestor Lin. He says that he came to see Lin's ancestor and let him go. He greets his ancestor, and his ancestor Lin tells him that he was just in time because they just decided that he would represent them at the tournament of 4 main sects. Huan Tian is surprised at this and says that the older brother Bai has already reached the 9th level. But the ancestor says that only 3 days have passed since he received the level, and this means that he is the weakest of the future participants, and they are sure of his strength. They tell him that this time the dynasty of the Divine Sword will give out 10 cities to the winners, the first 4 and the third and fourth in 2 cities, and this tournament will determine the future of the 4 main sects, and they hope for 2nd place. Tian tells them that they have no reason to worry, because he will do everything possible to compete for the 1st place. The ancestor Lin agrees with this and says that in the southern part of the Gulo dynasty there is ancient ruins. It looks small, but there is a large cave in it. Various treasures are hidden, and many more values, and people call this Dream Palace. Tian asks if the tournament in martial arts with this place is. The ancestor Lin confirms this, and says that the Dream Palace appears every 50 years, and the places for entering there are limited. Tian thinks that if it is an ancient palace, then there he will find ancient books about the creation of a sword of spirit, and he has a chance to become a master of the vestments of the sword. The ancestor Lin says Huan Toya that in order to take the 2nd place, he will have to fight with 3 students, and tells him about the students whom they discussed with his brother. But Tian says that there are still some 7th level of Demon Jinya Badao and Jin Lei. Huan Tian trains and recalls that a year ago he was no one, but now his life has changed dramatically. He recalls his whole story from beginning to end, and discusses that no one lives, eternity is Tao, and mortality is part of the Tao path, and it contains the truth of this rule. He thinks that he uses the heavenly Tao to create a new art of fencing, and will call it mortal fencing. The 15th of August is coming, and Tian talks with Xiao Hu. He says that he cannot fight with an eagle. The ancestor Lin turns to all students. He says that everyone seems to be gathered, and they can already go. Students agree with this. The ancestor Lin greets Chizan Idao, and notices that he is in a good mood, and Chizan, meanwhile, greets them, and asks if they are in order. The ancestor replies that everything is fine, and thanks for the fact that he asked the students also greet the young generation. Chizan Idao tells his servant Feng Min to take all of them to the arena. He certainly obeys him. The elders go to some other place, and Huantian notes that there are a lot of new faces in this place, and they answer him that these are the best students from the main sects. Feng Ming tells the rules. Each sect can expose 4 students. This means that 16 students participate in the tournament, and to win, you need to knock the enemy from the arena, or force them to surrender. He explains that the tournament will be held in 5 rounds, and in the first round 8 battles, and the next round passes 8 winners, 4 winners in the third. He calls the opponents of Huantian out in the 7th match against Duan Xuan, and declares the beginning of the first round. In the first match, Jing Wubi and Hagawi Hao says that he heard that Jing Wubi never played the warriors of his level, and now they will know whether it is true. They begin the round and attack each other, but the attack He Gaoan is insignificant compared to Jing Wubei. He Gaoe falls unconscious and his sword breaks his body, everything smokes and he coughs in pain. After all, the observers looked like an ordinary attack, but the enormous power was hidden behind it. This skill of Sword Fen Lan and He Gaoai was defeated by one blow, and therefore Jing Wubai really deserves his reputation. Feng Ming announces that Jing Wubai from the sect of the Divine Sword won the first match. Huantian cannot but notice how strong he is, and Feng Min declares the second tone between Bai Yu Chain and Chen Inxi. Chen Inshu uses the skill Magic Shadow Palm and rapidly attacks Bai Yu Chani. But he uses the skill of Sword of the Dark Star and instantly wins. Feng Ming announces the victory of Bai Yu Chani in the second round, and Chen Inchize thinks that Bai was quite a day to receive the 9th level of the innate kingdom, but very strong. Huan Tian rejoices in the victory of Bai Yu Chani, and says that this is great, because Bai took one match for the Tianjian sect. Feng Ming declares the third match between Gu Conmin against Shu Sina Sui, quickly rushes at Gu Conmin and says that he will now see his skill of sword. Everyone sees it, but the Gyu says that this is too weak skill and quickly dodges his attack. Shu Sin Gvorit that he is not yet finished, but Gu Conmin quickly dodges all his attacks and attacks Shu Sina into his shoulder by inflicting a wound to him. Feng Ming stops Gu Conmin and tells him that this is enough to win. Shu Sin does not understand why this guy is so strong and what skill he used to win. A student of the Tianjian sect says that Gu Conmin could easily defeat Shu Sina with his skills, but he specially wounded him in this disrespect. The ancestor Lin says that although they understand that it was deliberately, they cannot remove him from the tournament, but explains that the sect Lin Gun intentionally provokes the Tianjian sect, and when the students meet with them, then they should fight without mercy. The fourth round between Main Shichong against Zhoujun Lanzhou uses the Vanshan sword, but Main Shichong uses the indestructible barrier and blocks absolutely all the attacks. He uses the golden punch and attacks Zhoujun Liang, but he somehow leaves his attack. Main Shichong catch up with him and hits him in the face thereby, a mound of the match. Feng Ming announces that in the fourth match, Main Shichong wins from the Bazuan sect. Finally, the seventh match begins between Duan Xuan'em and Huan. Pulling the observers say that they heard that Tian is only 6th level and did not believe in his victory. Duan Xuan does not understand why Tian came to this battle. He thinks that he was tired of living. Huan Tian uses the essence of the sword, and Duan notes that he has a very strong essence of the sword. Bai Yuchan says that he did not expect that Tian would have such a rich understanding of the essence of the sword, because he scared the enemy with one glance. The ancestor Lin tells that Huan Tian has a very deep understanding of the essence of the sword, because his each step is filled with the power of heaven and earth, and he seems to be close to obtaining the 3rd level of the essence of the sword. Duan Xuan falls to the ground with the words that he cannot lose to the cultivator of the 6th level. He thinks that his essence of the sword is simply insignificant. Huan Tian attacks him and uses the heavenly fiery sword to attack the weakened Duan Shu Yuan. Duan is angry and says that Tian cannot defeat him. He hardly uses a response attack. His attack turns out to be insignificant. His weapon breaks, and the attack by Huan Tian takes him out, and he ends the match. Many say that Tian specifically wounded Duan Xuan and asked to disqualify him. But others say that at first, then it is necessary to disqualify the Lin Yun sect, because they were the first to violate the rules. Huan Tian is declared the winner in this match, the elder at the praise of Huan Tian. And Brother Bai says that he did a great job. Jingla says that they seemed to see each other recently, but he noticed that Tian had grown noticeably during this time, and he would follow him. It is his turn to fight against him is Guan Qitong. He thinks that even though Jing Lei and he is both 7th level, but Jing can easily win him. He calls his Demonia sect of the Divine Sword. Jinglo uses the skill Sword Chunglon Dunyun. Guan understands that this is an ancient skill from the Palace of Dreams and does not understand why Jing's so angry at him. He is carried away by a strong shockwave and he instantly loses in this battle, receiving severe damage. Observers of the students think that it was too much and he consciously wanted to hurt him. Jinglo replies to them that they should shut up because he could not even stand on his feet, even though he restrained as he could, and he was not to blame that he was so weak. Feng Ming announces that in the 8th match, Jin Lei won from the sect of the Divine Sword, and the first round is completed. He announces all the victors and says that the second round will begin 2 hours later. The ancestor Lin praises Huan Tian and says that he met his expectations and he is looking forward to his next match. Tian says that he will definitely try and thinks that it is from this moment that the real tournament begins. All matches are announced and Huan Tian will speak in the second match against Gu Konmin. The observant says that he did not expect Tian to go through because he is only 6th level. He is sure that he could not go further, but they answer him that Tian is also Demon Genia, and he will be able to enter that 4. The first match of the second round between Su Li Zhou and Main Shichun begins, and the observing students say that they are both very strong, and this fight should be very interesting. Su Li Zhou decides the first to attack Meng Shichun using his speed, but Main Shichong easily stops him with his attack. Su Li Zhou in response again tries to attack Main. Shun Chun simply arranges a huge explosion of which repulses all his attacks. He immediately attacks the Li Zhou, but he blocks his attack, but understands that he has just a terrifying power. Su Li Zhou makes a decision to surrender, and jumps out of the arena. Main Shichong says that it was a great solution. In the first match, Main Shichun is announced by the winner, and everyone understands that his strength is incredible, and no one expected that Su Li Zhou would lose so quickly. The second match begins between Huan Puls and Gu Kunmin. Tian immediately says that he will destroy the last hope of the sect Lin Yun. Gu Kunmin says that Tian is really a genius, but he was unlucky in the sense that he met with him because he is 3 levels higher. Huan Tian tells him how they find out if they don't try, but Ji Yu answers him that they will see if he can confirm his arrogance by force. Feng Ming announces the beginning of the second match, and the battle between Pul and Gu Kunmin begins. Huan Tian immediately uses the skill of 100 steps, and enters Gu Konminya behind his back. He immediately uses the shadow sword style swing style heart. Gu Konmin quickly dodges this blow and thinks that this is the skill of a shadow sword, and is surprised at this. Huan Tian immediately uses the following attack to not give him a break. He uses the cutting body style. The attack hit the Gu Konminya, and he cannot believe that Tian could be so fast because he did not have a moment to a response. Jing Wubai thinks that Huan Tian deserves to be a monster like Jin Lei, because among warriors, he is the only thing that he can compete with his speed. Jin Lei too, all this is visible and thinks that Tian is just like a dark horse of the Tianjian sect. Gu Kunmin is trying to attack Huan Tian, but he uses the shadow style of the piercing forehead, and the Gu Kunmin does not have time to completely dodge his attack, receiving a small cut on the cheek. Tian uses the steps of the ghostly shadow and attacks Gu Kunmin from all sides. This takes him away. He decides to use a strong attack to reply somehow Huan Tian. He uses the skill A Ghostly Sword Eveline Wind. Tian thinks about it and understands that he stopped dodging and apparently thinks that he can defeat him. All his clones Huan Tian are striking in the attack of Gu Konminya, and they disappear leaving one Tian. Tian is approaching Gu Konminya and says that he will lose now, but the Jiu is thinking that this is his chance. Jiu uses the Kuangan skill, and Tian in response uses the skill of Lin's Palm, and their attacks are found. Gu Konmin cannot believe it, and a collision of their attacks causes a strong explosion that hurts him. He lies without strength in a huge crater, and Huan Tian from the Tianjian sect is declared the winner. Tian tells Gu Konmin that he lost, and in the future he should not be so self-confident only because he is 9 level. Jiu cannot understand how Huan Tian can be so strong because he is only at the 6th level. He thinks that his sword aura is simply stunning, and he still feels how she destroys his body. Jinlo says that it is really difficult to defeat the enemy 3 levels higher and calls Huan Tian a demon. The observers understand that the guess has lost, and this means that the Lin Yun sect did not get into the best 4 sects, and they say that the Tianjian sect is very strong. Feng Ming announces the third match in which Bai Yu Chan and Jin Lei will fight. Jin Lo addresses Bai Yu Chani. He says that Bai does not disappoint him because he was able to reach the 9th level and can fight him. and he also says that he never surpassed him. Bai Yu-chan tells him that in this ring there is someone who surpasses him, and if Jinlei will win him, he will get the opportunity to fight him. Jinlo asks Li Bai Yu-chan about Huan Tiana, says, and tells him that he will defeat him. Jinlei uses the sword of Zanlong Denyun and attacks Bai Yu-chan. Bai notes that Jinlei has become much stronger. Jin quickly comes behind him and attacks Bai Yu-chan, quickly soars into the air and uses the falling light of the stars. Jin is Ji-high that everything has happened, so since he will play with him, and his sword turns into a shield that protects him from the attack of Bai Yu-chan. Bai Yu is very surprised at this, and Jinlei says that it was a very good skill, but this is not enough to defeat him. He uses some kind of strong attack, speaking the phrase, snows of the sky and everything that is in this world. Jinlo wins in this duel and says that he will be disappointed in what will happen later. In the fourth match, Jing Wubi and Yi Tun's-min will ultimately win very quickly. Jing Wubi. Feng Min says that the third round will consist of 2 matches. In the first match will fight Jin Lei and Huan Tian, and in the second match, Jing Wubai and Main Shi-chun will fight. The first match begins, and Jin Lei greets Huan Pullet. It says that they have not seen each other for a long time, and he has grown noticeably. Tian says that he was just lucky and thanks that he was helped then, and he might not have stood in this place if not for them. Jinlo says that it was not even worth mentioning this, because he is sure that Tian would get out of that dangerous situation, and without their help, and also says that luck is also power. Huan Tian asks him what he thinks about his good luck in today's match. Jinlo answers him that they are both successful with him, because they not only fight for a prize, but also compete in their success. Jinlo tells that his Xuanjun sword is a mysterious high-rank treasure, and if Tian does not have a sizes of a mysterious high-ranking level, then he will not be able to defeat him. Tian tells him that the sword does not make weaker or stronger than his owner, because everything depends on his possession, and says that his sword will not break on the blows of his sword Xuanzun. Jinlo says that now they will check whether it is true and uses the Destroyer of Heaven, directing their attack to Huan Tian. The observers say that this is powerful pressure, and this is real power. Jinlei Tian uses his sword to repel his attack. Bai Yu-chan says that Jinlei was hit in full force, and it seems that he knows that Huan is not to give a head start. Tian beat off the attack by Jinlei and stands in the middle of a cloud of smoke that remains of the explosion. Jinlo says that on his sword of Junwei there is no scratch. This surprises him because he was confident in himself. He decides to attack again, and they simultaneously begin to attack each other. Tian copes and beats off his attacks. Jinlo is surprising that Tian manages his speed, and the fact that his strength increased again. Tian himself thinks that Lei and the truth is the monster because his strength is simply huge, and he understands that he will most likely have to fight in full force to win. Jinlo attacks Huan Tian with a fiery attack, but Tian uses clones and goes behind him. Tian lugs at him and Lei has to beat off his attack with his sword. He beats her off but departs from recoil. He thinks that even his hand was numb with his return after his blow. He is determined. He tells Huan Toya that he is really strong and uses the sword of Zanlong Denyun, and a large green dragon appears. Tian tells him that he is ready for his attack and is prepared to fight him. Huan Tian uses a shadow step and calls the clones that absorb the whole attack by Jinle. The smoke with the fog is dispelled and Jinle notes that in the most there is no scratch. This shocks him. Huan Tian again attacks Jinle and he again throws him back after the block of his attack. Jinlo thinks that it was very close, and who knows what would happen if he had not blocked his attack. He cannot believe that the duel with Huan Pul has gone so far, and thinks that it was just recently he was just a newcomer and does not understand how he could become so strong because he was a demon age of the dynasty of the Divine Sword. Tian without stopping attacks Jin Lei and uses the Shadow Sword, piercing the throat. Jin Le soars into the air, and after him there are 4 clones that surround him from all sides. He understands that his deeds are bad, and dodges all his attacks that Tian directs into him. Jinlo blocks his attack, and the Tian again attacks him from behind him, but Leo manages to dodge his attacks. Huan Tian tells him that everything will decide now and Jin Lei will lose. He will concentrate his fire. He uses the soaring fire, and gets his attack on Jin Lei from such an attack he cannot dodge. Jin Lo falls to the ground and says that he still lost. He looks exhausted. Tian says that this is really so, and he is not an opponent for him because he is much stronger than him. Feng Ming announces that in the first match of the 3rd round, Huan Tian won from the Tianjian sect. Feng Ming thinks that Tian is abnormal and the Tianjian sect has already provided his 3rd place, and it seems that the alignment of forces among the 4 main sects will change soon. Bai Yu-chan says that as expected, Tian won. The ancestor Lin also rejoices in this. Feng Ming announces that in the 2nd match, Jing Wubai and Main Shichun will fight and says to start. Jing Wubai attacks Main Shichun, and Main notices that he has the skill of a sword, and his speed is much better than that of Su Li Tezhou. Main Shichong rushes at Jing Wubei and attacks him, concentrating the essence in his fist. Jing manages to dodge, but this attack is very strong and causes a huge explosion again. He attacks Main Shichun, but he uses the indestructible barrier and blocks all his attacks. One attack by Jing Wubei is breaking through his barrier, and Main says that it was a very fierce attack because she was able to break his skill of the barrier, and says that now his turn is to attack. He uses the Divine Fist of Beibu. As soon as he uses this skill, everyone understands that this particular skill of the Bazuan sect found in the Dream Palace, and no one could learn to use it, and they see that the power of this skill is simply shocked. The ancestor Lin believes that the sect Bazuan hid that someone managed to learn this skill, and it seems that the Bazuan sect would take first place in the tournament. Another elder says that the range of the Divine Beibu Fist attack allows you to cover the whole arena, and he will see how Jing Wubai will cope with this. Jing Wubai decides to attack to fight back from this attack. They are heading for each other. None of them suffered from the attack of another. Main Shichun stands in the middle of smoke after meeting their attacks. Jing Wubai is surprised that he can defend himself and attack at the same time, but Main says that Jing will not be able to quickly break through his defense, and he thinks that he will be enough only a few attacks, and he is doomed to defeat. Jing says that he overestimates himself, and Main feels a very strong key sword. Jing uses the Destroyer of Heaven. Everyone is surprised that Jing Wubi also studied the skill of Sword Chanlun Dunyan, and Jessen Li understands that his attack power is even more than him. Main Shichong thinks that it is impossible and does not understand how everything could happen at all. He uses an indestructible barrier, but Jing Wubai easily breaks his barrier. The ancestor Lin thinks that the skill of Shadow Sword Huan Taiyan is very strong. He will not be able to survive the skill of Jing Yubei, and he is not sure whether he can win. The elder did not expect this. He thinks that the Bazuan sect was hiding his real strength, and if he had to cut off with Main Shichun, he would not know that he would win, and it would be difficult to understand who wins Huan Tian or Meng Shichun. The ancestor Lin says that he is the next and asks him to give up the full but not to be dangerous. Tian thinks that it doesn't matter how much the Jing Yubai is confident in his abilities, and if they were fighting to death, but he would easily defeat. His Sword of the Spirit can easily cut any cultivator of the innate kingdom, and he also has a red lotus. Jinle fights Jing Wubai, but understands that he is strong and loses, surrendering. Feng Ming announces that in the second match, Main Shichun and Huan Tian will meet. Main Shichun says that the skills of Tian are impressive and asks if he is ready to show him all his pure power. He says that they will only have 3 movements to determine the strongest Tian. Main Shichun attacks him, but Tian understands that he attacked not in full strength, but the power of this attack is enormous. Main is preparing for the second attack and strikes, but Huan Tian calmly blocks this attack with his sword. Main Shichun says that it was very well because Tian was able to withstand his 2 blows calmly. Huan Tian tells him that it was time to show his real power on the 3rd blow to him. Jing Wubai says that, in the framework of the pure power, Main Shichong cannot defeat Tian, although he has only the 6th level. Jin Lo thinks that Tian did not fight him at full strength and says that the speed of his cultivation is simply incredible. Tian asks Main Shichun to try on his last blow, and Main says that he would not lift his nose and tells him to prepare his furious fire to prepare. Main Shichong again attacks Huan Tian and tells him to try to stop this blow. Tian jumps in his direction, and their attacks are found. Each of them blocks each other's attack. Main Shichun says Huan Tiami that he is really strong, but he should not rejoice, because the real fight is just beginning. He uses the skill of beating the golden bell. The elder is surprised at this and understands that it is dangerous, but Tian repels this attack. He says that this attack was non-balance, because he even lost his balance for a moment. Main Shichun calls him an upstart and attacks him again, but Tian holds a response faster and tells him to try his sword. Absolutely all the thunder attacks of Huan Tian fall into it. He does not have time to block them. Main Shichun says that Tian almost caught him because he did not expect that he owns the element of lightning. Jing Wubai thinks that the thunderstorm attack of Huan Tian is comparable in strength with a thunderstorm of the 2nd category. But fortunately, the defense of Main Shichun is quite strong, and he is afraid that ordinary cultivators of the innate kingdom would not withstand this attack. Tian again attacks him with a thunderous attack, and says that he wants to see if his barrier can be able to stop his attack. Main Shichong uses an indestructible barrier and says that he will not break his barrier and eventually he will lose. Tian says that he is still happy to rejoice at this, and Main uses the skill Divine Fist Beibu, and he flies to Huan Tian. Tian without problems dodges his attack, and Main Shichu says that he is an upstart, and his barrier, he still does not break, and Tian tells him that he will still try. He easily breaks his barrier, and his attack takes out main Shichun. He cannot believe that he was breaking through his barrier. Tien thinks that the human body contains static electricity, and each thunderclave is accumulating it to cause an electric blow. Main Shichong loses this battle, and Feng Ming announces that in the second match of the fourth round, Huan Tian wins from the Tianjian sect. The ancestor Lin says that he is proud of Huan Pul, and he calls him the real hope of the sect Tianjian. Jing Wu Bai understands that Tian has the perfect element of lightning, and this is simply impressive. The elder says Huan Tiani that he was able to provide them with second place, and the sect will have no problems with cities and resources, because this is a great achievement, and when he returns to the sect will be rewarded, and Tien promises that he will do everything possible. Pupils say that now they should call him an older brother, and they think that he can take first place. Tien rejoices what the elder said at the reward, because with those points of his merits, he will be able to go to the martial art pavilion and learn even more skills. Feng Ming thinks that with Huan we pull the sect Tianjian's alignment of forces may change, and the dynasty can be renamed in honor of the Tianjian sect. He announces that in the last match the tournament will meet Jing Wubi and Huan Tian himself. Jing Wubai rushes at Tian in order to attack, and he notices that he has a very high speed. Huan Tian easily blocks his attack, and Jing Wubi cannot believe it because he so easily blocked it. Jing Wubai thinks that it is difficult to find the binding points of Qi Tian, and his thundercloud attacks are really very strong. But he tells him that his thundering attacks will not work against him. Tien thinks that it doesn't matter how much the cultivator is, because everyone has weaknesses. And Jing Wubei, although a strong congenital Qi, but he also has the binding points of Qi, and this is his weakness. The ancestor Lin understands that Tien is quite intelligent to find the weaknesses of Jing Wubei, and even though he is 3 levels higher, then Huan Tian will be able to defeat him because he is a real dragon. Jing Wubai attacks, Huan Tian, and Tian notices vulnerability in him, and answers him with a counterattack. Jing Wubai says that he should admit that he is the first person who forced him to show the true form of Sword Chanwai. Tian thanks him for the compliment, and the crowd of the observers is surprised at the true form of the sword Chanai. Jing Wubai attacks Tian and says that he will see the power of his sword now, but Tian tells him that his speed is useless against him. Tian dodges his attacks and easily blocks his attack without straining. Jing Wubai attacks Huan Tian by several attacks. He decides to concentrate and says that although his attacks are strong, they will not work on him. Tian blocks his attack and reflexed observers feel the whole power of the reflected attack, and surprised at this. Jing Wubai is surprised that Tian blocked his attack again and uses the Destroyer of Heaven. Huan Tian fights off this attack, but Jing Wubi says that if he meets with his absolute force, he will definitely lose. Tian replies to him that he was really strong, and if they met a few days ago, he would not have coped with him. But on this day he has no chance to win. Observers say that they are not sure whether Huan Tian can block the new Jing Wubei attacks. A black smoky dragon appears over Jing Wubei, and Tian thinks that because of severe pressure, he cannot move freely, and thinks that this is the real power of Jing Wubei. Jing Wubai says that this is the end for Huan Tian and uses the skill Kangun Dunyun's sword. A huge dark smoky dragon heads towards Tian, and he cannot calmly move. Jin Li understands that the skill of Jing Wubei is several times stronger than him, and is horrified by this. The ancestor Lin thinks that everything is over, and says that he hopes that Huan Tian is fine. Huan Tian decides to concentrate. Everyone thinks that Tian surrendered, because he cannot be dodged with this attack. Tian plunges into consciousness, and thinks that life is finite, and it takes place, and falls unpredictable, and the path of Tao says that there is no way back, and you can't retreat. Tian uses some unknown attack and pierces the dark dragon. Jing Wubai cannot believe in it. He does not understand what kind of skill it is. He jumps away from the explosion, but Tian surrounds him with his clones and is going to attack him. Jing Wubai repel his attacks with his essence of the sword, and says that the essence of the second-level sword will not work on him. He understands that in fact this is the essence of the third-level sword, and contains the truth of the great Tao. Tian sets his sword to the neck of Jing Wubei, and says that this is the end, and he lost. Jing Wubei is surrendering, and Fei Min announces who, according to the results of the 5th round, Huan Tian from the Tianxing sect, takes first place in the tournament of the 4 main sects. Jing Wubi asks what fencing he used, what Tian answers him that he used mortal fencing. Jing asks how strong it is and where it appeared, because the Tianjin sect should not have such a powerful fencing. Tian says that he does not know what level it is, because he himself discovered it, and named Jing is surprised at this. He says that he simply took and created his fencing, and then it is not surprising that he lost. Tian tells his ancestor Lin that he hopes that he met expectations, and his ancestor answers him that he is well done, and made a huge contribution to the sect. The ancestor says that from that moment Tian is put by a real dragon, and in the future he will soar into heaven, and he can simply call him Uncle Lin. Tian says that he is a student of the Tianjian sect, and whether he will violate the rules in this way. But the ancestor tells him that they establish the rules, and he will give him this privilege, and the rules of the sect itself do not apply to him anymore. The ancestor thinks that sooner or later Tian will leave the sect and go to another dynasty, and the fact that he started the path in their sect is already enough for him. Uncle Lin tells him that as soon as he picks up the city of Baichen from the sect of the Divine Sword, he will cancel the tax for his family while there is a Tianjian dynasty. Tian thanks him for this, and the elder says that finally, after 45 years, the dynasty returned the name of Tianjian, and his contribution will be forever inscribed in the Book of Honor and will continue to be transmitted to future generations. Everyone congratulates Tian on the victory, and Brother Bai says that he is simply amazing and should be the first student of the Tianjian sect. The ancestor says that an important person from Villa Aozian watched the tournament, and he wants to meet him, and this is a rare opportunity and tells him not to miss her. Tian thinks that this sect is a huge beast compared to the Tianjian sect, because he wanted to see him. He thinks that he should be careful in the sect of the ruling sword, otherwise the Xuan and Huan family will be in danger. Because before the sects of the ruling sword and Xuanji, the conflict has been raised. Huan Tian comes to the Villa Ajiang and greets the elder, and he asks what he thinks about Villa Aozian compared to the Tianjian dynasty. Tian replies to him that this is like day and night, nothing in common, and the elder tells him that many Aozhou dynasties respect the students of Villa Aozian, and asks what Tian thinks about them. Tian answers him that he has also a high opinion of them. The elder laughs with his answer and says that it was wisely he offers him to accept him as a Villa student because he sees the potential in him. Tian replies to him that he is flattered, and for him to be a student of Villa Ajian, but he is already a student of the Tianjian sect, and he thinks that Villa was dreaming. The elder tells him that such faithful people like him is a rarity, and he will wait for his answer for another year or two. But if he will show himself badly in the future, they will not accept him. Huan Tian tells him that he will keep this in mind, and in the future necessarily acute his efforts to surpass the expectations of elders, and he himself thinks that he is not interested in Villa, and he would like to join Pavilion Tianxin. Tian returns to the sect, and everyone is happy to welcome him. And the elders say that Huan Tian, the first genius student of their sect, earned the first place for them. The ancestor Lin wants to say something. He says that they really took first place in the tournament, and therefore the dynasty of the Divine Sword will change its name to the Tianjian dynasty. Everyone congratulates Huan Tian and says that he is an example for all of them. Girls call him pretty. The ancestor Lin says that from this day, Tian receives special privileges in the Tianjian sect, and he can visit all the forbidden places. He is allowed to study any secret books, and his status is equated with the status of the great elder. He should not bow. The ancestor says that this is not surprising because Huan Tian is a miracle of their sect, and he deserves this. And he is also sure that among young students, they will find more new geniuses. All students light up with this idea and motivated. They say that they will work hard to become a new miracle, and they will follow in the footsteps of their older brother Tian, because he is an example for all of them. The ancestor Lin recalls how 45 years ago, he took first place in the tournament of the 4 main sects, and then everyone also rejoiced for him. And the next day, they began to work more diligent to repeat his success. He believes that from this moment, the students of the Tianjian sect will work on cultivation more zealous to raise the power of their sect to a new level. The ancestor Lin, along with the great elder and Huan, pull them into the room to all the elders and asks why he does not see Qizhang Fanya the Great, answers him that he left the sect before dawn and wounded the older brother of the Moscow region. The ancestor asks whether everything is fine with Mo's brother. The Great replies that there is nothing dangerous in this, and the brother of Mo told that there was an unknown person with them with the 4th level of the earthly kingdom, and he did not finish the wounded because his goal was to save those two. The ancestor Lin says that he could do this, because he was afraid to attract the attention of the elders of Villa Aozian, and he could also be from a blood cult, and says to immediately inform the elder of the Aojian sect. Tian thinks about all this, and understands that the cult of blood is becoming more and more active, and he does not know how the older sister of Gai Ziwa is doing now. Sister Bai and Tian enters his room and says that she reached the 4th level of the innate kingdom, and this is wonderful. She says that it is so, but she is far from him because every time he returns, he does not visit him and forgot about her. Tian thinks that she became even more beautiful since their last meeting. And she asks, in orderly, he answers her that everything is fine, just the younger sister of Bai, and does not understand how he could be about her. Sister Bai says that then from that moment Huan Tian can calmly call her Lin Er. Tian calls her so, but she is embarrassed because of this, and quickly runs away from his room with a cry. Tian says that sometimes it's so difficult to understand that the girl has in her head, and he should not bloom on this. He must cultivate. Tian thinks that he took a load of hatred with him for a long time and has gone through many trials. But only today he feels free, and now he can enjoy all the colors of life. Huan Tian says that faith in the future will strengthen his body, and true qi smoothly circulates through his meridians. And it seems that his cultivation has improved a little because he is not so far from reaching the 7th level. He concentrates the essence, and says that he thinks that the path of the Great Tao is simple and he feels dedicated. Tian says that he finally reached the 3rd level of the essence of the sword, and now he has the willpower of the cultivators of the 1st levels of the earthly kingdom. He continues to train, and when he finishes, thinks that now the training of fencing has become 100 times more effective. Huan Tian thinks that his skill, heavenly fiery sword, has become stronger. But this is not enough because the dreams will be elite students and probably many of them of the 10th level, and someone can be halfway to the earthly kingdom. He understands that it remains more than 10 days before the opening of the Palace of Dreams, and the skills of martial arts have reached their limit because of its current level, and it cannot develop further until it lifted the level of cultivation, but he will not have time. He thinks that even if he finds treasures in the Dream Palace, others will try to kill him or steal them, and with his current level, he will not be able to fight with everyone, and in these 10 days, he must learn to fly with the Sword of the Spirit. Tian exercises all the time with his Sword of the Spirit, and thinks that his control of the Spirit is already perfect. But if he flies on him and he will be noticed, then he may have problems. He hides his Sword of the Spirit and says that this is a Sword of the Spirit and he can calmly change his shape. He says that he should try and fly out on a large analog of the sword from the world and he really likes it. Sister Lin Er notices him, and when Tian lands next to her, she asks him what kind of skill he is so amazing. Tian tells her that she needs to come closer, and he tells her in her ear that he is called Imperial Flying Sword. He guesses her that it will be their little secret, and asks anyone not to tell anyone. She asks him beautiful Li, she answers her that she is sweet and beautiful, and they stand hugging. Sister Lin Er asks Huan Tian to be extremely careful in the Dream Palace, and gives him some bag of Tian, says that this bag smells pleasantly, and tells her not to worry, because he will return whole and unscathed with a bag of treasures. Brother Bai thinks that the Great Elder is a visionary man, because he saw the potential in his older brother, and brought him closer to Lin Er. The ancestor Lin with the elders comes, and Huan Tian bays and says that he welcomes Uncle Lina. Sister Lin give him a protective talisman, and says that she made him for him. She wishes him a safe trip and asks to return as soon as possible. Huan Tian thanks her for this and says that he appreciates her efforts. Sister Lin Er is angry because of this. The ancestor Lin says that the evening is approaching, and it is time to advance Gusi Yuan. He looks at it silently because she prepared something for Tian, but she is afraid to give him it. They fly around the sky and one of the students asks if the Dream Palace is as amazing as they say. The ancestor replies that the palace is huge, and its territory is comparable in size to the Tianjin dynasty, and there are many treasures and combat skills in it. He tells that this is a very high-ranking place, and there is very dangerous. Brother Bai suggests that there is a spiritual grass of the earth's level. The ancestor Lin says that it is, but it is almost impossible to get, and it is guarded by ancient high-level monsters. He also says that each time the students of the Aojung Villa take 70% of the treasures, and 30 higher dynasties and the middle and lower dynasties usually return empty-handed. The student says that if it is so, no wonder that over the last century, only the sect of the Divine Sword and the Bakuan sect of the 4 main sects discovered the secret skills of the mysterious level. Tian thinks that this is why the Villa Aojiang is very strong, and do not allow other dynasties to catch up with them and keep the situation under control. The elder says that it is worth fear not only monsters, but also other cultivators, because they will fight for treasures. But they should not be afraid because at death they simply teleport beyond the palace, but all the treasures will remain inside. Brother Bai asks if it is possible to just hide to the end, but the ancestor answers him that it is almost impossible, because he opens for 3 months and 3 days, and in recent days everyone returned to the entrance, and students of the middle and higher dynasties will be tracked down. Tian says that this is mean, because Villa Aojiang allows the 17 dynasties to enter the Dream Palace, so that they are not condemned for the monopoly, and in fact the middle and lower only collect treasures for those who are stronger. The ancestor Lin says that the law of the jungle is unshakable, and you must either be strong or leave. The elder says that if someone gets into a discharge, then they should ask students of the Gulo sect for help because they are on the same side. Tian asks his brother Bai in what relationship their sect with the sect Gulo. He replies to him that the daughter of the elders married the son of the great elder of the Gulo sect. Tian thinks that among the cultivators who will enter the Palace of Dreams, there will be many 10th warriors, or those who are close to the kingdom of true essence, and he is not sure that they can defeat them, but he is sure that he will not leave empty-handed. The elder meets her daughter, and her husband greets him, but the elder asks him to relax. Tian thinks that the sister-in-law of the elder is halfway to the achievement of the kingdom of true essence, and even his daughter of the 10th level. This means that the sect is very strong, and they deserve the title of sect of the 4th rank. The ancestor Lin says that only 400 students will enter the Palace of Dreams, and the rest are simply spectators. Tian thinks that if there are so many people here, then among them there may be a cultivator who can get into the palace without an invitation. The ancestor tells that in these mountains, 28 peaks, and these are 7 peaks on each side of the world, and now they are on the first southern top on which the sect is dominated by the sect, and on others, the lower and middle dynasties with observers. He says that 30 students will enter from the Gulo sect to the Palace of Dreams, and 2 of them halfway to the Kingdom of True Essence is one of them. This is a Dawn, and the second is a Mud Maokon. The ancestor says that in addition to them there are students of the 10th level of the innate kingdom and below, and the weakest of them of the 8th level. He says that the students of the sect of Xiaojiang are a little stronger than the students of the Ghoul sect, and among them 2 people 25 years old are close to the achievement of the kingdom of true essence. He talks about very strong students, and asks to avoid the strongest people who can be found in the Palace of Dreams, because many are close to the achievement of the kingdom of true essence. Tian sees a man. He thinks that he has a very strong aura, and he felt the same when he tried to kill Han Jianyun, and the essence of the sword appeared. He understands that this is Han Zhenyang, and whether he knows that he had killed his grandson, but his ancestor asks not to pay attention to him. The ancestor Lin again tells about the strongest students of different sects, and many of them on the way to achieve true essence, but Tian thinks that they will not be compared to 3 princes. The students say, Huan Pul, that all these geniuses are older than him, and he is most likely a genius among geniuses, and will certainly surpass them, but Tian asks them to calm down. The ancestor Lin thinks that I was only 15 years old, and he is already at the peak of 6th level, and with such data, he will reach the kingdom of true essence as quickly as Feng Xiaoyun. The ancestor is again asked about other geniuses, and he tells in detail who, when he reached and approached the kingdom of true essence, Brother Bai says that Villa Aojiang is quite powerful and so strong that all the dynasties will not be compared to her. The ancestor Lin talks about the fact that thousands of years Villa Aojiang occupy the resources of the entire Aozhou, collecting tribute from all dynasties, and every time the Dream Palace opens into their hands, 70% of prey falls. He says that if in the Dream Palace they meet with the students of Villa Aojiang and asks to beware of them because there is no chance against them, and the main task is to survive. The ancestor hopes that Tian will make another miracle and bring something from the Palace of the Dream. The earth shudders, and this means that the Palace of Dreams opened all in a hurry to quickly at the entrance. But something strange happens when someone enters the sphere. People who tried to enter the palace simply turned into ashes as soon as they went into the sphere of light, and the rest decide to escape. Huan Tian thinks that these cultivators do not know about the restrictions on age and level of cultivation for those who want to enter the Palace of Dreams and died just like that. All selected students went into the sphere without problems, and Tian also decides to go to them. Pupils see some large circle and understand that this is the first territory, and notice something strange because they do not understand what they are talking about. The gates of dreams appear, and Tian thinks that they are simply huge, and asks the question of how to open them. A guy appears and tells them to be without panic and listen to him. He tells that the dream gates are very strong and powerful protective spells are imposed on them, and only with the help of work together, they will be able to get into the Dream Palace. One of the elect decides to check this information and attacks the gate, but his attack does not give any effect. Everyone is surprised that on the gates no scratches after such a strong attack, and Jing Wubai thinks that it looks like a regular attack. But a huge power was invested in it, and this is even stronger than his Kanlun Dunyun sword. Feng Xiaojun asks Feng Xiaoyou to try to break through the gates, but he also doesn't succeed, although he put all his strength into this attack and is a 10th warrior. Feng Xiaojun was silent for him, and Huan Tian knew that these gates would not succumb so simply. The cultivators striving for the kingdom of true essence left only a small crack on the gates of dreams, but unfortunately, the gates are self-heal. Tian understands that the power of his attack is 10 times greater than that of Feng Xiaoyu, but the result is the same, and he is close to the kingdom of true essence. The brother of Ao says that he hopes that everyone understood that only together to concentrate their power, they will be able to break through the gates of a dream. The crowd asks him what they should do, and he replies to them that they should allow the students of Villa Ao Jiang to attack first, and then pounce on the gates with all their might. He turns to the students of the Ao Jiang Villa and orders them to attack the gates of the dream. They agree to this.